Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141, Too Weak. Heart and chest meridians were broken, and there were many injuries to the bones. With this punch, although there was no death to be cut, but at least 90% died. What's the matter, can't you help? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Flick of the figure, he appeared on the side of Zai Bi Yuzan. Looking at the sudden appearance of Long Yu, no matter what, it was Karinto Anbu or Terumi Mei, both looked tight. However, when he saw the medical ninjutsu and palm immortal technique lit up in Long Yu's hands, he couldn't help but froze in place. Not only has powerful illusion, ninjutsu, but also ninjutsu, and even the very difficult medical ninjutsu is not spared. It is not an exaggeration to describe this riding horse as omnipotent. If let Zaibuzhan know, he was beaten half to death, and then he was rescued. I don't even know what the expression is. Depressed or depressed, I am afraid that life is better than death. Okay, he should not die. Long Yu scattered the palm fairy technique in his hand. With the help of the booster eye, the healing effect is almost catching up with Tsunade's 100 Heroes seal in the original novel. However, of course Long Yu would not let Zaibuzhan recover, and if he came to 50% or 60%, 56, he had already done his best. Just like this, it also caused the sound of air conditioning in the field, and could not help but give Long Yu the title of pervert. I can really go. Terumi Mei was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but ask. This was too smooth for her. Isn't he this young man in front of him the big devil who was rumored to kill without blinking an eye? Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, however, if you want to be as rebellious as she is, I don't mind the 3,000 beauties in the harem. Long Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi King's cheeks flushed instantly, feeling the changes in everyone's demeanor, and realizing that the so-called explanation was probably in vain. He could only glare at him through gritted teeth. Then I'm really gone. Terumi Mei confirmed again and again. Realizing that Long Yu really didn't mean to stop, he quickly signaled the 3 missed ninja Anbu to pick up the seriously injured Zaibuzhan and retreat quickly. After escaping for 3 or 4 minutes, Terumi Mei couldn't help but glance back and said, have you sensed Uchiha Ryu's chakra fluctuations? Lord Terumi Mei, there is none for now. Mist Ninja Anbu was also relieved. However, after hesitating for a moment, he said, Lord Terumi Mei, shall we truthfully report what happened here to Mizukage-sama? Including Uchiha Ryu's last invitation to Zaibuzhan. Thinking of it, even among the Anbu killers, the newly promoted powerful ghosts will not behead it again, but with the help of the beheading sword. There is no way to defeat Uchiha Ryu's blow. Moreover, even the beheading sword was abruptly broken. If you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. This so-called invitation, I don't think I will accept it if I don't wake up again. Another Anbu said, I was beaten half to death by the enemy, who would be foolish enough to take refuge in an enemy? These remarks were immediately echoed by everyone's nods. No, you are wrong. Terumi Mei said with a flickering expression, I think that person has a unique attraction. You can attract different people to his side and respect him as king. Don't forget, it is known from the information now that the ninjas related to Uchiha Ryu are all extremely vicious people, even the most basic original ninja swordsman, one of the 7 members of the 7 people, the Loquat Juzo, and the dried persimmon ghost shark. It's a rebellious temperament. However, they are willing to defect with Uchiha Long Yu. This is on Zaibuzhan's body, and I am afraid that they will really become the third person. The slightly elusive voice made the expressions of the 4 Anbu ninjas change drastically. When they first heard the so-called attractiveness that Terumi Mei said, they thought that the proud daughter of the dignified Wu Nin village was fascinated by this betrayal. Now listening to this desolate night talk like a talk, but people have a kind of feeling, there is no way to refute. Lord Terumi Mei, will you? A Kirin Anbu said coldly, no, don't get me wrong, sir, it's just that Uchiha Ryu also invited you, sir. I won't. Terumi let out a deep breath. But looking back on the scene just now, if it wasn't for Uchiha Ryu who deliberately released water, I'm afraid no one would be able to leave the tea house. Therefore, at this moment, even Terumi was also trying to figure out what was in her heart. Other hand, in a wolf den, Long Yu weighed the silver in his hand and threw it directly to the shopkeeper who was almost crying. There are 50,000 taels here. If you take it to the 5 great ninja villages, you should be able to live a stable life. Thank you, sir. The old shop owner took over the money, and his face was full of joy. My lord, you are more bodhisattva-hearted than those so-called ninjas, thank you, sir. Looking at the old shop owner who was almost moved to tears and snot, Akatsuki and the others also looked at each other in dismay. This completely subverted their perception. Long Yu, this money is mine, hurry up and return the rest to me. Yi King looked at the familiar wallet, and immediately became anxious. Getting along during this period of time, Yi King clearly knew that the murderer in front of him, who was widely rumored in the outside world, had no heir at all. So, let her also become unscrupulous. No, I can give it back to you, but at least it needs to be kissed 1,000,000 times. You see, it's worthwhile and fair. Long Yu smiled playfully. Yi King glared at him and was about to refute, but his expression suddenly changed. Wind escape gale palm. The art of fire escape how fireball. With the 2 violent shouts, there was a burst of hurricane breaking through the air in an instant, and at the same time, the hot air wave also rolled away. The 2 of them are the number 1 figures of Xiao's organization, and they have grown up together since childhood. When they cooperated, the means they displayed were like flowing water. The shot was made, it was a combination of ninjutsu, and the wind and fire were superimposed, and the momentum was huge in an instant. However, seeing this violent blow, Xiaonan's expression changed completely. The scene she didn't want to see again happened. Yahiko, Nagato, dodge quickly, or you will die. The hysterical scream suddenly sounded, causing the expressions of Yahiko and Nagato who suddenly made a sneak attack to stagnate. In their eyes, they have the advantage. Moreover, 2-to-1 is also superior in numbers. However, the thought of weighing it had just sprouted in their minds, and the next moment they entered the scene, their pupils suddenly shrank. You will, and I happen to be too. Long Yu smiled playfully. Rapid flip of both hands, the already familiar fireball seal was formed in an instant. As the last spell fell, the chakra accumulated in the mouth instantly turned into a fiery flame and rolled out. Boom! A fireball with a diameter of 50 meters condensed out of thin air. In the face of the superposition of wind and escape, the fire escape displayed by Yahiko was simply child's play. A face was shattered in an instant. The fiery flames rolled back and hit the face like a hurricane, causing Yahiko and Nagato to wake up in an instant. Just facing the raging sea of fire, they couldn't escape for a while. The water escapes the water wall. 2 sweet shouts rang out in an instant. The water mist was quickly extracted, and instantly turned into a wall of water in front of Yahiko and Nagato, blocking the attack of Go Fireball a little. Taking advantage of this chance to breathe, Nagato and Yahiko didn't have time to think about it, and quickly retreated. Soon as the 2 left, the water wall made a sound of torn cloth, and completely evaporated under the flames. A fireball with a diameter of tens of meters, with a rolling gesture, plunged into the lake hundreds of meters away and detonated with a bang. The endless steam rolled back, and the scattered lake water splashed all over the sky, like a hot rain. Looking at this scene, Long Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Are you joking too much, or they are too weak? It should be said that they must be too weak. Rain Girl has no melons. Boom! The thunderous boom echoed in the sky and the earth, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The scalding lake water poured down like a torrential rain, completely covering the ruins with a radius of 1,000 meters. Looking at the vacuum zone that appeared in the center of the lake, after 3 or 4 seconds, it was submerged by the backwater of the lake. Yahiko and Nagato, who had just escaped under the fireball, looked at each other with pale faces, expressions of disbelief on their faces. In their eyes, the combined power of the combination of Feng Dun Gale Palm and Huo Dunhao Fireball just now was beyond the reach of ordinary people. This trick also took them 7 or 8 years to hone in order to adjust the strength of chakra to the most perfect ratio. However, the move that they were proud of was like a joke in front of the 50-meter-wide fireball just now. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Some people can use a level of ninjutsu to use a level posture. Yahiko, Nagato, you are not injured, are you? A worried face on his face, Xiaonan fell on the side of the two of them, looked up and down, and after confirming that there was no serious problem, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Yi King to help in time just now, he displayed the water wall and blocked some of the offensive of the Hao Fireball a little. I am afraid that she alone will not be able to save Yahiko and Nagato intact. We're fine, just didn't you have a conflict with that person just now? Yahiko hurriedly looked at Uchiha Longyu, but his expression changed suddenly. It's him. Xiaonan nodded with a wry smile. He is the Konoha ninja I mentioned to you. In the ninja world, Uchiha Ryu is known as the Bloody Asura. However, his current status seems a little embarrassing. At the thought of it, Uchiha Ryu changed from the hero of Konoha Shinobi Village to Konoha Rebellion. There is a huge gap between the two, for the Akatsuki organization, which is responsible for lobbying the 5 countries for peace. Once you get the title of collusion, rebellion, and tolerance, I am afraid that in the future, you will encounter obstacles everywhere, not to mention participating in the lobbying of the 5 major countries. Xiaonan, you should be very clear about the difference between us and him. Nagato opened his mouth coldly. Chapter 142, A Little Wounded. With Yahiko, who is funny, and Conan, the virgin, Nagato's character is a bit cold. Otherwise, after Yahiko was killed, Nagato would not go berserk, open the Eye of Reincarnation, channel the golem, and kill him directly. But, he saved me twice. If it wasn't for him, we would have already died when we met the murderer in the rain just now. Xiaonan explained in a hurry. Of course, she was completely filtered, and at that moment, in the hands of Uchiha Ryu, she almost experienced many deaths. As for Longyu and the others, they didn't even have the guts to say no, and could only keep nodding their heads in agreement. You met a murderer in the rain. Yahiko's expression changed slightly. We have received the latest information, that is, the ghosts of Wunin village will not be killed, so I came here to support you. As bordering the country of water, they know a little about the situation in the village of Mist Nin. Especially in the Mist Ninja village, the geniuses and excellent ninjas who appeared in the 3 Ninja World Wars, they are more careful. Is to avoid that when they flee to the border to make trouble, they can immediately respond. Moreover, on the way they came just now, they passed through Nagato's Eye of Heart Joy at a distance of several thousand meters, and sensed that there was a violent thunderbolt chakra fluctuation. After arriving here, they misunderstood that Longyu was the enemy, so they would fight. What's the matter, have you finished talking quietly? Longyu smiled and patted the dust on his body. Prepare me a room, I'm here to save you. It's two. Yi King glared at it and added quickly. Looking at the familiar Longyu, Nagato's face sank, and he was about to speak again, but was stopped by Yahiko's probing hand. He is also a guest when he walks through the door, not to mention that he is kind to Xiaonan and the organization. If he leaves them like this, it will appear that we are not friendly. Nagato looked at Longyu Dao. However, because of your status, we can only let you stay for 1 night. This. Xiaonan suddenly became anxious when he heard the words, but under Nagato's gaze, he could only look at Longyu with an apologetic expression. A spring night is worth $1,000. Maybe you will be reluctant to let us go in the morning of the long night. Longyu smiled playfully, but didn't take it to heart at all. HMPH, the dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Don't think too much about yourself, or you won't be able to step down tomorrow. Nagato snorted coldly, clearly becoming more competitive. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw Long Yu take a step, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Appeared again, had already crossed more than 10 meters, and came to Nagato's side. What a quick body blinking technique. Yahiko and Nagato were taken aback. Reacting, Long Yu suddenly squeezed Nagato's shoulder with his right hand like lightning. Ah! The screams suddenly sounded, and the blood splashed out. Even a black robe could not cover it up. Have you been inserted here not long ago? The wound cannot heal for a long time, and it is extremely painful. Long Yu quickly released his hand. Pu was pale in pain, there was a guess in his heart. Long Yu, what's going on? Xiao Nan's expression suddenly became anxious. Xiao Nan, I'm fine, I just got hurt a little while performing the mission. Nagato steadied his body, glanced at the injury on his shoulder, and couldn't help but startled. Had been bothering him for a long time, the smell of corruption left on the wound, actually dissipated. At this moment, his gaze towards Long Yu had obviously changed. In the Akatsuki organization, there are all kinds of ninjas in the entire ninja world. There is no shortage of medical ninjas among them. However, when he was injured, Nagato had already found a medical ninja for treatment. However, the magic of the immortal palm that was cast was easily counteracted by the corrupt aura entangled in the wound. The medical ninjutsu, which can heal wounds quickly, is used on these wounds, but the effect is greatly reduced. This evolution made the situation of the battle more and more uncertain. Nagato, are you alright? Yahiko said, you are not usually the one who suffers. I'm fine, let's go back first. Nagato glanced at Long Yu, then stopped, and finally looked at Yahiko. After such a fuss, Yahiko didn't have the heart to stay any longer. After nodding, he took out 2 masks and handed them to Long Yu. You guys are more sensitive, so when you enter Xiao's residence, I hope you can wear masks. Don't worry, we won't make it difficult for you. Long Yu took the mask and put it on casually. At first, he thought that once Danzo hooked up with Sanjiao Hanzo, he would be impatient to show off and take action against Akatsuki. Unexpectedly, the Akatsuki organization seems to be involved in other events. Moreover, the other party's background is not small. Because of the Rain Country, as a buffer zone between major countries, every ninja war will be reduced to a battlefield. Therefore, the geographical conditions are very poor. Although the Akatsuki organization is a new force in the country of Rain, it has gathered many people with lofty ideals. He also has the ability to make the Big Five look sideways. But in the Rain, the status of the country is obviously a bit embarrassing. With the large village separated by a river, the location of the Akatsuki organization is obviously a temporary base built in a deserted village. There are many members of the organization stationed around, but Long Yu found that most of them were ninjas from Urin village. Yahiko, Nagato, you are finally back. A middle-aged man with the shape of a giant bear was at the entrance of the camp with an anxious face, pacing back and forth. When he saw Yahiko and Nagato, he looked happy and walked up quickly. Xiao Nan, you're back too. When you learned the information, it made all of us worry to death. I wish everyone would spread their wings to save you. The middle-aged man looked Xiao Nan up and down, and after finding that she was not in serious trouble, he breathed a sigh of relief. The members stationed around were alarmed and rushed over. This popularity has completely lived up to the sweet voice of Xiaonan people and the character of the Virgin Mary. Okay, don't hang around here. Did anything happen here when we weren't here? Nagato still looked indifferent. These words fell, the members who were originally excited all looked stagnant. Shangshan, you say. Nagato continued to speak. However, he was quickly interrupted by Yahiko. Nagato, there are guests here, don't mess around. What's the matter? We'll talk about it later. Shangshan was stunned for a moment, and only now did he realize that there were 2 more men and women wearing masks in the team, and hesitantly asked, Yahiko, is this the reinforcement you invited? With them here, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing that the beautiful misunderstanding was born directly, Yahiko was instantly speechless. Hehe, don't worry, with us here, when necessary, we will definitely take 1 or 2 shots. Long Yu laughed loudly and patted Shangshan on the shoulder. Immediately, Shangshan's eyes lit up, and he said in a hurry, Your Excellency is really forthright, so thank you, sir. Come on, prepare some good food and drink, and treat the 2 adults well. Yahiko and the others were stunned when they looked at Long Yu, who had entered the scene in an instant. Too smooth to push the boat. However, seeing Long Yu and Yi King being led away, Nagato couldn't hold his breath and said, Did those guys attack again? The smile on Shangshan's face faded, and he nodded solemnly. That's right, if it wasn't for the rain outside to delay some of the enemies this time, our stronghold would probably have been breached. This time, Your Excellency Hanzo also sent 2 able-bodied generals to support. Could it be that we really didn't secure our stronghold in Yurin village? Speaking of this, Shangshan's face became more solemn and he said, If you have the help of Your Excellency Hanzo, we may be able to complete that mission. Otherwise, with our current strength alone, it would be difficult to escort Enron successfully. Yahiko and Nagato's expressions sank, and after looking at each other, Yahiko shook his head and said, The purpose of our organization is to not rely on any one force. Once we are stationed in Yurin village, in the eyes of outsiders, it means that Sanjiao Hanzo has included us, and it will increase a lot of difficulty for the next lobbying. Furthermore, our escort mission has persisted to the last step. As long as we successfully reach our destination, the 5 countries will definitely be impressed. But, looking at Yahiko, who was going his own way, Shangshan hesitated, and finally sighed. Then Yahiko, you were right. This is the last step. If it is successful, the influence of our organization will also increase. Now I just hope that the 2 adults have a strong deterrent force and can make those guys retreat. Hearing these words, Yahiko and Nagato turned bitter. If you let them know, this time they go to find Sanjiao Hanzo for help, don't refuse. That he brought back was actually Konoha betraying Uchiha Ryu, and he didn't know what his expression was. However, now that the situation is urgent, they can no longer think about it. As long as they survive tonight, they will be able to turn defeat into victory. Okay. Yahiko hesitated for a moment and said, Shangshan, today's alert, still can't relax. Tomorrow morning, we will set off to escort to the destination. You should arrange the manpower first. Yahiko, don't worry, we will definitely handle this matter, and a lot of rain ninjas have also been dispatched outside. On the last night of today, the stronghold is absolutely impregnable. Shangshan patted his chest, dropped these words, turned around and led the guards back. Xiaonan couldn't figure it out, but he knew clearly that in this situation, it's best to just pretend to be dumb. Under Yahiko's gaze, Xiaonan's expression first changed. Immediately, a look of disbelief appeared on his face. She knew that Yahiko was planning to carry out the plan under this expression. Across a river bank, on a huge metal building tower, with silver hair, was standing quietly facing the rain. The telescope in his hand was slowly retracted. Danzo, since you're here, don't be sneaky. You came to me from Konoha. Don't forget, if you don't use the extreme, I won't let you stay here. Sanzang Hanzang said coldly and quietly. Chapter 143, I am sure. Soon, a black figure appeared in the dark. When the outline of the appearance emerged, it was Shimura Danzo, who defected in Konoha. Hehe, Hanzo, you are still vigilant as usual. Danzo walked out slowly on crutches and said, You should be very clear that plans are always full of variables. They did refuse to settle in Yurin village this time, but it's not a good opportunity to kill someone with a knife. Speaking of which, Danzo clenched his crutches in both hands, and said solemnly, I Shimura Danzo just miscalculated in front of a kid, and I won't go back to the old path this time. What's more, now that I join hands with Your Excellency Hanzo, what if I meet him again? Rain Nin Village, the demigod Mountain Pepper Fish and Hanzo, became famous in the Second Ninja World War, chasing down the Konoha army alone, and finally bestowing the title of Sannin on the 3 remaining stubborn warriors. It is with this illustrious record that Urin village can become a powerful military village second only to the 5 great ninja villages. It is for this reason that Shimura Danzo knew that the 5 great ninja villages could not tolerate him, so he sought to cooperate with Sanshoyu Hanzo. Now, what are we going to do? Sanzang Fish Hanzo looked sideways at Danzo. He was wary of this insidious villain who even dared to make many calculations for the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hipson. But if the Shao organization can be solved, this fish stock stuck in the throat is not a bad idea. No ruler wants to see a new force that threatens his regime within the borders of the country. Hee, don't worry, I'm not. I came out empty-handed in Konoha, and I have everything ready. Danzo smiled grimly. This time, you refuse to give reinforcements to those 2 little Mauto. The attack not long ago has made them panic, and they only have the only way left. And I'm already ready to go back and give them a surprise. Looking at the scheming Danzo, Sanjiao Hanzo snorted coldly, and said, I hope the whole thing will really develop as you imagined. If things are done properly, the benefits will definitely come from you. Once something goes wrong, my Urin village is a small temple and can't tolerate your existence. Abandoning these words, Sanshoyu Hanzo turned and left, leaving Danzo standing quietly under the drizzle. The smile on his face gradually dissipated, and the haze instantly covered his entire face. Bastard Uchiha Ryayu, if that guy didn't suddenly appear, I wouldn't have complete control of this arm. I'll give you a surprise next time we meet. The stronghold of Shao's organization, Long Yu and Yi Kang were arranged in the same room. On the table has already been swept away by the 2-tailed beasts, and their energy has been cleaned up. Of holding his belly and burping completely made Yi Kang's eyes irritated. Girl, clean up the tableware, let's go to sleep first. 4 Tails picked their teeth and said old-fashioned. However, as soon as he spit out the words, he was kicked by Long Yu and fell heavily on the bed. Monkey King, can't you be a little bit more disciplined? We even ate all our food, and asked Yi Kang to clean up. Don't forget, our identity is the adults of Urin village. Where have you seen it? The adults clean up the dishes by themselves, and go outside to call people. Siwei was stunned for a moment, then immediately regained his senses and said, Boss, you are right, I will call someone now. Yi Kang's cheeks were twitching as he saw the 4 Tails rushing out the door. If you don't know their real identities, Yi Kang would never believe that the dignified tailed beast weapon would be trained to be like Erha. After calming down a little, Yi Kang looked at Long Yu and couldn't help but said, Long Yu, you collected tailed beasts, are you planning to make a human pillar weapon? The 3 tails of the human pillar force weapon were still full of belches, and their ears twitched involuntarily. Boss, if you want, we can get on you, you can just seal it up, but if you have time, you have to let us out to eat and drink spicy food, otherwise we will run wild. Looking at the 3 tails that seemed to be a foodie, he took a deep breath and said, in the 5 major countries, tailed beasts have always been regarded as taboo weapons, and they are the root of Shinobi village. This time, the 4 generations of the Mist Ninja village held the 5 Shadows Conference, precisely because of the loss of the beast as an opportunity, as well as the land of earth and the land of thunder. They should agree soon, the land of wind may be destroyed by Chisha. The matter of the scorpion is swayed, and once the 4 nations reach an agreement, the nation of fire cannot stay out of it. At that time, we will be enemies with the entire ninja world. If we can use them, we may be able to increase the bargaining chip. Having said that, Yi Kang did not continue to speak. In her eyes, no matter how powerful a person is, in the face of the 5 major countries, there are still 5 shadows joining forces. The result is probably a dead end. To seek a ray of vitality in this desperate situation, you can only make your own influence pivotal. This method is actually similar to the rise of Urin village. Let them lodge in me. Long Yu was stunned for a moment, and said, it's impossible, I don't have the mind. Internal voyeur. I don't want to let people have fun, run around the train and talk about length and width when I'm with you. When I think of the so-called human pillars in the original work, my heart is really big. Especially Naruto. If he was with Hinata, Kurama suddenly said a good sex. At that time, whether Naruto continued to work harder, or surrendered in an instant. Case Naruto is still happy and asks Kurama to order the growth of the tail animal clothes, it will be embarrassing to fill the screen. Long Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? Yi King's cheeks were flushed red, but he could feel the strange gazes of the third and fourth tails, and the gesture of nodding again and again. That expression, I am afraid that when the horse was sealed in the body of Renzuli, this kind of thing was not done less often. For a time, Yi King's whole body immediately depressed, he said, this is the power of the tailed beast sought after by the major ninja villages, is it really not used? When I think of the future, I will be enemies with the 5 major countries, and even the entire ninja world. Yi King knew that there were many monsters under Long Yu's command. But in her eyes, the odds are still not high. You want me to be voyeuristic inside the body, but it's impossible, or I'll put one in for you. Long Yu smiled warmly. Yi King's expression suddenly stiffened. As a hero of Sand Ninja Village, for her, if Ninja Village needed her, she would definitely sacrifice her body and become a member of Renzuli. This is the duty of a hero. However, after hearing about Long Yu's voyeuristic theory, this mentality has obviously changed, it's awkward. After hesitating for a while, he said weakly, can I find someone else? Seeing that they were instantly disgusted, they were still holding the 3 tails and 4 tails who were living happily in the body of the beauty, and almost rolled up their hands and used some hard means. However, under Long Yu's glaring eyes, he stopped for a moment. By the way, I remember your tailed beasts. In addition to the method of sealing in the body, there is another way to permanently loan a small part of the power as a seed and keep it in someone else's body. Long Yu remembered that in the original book, in addition to the 9 tails, Naruto also had chakra seeds from other 8-tailed beasts. It is for this reason that after the 4th Ninja World War ended, Naruto's body was able to rely on this method to become the contact place of the 9-tailed beasts. It can be said that if Naruto is there, when the 9 tails see the tide, they blow the whistle and the 9-tailed beasts gather. That scene, I'm afraid I only owe a little popcorn. Of course, if there is no tailed beast in the dragon feather body, it means that there is no seal to provide a shelter. Unless Long Yu personally opens the illusion space, they can only communicate through thoughts at most. Moreover, all of this is still dominated by Long Yu. Not. In the original book, 9 tails acted as the contact person and was in command. 3 tails and 4 tails heard the words, they were stunned at first, and said in unison, Boss, I didn't expect you to know this method, but I am afraid it will be very difficult to do this, and if you are not careful, your life will be in danger. Is there a big drawback to this approach? Yi King couldn't help but ask. In their eyes, the correct way to open the tailed beast is to seal it in the body, and if it is necessary to unseal another opening, the chakra will be leaked out. Form a tailed beast suit to increase your own chakra. Some physiques are special, and they may be able to suppress the tailed beasts in their bodies through the cooperation of seals, and have greater initiative. However, different sealing techniques have different disadvantages. Of slumbering in Sand Ninja Village can be said to be the weakest chicken among the seals of the major tailed beasts. Even a little drowsiness will be devoured. It's a pain to spend money on. However, Long Yu actually knew another way to use the power of the tailed beast. This was beyond her expectations. We don't know how many years this method has not been used. After a moment of silence, Sanwei said. Although the chakra is kept in the body of the boss, it has little effect on us, and when necessary, it can transmit energy over long distances. However, because there is no seal, and the consciousness of our tailed beasts is suppressed and controlled, once the chakra seeds are activated, if the boss cannot be suppressed, I am afraid that he will be affected by negative emotions and fall into a rampage. Having said that, Sanwei did not continue to speak. According to the meaning of the little three, once the tailed beast chakra is out of the control of the tailed beast, it will become more violent, and it is not easy to control. Long Yu asked with a smile. Originally, this method was only his guess. However, with the affirmation of the three tails now, it is enough for Long Yu, who has an instant full-level system. Yes. The three tails nodded solemnly and said, "Boss, our tailed beast chakra is full of negative consciousness, and the danger in it cannot be ignored." "Don't worry, I'm sure." Long Yu smiled warmly, patted Sanwei's head, and said, "Give me the chakra. There are many kinds of geniuses, I happen to be the kind of evildoer. And I will be fine." Chapter 144, Chakra. This. Sanwei hesitated, all these years, since the 6 paths immortal left. Dragon Feather was the first person who didn't put a seal on them and used it as a weapon for tailed beasts. It didn't want to look at Long Yu, and the chakra who ran away eroded its consciousness. However, feeling Long Yu's full confidence, Sanwei clenched his teeth and said, "Okay. However, the boss wants to promise me one thing. If I decide that you can't bear it, when this tailed beast is chakra, I will forcefully extract the chakra seeds." "I'll help too." 4 tails also immediately nod in agreement. This time, they put away their usual hippie smiles. Even Yi King was surprised by this scene. In her eyes, tailed beasts and humans have always been incompatible. Now the 3 tails and the 4 tails, the concern for Long Yu is obviously beyond this understanding. "Then don't hurry up, I will wait until the flowers are gone." Long Yu rolled his eyes. "However, we cannot tell them in the end that we are different and life is on the hook." "Okay." Sanwei gave a bitter smile, and when he stepped on it, 7 or 8 streams of water flowed out, creating a huge barrier in the room with a mysterious posture. "I'm coming too." The 4 tails also acted instantly, the lava flowed, and under the water barrier, there was another lava barrier. Feeling the tyrannical aura flowing from above, Yi King moved slightly. Of survival of the tailed beast is longer than the current 5 major ninja villages, and it is nothing new to know ninjutsu. But the sealing technique now being displayed is obviously beyond their cognition. "Boss, this is a technique to isolate the breath of our tailed beasts, and in an emergency, to suppress the chakra seeds of the tailed beasts that run wild in your body. Now it starts." Sanwei's expression sank and became unprecedented dignified. Roar. A violent roar sounded like a thunderous roar, and even the air was rippled by the vibration of the sound waves. Yi King's expression changed, and he was worried that what happened here would disturb the outside world. But it soon became apparent that such worries were superfluous. I saw the red and blue enchantments laid out around them, and there was a flash of flickering, emitting powerful enchantment fluctuations. Before Yi King could figure it out, the mystery, Sanwei's violent shouts, came out again. "Boss, be careful, the technique of stripping tailed beasts." Roar. A thunderous roar resounded suddenly. The violent chakra exploded in an instant like a frenzy, and with a tyrannical attitude, it burst out from the body of the 3 tails. A fierce, sad, angry and many other negative emotions rushed out like a blowout. Feeling this huge thought, Yi King's face turned pale in an instant. "Boss, catch it." 3 tails growled. For it is still a bit difficult to control this separated power. With the roar falling, the huge chakra floating in the sky turned into a small 3-tailed body, and plunged straight into Uchiha Ryu's body. Boom! A huge chakra wave, centered on the dragon feather, surged open. That had been blessed with a barrier under his feet shattered as if overwhelmed. At the same time, the hurricane that rolled up swept away, and even Yi King hurriedly used the earth formation wall to defend. If she had already been mentally prepared, but she saw with her own eyes that the chakra that was separated out had such momentum. Once the tailed beast sealed in the body goes berserk, I am afraid it can directly explode the strength of the human pillar. No wonder, in the major ninja villages, the selected people's Uli, 9 times out of 10, have gone back and forth. Just relying on the violent will of the tailed beast contained in it, it is not comparable to ordinary people. Feeling the huge impact dissipate, Yi King hurriedly withdrew from the soil formation wall and hurriedly looked at Uchiha Ryu. However, this glance made Yi King's expression look like, according to what the three tails and the four tails said, the part of planting the tailed beast chakra seeds is to tame this violent chakra. According to common sense, there must be a dangerous battle process, and the runaway is just a thought. However, what Long Yu gave them now was to close their eyes and stand quietly in place. Stinky turtle, what's going on? Siwei couldn't hold back his breath. Is it your chakrash? Stinky monkey, what did you say? Sanwei glared at it and said, the chakra seeds have just been planted, and now it's just the beginning. We must be tenacious, and we must not let the boss has an accident. Four Tails didn't have the heart to bicker either, and while nodding in agreement, they almost split their eye sockets. Looking at the tailed animal coat quickly covering Long Yu's body, and the clear eyes. This horse riding is just the beginning, and it ends, boss, am I dazzled? Sanwei couldn't help rubbing his eyes. However, the familiar smell emanating from the tailed animal coat would never admit it wrong. This is indeed the chakra from it. Ding dang, congratulations to the host of the chakra technique of the tail-wielding beast, and the instant full-level success. System. An ethereal voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Long Yu's mouth couldn't help twitching, the way the system named it was too special. This word is too clever. However, the success of this also saved Long Yu a lot of thought. Feeling the slightly rudimentary tailed beast clothing on the body surface, Long Yu thought about it, and the chakra seeds in his body, like a volcano, instantly detonated. The next moment, the simple tailed animal clothing that originally covered the whole body was instantly switched to light blue. Moreover, it also transformed into a scale-like armor, exuding from the whole body, the tyrannical water attribute chakra fluctuations. Looking at this scene, Long Yu smiled playfully. In the original work, the most shallow-tailed beast pattern is the tailed beast clothing. The second is half-tailed beastization. For example, the half-tailed beast state that Gaara casts. The next step is the release of the full seal and the complete tailed beast form. However, there are also alternative forms of complete tailed beasts like Naruto, which are completely in line with the nine-tailed mentality. Known as the Kurama chakra pattern. Simply receive chakra completely, maximize the strength of the tailed beast, and do not switch the form of the tailed beast. Just let the power of the tailed beast exist in the form of chakra. Right now, Long Yu took advantage of the convenience of the system to leap over these processes and reach the final level. In this form, Long Yu felt that his every move was full of enormous power. Now, Mom doesn't have to worry about my lack of blue. Little Sanzi, what do you want to say? Long Yu came back to his senses, looked at the stunned two-tailed beasts, and asked with a smile. Sanwei's lips parted slightly, and in the end, the words that came to his mouth were swallowed all by himself, leaving only two words. Perverted. Looking at the shriveled three-tailed, the four-tailed smiled strangely and said, Stinky tortoise, I have already said that the boss is a dragon and a phoenix among people, and a monster among geniuses. How can you use your chicken intestines to measure it? Look, as soon as the boss made a move, he matched your chakra to the highest degree, and even your layer of tortoise shell was transformed into the most majestic form of Xuanwu chain mail. Look at your shrunken tortoise appearance, Jia Jia. Dead monkey, when did your kung fu grow up? I have to kill you today. The three tails exploded instantly. Looking at the two big-tailed beasts, swaying up and down, and routinely fighting for life and death, Long Yu reluctantly retracted his gaze, and felt the body surface covered, this tailed beast coat like flowing water. In the form of the three-tailed chakra, Long Yu felt that he had a large body size for the natural power of the water attribute. In particular, the distribution of water particles in the entire space is simply well known. Hey, there's someone outside. Long Yu raised his brows, looking a little surprised. The movement in this room is a bit loud, but under the double barrier cast by the two big-tailed beasts, there shouldn't be a bit of chakra leaking out. Right now, Long Yu is also using this layer of chakra coat to increase his perception of the natural power of water, so that he can detect that someone is lurking outside. Without any hesitation, Long Yu stepped forward and disappeared like a ghost. In the form of 3 tails, the Thunderbolt chakra mode displayed, the burst speed is even faster. Yi King and the others just felt a flower in front of them, and Long Yu disappeared. Outside, there was a coquettish roar. Before I could think about it, the 2-tailed beasts immediately. After stopping the battle of life and death, he quickly withdrew from the barrier, and rushed out with Yi King. As soon as he left the door, he was the first to catch his eye, a figure wearing a hideous ghost mask, looking slightly thin. The purple shawl hair is very eye-catching. As soon as Long Yu appeared in front of her, his slightly pale hands flew down quickly, forming a series of spell marks. Thunderbolt Thunder Tiger Shelling. Zhao Hao burst out again, his hands clasped together suddenly. A large number of electric arcs appeared on the girl's body, turning into a huge thunder tiger of 7 or 8 meters, and rushing towards Uchiha Ryu. Seeing that at such a young age, he was able to use such a fierce lay-done attack method, while Yi King was surprised, he shook his head helplessly. If you encounter other people, the speed of the seal, and the power of thunder ninjutsu, are enough to make people retreat 3 feet. But the one in front of him, but the evildoer who claims to be a genius, cannot be measured by common sense. The huge thunder tiger jumped down and appeared in front of Uchiha Ryu. A big mouth, Long Yu moved instantly. At the same time as his hands protruded like lightning, the chakra coat mixed with thunder and water quickly transformed into gloves. The next moment, his hands suddenly grabbed, clasping Leihu's upper and lower jaws. With the bulge of the muscles, under the sudden force, the thunder tiger of 7 or 8 meters ripped apart. The violent scene caused the pupils of the mask to shrink, and the eye sockets were even more split. Tearing thunder tigers with bare hands is simply terrifying. It's my turn. Long Yu looked at the scattered thunder light in the sky, and stepped forward again, like a blue thunder light, instantly pierced through the void, took a step forward, and appeared beside the masked girl. Without any hesitation, the right index finger was entangled with lightning and inserted directly into the girl's waist. Chapter 145, Secret Plan. Should be said, tap lightly. 1000 volts, discharge. The crackling electric light splashed. The masked girl let out a coquettish cry, her body softened, and she was instantly paralyzed by the dragon feather, and her footsteps staggered to the ground. Seeing this scene, Yi King couldn't help but rolled his eyes and said, "Why didn't you help her up? It's not like your style. It's the hardest to endure the grace of a beautiful woman. Her body has a powerful ability to swallow and suppress the chakra of the tailed beast. If I can help her, I am afraid that the chakra in her body will be impacted by the tailed beast's chakra. If there is no special means to seal and suppress it, I am afraid that it will run away, or explode and die." Long Yu laughed dryly. Looking at the masked girl's eyes, there is also a little more curiosity. In the huge ninja world, there are very few ninjas who can physically suppress the tailed beast. Except for the perverts of the Uzumaki family, there are only a few in the huge ninja world. Long Yu remembered that there was one of Orochimaru's subordinates, and he also tried to control the 3 tails. As for Yunren village, there seemed to be 2. "Are you also a human pillar?" The masked girl suddenly spoke up. The originally terrified eyes were filled with a hint of inexplicable joy. Long Yu was stunned for a moment, then saw the masked girl, and took the lead to tear off the mask, revealing a slightly immature cheek. Judging from her appearance, her age should also be around 14 or 15. The outline of her face reminds Long Yu of a ninja village hero who was arrogant in the original book. Urzuli, the second 2-tailed man in Yunnan village, and the 2 Yumu people. Long Yu raised his brows and said hesitantly. Girl was stunned for a moment, then she showed a hint of vigilance. "You know my identity. Are you the killer sent by those people?" "If the killer, I am a killer. I didn't kill you just now, I killed you." Long Yu rolled his eyes, and he finally understood that within Xiao's organization, there was a feeling like a great enemy. It seems that he took over the task of escorting the two Yuki people, and was sniped by other people with intentions. The two Yumu people were stunned for a moment, and then heaved a sigh of relief. You were right. However, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible, but there is a fight over there, and the situation is still a little wrong. It's up. Long Yu raised his brows. Just now he was isolated from the outside world in the barrier between the two big-tailed beasts. There is also the mighty formation of the tailed beast chakra, which made Long Yu and others ignore the exploration of the outside world. After being reminded by the two Yumu people, Long Yu discovered that the entire Xiao organization's stronghold was emitting the sound of fighting one after another. Among them, various ninjutsu emerge in an endless stream, and the power seems to be average. But it's also a ninjutsu feast. Those guys don't even know that I sneaked out. If you let them know, it's just my avatar who is chasing and escorting me. I don't know what the expression is. The two Yumu people smiled slyly. Looking at this little girl who was afraid that the world would not be in chaos, Long Yu rubbed her head helplessly and said, "Tell me what happened." Feeling that the slightly numb body suddenly returned to normal, the two Yumu people were stunned for a while, then looked at Long Yu with a hint of shock, and said, "Your use of the thunder escape technique is more difficult than the old man in the village is much stronger." With the opening of the chatterbox, the two Yumu people also chattered endlessly. According to her, this time Akatsuki's organization received the task of escorting her from Yunnan village, moving the giant stone turtles on the island back to Yunnan village, and acting as the two-tailed human pillar force. However, this news, I don't know how it was leaked, and encountered many assassinations along the way. Among them, there are some family forces from Yunren village. And the two Yumu people, in a sense, are the human pillar containers that Yunren village deliberately raised on Turtle Island from a young age in order to avoid the use of human pillar weapons. Immediately when necessary. Act as a use. This feeling is similar to the relationship between Konoha and the Vortex clan. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. For this fate, he has no sympathy. After all, when Zhou Yu beat Huang Gai, one is willing to fight and the other is willing to suffer. However, now that he is in the Xiao organization, Long Yu also intends to use the Xiao organization to lead the group to hide. So Nagato and the others can't. Let's go and have a look. This cauldron is caused by you can't just pat your butt and leave. And his probing hand flicked on the foreheads of the two Yuki people. It hurts a lot if you flick someone's forehead without asking for their opinion. The two Yumu people covered their foreheads and complained. However, there was no angry expression on his face. She is like a blank piece of paper, and she is very curious about everything in the outside world. Especially when it comes to people's feelings, full of curiosity. Then I'll ask you now, when it comes back, isn't it the same? Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. There is already a hero of Sand Ninja Village behind him, silly Bashan, with one more eyeliner. This person's template is also too simple to describe, and it is completely printed out of a mold. This is because the author is too lazy, or he likes silly white sweet. Other hand, it is 30 miles away from the Akatsuki base. 7 or 8 figures swept through the forest quickly, as fast as afterimages. Among them, the entire queue advances in a strange posture. 3 people guarded the outer perimeter, while the 4 people inside were carrying a small box-like bridge and were on their way fast. Haha, after escaping for so long, do you still think you can get out of our palms? Hand over the strength of Renzuli, and we can give you a pleasure. A joking voice suddenly emerged. Of 7 people 7, who were on their way, changed dramatically in an instant. Whoosh whoosh. Of air-breaking sounds resounded suddenly. Dozens and hundreds of shuriken and kunai shot from all directions. Stop, immediately. Defense. Yahiko shouted loudly, and quickly flipped his hands to form a series of magic seals. Earth escape earth formation wall. Boom. There was a roar on the ground, and Nagato and Xiaonan, who were standing on the side, also shot at the same time. Among them, there is also the figure of Shangshan. As soon as the four of them made their move, they were surrounded by earthen walls on all sides, instantly surrounding the bridge. The shuriken and kunai that followed, fell on the wall of the earth formation like a torrential rain. However, Yahiko's expression changed drastically when he saw the attack that was blocked in an instant. It's a detonating talisman, hurry up and escape. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the sound of the explosion resounded, and the fiery wave of air that set off completely broke the dead silence under the dark night. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, the forest, which was affected by the explosion, gradually regained its calm. Looking in all directions, there were trees lying down in various directions, as well as large areas of messy woodland, and the dust that was permeating gradually dissipated. A huge water curtain defended their group of 7 in time. Nagato, thank you. While Yahiko breathed a sigh of relief, his face became solemn as he looked around. Although it has already passed, the number of kunai who just made a sneak attack knows the number of people hiding in the dark. But looking at the grand lineup in front of him, Yahiko's heart couldn't help but tighten. Yahiko, has our plan been leaked, or it is impossible for them to gather so many ninjas here in advance? Shangshan couldn't hold his breath anymore. There are only 7 of them, but these ambushers in front of them are definitely 7 or 8 times their number. Moreover, the opponent is not an ordinary character, but a famous fighting family in Yunren village. Every time he appears on the battlefield, his hands are covered with blood, and in Yunren village, he is also an existence that makes Yunren stay away. Although, not long ago, they had fought with each other several times, but the number of people who appeared each time was also sparse. Where is it like now? It is completely out of the nest. Thinking that this escort mission was about the fate of Akatsuki's organization, Yahiko couldn't help clenching his fists. Hehe, I advise you to hurry up and hand over the people. In the face of our bamboo clan, those who dare to resist will die without a complete corpse. A middle-aged man with a pale complexion, a tyranny in the depths of his eyes, and 2 dots of red ink on his brows stood out from the crowd. The most powerful hired family in Mist Ninja Village, they are bathed in blood and fire all the year round. Equipped with special blood-bound corpse veins that can control bone buds, bones, and calcium levels in the body from a young age. This made the ambition and madness of the Taketori clan even more out of control. Even the Mist Ninja Village was difficult to suppress, not to mention that he left the boundary of the Mist Ninja Village and became a wild wolf that had run away from the rains, which seemed even more ferocious. Moreover, among the Bamboo clan, there are only the strong and the slaughter, and there is no so-called affection and affection. Looking at the crazy faces that gradually became clear in the dark, the hearts of Yahiko and the others seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. 7 people, against 40 or 50 people, and they are also a clan of lunatics known in the ninja world. For them, this is a mortal situation. Yahiko, didn't you say that the enemy's attention is all on the stronghold, and there are 2 Yujin-sama shooting, which can completely attract their attention and give us a chance to sneak out of the stronghold? Shangshan's face was ashen. Now we have fallen into the enemy's trap. Except for us, no one in the organization knows about this plan, and there is no possibility of support. What should we do now? Facing Bear Shan's questioning, Yahiko and Nagato's expressions froze. In their eyes, this time the plan should have been seamless. Of Uchiha Ryu and Yi King also gave them an extra layer of concealment. It was for this reason that Yahiko allowed Long Yu and Yi King to stay in the stronghold at this critical moment. If the enemy really invades the stronghold, although they are not there, but with Uchiha Ryu and Yi King there, they will definitely be able to survive. They can also carry out this secret plan with peace of mind. Chapter 146, Too Arrogant. However, the scene that appeared in front of them completely overturned their calculations. But it also made Yahiko vaguely guess that the inner ghost is not in the Akatsuki organization. Who can see through this cover-up method are probably the only ones who have seen through Long Yu and Yi King long ago, not the reinforcements from Urin village. Call. Yahiko let out a deep breath. The messy thoughts swept through his mind, and for him now, it was extremely terrifying to think about. But now we can only disintegrate first. The predicament in front of us. Looking at the new patriarch of the Bamboo clan, Bamboo, Yahiko's expression condensed, and he shouted sharply, "Shangshan, you and Xiaonan escorted the adults away, and Nagato and I stopped them. Go." Voice fell. Yahiko touched the ninja bag with his backhand, took out 4 or 5 of them, and threw them head-on. The violent blow, at a close distance, arrived in the blink of an eye. As soon as he approached, Yahiko's right hand immediately. Jian drank angrily. "Blast me." Boom. The detonating talisman hidden in Kunwu was instantly detonated. A violent wave of fiery air rolled backwards like a hurricane, instantly blowing up the wind for the leading bamboo and submerging it directly. Even the nearby trees were directly swallowed by the flames. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan's nerves suddenly tightened, his face changed drastically, and he reminded anxiously, "Yahiko, be careful." Too late. In the endless flames, there was a maddening laughter. The whole body was covered with white bones, like a bamboo clad in a layer of armor taking the wind and rushing out in the sea of fire. Of more than 10 meters was instantly shortened at the foot of Zhu Qifengqi. The right palm wriggled and turned into a huge bone spur spear, stabbing straight at Yahiko's chest. At such a close distance, Yahiko was unable to react at all when faced with the Bamboo clan who were good at physical combat. In particular, Yahiko never thought that the other party could survive this explosion unscathed. Earth-breaking earth palm. Nagato shouted loudly, and he slapped the ground with his backhand. At the same time as the rumbling sound was incessant, the ground beneath his feet collapsed directly. The attacking Bamboo Chofeng froze, his expression turned cold, while his footsteps were unsteady, his right hand shook suddenly, and the white bone cone shot out in an instant. Bone dancing cone gun. The white bone cone exudes a strong smell, and it is impossible to hide at a close distance. When Yahiko's pupils shrank, Nagato on the side hit him directly. Bang! Yahiko was directly knocked into the air, avoiding the attack range of the bone cone. However, looking at Nagato who replaced him, he was immediately anxious. "Little devil, go to hell." Bamboo took the wind with a strange laugh, "No matter what. Is it Yahiko or Nagato?" It was enough to be able to take the lives of any of them in one face. But the next moment his expression changed suddenly. The blasted bone cone seemed to hit an invisible barrier just 1 inch away from the long facade. Dang! The crisp collision sound resounded suddenly. Bone spur was directly bounced off, like a sharp arrow, slanting on the tree trunk on the side. Looking at this strange scene, let alone Yahiko and Bamboo Torifeng, even Nagato couldn't help but startled. "Uncle Shangshan, be careful." Xiaonan's exclamation suddenly came out, instantly pulling back everyone's thoughts. Nagato and Yahiko woke up with a start, hurriedly distanced themselves, and hurriedly looked at Shangshan and the others. More than a dozen members of the Bamboo clan, like tigers descending the mountain, bullied themselves with bone-thorn swords in both hands. For ninjas, their strength is based on ninjutsu. Moreover, the people gathered in Xiao's organization are even more wandering and subjugating. Compared with the ninjas of big countries, there is a big gap. In the face of these Bamboo clan who are proficient in physical arts, once they are deceived and approached, there is no chance of connecting with the seal. Leave us alone, and leave with that lord quickly, otherwise the mission will fail, and the efforts of our organization over the years will be wasted. Shangshan roared, and after the seal failed, he took out a kunai with his backhand, and immediately blocked the incoming bone spear away. However, as soon as the voice fell, a petite black shadow passed through the crowd and appeared in front of Shangshan in the blink of an eye. Bai Wangwang's bone blade dagger cut directly to Shangshan's throat. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. No one would have imagined that a 5 or 6-year-old child would always be hidden on the battlefield, like a tiger and leopard waiting for an opportunity to hunt and kill. Moreover, He saw the opportunity and used his superb movement and sharp movements to unleash such a high-speed fatal blow. This kid is definitely not an easy character. Get it? The child said indifferently. The bone dagger held in the right hand suddenly changed its attacking posture, blocking it towards the back. Dang! The crisp metal collision sound resounded suddenly. That fell in his ears tightened the nerves of everyone in the field. Yo, what a terrible little brat. Not big. The voice of the voice came suddenly in the forest. An unexpected figure flashed in Xiao Nan's mind, and at the same time, when he saw the child who shot, the fatal blow was instantly lost, and he immediately made a seal with his backhand. Paper shuriken. White paper was flying, changing in the void, and the next moment it turned in vain, with a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight at the child. Although the blow was interrupted, the child quickly recovered except for the initial panic. Flipped over in the air, his body actually dodged the incoming paper shuriken at an incredible angle. At the same time, they landed next to the petite bridge. This scene made Nagato and Yahiko, who were secretly relieved, change their faces drastically. Shangshan couldn't hold his breath, even though he had just walked back from the gate of hell, he still jumped at the child. In this bridge are the key to this mission. If something goes wrong, the reputation accumulated over the years in Xiao's organization will be destroyed. Don't go to die. A faint voice suddenly sounded. Shangshan just looked at a figure entwined with thunder and light, like a ghost. It came first, and appeared in front of him first. His right foot flew towards his chest like lightning. Bang! Shangshan was kicked away directly, and the violent blow made people feel unexpected at the same time. After another, sharp and white thorns, like spears, shot out from under the soil and stabbed straight into Long Yu's body. For a time, the area where Bear Mountain was originally standing, with a radius of 7 or 8 meters, was completely reduced to a white bone needle hell. That densely packed posture made people feel chills down their spines. Haha, I said earlier that Junmalu is young, but he can definitely be called the secret weapon of our bamboo clan. Bamboo Torifung gave a grim smile. The bone knife held in both hands directly slashed the joint attack of Nagato and Yahiko, jumped down, and jumped straight over the needle hell. That kind of agile movements, and sharp skills, are completely unmatched by ordinary ninjas. I caught you. The unpredictable voice suddenly came out, as if infused with a magical sound, penetrating the human heart. From among the white bones, a large hand protruded like lightning, and with a precise angle, it clasped Bamboo Chu Fengqi's right foot. Without any bells and whistles, he suddenly fell to the ground. Lay done heavy thunder axe. Thunder light entangled, instantly causing Zhu Qifengqi's body to be paralyzed for a short time. The next moment, without any bells and whistles, he slammed down towards the ground suddenly. Bang! The sound of thunder rolled and dispersed, and the huge impact force caused the ground to crack. Shocking cracks, like cobwebs, quickly spread and opened. The rewinding sand and dust is like a rolling sandstorm, and the raging thunderlight is crackling through the heavens and the earth. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Waiting for the dust of the heavens and the earth to be swept away by the breeze in the forest, in the devastated earth, like the bone spurs of the thorny forest, slowly walked out one after another, and the body was wrapped in thunderlight, and the figure was unscathed. As for Bamboo Fever, which had been smashed to the ground heavily, and spitting out blood, his body, which was twisted in a strange posture, quickly recovered and adjusted with a series of crunching bones. He jumped down and landed directly on Junmalu's side. As expected of Xiaoqiang, who can't be killed. During the battle, he used the corpse veins to protect his body organs at all times. As long as he was not fatally injured, he could recover through the rapid regeneration of the body and the reorganization of the bones. Long Yu loosened the bones on his body, looked at Junmalu, who was only 5 or 6 years old, and said, "No wonder even that guy Yagura has a headache, this bloodline limit is really perverted." In the original work, Datongmu Kagaya used the corpse bone veins to the extreme, stabbed the bones and scratched a little, but the whole body would also turn into fly ashes. Compared to the bamboo clan in front of me, I don't know how many times higher. If you put it another way, the bamboo clan has insulted this perverted bloodline power. Even the slightly hopeful Junmalu was short-lived and was killed directly by the plot. Otherwise, it should be able to shine in the original. HMPH, who are you? Since you know that our bamboo clan's corpse and blood are extremely powerful, why do you dare to interfere in our affairs? Zhu Qufeng shouted with a grim expression. The originally melee situation was interrupted instantly because of Long Yu's appearance. However, in just a short fight, the Akatsuki organization paid the price of 3 serious injuries. If it wasn't for Long Yu's timely action, I'm afraid even Xiangshan wouldn't be able to escape the calamity. Hu was not only able to come out of the corpse hell unscathed, but also nearly killed Bamboo Tufeng with a single blow. The atmosphere in the field became obviously more depressing. Feeling the changes in the field, Long Yu smiled playfully. Haha, did you misunderstand me just now? My compliment just now was aimed at the corpse veins. For me, everyone present is garbage. The small voice was mixed with a frivolous taste. Nagato and Yahiko, and even Conan's cheeks twitched slightly. This is too arrogant. However, in the face of this arrogance, even they are included, but they have no way to refute. Chapter 147, Battle of Honor. Because they clearly knew that the young man in front of him was really too big. Insanity. Bamboo Torifeng let out a roar. As a family of Bamboo Tori, who has always been feared by the outside world, when has he been so despised by others? Kunmaru, kill him. Zhu Qufeng's face was hideous, but he obviously didn't intend to do it himself. The voice fell. Junmalu, who was only 5 or 6 years old by his side, with an expressionless face, swept away violently towards Long Yu. It has to be said that the young Junmalu's physical quality is not inferior to that of the adults of the same family. Of more than 10 meters was shortened in the blink of an eye, and as soon as it appeared in front of Long Yu, bone spurs spit out from the palms of both hands, and went straight to Long Yu's face. The fierce offensive and the swift and violent attitude made everyone nervous. Even Yahiko, Nagato and the others felt like they were walking on thin ice, and stared at Uchiha Ryu. Want to see how he handles this blow. However, at this sight, their pupils suddenly contracted. In the face of the attacking attack, there was no counterattack attitude at all, and they did not wait for them to react. 2 white bone spurs stabbed into Long Yu's forehead and chest like lightning. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder. The sharp blow made his pupils shrink. Looking at the bone spear focused on Long Yu, blocked by a layer of armor condensed by lightning, and recalling the scene of the white bone hell just now, everyone gasped. The momentum is very good, the speed is also very fast, and the attack is also fierce, but you didn't eat, are you tickling me? Long Yu smiled warmly. Just that this smile at the moment gives people the feeling that it is like the death of a god. At such a close distance, it quickly overlapped with the scene where Zhu Qufengchi was hit hard just now. Doesn't work. Bamboo Torifeng's face changed drastically. No, it should be said that the expressions of everyone present changed. In their eyes, the attack displayed by Junmalu, regardless of whether it is speed or strength, they will become the target of attack, and they will definitely not be able to follow it unscathed. However, this kind of attack that made them feel deadly fell on the young man in front of him, but it seemed pale and powerless. However, as a clan that was crazy to the core, Zhu Qufengchi quickly regained his calmness, and with a grim smile, a solid white bone emerged from his right hand, and it slashed down towards the bridge beside him. Little devil, you are indeed very powerful, but don't forget that our real purpose is the people you escort. The hysterical roar made Yahiko and the others' faces change drastically, and Xiaonan couldn't help it, and shouted in a hurry, Long Yu, help me save the people in the bridge. For Long Yu, it might be easy to save the people in the bridge first. However, for Xiaonan and the others, no matter what. Or is it the Bamboo clan who is violently attacking? Undoubtedly, saving people has become more difficult than reaching the sky. However, in the face of Xiao Nan's request, Long Yu seemed to be ignorant, smiling playfully and watching everything. Bang! Chaozi slashed twice in an instant, and the cracked fragments made Xiao Nan and the others pale. Haha, your mission still failed. Bamboo Tufeng succeeded with a single blow, looked at Long Yu with a grim smile, and said, no matter how strong you are, even if the escort is killed now, then you lose. Who said I lost? Long Yu said with a smile, I thought your family was just a lunatic, but I didn't expect that it is still in existence with developed limbs and a simple mind. That is a clone, idiot. The people who were present were stunned. Xiao Nan and the others couldn't hold back, and hurriedly looked inside the bridge. Bang! The corpse that was originally cut in two, turned into two pieces of wood and rolled directly to the ground. The sudden scene, like a slap in the face, slapped everyone in the face. For both of them, regardless of escort, or even the so-called adult in Chaozi has already become a clone, and he doesn't know that. Fighting desperately to the death is a shame. No, it should be said that IQ has been insulted by the red fruit. You bastard, you must have hidden people, give them all to me, kill him, and let him know what will happen if you offend our Bamboo clan. Bamboo fetched the wind and roared fiercely. The Zutori clansmen, whose eyes had already turned red, burst into flames one after another. The speed was so fast, he rushed towards Long Yu in the blink of an eye. Yahiko, let's help quickly. Shang Shan's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly jumped up to rush out. However, as soon as the footsteps started, they were stopped by Xiao Nan's probe. Don't go over, we can just watch it quietly, this battle will be over soon. Xiao Nan looked at Long Yu standing in the battlefield with a complicated expression. At the beginning, after she knew Yahiko's plan, she planned to refuse. After all, Long Yu was kind to her and the Xiao organization, and now not only did he not repay the kindness, but he also planned to use Long Yu and Yi King to hide from the sky. This made Xiao Nan feel uneasy. But in the face of Xiao Group Weaving's existence and knowing Long Yu's strength, Xiao Nan still took the risk. However, this matter seems to be very complicated, but Xiao Nan has always believed that Long Yu's strength cannot be shaken. Dance of Bones. Junmalu was the first to move, and faced with the failure of the attack just now, his icy heart was shaken. He was infused with the killer's mind since he was born. However, his real age is still only 5 or 6 years old, no matter what. What a great strength and talent. In the face of it, the scene just now exceeded his expectations. Therefore, for Junmalu, the current mentality is to urgently verify his own strength. As soon as he gritted his teeth, his hands flew quickly, and the sharp bones tore the muscles of his abdomen instantly, like a cannonball, and shot out in an instant. Bang! At a close distance, there is absolutely no way to hide, accompanied by a dull crashing sound. Who were rushing like tigers and wolves all around, slashed down Long Yu with the big white bone swords in their hands. Just as soon as it got close, the 6 bone spears flew out like sharp arrows. The 7 or 8 people who had just approached were directly penetrated by the bones, and they fell heavily on the surrounding trees, ground and rocks. The violent scene did not stop the attack of the Bamboo clansmen, who had completely inspired their ferocity, and the frantic attack drowned Uchiha Ryu like raindrops. Bang bang bang. The powerful sound of slashing and slashing echoed between heaven and earth, and the violent scene shook Shang Shan's nerves. However, just when he wanted to make a move, he saw an unbelievable scene. Through the attacking circle, he instantly met eyes that looked like blood moons. That seemed to fall like a torrential rain was shrouded around Long Feng's body, and the scarlet illusory ribs were all blocked. Junmalu's expression changed just after he missed with a single blow, and he quickly pulled away and quickly retreated. Looking at the pair of 9-hook jade writing wheel eyes, he remembered the legend he heard on the battlefield not long ago about the Konoha ninja and the blood-colored Asura. Okay, is this the strength of your entire clan? Long Yu looked at the stunned faces lightly, and said, "It seems that my assessment just now is not wrong. Everyone present is garbage. However, there are still little devils in the field that interest me." Speaking of this, Long Yu couldn't help but look at Jun Malu and said, "Are you going to follow me next?" The small voice seemed to be filled with magical sounds at this moment. No matter the presence was Yahiko and the others, or a member of the Taketori clan, their cheeks couldn't help twitching. Attacking him in front of a group of people, and having leisure to poach in public, this is contempt for the Bamboo clan. As a family of bamboos who are crazy enough to enter the bone marrow, this is completely intolerable. Regardless of what is the identity of the other party. And in the original book, this crazy clan, knowing the disparity in strength, dared to rely on the strength of the clan alone, planning to defect and capture the village of Wu Ninja. Kill him. What Konoha blood-colored Asura, I don't believe that you alone can fight against my Bamboo clan. Bamboo fetched the wind and roared fiercely. Jun Ma-lu, give it to me, or I will kill you first. The rolling roar echoed in the forest. The Taketori clansmen, who had been attacking for a while, turned mad again. As in the original, they are crazy to the core, with only war, killing, and absolute obedience in their minds. Kill. The sound of shouting to kill sounded like a thunderous drum. Rolling murderous aura surged out of every Zutori clan, turning the dead forest in the middle of the night into a battlefield in an instant. Yahiko and the others standing on the periphery were obviously ignored by the people of the Taketori clan. In their eyes, now there is only Uchiha Ryayu, the enemy. Bones are pierced, and one after another emerges from the people of the Bamboo Tori clan, giving people the feeling not only of madness, but also of terrifying fighting stance. Looking at the Bamboo clan members attacking like locusts, Long Yu sighed helplessly. It seems that the negotiation failed. Since this is a life and death battle and a battle of honor for your crazy clan, the choice is between me and you, so just let you exterminate your clan. A small voice fell in his ears as if death was urging him. The 9-goose jade riding wheel eyes like a blood moon turned in vain, and the pupil power, which was filled with the smell of disaster, exploded instantly like a volcanic eruption. The people of the Bamboo clan who were rushing in, were directly swept away by this air wave. The tens of meters of huge Susanoo was condensed together. Three Shira faces instantly opened their blood-colored eyes. The 6 arms turned down, and the blade made of Amaterasu's black flame was instantly unsheathed. Together with the dark flames, the whole world seems to be swept by a fiery hurricane. The Bamboo Tori clansmen, who were thrown away, looked stagnant, and before they could stand firm, they saw a black flame sword that was more than 10 meters long and slashed across the sky. Looking at the rapidly expanding attack in their pupils, they had no way to hide. In a hurry, they could only raise the bone knife in their hands, while frantically activating the bone veins, covering the body surface with a layer of bone helmet armor for defense. As the fighting ninjas of the Bamboo clan, they still have inexplicable confidence in their own defense methods under the trials of life and death they have experienced all year round. As long as they can resist this blow, they will continue to make violent shots. Chapter 148, Flattened. In their crazy thinking, no matter how powerful the enemy, under the absolute number and strong defense, will definitely be consumed alive. It is precisely because of this that their family can stand out in the Mist Ninja Village, which is known as the Blood Mist, and become the most frightening madman family. However, just as this thought came into my mind, the next moment the crisp sound of fabric tearing came out. When the 3 black flames condensed blades swept across the sky. Wherever you go along the way was people, or the defense they had high hopes for. It felt like a piece of paper, cut in half in an instant. PFF'd. Blood splatters. 3 knives are fired. Ghost knives are fired. No matter how crazy you move, you will die. The blood splattered all over the sky, and the corpse that was entangled in black flames and instantly covered, smashed to the ground heavily, shaking everyone's nerves. Even the idea of the so-called Mad Clan, not afraid of death, was shaken a little bit. Kill, let me continue. This kind of attack is simply unsustainable for him. Bamboo Torafung roared. Kunmalu, if you don't do it now, when will you wait? Roaring together, Junmalu, who had been hovering in the attack circle, the last trace of hesitation on his face immediately disappeared. The killer idea that has been instilled for many years, let him just stick to one idea in his mind and absolutely obey the order. On his forehead spread out mysterious patterns like a spider web. At the same time, his hands quickly flipped over the knot and slammed directly to the ground. The dance of corpse bone veins is premature. Boom! The dense white bones are inserted directly into the ground in Junmalu's body. The next moment, Susanoo made bursts of ground rumbling within a radius of 100 meters. The expressions of Yahiko and the others changed, and before they had time to think about it, they grabbed Xiaonan and the three wounded, and quickly retreated. The moment I stepped on the tree trunk, one after another, the white bones, like soil cones, shot out from the soil. The speed and number were so fast that they were densely packed, filling the earth with a radius of 100 meters. Accompanied by the resounding rumbling sound, Susanoo, who was standing on the spot, was directly stabbed by countless bone spears. Boom! The rolling collision sound resounded, and under the dust, one could vaguely see a slight crack on the surface of Susanoo. This scene not only surprised Yahiko and the others, but even Uchiha Ryu was stunned for a moment, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his lips. As expected of the person I liked, he barely met my selection criteria. However, I hope you can survive the next blow. Voice fell, and a violent chakra surged out of Long Yu's body, full of negative emotional fluctuations, making people's complexions change dramatically. At the same time as the scarlet tail beast coat was covered, a thunderous roar came out. Roar! The huge body appeared at the feet of Long Yu without warning. The blue scales, the hideous face, and the three flying giant tails suddenly swung down, and the bone spears around it were instantly broken by the waist. Three tails appeared, without any hesitation. Under the bluff of blood, the chakra full of destructive power gathered crazily in the mouth. Feeling this death-like aura, the bamboo clan who had planned to attack suddenly stopped. The next moment, before I had time to think about it, I frantically pulled away and retreated. Goodbye. Long Yu glanced at it lightly. The accumulated tailed beast jade spit out in a flash. The air along the way seems to be, at this moment, it is directly penetrated, and a ripple is stirred up wherever it passes along the way. In the future, the speed of the first arrival will be sent out, and the wind will instantly rise and wait in front of others. Our bamboo clan will not be defeated, everyone will defend me. Bone vein bone shield. Bamboo takes the wind and rises like crazy. The clansmen who had escaped stopped one after another. For orders, they obey from the bottom of their hearts, even at the cost of death. Compared with Junmalu, their blood power may be very thin, but when dozens of people gather together, the huge power formed instantly condenses a bone shield dozens of meters high. However, in the face of the tailed beast weapon that even Ninja Village was difficult to control, but was easily liberated by Long Yu with all his strength, this seemingly indestructible bone shield shattered in the next moment. Boom! The billowing blast of explosive air rolled back like a hurricane. The surrounding trees, the earth, the rocks and mountains, etc. Everything seemed as if countless pairs of invisible claws had swept across it. Trees were toppled, rocks were shattered, and the earth was devastated. After more than half a minute, everything returned to calm, and a huge deep pit appeared in the area of 10,000 meters. Everything around was completely razed to the ground. Only Uchiha Ryuba and Mitsuha, who were shrouded under Susanoo, stood quietly in place. As for the bamboo clan who were trying to defend, they have long since disappeared. If you have to look for it, there are still some broken bones on the ground, proving their existence. Distance. In the ruins thousands of meters away from the battlefield, under a shattered rock, there was some loose soil. The next moment, the covered rock was kicked away directly, revealing a very embarrassed cheek. However, the pair of eyes that exuded a strange smell made people pay attention. Nagato, what's going on outside? Yahiko also squeezed out. At the beginning, when Junmalu made a big move, they chose to retreat. But in the face of Long Yu's sudden release of the three tails and the attack of the tailed beast Jade, the speed of this retreat is obviously not up to speed. If it weren't for the critical moment, Nagato would suddenly be in a daze, displaying a powerful earth escape technique, forming an earth formation wall with 10 layers and 10 defenses. I am afraid that there is no way to resist the aftermath of the attack of this tailed beast Jade. However, even with these 10 layers and 10 defenses, they were almost buried alive. When they squeezed out of the earthen cave, watching the scene around them being razed to the ground, their pupils shrank, and their scalps were numb. At this moment, they realized that the mission of escorting Zuli this time was the beginning of a powerful weapon for the Kingdom of Thunder. Is this the power of the tailed beast? Shangshan's face turned pale. He grabbed Yahiko's shoulder, and hurriedly asked, "Isn't that person you brought back just now, reinforcements from Urin village?" "Yahiko, don't lie to me, what the hell is going on?" Looking at Shangshan, who was a little hysterical, Yahiko first lowered his head silently, and then showed a bitter expression. "Uncle Shangshan, you should also see the identity of that guy. Our request for help, Sanjiao Yu Hanzo, has long been rejected, and on the way, we encountered Konoha's rebellion, blood-colored Asura. Originally, with the intention of disturbing the enemy's audio and visuals, and suspecting that the traitor came from within the organization, I declared Uchiha Ryu and he came to be the support of Yunin village, intending to attract the other side's sniping, and then secretly transferred the escorting Ren Zuli. But I didn't expect that the traitor was not in the Shao organization." The slightly elusive voice made Shangshan stunned. He was kept in the dark at first, but he was able to become the backbone of Akatsuki's organization, and the moment Yahiko fully revealed it, there was already speculation. Complicated expression. After changing one after another, his right hand was tightly clasped on Yahiko's shoulder, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Yahiko, tell me, the person who betrayed us is not Hanzo-sama, hurry up and tell me." The hysterical roar made Yahiko and Nagato pale. Their bodies trembled slightly, but they couldn't speak. From the very beginning, when they met Long Yu and heard the strange words of being sold and helping people with money, they still held respect to Hanzo of Urin village in their hearts. In their eyes, Urin village can still stand still in the successive battles. Everything is the effort of Sanshou Hanzo. They know the growth of the organization, and it is also because of his tolerance and support that they have been able to get to this point. However, all kinds of speculations now, after the appearance of Uchiha Ryu, point to this person whom they respect. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the Bamboo clan would have seen through their tricks and ambushed on the way they must pass. They also absolutely do not want to believe that all this is the truth in front of them. "This time, he saved us again." Xiaonan hesitated and said. Although the tailed beast Jade just now caused an explosion, it almost buried them alive. However, Xiaonan knew very well that if it wasn't for Long Yu's attack, they would not only have failed the mission, but they would have lost their lives. Yahiko and Nagato fell silent again, opened their lips, and when they wanted to say something, a figure descended from the sky. Seeing the sudden appearance of Long Yu, Yahiko, Nagato, and Shangshan also tightened their nerves, showing a hint of vigilance. After seeing the powerful strength of Uchiha Long Yu with their own eyes, they were worried that they would be killed and silenced. After all, they were watching. The genius of the Bamboo clan, whom Long Yu had been talking about a moment ago, was also not given preferential treatment under the attack of the tailed beast Jade. "Hey, no wonder everyone is unscathed. It turns out that you activated the Eye of Reincarnation." Long Yu fell on Xiaonan's side and was the first to notice the change in Nagato. In the original novel, Madara Uchiha, in order to realize his resurrection plan, discovered that Nagato was the identity of the Uzumaki clan, but he dug his eyes in advance and secretly exchanged it for Nagato. However, he never imagined that a Uchiha Ryu would be killed in the middle, indiscriminately, completely not bewitched by him, and directly killed him. Eye of Reincarnation. Shangshan's expression was stagnant, and when he saw the change of Nagato, his face changed drastically. This is the legendary pupil technique, only the six-path immortals have it. Shangshan is a wandering ninja born in the land of thunder in the Five Kingdoms, and the legend of the six-path immortal is widely circulated among ninjas. Although I don't know what the specific effect is, it is enough to know that this pair of eyes is awesome. However, in the face of this bloodline activation, Yahiko's nerves tightened, and he hurriedly stopped in front of Nagato, and said vigilantly, "Uchiha Ryu, I thank you many times for your help, but if I want to snatch Nagato's samsara eye, I won't obey unless I step on my corpse." Chapter 149, Believe in Long Yu. In the world of ninjas, the bloodline limit is the only thing that cannot be replicated at the same time. But a pair of eyes with amazing abilities is different. For example, in the Mist Ninja Village, he sees the white-eyed Ching, and in the Third Ninja World War, he also made illustrious feats, which shocked the world. But the most interesting thing comes from the coveting of pupil surgery. Moreover, from the past dynasties, the white eye and the writing wheel eye are things that many great powers have been eyeing. This led to the emergence of the main and branch families of the Hyuga family, as well as the custom of the Uchiha family to swear to death and destroy their eyes. Now Nagato has activated the legendary Eye of Reincarnation, and for Uchiha Ryu, who also has the Eye of the Wheel, it should have a fatal temptation. Step over your corpse. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said, "If I really want it, even 100 of your corpses won't be able to stop me. The Eye of Reincarnation is very rare, but it doesn't mean I don't have one. I'm here to ask Nagato to do one thing for me." Facing Long Yu's contempt, Yahiko's cheeks twitched, but after seeing Long Yu's strength with his own eyes, he could not refute it. Only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Long Yu only mentioned the samsara eye a little, but did not continue to covet it. Moreover, that said, it doesn't mean that I don't have it, and it makes them extremely suspicious that Long Yu is still there, hiding clumsiness. Thinking of this, in the face of Long Yu's request, Yahiko became more solemn. "Yahiko, get out of the way, I'm afraid he has long known that I have the Eye of Reincarnation." Nagato suddenly opened. This reminded others that just now Long Yu saw Nagato's indifference in his words. Nagato said, "No matter what. What is your purpose? In order to thank you for your life-saving grace, and to draw a line with you, I will agree to any request you make." The weak are hypocritical. Long Feng rolled his eyes and said, "Now that you have awakened the samsara eye, Kagura's heart eye should have also been boosted. I want you to help me find that white bone kid. Of samsara eye means that it is completely compatible with Nagato's immortal body, and to a certain extent, it can increase the sensing range and sensitivity of Kagura's mind and eye, one of the two unique talents of the Vortex clan. If you're looking for him, why didn't you just take it easy?" Yahiko was stunned. When I think of the tailed beast jade displayed by Sanwei, it is astonishingly destructive like a heaven and a man, and then stepping on a horse is aimed at exterminating the family. Cough, after all, it's the person I'm in love with. This is a trial. Even if he really dies, help him pick up bones. Long Yu coughed and touched the tip of his nose and said, "What's more, I believe his life is hard." Yahiko and the others heard the words, their expressions couldn't help but stagnate. According to Long Yu, if you tell them one day, "I have a crush on you," this is the beginning of a nightmare. Okay, the movement here is too loud. Nagato, you should quickly sense, where is the kid from the Bamboo clan, so leave this place of right and wrong as soon as possible. Yahiko opened his mouth and reminded. HMPH, what else is there to investigate? In the face of the attack just now, I'm afraid it has already been smashed into slag. You are not a capable person. Nagato snorted coldly. When he thought of the fact that he was beaten by the Bamboo clan and had no power to fight back, his face couldn't stop him. Feeling Yahiko's urging gaze, Nagato no longer delayed, his hands clasped together suddenly, and the powerful chakra roared and flowed on the surface of Nagato's body. Kagura Heart Eye. As the most powerful perceptual ninjutsu of the Uzumaki family, driven by the thick chakra of the immortal body, it instantly covers a range of 10,000 meters. Nagato just closed his eyes, and the next moment he opened them suddenly. He's at our feet. Nagato let out a hurried cry, hurriedly wanting to withdraw and retreat. Boom! Bone spears as thin as spears broke out of the ground, straight to the faces of everyone. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. But in the face of this approaching attack, there was no way to hide. Ohm! The sonic boom in the air stopped suddenly, and the bone spear that was rapidly expanding in the hole stopped abruptly before it was 3 inches away from the face door. The people present, except for Long Yu, fell heavily on the ground as if their entire body had lost their strength, gasping for breath. What the hell is going on here? Yahiko looked at the bone spear with lingering fears. The violent blow just now was enough to kill them easily. Thinking of the contemptuous words in front of Nagato, the cheeks of Akatsuki and others couldn't help but get hot. He happened to be within the range of my magic, and launched the illusion that was buried in advance. This time you owe me another favor. Long Yu smiled and patted Nagato's shoulder. Press the backhand on the ground, close your eyes slightly to perceive, and press it suddenly. Tuden Quicksand River. The surrounding ground is flowing like yellow sand, and following the bone spears, deep pits are formed quickly, exposing Junmalu's slender body more than 10 meters below. I saw that the white bone armor on his body had long since been shattered, and blood was seeping from many skins. The bone spear that attacked just now was obviously pierced through Junmalu's body. Just that Junmalu's eyes are flickering now, and Jugo Jade Writing Wheel eyes are reflected in the depths of his pupils. Shape. The whole person stood there like a sculpture, obviously trapped in the illusion space, unable to get out. Is this the illusion of the Uchiha clan? Nagato's face changed slightly and said, I listened to the words on the battlefield before, the Uchiha family, the water-stopping illusion is unparalleled. Having said that, Nagato couldn't spit out what Nagato said to his mouth. He has thousands of reluctance, but after this battle, he has to admit that Uchiha Longyu is powerful. Solution. Longyu didn't care, and made a seal with his backhand. In the original work, the kaleidoscope owned by Shisui Uchiha was originally biased towards illusion. If he hadn't been born with a plug-in, he would definitely be called the first person in the contemporary Uchiha clan. Of Jugoyu's writing wheel eyes reflected in Junmalu's eyes suddenly collapsed. After waiting until the eyes regained clarity, he saw that he had already been killed by himself. The person who actually appeared alive in front of him. This made Junmalu's face change drastically, and he intended to withdraw and retreat quickly. However, just after taking half a step, Junmalu's body froze, obviously reaching the limit, and the whole person slammed to the ground. A hand quickly reached out and grabbed Junmalu's shoulder first. While his complexion changed slightly, the warmth of the vast sea of chakra, which turned into a palm fairy technique, quickly poured into Junmalu's body. With the launch of medical ninjutsu, he was already seriously injured, and some injuries that were deep into the bones recovered quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just a few tens of seconds, a scene of life and death, human flesh and bones, was staged. Seeing everyone was stunned. What else do you not know? Yahiko couldn't help complaining. Can you do us one more favor? No. Long Yu rolled his eyes. He lacks blue, and is not a virgin, and those people, the situation has stabilized. Long Yu has no habit of being a bad person. Okay, since you've recovered, now I'll give you 2 choices. 1, follow me, and 2, you can leave now. Long Yu casually threw Junmalu on the ground and said lightly. Junmalu was stunned. The moment before, he was almost wiped out, but now he was told that he could leave. This gap is undoubtedly a bit too big. However, looking at this one in front of him, with one's own power, the Bamboo Tori clan who love war and are mad to the core are completely beheaded. After a moment of silence, Junmaru lowered his arrogant head. I would like to follow. Looking at this scene, Yahiko and the others were stunned and recalled the crazy fighting style of the Taketori clan that did not fear death. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this reason that Junmalu surrendered so easily. Someone is here, are you leaving? Long Yu raised his brows. Nagato's expression changed slightly, and under the investigation of Kagura-I, he was the first to lose his temper. That feels like Sanshoyu Hanzo, let's go quickly. Hanzo Yahiko's heart skipped a beat. If nothing happened just now, they would never avoid it when they were blind. But without figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, there is a lesson from what Long Yu said. Yahiko gritted his teeth and said, quick retreat. Also, where are Uchiha Ryayu, and the two Yumu people from Yunnan village, Zuli? For this time, the important person in the mission who almost made their Shao organization collapse, at this juncture, but the chain cannot be lost. I advise you to have the heart to care about the whereabouts of Ren Zuli, or to think about your old nest. Without you, what kind of blow will you suffer? Be careful of Sanjiao Hanzo, who will uproot you. Leave the next escort task to me. Helping others is the foundation of happiness. I also like to send Buddha to the west. Long Yu smiled playfully, and with a flicker of his figure, Junmalu pulled away and left. Seeing this scene, Yahiko and others looked stagnant. Nagato wanted to chase, but was stopped by Xiaonan. Yahiko, Nagato, I believe in Long Yu. If he is a bad person, he will not tell us the conspiracy of Sanshoyu Hanzo. Xiaonan said with a worried expression. Furthermore, Long Yu is right, there were already many wounded soldiers in the stronghold, and we didn't stay behind. Sanjiao Hanzo will inevitably not take advantage of it, so let's go back and have a look. But Nagato was stunned, but he stopped talking, but was interrupted by Yahiko shaking his head. If it wasn't for Uchiha Ryayu to act in time this time, our mission would have already failed, not to mention, according to our current lineup, it is impossible to escort people to the country of rain safely, no matter what. For what purpose does he have? We can only rely on him. Yahiko said in a low voice. Okay, before we figure out the purpose of Hanzo Sanshoyu, we should retreat quickly. Seeing that within Akatsuki's organization, among the three giants, Konan and Yahiko have all made a decision. Nagato was reluctant, but he nodded in agreement, took 3 wounded soldiers, and hurriedly fled with Shangshan. About 2 or 3 minutes later, dozens of figures fell in all directions. Chapter 150, The Reincarnation Eye of the 6 Path Immortals. Among them, Hanzo, who is wearing a special mask, is the leader. Lord Hanzo, there are no members of the Akatsuki organization around, not even the corpses of the Bamboo clan. A rain ninja quickly stepped forward to report. Looking at this devastated and razed battlefield, Sanjiao Hanzo's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted sharply, where is that guy from Danzo? Everyone, check it out for me. I want to know what happened in that third-rate organization. With such a powerful strength, it can not only repel the pursuit of the Bamboo clan, but also cause the traces of such battles. Yes, Rain and Anbu, who received the order, had a condensed expression and fled away one after another. An ruler that can make Uran village, under the strong pressure of the 5 major countries, also become a military power, there is an inexplicable awe in my heart. Seeing the ruins that turned into a dead silence in an instant, Sanjiao Hanzo suddenly clenched his 5 fingers, and said sharply, I will never let people endanger my regime. I thought I could take them for myself, but it seems that I can't keep them. Already. Haha, Hanzo, looks like you still can't hold your breath anymore. A dark figure emerged from the ruins next to it. Those black and white cheeks made Sanjiao Hanzo look cold, and his right hand suddenly became imprinted. An instant technique. With a ghostly posture, Sanshoyu Hanzo instantly appeared behind Heiju. The chain side held in his right hand slashed directly at Heiju's neck with a cunning gesture. PFF'd. Without any suspense, the huge head was thrown directly into the air. However, in the face of Heiju, who fell to the ground, Sanjiao Hanzo's face became more and more gloomy. His sickle was coated with Sansho fish venom, and he could see blood and seal his throat. However, after the head of Heiju, who was already dead, fell to the ground, his body wriggled, merged again, and quickly recovered. Haha, Your Excellency Hanzo, in fact, we don't have to get really angry every time we meet. I am here to make a deal with you. Heiju smiled and looked at the ruins in front of him. I miss you. You feel very unfamiliar with this scene. There is no one in Xiao's organization who deserves your attention. However, as long as you promise to join hands with me, I can tell you a secret. Sanjiao Hanzo's expression was extremely gloomy, and the hand that clenched the sickle, tightened it a little, and finally loosened it. Compared with consolidating his own regime, the origin of the guy with the yin and yang face in front of him has become not important. Moreover, in Sanjiao Hanzo's eyes, the first thing to do now is to figure out the threat of Akatsuki's organization. I'm not interested in making deals with a guy of unknown origin like you. Sanjiao Hanzang snorted coldly, still maintaining the Chengfu road. However, if the so-called intelligence you mentioned is useful to me, I may consider it and make a deal with you. Heiju smiled playfully when he looked at Hanzo, who was already being led by his nose, who seemed to be prudent. Just like in the original book, Mifune's evaluation of the Sanjiao Hanzo after the reincarnation of the dirty soil is the same. A demigod who has abandoned the belief of the strong, is already afraid of challenges, and does not have the drive to become stronger when he encounters it. The only thought is to nip the threat in its cradle. Let me tell you, among the 3 little devils organized by Xiao, there are people who have the legendary Eye of Reincarnation, which is possessed by immortals of the 6 paths. Then are you interested in taking them? Heiju didn't sell anything, he said straight to the point. The look of Hanzo, the reincarnation Eye of Immortal 6 paths, changed drastically. Rao, who is known as a demigod, also lost his temper. He is known as the pinnacle of ninjas, a demigod. But in the face of Madara Uchiha and the god of ninjas, the gap is still too big. However, as the peak existence of the last time, he understands the 6-path immortals more clearly, that is the existence that surpasses the god of ninjas. The reincarnation eye is the legendary pupil technique. If you can get these eyes, not only can you change the current situation, but you can also have the ability to reshuffle the forces of the ninja world. Moreover, only this statement can explain how the battle marks in front of us were caused. Looking at the greedy Sanjiao Hanzo flashing in his eyes, Heiju smiled playfully. Your Excellency Hanzo, it seems that you are also very interested in Samsara Eye. However, someone is coming from a distance now. I will leave first, and Danzo will continue to discuss the details with you. Leaving those words, Heiju burrowed directly into the soil and disappeared without a trace. Duanzo. Sanjiao Hanzo's face sank involuntarily, and he snorted coldly. No wonder that guy will join me. It seems that his ambition is really not small, and he even colluded with this yin-yang faced guy. However, the whereabouts of Samsara Eye is indeed worth my shot. If I can obtain the power of the legendary 6-path immortals, my regime will not only be able to be completely consolidated, but also make the 5 great ninja villages bow their heads. Thinking of all the good things in the future, Sanjiao Hanzo had a smile on his face, and at the same time, a black shadow quickly swept in from a distance. When he stood firm in front of him and saw the forehead guard of the visitor, Sanjiao Hanzo looked surprised. Your Excellency Hanzo, it's very disrespectful to take the liberty to appear in front of you, but this time Master Mizuying appointed me to invite Your Excellency Hanzo to participate in the 5 Shadows talk. Qing looked at Hanzo, the so-called demigod. Not long ago, after receiving a report from Terumi Mei, he was assigned by Mizukage Godachibana Yakura to come to Urin village and invite Sanjiao Hanzo. After all, in the previous era, he was known as a demigod, and he possessed a fighting power that even the 5 great ninja villages dared not underestimate. Invite me to the 5 Shadows talk. Sanjiao Hanzo's expression froze for a moment, then he snorted coldly, and said, Urin village, after the disappearance of that tuberculosis ghost, is there no talent available? Then what is the 4th generation of water shadows, and actually appointed Wu Ren to give me a white eye and invite me to participate in the Five Shadows Conference. This is simply fart. In the eyes of your 5 major countries, Miston Village is not a small place, a battlefield for great powers to compete, isn't it? The cold voice made Qing's expression stiff. Yakura had already anticipated the overreaction of Sanshoyu Hanzo. In order to avoid others, he was killed by Sanjiao Hanzo before he could speak, so he was appointed to go there in person. However, thinking of everything Terumi May had reported, Al bit the bullet and said, "Your Excellency Hanzo, this is a misunderstanding. Rainbow Village, under the leadership of Your Excellency Hanzo, has already taken a step towards becoming a military power, and the 5 countries have already reached a consensus and agreed on this point." Speaking of which, Qing couldn't help but glance at Hanzo one more time. The face of this kind of flattery, it is obviously useful for Hanzo, who is entering old age. The coldness on his face is relieved a little, and he still snorts coldly, saying, "HMPH, don't give me such a false means. The 5 major the country's indiscriminate behavior, is it possible that I have not experienced it? If you have anything, just say it directly, continue with mother-in-law and mother, and get out of here." Seeing that Hanzo was taking the bait, Ao didn't dare to sell the secret, and said after organizing the words, "Your Excellency Hanzo, on behalf of the 4th generation of Mizukage, Lord Yagura, I invite you to participate in the hunt for the Konoha traitor Uchiha Ryu. The little devil of Konoha." Sanjiao Hanzo frowned, obviously not expecting that Yakura Goji is working so hard to hunt down the little devil who has recently gained fame in the ninja world. In the Third Ninja World War, Yunin Village was restrained, but also participated in the war 1 or 2 times. However, the battlefield of Longyu is mainly the stronghold of the land and the rear of Konoha, so the information about the dragon Yu Hanzo is also hearsay. Qing, are you planning to tell me now that the so-called 5 Shadows Conference was held for a mere kid? Sanshoyu Hanzo's face turned cold. Looking at Qing, who was about to stop talking, he snorted coldly, "It's just a big joke. Have your 5 major countries fallen to such a level, a mere betrayal kid, to be treated so solemnly by the 5 major countries? If I participate, won't I be a joke like you guys?" "Your Excellency Hanzo, you don't know something." Qing's expression changed slightly, and anxiously wanted to explain, but he was interrupted by Sanjiao Hanzo's wave. "Don't talk nonsense with me. Your 5 major countries like to toss for a kid. That's your business. I don't have this face to lose." Sanjiao Hanzo said impatiently, "However, since you are so afraid of that kid, if he appears in front of me, I don't mind helping you solve it easily. If you have nothing to do, then go back to the land of water and leave me alone." The eyes are idle. Compared with Yutaki Yakura's propaganda of Uchiha Ryu's threat theory, now Sanshoyu Hanzo is still full of eagerness to run back to the village and Danzo to conspire with the Eye of Reincarnation. Moreover, in his eyes, even the former Konoha Sannin, in front of his title of demigod, almost burped. Not to mention, a little devil who suddenly appeared in this new era. 3s are better than 1, this is the simple logical thinking of Sanjiao Hanzo. Qing's face turned ashen, and he never thought that the situation would be reversed in an instant. Although he didn't flatter often, he was quite sure that he was not on the horse's leg. However, since Sanjiao Hanzo also issued an expulsion order, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of the demigods. He took out a scroll with his backhand, placed it on the ground, and said, "Your Excellency Hanzo, this is what we have collected from the Land of Water, about the Uchiha Dragon. And the information about the forces under his command. If you are interested after reading it, you can go to the country of Iron to participate in the 5 Shadows talks that will be held in 3 days. Go away." Sanjiao Hanzo was obviously impatient. Words fell, Qing smiled helplessly, and quickly pulled away and left. Poisoned to death by this so-called demigod. Following Ao's departure, Sanjiao Hanzo glanced at the scroll on the ground, sneered, and turned and left. Chapter 151, Write-Off. It seems that the 5 major countries have indeed declined. Can a little devil be better than 3-3? Such a cowardly person has no ability to continue occupying that fertile land. As long as I get the eye of samsara, the world will tremble under the feet of my Sanshoyu Hanzo. The slightly ecstatic voice dissipated with the wind. Of Sanshoyu Hanzo, only the solitary scroll remained in the huge ruins. Other hand, Long Yu and Jun Malu rushed to Chi-8, a kilometer away on the Earth Mountain. As soon as he approached, a stern sound of breaking through the air suddenly came out. Let's go away. The crackling thunder light, like a venomous snake on the ground, quickly spread towards the dragon feather. However, as soon as he approached, he saw a petite figure that landed in front of Long Yu first. Corpse bone vein lightning rod. Junmalu spat out 2 white bones from both hands and stabbed straight into the ground. That had originally struck was instantly diverted and directed into the ground. Seeing that he missed a strike, the figure hidden in the dark did not stop for a moment. His hands flew down quickly, intending to shoot again. But when Junmalu raised his right hand, the flesh and blood of his fingers turned down ferociously, exposing the white bones, which shot out like a bullet. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of the 2 Yumu people who were hiding in the dark. However, at such a close distance, she couldn't have expected that Junmalu would unleash such a fierce offensive even without the need for a seal. Seeing the attack rapidly expanding in his pupils, a figure entwined with thunderlight appeared in front of him first, catching the incoming white bone bullet with one hand. You little girl, can't you take it easy? Long Yu directly gave the 2 Yumu people a chestnut on the forehead. After looking around, he didn't find Yi Kang's figure, and said, where has she gone? Uncle, do you mean that fierce elder sister? The 2 Yuki people stuck out their tongues and said, she asked me to stay here just now and left in a hurry. However, uncle, why did you go out and pick up a kid who is as powerful as me? Did she go out? Long Yu was a little surprised. According to Yi Kang's temperament, during this period of time, he was inseparable from him. Now that the figure has suddenly disappeared, it is too abnormal. Uncle, aren't you Renjuli? What kind of sealing technique did you use? I heard from those old guys before that it seemed like a lot of hard work. The 2 Yumu people hesitated for a moment and then asked. The technique. Long Yu was stunned for a moment. The 5 major ninja villages have different sealing techniques in order to develop human pillar weapons. The different techniques have different powers. If you really want to arrange the order, I am afraid that the seal of the Vortex family is the most appropriate. The fake seal of Sand Ninja Village is the weakest. Even taking a nap will be attacked by Shuhei, causing Gaara in the original book to cause the dark circles under the eyes of the national treasure that cannot be eliminated for a lifetime. As for the old guys in the mouth of the 2 Yuki, I am afraid they are the tailed orcs Zuli of all dynasties. At the end of human Zuli's life, when physical strength and energy are weakened, the suppressing power of the sealing technique will also decrease. Will eventually evolve into a tail beast backlash, and it will be difficult to get a good death. Uncle, this is a secret, can't you tell? The 2 Yumu people said anxiously, then tell me, what are the tails in your body? Or, are they scary? The 2 Yumu people with anxious faces, Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose, reached out and rubbed her head. Can I say, it's lying right behind you. The 2 Yuki figures lying behind me were startled for a while, and the monkeys who were still playing with her just now, and fell asleep on the ground, flashed in their minds. When I thought about it, the 4 were a bit ostentatious, and the monkeys who could eat 6 open, like Erha, had a dazed look on their faces. In her eyes, the tailed beast is the embodiment of disaster. The seal is opened, the fierceness is so powerful that it can easily destroy a village. The body of a behemoth, the posture of choosing and devouring people. And in front of the monkey with its 4 legs upturned and its belly talking in a dream, there is obviously no format substitution. Stinky turtle, don't run, you secretly lick my ass. Stinky turtle, why are you licking my toes? In the huge wilderness, the sleep talk seemed a bit annoying, and even Long Yu's cheeks twitched when he heard it. who were hiding in the cloak, sprang out with a swoosh. Soon it was a meal, a scream from the four tails. Looking at the three swaggering tails, the two Yumu people pointed at them with a bewildered expression. Then it's not the three tails, right? Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and nodded, thinking in his heart whether to keep these tailed beasts in shape in the future. Otherwise, in the future, it will become like Bo Ren Chuan, and even the Kurama has become a mascot, and a development game will be played. Mist Ninja Village, on the Water Shadow Building. Goji Tachibana Yakura stood on the roof with a gloomy expression on his face. Not long ago, Terumi Mei came back with a serious injury. I thought that this new generation would become a powerful substitute when there was a fault in the top power in Kirin Village. But now, according to the report of Kirin Shinbu Anbu, if you don't cut it again, you will be confronted by Uchiha Ryu. Defeated, and at the same time left words of solicitation. Although, this kind of move to recruit after being seriously injured seems a bit ridiculous. However, with the precedence of the dried persimmon ghost shark and the loquat Juzo, it still makes the wolf orange Yagura unable to hold back. Come out, come out. Goji Tachibana Yakura suddenly spoke up. Soon I saw the rainwater remaining not far away, and a figure emerged from the rapid squirming. In the end, the ghost lamp full moon was revealed. Fourth generation Shuiying, what's the matter with you looking for me in such a hurry? The ghost lamp full moon said coldly. As a well-known ghost lantern clan in Mist Ninja Village, there is also a second generation water shadow in the past dynasties. It can be said that after the 3 generations of water shadows were killed, the ghost lamp full moon is also a popular water shadow. Pity that, like Terumi Mei, he lost in the physique of Hiroshima. You're still the same. Tachibana Yakura obviously didn't take Ghost Lantern's attitude to heart, and said, you should know about not cutting it again. Like you, he met Konoha's betrayal Uchiha Ryu and was also defeated. It's just that he's different from you. Uchiha Ryu has raised his heart to recruit, and he will extend an olive branch to Zabujan. He fell in love with that guy who won't kill him again. Ghost Lantern Manu's expression was stagnant, and his expression couldn't help but sink. Fourth generation Shuiying, do you have any ideas? Manu, you still understand me. Tachibana Yakura nodded coldly and said, next, I'm about to leave for the Five Shadows Conference. You and Zabujan, and Terumi Mei, will be with me. Following the orders of Yakura Godachiya, they fell one by one. The other 4 major countries also made judgments one after another, making the entire ninja world feel like a mountain and rain are coming. Sand Ninja Village, in Cage's office. Luo Sha was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with a cold face, looking at the information scroll in his hand, which was quickly delivered in the land of water, and almost broke his phalanx. This scene cast a layer of inexplicable depression in the huge office. Who originally gathered here and belonged to the backbone of the Sand Ninja Village of this era couldn't hold back their breath. Feeling the uneasy atmosphere around him getting stronger and stronger, Maki took the lead and couldn't hold back. Lord Fengying, what should we do next? Immediately after saying this, tensing everyone's nerves, his eyes turned slightly and locked on Luo Sha's body. When I thought of it, Yi King, who was known as the hero of the Sand Ninja Village, is a candidate for the 4 generations of Cage at the same time not long ago. He was betrayed by Luo Sha and became a political victim of the armistice between Sha Nin Village and Wu Nin Village. This is undoubtedly heart-wrenching. Although, those high-level officials, as well as the famous name of the Country of Wind, all said that this was a heroic act that Yi King was willing to agree with. Who have been involved with Yi King in the end will clearly know that this is just a beautifying excuse to deceive the villagers of Sand Ninja Village. If you know, this trip is to die. Who would agree so easily? Call. Luo Sha took a deep breath and looked around the office. Looking at the familiar faces, this represents the strongest combat power of Sand Ninja Village at the moment. Especially Yi King, who is known as the hero of Sand Ninja Village. If she died, it might be a good thing. Pity that Uchiha Ryu stepped in, allowing Yi King to survive in the sure kill game. Once this matter is not handled properly, it will be an extremely headache mess waiting for them in Sand Ninja Village. Looking at the faces with different expressions, Luo Sha said coldly, "This time I have called you all for 3 things. The first one is the 5 Shadows meeting convened by the newly appointed 4th generation of Mizukage in Mist Ninja Village. After a resolution with the Council of Elders, our Sand Ninja Village will go to the Iron Country to participate. 4th generation, do we really want to attend the 5 Shadows conference?" Maki was the first to lose his temper. How did the grievances between Mist Ninja Village and us on the battlefield be resolved? In the Third Ninja War, it seems that the situation is gradually becoming clear, and the game of great powers has come to an end. But according to the experience of the First and Second Ninja Wars, this time is the key to determining the division of interests after the war. Moreover, the 5 Shadows Conference, except for the fact that the 5 Great Kingdoms were just established, and the first generation of Hokage Senju is based on the premise that the distribution of tailed beasts was held, except that it happened. Held once by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama after the First Ninja World War. In the years that followed, it did not appear. Obviously a bit inappropriate now that it is suddenly held by a new water shadow. Don't worry. Since this 5 Shadows meeting was held by the 4th generation of Mizukage Goji Tachibana Yakura, as long as our Sand Ninja Village is invited, the old grievances will also be written off. Luo Sha said coldly, "So, for the peace of Shanin Village, this is also the basis for the decision of the Presbyterian Church." The people present were stunned. One of them, the blue-haired girl, took the lead in clenching her fists and said, "Since you knew this was the premise of the 5 Shadows Conference, why did you let Yi King die?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere of the scene instantly became more depressing. Maki pressed the girl's shoulder and said urgently, "Shut up, don't talk nonsense here." Chapter 152, The Old Monk. 4th generation Fungying Sama, Galyuro is not intentional. She and Yi King are in love with each other. After learning the good news, she couldn't accept it for a while. It's not that she disagreed with the decision of the senior management of the village. Having said that, Maki hurriedly winked and shouted in a deep voice, "Galyuro, don't hurry up and apologize to Lord 4 generations of Kazekage. I wasn't wrong." Galio broke free from Maki's hand, and when he saw that he was about to come out, everyone's expressions tightened. Seeing Galio, he strode forward, but he couldn't let go. The body seemed to have become a manipulated puppet, and retreated in front of everyone's eyes. The sudden scene made the nerves of the people present suddenly tense, and just as they were about to explode, a hearty laugh followed from the ceiling. "Ha ha, I didn't expect to come here so hard to come across this kind of farce. It seems that you, Luo Sha, have a time when you were shriveled." Figure fell down, looking at the people who came, and the expressions of the sand ninjas who had planned to shoot violently to catch the prisoner who broke into the Kazeying office without authorization changed drastically. "It's Consultant Chio, why are you here?" Maki was startled, his cheeks couldn't help twitching, and with a stiff smile, he hurried up to meet him. If Galura's question just now caught him off guard, then the Chio advisor who appeared in front of him gave him a headache. Since the death of his son at the hands of White Fang, and the disappearance of his grandson for no reason, the old woman in front of him has become a mad woman. "Maki, you kid, don't you think I'm going to toss your juniors again?" Chio laughed loudly and said, "I'll come this time, but Luo Sha invited me to come. I heard that you asked my little brother to go out in person not long ago. What's the problem? I asked you to even invite the consultants out. If I didn't see some familiar faces in the office, I would still. I thought that the Third Ninja War had exhausted all the veterans of Sand Ninja Village." The unbridled words made Maki's face bitter. That one mouthful of the little devil's head on the left, and another mouthful of the little devil's head, made them laugh and almost suffered internal injuries. Luo Sha's eyes twitched a few times, and after heaved out a heavy breath, he managed to calm his mind. He glanced at Ja Luluo and said, "Consultant Chio, this time I asked Tailao to go there for the sake of resolve Yi Kang's defection and colluding with Konoha's betrayal Uchiha Ryu. As for, please take a trip. In order to inform you, we have found the whereabouts of your grandson, the Red Sand Scorpion. That echoed in the office came to an end. Chio's slightly withered cheeks twitched, and without warning the next moment, he strode straight towards Luo Sha. In front of everyone's eyes, he grabbed Luo Sha's shoulder and said anxiously, "Where is that guy, and how is he now?" The hysterical questioning and this unexpected scene made Maki's face change, and he hurriedly performed the teleportation technique, appeared beside him, and held Chio's arm. "Consultant Chio, about the whereabouts of the Red Sand Scorpion, we just got it from Mist Ninja Village. Don't be too impulsive, first listen to what the 4 generations of Mizukage have to say." Although Chio is a consultant, he has a high status in Sand Ninja Village. Once Luo Sha is determined to pursue such a criminal act, he may not be able to escape being punished. Chio was stunned for a moment, looking at Luo Sha who looked as usual, and let go of his hand with a cold face. "I originally planned to hold you accountable for inviting my brother away, but now tell me about that guy Scorpio, then this time things will be written off." Seeing Chio calm down all of a sudden, Maki secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stepped aside. However, feeling the still depressing atmosphere, Maki felt helpless. He is only an elite Jonin, but he has to worry about the consultant's heart, which is too difficult. "Consultant Chio, you don't need to be too tight," Elder Sihai dispatched himself, "all because of the whereabouts of the Red Sand Scorpion." Rose said softly. "And all these things, regardless of King, or the Scorpion of Red Sand, is related to Uchiha Longyu, who is also known as Yi Rain's Bloody Asura." "That writing wheel-eye kid." Startled. As a consultant of Sand Ninja Village, she doesn't like to take care of things. "But I also know that no matter what, Scorpion or Yi Kang, among the younger generation of Sand Ninja Village, is also a leader. If you want to be honest, if the Scorpion is still there, in the Sand Ninja Village, the position of the 4 generations of Wind Shadows, I am afraid that there is really no place for Luo Sha." It seems that Consultant Chio also knows about Uchiha Ryu's deeds. Luo Sha was a little surprised, and after a while, he said, "According to the report of the eyeliner buried in Konoha Ninja Village. In the contemporary Uchiha clan, in addition to the instant body stop water that appeared in the Third Ninja War, there is also the genius Uchiha Itachi who opened the 3-goose jade writing wheel at the age of 6 years old, but the most unexpected thing is that there is a monster that hides the halo of genius for 16 or 7 years. For the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Longyu. He not only opened the legend, only Uchiha Madara has the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that can control the tailed beast, but also secretly gathered a group of powerful but terrifying and dangerous guys in the major ninja villages. Its members have ranks, and the ranks that almost destroyed the entire shinobi village are known as the Undead Taki Ninja Horn, both. The huge Fengiying office, Luo Sha's cold voice echoed. As the elite of the Sand Ninja Village gathered here, they listened to the narration with a livid expression. Even Chio, who is called a consultant, was no exception. "Don't, the undead are all." Yashimaru, who was standing beside Maki, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, but was quickly glared by Maki and kept quiet obediently. Luasha continued, "In Konoha Ninja Village, there was a mutiny. The 7 former ninja swordsmen and 7 members are all at the same level, the Mist Ninja Geek, Ganshi Gui Sha, and the Silent Assassin, Loquat Juzo. The son of the evil god of the Tang Kingdom, the level of rebellion and ninja flying. Iwa Ninja Village, a direct disciple of Onogi for 2 days, is known as the most likely to become the next Tsukage, the level of rebellion, and the genius of Deidara. And in the Sand Ninja Village, known as a hero, the rank rebel Yi Kang of the Scorching Escape Ninja. And finally, there is your grandson, the consultant Chio, known as a genius puppet master, the long-lost rank Betrayal, Akasha Scorpion. Among them, according to the known information, a group of rebels headed by Uchiha Ryu has hunted down the last 3 generations of Mizukage, took the tailed beast Ashita, and planned to assassinate the 3 generations of Lei in the land of the land. Shadow. Also, on the way to escape from Konoha Ninja Village, he beheaded the 4-tailed man Zuli Laozi, who was in charge of chasing down Deidara's rebellion, which means that 2 of the 9-tailed beasts have already landed on his side. In hand. If it is allowed to develop, then the strength of the rebel group headed by Konoha's rebellion Uchiha Ryu will not know how far it will develop. The voice of Chang's words echoed in the office. Every time the person's name was mentioned, it was like an invisible big hand, clenching their hearts tightly. A series of rank treason titles, and various genius titles. This makes Uchiha Ryu, who is known as Konoha's rebellion and blood-colored Asura, cast a more mysterious veil. Such a powerful force, gathered together, is definitely the most terrifying genius group in their eyes. You mean, my precious grandson turned out to be someone else's subordinate? Chio suddenly burst out laughing. This is just a fart. That guy Scorpion, if he really has the intention of being someone else's subordinate, he will never defect from the village. As for that, the Wheel-Eye Kid, I don't believe that he really has the ability to gather this group of people. This is just an excuse for yourself in this incompetent era of yours. Listening to this accusation, Sand Shinobi, even Maki, who was present, had a bitter look on his face, unable to refute it. Although Chio didn't give them any face, compared to their predecessors who lived in war all the year round, the strength of their ninjas did drop a lot. Only thing he can do now is to turn his eyes for help to Luo Sha. Consultant Chio, regarding the strength of Uchiha Ryu, apart from Konoha Ninja Village, there is only a vague cognitive outline among the 4 major ninja villages, but this time, in order to successfully hold the 5 Shadows Conference, our country of Wind can take a good position, and I want you to come with me in person. Seeing that his own political team was being scolded, Luo Sha couldn't hold back his breath, and changed the subject in a hurry. Let me go. Chio raised his brows and said in a deep voice, you little bastard, you have already made my little brother run errands. If even I go to the so-called 5 Shadows Conference, I am afraid that the defense in the village will become very weak. I'm afraid it will outweigh the gains. In any ninja village, except for Kazekage, the strongest fighting force, he is the advisor in the village. Can become consultants are the older generation of ninjas with outstanding strength, high voice and prestige. At critical moments, they can also help out and become a surprise. Of course, there are also groups like the Konoha Kingwo trio in the original book, who, in the face of Pain's attack, turned a deaf ear to Danzo, Mito Gate Yan and Juan Kaharu. Consultant Chio, don't worry, this time the 5 Shadows Conference was held under the consensus of the 5 major powers reaching a truce. If any party backs out, it will become the enemy of the other 4 powers. Rose explained lightly. Furthermore, after we left, I have ordered Fenfu to return to the village to take a seat, and the major families have joined forces with each other to cooperate with the barrier in the village. Even if Uchiha Longyu comes, it will be difficult to fly. Fenfu Chio was slightly stunned, and soon heard the sound of slow footsteps coming from outside the corridor. Along with the door being pushed open, an old monk with a wrinkled face walked in slowly. The kind smile on his face made many people look at him. Who is this old monk? Galileo couldn't help but said. Chapter 153, Peace Talk. However, Maki quickly glared at him, and said solemnly, this is a person who lives in a special place. Human power. As a tailed beast weapon, it is strictly kept secret in any ninja village. In particular, people like Sand Ninja Village, who use the extremely disadvantageous hypnosis technique to create human pillar weapons, were imprisoned in the depths of a special desert. If it is not necessary, it will never be recalled. Fenfu, we haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you were tossed to death by that civet cat, but I didn't expect you to be in good spirits. Chio raised his eyelids and looked up. Hee, Consultant Chio, you are serious. Fenfu laughed heartily, fiddled with the Buddha bead in his hand, and said, if I'm really tossed to death, you old woman should also try to seal it again. In the village, the only people who are proficient in sealing are you and Old Man Hai. Having said that, Fanfu looked around and said with a little regret, however, I thought that I would be able to get together with old friends in a limited number of years, but I didn't expect that even the Old Man Hai was not here. It seems that this time what happened in the village is no small thing. HMPH, what nonsense are you talking about, Fanfu? My little brother just went out on a mission. Chio glared, but as Fanfu said, it was rare to meet an old friend, and it was rare for her to not lose her temper. After a little hesitation, she said, Old monk, tell me how long you can live. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of everyone in the field changed drastically. The survival of the human pillar is very important for a ninja village. Once Ren Zuli dies, it means that the seal in the body will be lifted, and the grievances accumulated by the tailed beast that has been sealed for decades will explode in an instant. Especially Mamorizuru Aikyo, who has always been violent. In the history of Sand Ninja Village, every runaway has ruined many elites in the village. Right now is the time when the Five Shadows Conference is held and the Third Ninja World War comes to an end. If there is a mistake in the distribution of blessings now, it will be a fatal blow to Sand Ninja Village. Once the other ninja villages are informed that the Sand Ninja Village has lost the Renjuli weapon, it is a huge hidden danger. Haha, you old woman hasn't died yet, of course I won't. Fanfu laughed and said, Shuhei's character is tyrannical, but he can still do it after 3 or 5 years. During this period of time, it will trouble the 4 generations of Fengying. Pay more attention to the person who accepts my mantle. Already. Year and 35th heard the words, their expressions could not help changing. But Chio and Luo Sha secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as this kind of thing doesn't happen during the Five Shadows talks, 3 or 5 years will be enough for them to find new people. Moreover, in Luo Sha's mind, a plan has already been made. Thinking of this, Luo Sha subconsciously looked at Galu Luo. However, Galu Luo, who met his gaze, was obviously brooding about Yi King's affairs, and after a cold snort, he turned his head away. Well, since you have a share of blessings to sit in the town, the village is also impregnable, so the old lady will go with you in person, but I still need some time to clean up. After Chio dropped those words, he turned around and left first. At the same time, in Konoha Shinobi Village. With other ninja villages, there is an inexplicable depressing atmosphere in the huge village. Recently, Konoha's rebellion, blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu, and one of Konoha's 3 advisors, Shimura Danzo, defected, causing the fishing reels in the village to rise day by day. If it wasn't for the announcement of the 3rd Hokage, the flash of color, Namikaze Minato became the 4th Hokage, I am afraid this fishing reel would have become more and more intense. In the Hokage office, the 3 generations of Hokage who used to sit in the seat have long since retired and been replaced by Namikaze Minato. The huge office, in addition to the new Hokage, there are also 3 generations of Hokage, Sarutobi, Jiraiya and Tsunade. The 2 major advisors of Konoha moved to Kaharu, Human Yan and others. Watergate urgently called us because of something. Zilai was also the first to lose his temper. However, he was quickly suppressed by the 3 generations of Hokage detectives, and said, Don't worry, let's talk about it when Fuyu and Zishui come. Seeing his teacher speak out to discourage him, Zilai also felt extremely urgent in his heart, but he still kept his mouth shut and waited patiently. After 7 or 8 minutes, Uchiha Fugaku, who was serving in the guards, and Uchiha Shisui, who was wearing Anbu costumes, appeared in the office like ghosts. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Fuyu glanced at Nika's Minato, then bowed towards the 3rd Hokage and said, I have received the latest information about Uchiha Ryayu that happened in the Land of Water. Having said that, Uchiha Fugaku paused for a while and looked at the 3 generations of Hokage. Fuyu, you kid, you can't stop talking, what happened in the Land of Water? Jirai was also in a hurry, but was quickly glared by the 3 generations of Hokage, and said, Go on, they were called here to deal with the matter of Uchiha Longyu. Uchiha Fuyu nodded in agreement, took out a scroll, and handed it to the 3 generations of Hokage, saying, "This is an intelligence scroll, which records Uchiha Ryayu, who once appeared in the country of water. Among them, the hero Yi King of Sand Ninja Village was also kidnapped, and the genius ghost lantern Moon was severely damaged. Later, it was discovered that he appeared in the territory of Yunin Village, and the genius Terumi Mei, who pursued the ghost man in the land of water and never killed the ghost man. There was a brief conflict. He kidnapped Yi King, the scorching ninja. He was also the first to lose his temper. However, Tsunade was quickly pinched his ears in public and shouted, 'Jiraiya, you can't shut up and stay aside. If you have any questions, Minato and Sensei will raise them, so don't make trouble here.' I know, Tsunade, let go quickly, or my whole ear will be screwed off by you." He also hurriedly begged for mercy. Seeing that Jiraiya, one of the dignified Sannin, surrendered directly, "I am afraid that only Tsunade, who is also a Sannin, can do it." "Okay, there are so many people here, so don't make a fool of yourself." Mouthen warned. According to the information described, what was the situation when Yi King met with Terumi Mei after Uchiha Longyu robbed him, or whether Yi King was still there at the time, and what attitude did he have? Faced with this question, the people present couldn't help but stunned for a while, obviously smelling something unusual, and all looked at Uchiha Fuyuke. Lord Hokage, it seems to have guessed that, according to the eyeliner buried in the village of Kirin, Terumi Mei's answer at that time was that Yi King was willing to follow Longyu's left and right. Judging from their relationship, it is not as the outside world said. Hijacking. Uchiha Fuyu explained. Does that mean that there is something wrong between Yi King and Sand Ninja Village? Jiraiya also asked again, but this time Tsunade did not stop him. After all, now everyone has this question in their hearts. It's possible. The 3rd Hokage nodded and said, "Luosha has just become the 4th Kazekage and wants to ease the relationship with the country of water, but he sent Yi King, who severely damaged the battlefield of the country of water, as an envoy to the country of water. This is too intriguing. However, now I am more certain that once Uchiha Ryayu runs rampant, it will threaten the peace of the entire ninja world. He has a special charisma and can gather a group of such special people under his command, not anyone humans can do it. It's not that I underestimate all of you here, I don't want to. Whether it's Jiraiya or Namikaze Minato, even I can't do it." The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the office, and there was no way to disperse it for a long time. The expression of Zilai and others changed slightly, but in the face of this contemptuous remark, no one refuted it. After all, according to the name and origin of every person mentioned in the newspaper, it is not general. To be able to keep these murderers safe and secure, unless they have great ability, it is not impossible that they will be beheaded by backlash in the middle of the night. "Watergate, what are your thoughts?" Sandai Hokage suddenly spoke up. Namikaze Minato, who was sitting in the first place, let out a wry smile. "Originally, I was thinking that after becoming the 4th generation of Hokage, I would be able to show off my strengths and realize the so-called Hokage dream. Never occurred to me that among the 3 generations of Hokage and Konoha advisors, it was only released to buffer Uchiha Ryayu's defection, divert the attention of the villagers, and at the same time enhance the influence of Konoha Ninja Village in the 5 countries. Now Namikaze Minato feels like a puppet Hokage. I thought that Uchiha Longyu was gone, and he was able to show some limelight, but it seemed that he wanted to be too beautiful. However, now the 3 generations of Hokage threw this thorny problem to him. While Minato Namikaze was surprised, he said after a little seriousness, "Everyone, you should also know that Uchiha Ryayu's strength is unfathomable, although there are many people present. He has played against him, and according to my calculations, his true strength is still showing the tip of the iceberg." Our Konoha Shinobi Village agreed to go to the 5 Shadows Conference, but the ultimate goal is to facilitate peace talks between Uchiha Ryayu and the 5 great powers. Achieving peace talks. Jiraiya was stunned at first, and said, "I am afraid this is too difficult. Let not talk about whether Uchiha Ryu will give up the monsters under his command, just relying on the 3 generations of Mizukage, the 3 generations of Reikage fall, and the 4-tailed Manzuli killed. I am afraid that the anger of the 3 major countries cannot be suppressed. I'm afraid it's more difficult than going to the sky to sit down and negotiate properly. Present refuted Jiraiya's vulgar remarks. All he could do was look at Namikaze Minato. In their eyes, since Namikaze Minato can come up with such a resolution, it is enough to prove that he had an idea. Horrible. Paused, organized some words, and said, as long as they have seen the real horror of Uchiha Ryu, their beliefs will be shaken. At that time, as long as Uchiha Ryu and the 4 major countries take the initiative to take a step back, this peace talks can be facilitated. The inexplicable remark left many people in the field confused. Chapter 154. Both Shungshui and He Shungyu. Only the turbid old eyes of the 3 generations of Hokage flickered, and he was the first to speak. You mean, Uchiha Ryu will do even more shocking things? As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Now beheading the 3rd generation of Mizukage and the 3rd generation of Reikage, and even killing the 4-tailed person Zuri, this is crazy enough. Now Namikaze Minato tells them that this is just the beginning. They have lived on horses for a lifetime, and I am afraid they can't compare to Long Yu's moment of brilliance. Yes, although I don't know what else Long Yu will do, but according to my intuition, it will happen soon. Was a dignified expression on Minato Namikaze's face, and he said, this is also the message from Immortal Toad, which I brought back. Uchiha Ryu will become an existence that subverts the world of ninjas. Is it the son of prophecy in the mouth of Daxian Toad? His expression changed slightly. Was studying immortality in Miaomu Mountain that day. I also heard that the great immortal Toad is proficient in prophecy. Among them, it is precisely because the son of prophecy will appear that Jiraiya will be in the Second Ninja World War, no matter what. Against Orochimaru's objection, he took the 3 of Nagato as his apprentices, and even taught him ninjutsu. The root cause of all this is that I have seen it with my own eyes, Nagato's legendary Eye of Reincarnation, which is known as the 6 Path Immortals. I thought that the son of prophecy would fall on these 3 people, but now the appearance of Long Yu has turned everything upside down. Yes. Nodded and said, when I was leaving, the Toad Great Immortal once mentioned that he has a very accurate eye for people, but only when he saw Uchiha Ryu, did he realize that he was the only one who couldn't see through. It feels as if you were beyond the destiny of this world. Listening to these gradually mysterious words, the 3 generations of Hokage tapped the head of the chair 7 or 8 times with their fingers, and then said, since even the great immortal of Miaomu Mountain said the same, we will try to use Minato's proposal. Come to the 5 Shadows Conference. During this time, Fuyu and Zishui, I hope you can find a way to find out the whereabouts of Long Yu and let him accept our proposal. Lord Hokage, we know. Uchiha Fuyuke immediately. Come down. Seeing this, the 3 generations of Hokage waved their hands at will. Then you all retreat first, and then Minato will attend the 5 Shadows Conference instead of me. Jiraiya and Tsunade will accompany you. This is the highest order, Tsunade, don't refuse. Stunned for a moment. Originally, she was only returning to Konoha Ninja Village to visit the grave, but she never thought that she would be involved in such a huge vortex. However, when he thought that the strange recipe came from Long Yu's hands, Tsunade couldn't hold back his curiosity, so he silently agreed. Lord Hokage, Shisui and I stepped back first. After Uchiha Fuyu replied, he disappeared into the office with Shisui like a ghost. Just after leaving the Hokage building and appearing on the street outside, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the corner of the street and said, Makoto, why are you here? Right now, the Uchiha clan and Konoha shinobi have been grumbling for a long time. Although there is not much conflict, Uchiha Makoto is now pregnant with 6. Under normal circumstances, they would not leave the garrison of the Uchiha clan. It's Itachi. He suddenly left the village yesterday when he was performing the Chunin mission. I'm worried that he ran to find Long Yu. Uchiha Makoto's expression became tense and she said urgently. However, as soon as the words fell, Fuyu grabbed his shoulders, and just like Shisui, he performed the teleportation technique and quickly left the vicinity of the Hokage building. In just a few minutes, after rushing back to the garrison station area, Uchiha Fugaku stopped and looked at Makoto, whose face was a little flushed, and said urgently, "Makoto, are you feeling well?" That was the Hokage building just now. If Anbu's eyeliner knows that Itachi has left the village, I'm afraid he will also be labeled as a traitor. Uchiha Makoto's expression turned pale and said, "Fuyu, I'm sorry, I was too nervous, so I ignored this point. However, now that Itachi is missing, it may not be discovered in a short time, but over time, I am afraid it will be exposed. What should we do?" Not long ago, Long Yu's defection had made Uchi's position in Konoha Shinobi Village more sensitive. In particular, some of the hawkish children of the clan even threatened to emulate Uchiha. The family escaped from Konoha Ninja Village and rebuilt a big country outside. If it wasn't for Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui, who simultaneously displayed their overwhelming strength and told them to keep their mouths shut, I'm afraid things would get out of hand. Don't worry, the 3 generations of Hokage will give the task of hunting down Long Yu to me and Shisui. In the name of the task, I claim to bring Itachi to the outside world. There should be no doubts about this. Uchiha Fugaku hesitated for a moment and said, "Furthermore, Minato will be accompanied by Jiraiya-sama and Tsunade-sama today to attend the Five Shadows Conference in the Kingdom of Iron, and the village's attention will be entirely on this matter. The attention to Itachi will be reduced to a minimum. I am most worried that once Zishui and I leave the village, those restless guys don't know what will happen." Speaking of which, Uchiha Fuyu glanced at the brightly lit Uchiha clan. Resident. Thinking back to the Chinsho clan who opposed their clan in the past. Also because of belligerence, love of face and honor, he caused a lot of damage on the battlefield, and finally began to wither and decline. The Uchiha family seems to be getting stronger and stronger, but that is only a superficial phenomenon. If there is no legendary ninja like Madara Uchiha to lead, once he shows his sturdy head and horns, it will probably lead to the fatal blow of the 5 great powers in an instant. It can be said that Uchiha Ryu is so valued now, all because he is not only born in the Uchiha family, but also has a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. That is a means to easily control the tailed beast, enough to make big countries fear it. Uncle, don't worry, Itachi is still young, but he is not weak in terms of strength and resourcefulness. Now that the Five Shadows Conference is about to be held, and the battle between the great powers has temporarily stopped, Itachi shouldn't have any accident. Uchiha Shisui persuaded. And, as long as Itachi's goal is to find Long Yu, then we will meet eventually. Uchiha Fuyu nodded in agreement, patted Zishui's shoulder, and sighed. If it weren't for the birth of Long Yu, you would probably be the strongest young generation in our generation. Since water is born, he shun you. Facing these remarks, Uchiha Shisui fell silent. The junction of Yunrin village and Yurin village, 3 figures shrouded in red auspicious cloud cloaks quickly passed through the forest. Time. Long Yu sneezed, rubbed the tip of his nose and said, "I've been sneezing all the time recently, does Yi Kang miss me?" "Uncle, don't be stinky." The 2 Yumu people rolled their eyes and said, "Aren't you really going to look for Big Sister Fierce? She's going in a hurry. Find her." Long Yu threw the back of the head of the 2 Yumu people with a backhand. "She is the hero of Sand Ninja Village, and her strength is much stronger than you think. If you have the heart to care about people, you might as well clean up your mood and become a pillar of strength." Having said that, Long Yu looked at Junmalu who was speechless. "Lord Long Yu, it is not far from where Yunrin village is located. As long as you cross the mountain in front, you can reach the warning zone of Yunrin village." Junmaro raised her head and said indifferently. Who was like a map of human flesh. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose helplessly and said, "Junmalu, are you 2 years old or 3 years old when you started to fight on the battlefield? You still remember these winding roads?" "Clear. Your bastard dad is really cruel. and putting you on the battlefield so early is like child abuse. A day ago, Long Yu was still in high spirits when he took over for Xiao to organize the escort mission. However, when he was on his way, he was confused when facing east, west, north and south. Especially the instant full level system, but there is no way for Long Yu to see the map experience full level. This suddenly made Long Yu complain, and in the future, he will make a high-level picture to benefit the common people. Uncle, you seem more ruthless than his father. The two Yumu people couldn't help but complain. The first time, it is inevitable to pull home. When asked about the whereabouts of the whole family, Junmalu replied directly, the whole family was just exterminated by Long Yu, which made the two Yumu people almost vomit out old blood. As a clan of lunatics, there are not a few enemies that they have provoked, and the main force is now killed by Long Yu. Once this matter spreads, the old and weak women and children left behind by the Bamboo family will also be killed by the enemy. This is no different from genocide. Don't talk, someone is coming. Long Yu raised his brows. Although he had already used the art of transformation, he had killed the third generation of Hokage not long ago. If the identity is revealed, I am afraid that he will face the pursuit of the village. Soon as the voice fell, 7 or 8 figures, like ghosts, appeared around and stopped directly in front of the three of them. Looking at the mask on that face, it was a member of the Anbu of Yunren village. Are you all Xiao? The leading Anbu member suddenly said, we are here to hand over tasks, you can just hand over people to us. It's that simple, don't ask us to have a cup of tea, admire the moon, and chat. We have been assassinated many times along the way, and we have paid a lot of price. In case I hand over people to you, on the final journey if something went wrong, we know that the organization not only doesn't get paid, but it also loses its reputation. Listening to these words, the two Yumu people also moved their steps subconsciously and came to the back of Long Yu. Let Uncle come in with me, they are not bad people. HMPH, we don't care if they are bad people or not. But are you questioning the ability of our Kirito Anbu, and this is the boundary of the Land of Thunder, so you can't allow you to point fingers at us. The leading Anbu member snorted coldly, and burst out without warning. For them, if the seal of the second and second tails is not imminent, the situation of the Third Ninja World War is unclear. There is also a restless family force lurking in the village, and the 3 generations of Hokage are still missing. Chapter 155, Captain Samui. Elder Advisor also wouldn't suggest that in order to hide the public's eyes and enhance the village's combat power, let Xiao organize the escort of the 2 wooden men back to Yunren village in advance. Although, in recent years, under the management of Nagato and others, the Akatsuki organization has absorbed many wandering ninjas. But in the eyes of big countries, ants are ants, the only difference is that they are thinner and fatter. Moreover, with the sturdy folk customs of the Kingdom of Thunder, and Yunren's irritable character, they never faced the existence of the Xiao organization from the very beginning. Right now, Long Yu actually spoke out to refute their decision. Yunren, who took the lead, was the first to lose his temper, and went straight to the 2 Yumu people to capture them. A group of frogs on the soles of the feet, hurry up and hand over the people, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. However, just as they moved, Junmalu, who had been standing by Long Yu's side, moved first. The agile figure, like a tiger and a leopard, appeared in front of Yunren Anbu 1 step ahead. The short figure passed through the protruding big hand, and a sharp bone spear, snow-white like a long spear, pierced directly towards Yunren's shoulder in a lightning-quick manner. PFF'd. Blood spurted out like a dazzling firework. Once the blow was successful, Junmalu didn't stop for a while, and the bone spurs spit out from his right hand shot out like a cannonball. The huge impact force directly nailed Yunren to the tree trunk 7 or 8 meters away. The violent scene caused the eyes of the remaining 6 Anbu ninjas to change dramatically. In their eyes, Junmalu's stature is short, obviously a child of 6 or 7 years old, and it is not enough to take them seriously. But I didn't expect it at all. As soon as the shot was shot, the leader of the Dark Army was knocked into the air and severely damaged. Feeling the bloody smell in the air, they, who were originally irritable, were about to become violent in an instant. However, a slightly immature and indifferent voice came out from under the ill-fitting auspicious cloud cloak. "Don't move, or they will all die." Voice fell, and a row of white bones, like a soil cone, spurted out of the ground without warning, and only stopped abruptly when they were an inch away from their bodies. For a time, with a radius of more than 10 meters, a huge bone cage was formed with them as the center. "Why don't you do it? You can't even compare to a kid, and you plan to send me off." Long Yu laughed dryly, looked at the rock not far away, and said, "I'm talking about something. I don't plan to come out now. Do you want to collect their corpses?" The words fell, immediately. Yun Ren's complexion changed drastically, and the leader who led the team looked at Long Yu with disbelief. The Yunren Anbu in the field was full of shock, especially the Yunren Anbu commander who was directly nailed to the tree trunk by Junmalu. When they received the task, the people above did not tell them, and they would leave behind. The Shao organization is really extraordinary. It seems that people from the outside world underestimate you. A pretty female voice came out from behind the rock with a hint of coldness. Soon, in front of everyone's eyes, a blonde girl about 16 or 17 years old came out from behind the rock. Dressed in gray combat service, tight attire. "Uncle, hurry up and look at her," the two Yumu said abruptly. This made Long Yu's face black in an instant, and flicked directly over her forehead. However, from beginning to end, Long Yu had to take into account the issue of etiquette. His eyes were still fixed on the blonde girl. As for whether she is fierce or not, Long Yu doesn't care. At least, that feeling simply can't escape the true fragrance law. If Long Yu remembers correctly, this should be Samui, the fierce young ninja elite Shang Nin who appeared in the Fourth Ninja War in the original book. Captain Samui, the leader of the Dark Army, who was nailed to the tree trunk, took the lead in calming his breath. "It's our incompetence. Not only did we fail to notice the arrival of Chong, but we also lost the face of Yunren village in public and lived up to the high hopes of Lord Raking." As he spoke, the commander of the dark unit hurriedly took Wu, without the slightest hesitation, and stabbed his throat. This scene is simply savage. In a word, he committed suicide. "Stop." Sam Yi snorted coldly, and with a flick of his right hand, Chindan flashed out of his sleeve without warning, and hit Kulu directly with the speed of his first attack. With a thud, Kunai was instantly knocked into the air and slanted on the tree trunk. Looking at this scene, Long Yu raised his brows and said with a smile, "This 1,000 books are made of materials that increase the chakra flow. It seems that you are proficient in one hand, and the powerful 1,000 needles that change the nature of thunder escape." Sure enough, people can't look at their looks, and beautiful women can't compete. Having said that, Long Yu looked at Junmalu and said, "Remove the attack." "My lord, I will go now." Junmalu replied indifferently, his hands clasped together suddenly, and the spell seal was lifted. The dense bone spears that emerged from the ground, like bamboo shoots after a rain, quickly disappeared before everyone's eyes. If not, there are still traces of mess on the ground, and they can't believe it. The dignified Anbu elite ninja was directly planted in the hands of a little kid in one face. A company. With Junmalu, he pulled out the bone spear stuck in the trunk, and blood spattered. Let the pale Anbu ninja fall to the ground. "Your Excellency Samui, you see this is a beautiful misunderstanding. We know that we are also guests when we organize. You should invite us to stay overnight, right?" Long Yu said with a light smile. Samui glanced indifferently and said, "No wonder Yumu people call you a greasy uncle, and you really owe your mouth. I'm afraid this bony little devil following you is a member of some lunatic clan. Although you already know that your organization likes to recruit some wandering ninjas, but I never thought that there would be people from the Bamboo clan under your command. Are you not afraid of letting these lunatics come to you? As for the Land of Water, the clan of lunatics who love to fight is well known in the 5 kingdoms. For many people, it is a fearful and unavoidable existence. Now Long Yu has this kind of time bomb with him, but it exceeds many people's expectations. After all, the history of the lunatic family is full of black material. Regardless of, not a good thing to bite back, or to invite a counterattack from the lunatic clan. Hee, Junmalu is a good boy, don't get me wrong. Long Yu smiled and rubbed Junmalu's head, and did not continue talking. In the huge ninja world, among the 5 major countries, the military strength index, Yunnin village still beats Konoha. Although it is not as good as in politics, wealth, etc. Especially in talent cultivation. But the overall military strength is still very good. Moreover, Long Yu was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to enter Yunnin village in vain. However, if it is too strong, it may be counterproductive. Sister Fierce, let uncle come in with me. He is good at sealing, maybe at that time, he can. The two of them begged by the wooden figures in a hurry. However, as soon as the voice fell, he saw Sam Yi stepped forward, performed a teleportation technique, came to her side, and interrupted her speech. Yu Murin, remember that there are some things you can say, and some things you can't say casually. Sam Yi looked at Long Yu indifferently and said, since the leader of the Shao organization intends to come to our Yunnin village as a guest, of course I, Sam Yi, will not issue an expulsion order casually. However, I hope you can take off your mask and verify that you are behind before you can let go. These words fell, the face of the Anbu ninja in the field couldn't help but change. But before they were identified, they were obviously very vigilant, staring straight at Long Yu. Uncle. The 2 Yuki people were anxious, but she clearly knew the identity of Uchiha Ryu. It's just that after getting along during this period of time, the 2 Yuki people did not show the ferocity and evil in the rumors. On the contrary, the 2 Yumu people felt that Long Yu still had a very good smell. Don't worry, it's normal to be vigilant. Long Yu smiled and rubbed the heads of the 2 Yumu people. Just as he was about to take off his cloak, a sound of breaking through the air came from all directions. 20 or 30 Anbu ninjas fell into the field like ghosts. At the same time, it was Yunnin village who took the lead, the elite Junin who played a lot in the original work. He is also the instructor Tutai who instructed Rabbi Riki and Reikajai of the 4th generation to practice the Thunder Plow hot knife. However, in the 3rd Ninja World War, Tutai seems to be in his early 30s. Teacher Tutai, why are you here? Samui was the first to speak. I just escorted the 4th generation out of the country, and suddenly I received a special request for support from Anbu here, so I came here with someone. Tutai looked at Long Yu and Junma Ludao. It seems that the Nosy Shao organization from Yurin village has escorted the human pillar vessel over here. What are you talking about? I have a name. My name is 2 Yumu people. The 2 Yumu people stomped on the soil platform's feet angrily. The violent scene, even this elite ninja was unable to guard against it. After screaming in pain, he almost fell to the ground. However, in the face of this little episode, not only did the atmosphere not ease, but instead made Sam Yi stare at Long Yu. The huge forest, apart from the painful cry of Tutai, the atmosphere in the field undoubtedly became a bit strange. Samui looked at Long Yu, and suddenly said, I didn't expect that there are people in the Shao organization who are not surprised. In the face of this kind of battle, there is no panic at all. Could it be that you are not afraid? Scared. But the nerves of Junmalu and the 2 Yuki people who were standing beside him were undoubtedly tense, and their little faces became a little nervous. Hee, if there is no cooperative relationship, in the face of such a lineup, of course I will run away. Long Yu smiled dryly. However, I also believe that Yunren village is not a guy who does not believe in his words, and even his cooperative partners are not spared. If it spreads out, it will also affect the 5 Shadows Conference. Don't you want to verify my identity? Don't waste your time. Long Yu smiled and opened the cloak. Chapter 156. He is not those people. Quickly revealed a chiseled cheek and said, I'm Nagato, responsible for the escort mission this time. One of the three little devils that shall organize the three team leaders. Tutai glanced at the two Yumu people, he turned back to look at Long Yu and said, I am a perceptive ninja world, you don't mind me checking it out, your chakra. These words fell, the expressions of Junmalu and the two Yumu people changed drastically. Transformation technique can change the appearance, but there is no way to change the chakra nature and aura in the body. Now Tutai suddenly staged such an episode, obviously beyond their expectations. Thinking of Long Yu's sensitive identity, the two Yumu Ren felt a little regretful and insisted on keeping Long Yu in Yunren village. Of course there's no problem. Long Yu did not refuse. It is easier said than done to infiltrate a ninja village, especially using this simple transformation technique, it is impossible to fool through. However, in order to deal with this scene in front of him, Long Yu made preparations in advance. That offends me. Hans suddenly formed a seal, and his powerful perception instantly swept across Long Yu's body. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his eyes and said. No response, he is not those people, and I had a relationship with that Nagato that day, so I remembered his breath, and it was not wrong. The strange scene made the two Yumu and Junmalu stunned. As a ninja, they clearly know that everyone's life breath is different. As a result, the properties and breath of chakra are also different. Although the transformation technique can change the appearance, the breath is difficult to replace. However, if it can achieve the kind of perverted transformation of Baiju in the original book, even the aura of his body will be copied. That's another story. Looking at Tutai nodded again and again, the indifference on Samui's face faded a little, and said, Don't mind, the Five Shadows meeting is about to be held, and Lord Raking has just left the village. It's a sensitive period for major villages to be on guard, so don't mind. By Raing's departure, which was too coincidental. However, since God arranged it this way, Long Yu was even more interested in the mysterious village of Yunren village. After all, in the original work, except for Konoha Shinobi village, which was heavily portrayed, the other villages have only a vague outline. Hee, Sam Yi, you're serious, we just take the liberty to interrupt. Long Yu said with a nonchalant smile. Samui did not continue to speak politely. Since there was no problem with the repeated confirmation on the soil platform, he turned around and led the way. The group spent more than half an hour, and finally set foot on the sealed gate of Yunnin village after passing through many dark posts and many natural dangers. This is a village built on a mountain. Because it is located in a high mountain area, although there is no accumulation of lead clouds in the sky, there is still thunder from time to time. There are also all kinds of thunder snake-like lightning splashes, and some thicker arcs of thunder or even more like a horse, and they are directly chopped from the sky. However, as soon as these thunders fell, they were quickly led away by the lightning protection equipment installed on the roofs of the buildings. Uncle, don't look at it, these are all very common things, hurry up and tell me how you did what happened just now. The two Yumu people couldn't hold back, they grabbed Long Yu's hand, and asked softly while shaking. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, and soon saw the four tails that were hidden in the cloak and quilt, transformed into a pendant, blinked his eyes, and said using consciousness voice transmission, Haha, little girl, I'm not like that stinky turtle. Will fall asleep. I am the Monkey King of the Water Curtain Cave in Wagwoshan, and I am best at the art of transformation besides melting an escape. Dead monkey, are you bragging about taking me with you? Listening to the two beasts arguing directly in his mind, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and cut off the connection directly. There are only two Yumu people, and one is giggling. During this period of time, the way the two-tailed beasts behaved completely subverted her cognition of beasts. Most importantly, Long Yu was really worried that the two Yumu people, silly and sweet, were being led astray by the two-tailed beasts. What are you laughing at, Yumu? Yi Liame frowned. The two Yumu people reacted quickly, covering their mouths and saying, No, I'm just happy to be back in the village. Looking at the two Yumu people who were shaking their heads and constantly explaining, Samui didn't go into it, but after a slight wink at Tutai, he opened his mouth and said, Nagato, you will stay here these few days, and I will bring you with me. Where you go to stay. As for Yuki, next, there are people from Anbu who will arrange accommodation for you. These words fell. Anbu, who was behind Tutai, immediately. Get out of the 4 people 4, go to the 2 Yumu people. No, I don't want to be separated from Uncle Greasy. Don't I want to stay for a few days? Let me stay with Uncle Greasy. The 2 Yumu people hid behind Long Yu at once. This scene, immediately. The 4 Anbu looked at each other in dismay. Samui also seemed very surprised. According to the personal records of the 2 Yumu people in the intelligence, she was active by nature and liked to play tricks. On Turtle Island, there is no shortage of tossing. Even Anbu, who was stationed on Turtle Island, had a headache, and he did not suffer from the suffering of the 2 Yumu people. However, now it is so dependent on an outsider. This was too surprising for Samui, and at the same time, he was even more curious about Long Yu. Regardless of, is it the establishment of the Shao organization, or is it possible to escort the 2 people, the pillars, and the utensils to the village safely with the wooden people in the many assassinations? All are enough to be amazed. The distance plan will take some time to prepare. Sammy will arrange a place for them to stay in person. Tutai suddenly opened his mouth and said, the 2 Yumu Renzuren will also be temporarily handed over to you to take care of them. I'm afraid it's a little wrong. Samui was stunned for a moment, and said in a hurry. I'm sure they won't mind. Tutai looked at Long Yu Road. Sam Yi's red lips parted slightly, unable to speak for a moment. Haha, of course I wouldn't mind if there are big beautiful women to accompany you. Long Yu smiled heartily. Yo, uncle, are you acting in your true colors, or pretend you don't mind? The kung fu that the 2 wooden figures saw and inserted needles, obviously did not less learn from the 2-tailed beasts. Long Yu flicked her forehead with his hand and said, Ghost spirit, I won't call you for dinner next time. Yes, don't call her, be less of a competitor. It hinders our decisive battle, boss, I support your famous decision. A moment ago, the 2 big-tailed beasts who were on the same line as the 2 Yumu people instantly threw away the morality. If it wasn't for his status, he would have a yawn now. No, uncle, I know wrong, you are the best uncle, the kindest, the most charming, the toughest, the most reliable, and the most secure. The 2 Yumu people shook Long Yu's hand coquettishly and said, at most, I will become a human pillar. Whoever you say you want to beat up will be beaten for you. Seeing that the 2 Yuki people, who were regarded as the heirs of the strongest tailed beast weapon of the clan, actually said such ruthless words for a meal, this subverted their cognition. Okay, don't shake it. If I shake it again, my old bones will fall apart. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. You'd better lead the way, I think they're hungry too. After hesitating for a moment, Samui nodded at the Tutai and said, then you can come with me. If you mind, I'll help you change places. The Dark Corps commander, who was originally injured by Junmaro, was the first to lose his temper. Senior Tutai, why do you want to keep these 2 Shao organization people? Our Yunrin village doesn't need to treat them so seriously. Furthermore, Mr. Raking has just left, and he has brought a lot of elite forces to the Iron Country. In the past few days, we have to prepare for the transfer of people and pillars. It may be inappropriate to let the 2 outsiders stay in the village. Bar. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the Anbu ninja present couldn't help but change. Only Tutai looked at the crowd of Anbu as usual and said, did you miss the most important point? The 2 of them are very strong, and just 1 child will defeat our Yunrin Anbu elite. Master Tutai, please forgive me. The Dark Army commander's expression changed, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The Anbu ninjas behind him also knelt down. Looking at this scene, Tutai snorted coldly. This time, things have been revealed like this. If the 4th generation of Rakage is here, you can't eat and walk around. I'm afraid I'll be thrown into the thunder hell for a good workout. Hearing the name of this thundering hell, a trace of panic flashed in the pupils of the Anbu ninjas present. Even the captain of the Dark Army was no exception. However, don't worry, Lord Rakage doesn't have time to take care of it right now. Tutai said coldly. As you all know, the power in the village is relatively weak now, although Lei Ying firmly believes that Uchiha Longyu's group of sinners will not have the courage to attack our Yunrin village. However, in order to prevent it from happening, before the Five Shadows meeting has been concluded and the fourth Rakage Lord has not returned, these two members of the Akatsuki organization who know the identity of the two wooden figures must stay in the village, in case they dare to leak the situation of Two-Tail Maoyu. We also have hostages in our hands to punish the Shao organization. A slightly long-sounding voice echoed in this rock. The Dark Corps commander's eyes lit up and he said anxiously, Lord Tutai is really thoughtful. As long as someone is held hostage in the village, the people from the Shao organization will also throw the rattle and dare not disclose the details of the task. As long as we wait for the return of Lord Lei Ying, we will after the tailed beasts are properly sealed, and then let them go. When the information leaks out, if the villages still think of other thoughts, it will be too late. Yes, it's good for you to know that. Tutai nodded in satisfaction. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw a ninja from Anbu hurried over. After whispering a few words, Tutai's face couldn't help changing, and he shouted in a hurry, You all come with me, there is an emergency. During this time, I will do my best to collect the whereabouts of Uchiha Ryu's murderers. As the order came down, Tutai took the lead and rushed towards the mountains and rocks in the distance. Chapter 157. Give you two choices. The other dozens of Anbu ninjas quickly followed. Of course, if you let them know that Uchiha Ryu, who is being pursued in the full ninja world, has been invited into the village by them, I'm afraid they don't know the expression. He brought Longyu and the others to the remote old residential area. Samui's expression changed slightly. On the wrist, the mysterious curse mark flashed a purple thunder light, and hurriedly looked at the distant mountain rock. What happened? If it's inconvenient, you can deal with it first. We'll be here waiting for you to come back. Longyu raised his brows. He just felt a huge chakra leaking out. However, this power soon disappeared without a trace. Even with Longyu and the two big-tailed beasts, there is no way to capture the exact location. After a hint of hesitation flashed on Samui's face, he grabbed the mysterious spell seal on the back of his hand and said, No need. If anything happens in Yunrin village, I believe that Teacher Tutai can also handle it. Also, this is Yunren village, what can happen? Having said this, Samyi looked at the end of the muddy road, which was a little dilapidated wooden hut and said, The front is where I live, you can follow quickly, if you mind, I will all give you another place. Longyu followed the end of the road in front of him and looked at the dilapidated houses, which really made people's eyes shine. Just now, regardless of whether it was Anbu or Tutai, the attitude towards Samui, although not very respectful, was at least respectful. It proves that Samui has a bit of status in Yunnin village. Moreover, an elite Jonin, no matter how weak his strength is, would go out to perform a few tasks, and he probably wouldn't need to live in such a dilapidated house. The house in front of him gave Longyu the feeling that it was like a refugee camp. What's the matter? This is a refugee camp. If you mind, I can help you change places. Samui was always paying attention to the changes in Longyu's demeanor, and in her eyes, it was as if she had expected all this early in the morning. Abandoning these words, he turned around and left. Mind. Longyu put his hand on Samui's shoulder genially and said, With a great beauty to accompany you, the refugee camp is also a paradise, and I like it too, but I'll talk about whether or not to change the place later. Your refugee camp seems to be something happened. Samui was startled for a while, then suddenly woke up and rushed out. Uncle, are we going to join in the fun? The two Yumu asked curiously. Of course. Longyu nodded with a smile, and as soon as he finished speaking, he performed the teleportation technique and disappeared out of thin air. who were watching this scene were stunned for a while, and then they pouted and stomped their feet and said, "Uncle, you are of the opposite sex and have no humanity. Bone devil, you too." The tender voice of complaining reverberated in the sky, and at the same time a smile appeared on the corner of Long Yu's mouth. He had already appeared outside the refugee camp. The first to catch the eye were more than a dozen people, wearing clothes similar to those of the Polonia clan, with white feather coats, and sharp horns on their foreheads. This bizarre figure and appearance made Long Yu's brows twitch involuntarily, and there was a sense of inexplicable familiarity. "Kinmu, Yinmu, you dare to come and make trouble again, are you not afraid of the 4 generations of Raikage-sama to blame?" Samui rushed to the entrance of the camp first. However, before she could get close, the 3 Yunren who were stationed in front of the gate jumped over to stop her. Leaping away, Samui was already prepared. His hands quickly flipped, forming a series of spell marks, and the moment his feet landed, crackling thunderlight splashed, turning into a frenzy to face the 3 Yunren attacked. The violent scene made the expressions of the 3 Yunren who blocked it froze, obviously not expecting that Samui would be so stubborn. After being a little absent-minded, it was too late to withdraw and retreat, and he was instantly hit by lightning. Only thing that made them fortunate was that this attack was not very powerful, it only caused their bodies to be paralyzed for a moment, and they recovered quickly. It's just that when the strong fight against each other, the outcome is just an instant, and when he reacts, Samui has already passed through their line of defense and headed straight for the gate. Seeing this, Long Yu frowned, and at the same time he couldn't help but reminded, "Be careful." Inside the Bang refugee camp, a young figure slammed through the dilapidated wooden door and flew out. Who had just approached, was stunned for a moment, or subconsciously grabbed the child. However, as soon as he got into his arms, Samui's expression changed drastically. In his arms, he raised his head suddenly, and the sharp horns on his forehead were exactly the same as Yun Nin, who was blocking the way just now. At this moment, Samui finally understood what was going on with Long Yu's reminder just now. This riding horse is a child soldier, and it's all about the pit. In a moment of daze, the child soldier in his arms suddenly spit out a kunai from the sleeve, without any fancy, and stabbed directly into Samui's throat. The violent scene made Samui nervous, and at the same time wanted to withdraw and retreat. Only then did he suddenly realize that his feet had been condensed by 2 large hands that were tightly clasped together, unable to move at all. Only thing he could do was to watch the incoming kunai, his pupils rapidly dilating. Facing death for the first time, Samyi couldn't help but close his eyes while his heart tightened. When the crisp metal collision sound came out suddenly, and there was the sound of crackling thunder arcs, echoing in the ears. The long-awaited death has not come, so Samui can't wait to open his eyes. "Hey, Wowotu is $1.44, do you want it?" Looking at Samyi and smiled genially. "I don't know what you're talking about." Samui glanced at the child soldier whose eyes were almost split, and the 3 dumbfounded guards in front of the gate. He instantly understood something and said, "However, I still want to thank you." "Is it?" Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. This is probably the generation gap in the legend. Looking down in vain, he landed in the refugee camp and said with a smile, "However, I would also like to thank these little bastards for giving me a chance to be a hero to save the beauty. If you want to repay me, you can give me the opportunity to let me take you on a date." Grumpy. Samyi was stunned for a moment, then glared at Long Yu and said, "I don't have the heart to mess with you now, and I have to save people." Rescue. Long Yu smiled playfully, and under the crackling sound of the thunderlight in his right hand, the child soldier let out a miserable cry and fainted directly on the ground. At the same time, Kanai, who was caught at random, suddenly hurled towards the refugee camp. Bang! The wooden door was directly pierced, and at the same time that Kuuyuyu was inserted into the pillar, one after another rumbling sound, like a frenzy, directly detonated. Dance of corpse bone veins early juju. Bang bang bang. One after another, like a spear, the bones went straight through the entire refugee camp. Who was hiding inside, retreated violently and scattered all around. Those cheeks that were originally gloomy were now occupied by anger. Especially watching the dilapidated refugee camp collapse, revealing a thin figure, it exudes endless murderous intent. Ha, it seems that there are quite a few guys who hide their heads and show their tails. Long Yu looked around and found that the characteristics of these people, like Yunren and the baby soldiers stationed at the gate, all had horns on their heads. If I remember correctly, this physical appearance is similar to the golden horns and silver horns of the famous rebel ninjas in Yunnan village. Samui, what are you doing? Dare to do something in the village. The boy who took the lead, with a sullen face, flashed a trace of resentment on his face, and roared sharply. Why? Long Yu stopped Sam Yi, who was about to explain, and smiled genially, because your 5 elements deserve a beating. Isn't it better than a baby soldier? If you can't compare it, then you will be wilder and take your garbage back. Fell, Long Yu grabbed the unconscious baby soldier on the ground and threw it at the horned boy. The violent scene made him obviously unable to react. If it wasn't for the boy with the silver ornament around him, if he had shot in time, he would have been directly slapped in the face. However, looking at the key link, he was stopped by this young man in auspicious cloud robes in front of him. A group of them were expelled by a young brat. This is also a child soldier, the result of the victory, under the huge gap, like an invisible slap, slapped heavily on their faces. Immediately there was a burning sensation. Sammy, he doesn't seem to be from our Yunren village. Do you dare to bring outsiders in without authorization, and do you still take action against people of the same clan? With silver horns spoke coldly. Compared with the boy with golden ornaments next to him, they are obviously two people with different extreme personalities, giving people a calm and viper-like feeling. Yinmu, who he is, it has nothing to do with you, but you attacked our refugee camp while the 4th Raikage Sama left the village. Could it be that you really didn't obey the 4th Raikage Sama's orders? In your eyes. Samui's face sank, and he shouted anxiously. Just now, Long Yu's shot was kind, and at the same time he saved her and the refugee camp. But within the same village, regardless of. No matter how much infighting occurs, it is always the same nostril. As Long Yu's identity is obviously an outsider, once the elder advisor and others are alerted, it may be detrimental to Long Yu and others. This is not what Samui wants to see. Samui, don't use the 4 generations of Raikage to oppress us. This refugee camp is full of refugees that you took in. If it wasn't for you, they have huge potential and can become a part of the village. The powerful fighting power in the future, the elders will not open their eyes and close their eyes. The grumpy Kaneki took the lead and couldn't help roaring. Now, I'll give you 2 choices. First, get out of the way. Let's kill these little bastards, and also kill this big bastard. Second, we will kill you together. The awe-inspiring voice, like thunder, could not be dissipated. Samui's face changed. She was very aware of the status of this group of people in Yunren village. Chapter 158, Grievance. Once it really starts, without the suppression of the 4th Raikage, I am afraid that the whole village will be in chaos. By that time, she was a sinner. However, as Kaneki said, the children in this refugee camp are all refugees she rescued on the battlefield. Among them, many of them have shown good ninjutsu talent after training. Regardless of, is it out of kindness, or is it really for the purpose of cultivating Yun Nin village to be the mainstay of the battle in the future? She must not let the way out. Cough, I don't think she can hand over these little brats. Why didn't we make a deal? You can try it and vent your grievances on me. Long Yu smiled warmly and walked slowly. Jin Mu was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Long Yu to come forward at all, but when he thought of the scene he encountered in the refugee camp just now, he said with a grim smile on his face. Good. Word was uttered, like thunder rolling, making Yunren who was present look overjoyed. They clearly know that their own family, the perverts of the flesh, are one-on-one, but they have a certain chance of winning. However, this thought just popped up in my mind, and the next moment I entered the scene, but it shook people's hearts. The crackling thunder light splashed down, and an illusory figure appeared on the spot without warning. That familiar genial smile was exactly the same as Long Yu, who was still stepping out by Sam Yi's side. However, the former is an afterimage, while the latter is the real Uchiha Ryu. At the moment of this lightning-like appearance, there was no trace of fancy, the right fist was entangled with thunder, and with the sound of the voice, it fell with a bang. Sorry, but I've been looking for an excuse for a long time to beat you up. Bang! With a punch, like a hidden dragon coming out of the abyss, endless thunderlight traverses out with a tenacious posture. Without any fancy, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he smashed into Jinmu's arms. Distance, Jinmu seemed to be struck by a thunderbolt, waiting to react. The body like an iron tower flew upside down like a cannonball, hitting the rocky mountain dozens of meters away. Bang! The huge impact force directly shattered the rocky mountain, and the ferocious cracks spread quickly with Jinmu's body as the center. Once again, with the roaring cracking sound, the rocky mountain of more than 10 meters suddenly disintegrated. The violent scene, the rolled up sand and dust, made Yunren who was present couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His face was unbelievable, and he just couldn't react. Hee, the shot was a little heavier, but you all heard that, but he asked me to beat him. Looked at Yinmu with a smile, and said, it's the first time I've seen such a strange person who actually likes being beaten up. This hobby is simply tisk tisk tisk. Looking at Long Yu who was chatting and laughing, Yunren, who was absent-minded at the scene, instantly reacted, and while a look of anger flashed on his face, he was stopped by Yinmu probe. Very well, Samui didn't expect that. When the fourth Raikage Lord was not there, he found a big backer to come back. It seems that you, who have never shown your ambitions, are thinking the same thing as our family. Ginki smiled and looked at Samui. Face changed suddenly, and he said anxiously, Yinmu, don't compare me with your family. I'm just trying my best to make Yunnin village strong. Simple. Yinmu laughed jokingly. If your purpose is really pure, you wouldn't collect so many wandering ninjas, and now you are colluding with outsiders to attack your fellow villagers. I will definitely go to the elders to sue you and see how you explain it. Yes, we are all witnesses, let's see how you fight with us alone. Who was guarding around, looked at Long Yu with fear, but facing Samui, he had no fear at all, and called Yinmu directly. You. Samui suddenly gasped. Seeing this crowd of people, it was impossible to refute. An inexplicable grievance was born in my heart, and it turned red. From the very beginning, she knew very well that there was a serious xenophobia in a village. Especially true of the Kagaya clan where Jinmu and Yinmu are in front of them. However, Samui would do such a thing because she was also a refugee rescued by the village. It's just that the last person who rescued her was Zuri, the 22-tailed person, so she encountered a lot of pressure from public opinion, but Samui survived well. Pity that a few years ago, the two-tailed man Zuli was in the war, because the seal was loosened and he was old, which led to the backlash of the tailed beast to death. In the end, the second and second tails were sealed by the 3 generations of Raikage who arrived in time, but Samui lost this big backer. Her status as an outsider, as well as her move to take in refugees, was suppressed by hawks. Of the Kagaya clan in front of them often attacked, if not for the 4th generation of Raikage to say a few fair words, I am afraid that they would not even have a place in the refugee camp. Oh, are you the descendant of that traitor? Long Yu suddenly gave a strange cry and said, let me think about it, they seem to be called Jinjiao Yinjiao. At that time, it seemed to be the 5 Shadows meeting held during the First Ninja World War. They seemed to have killed Raikage and even attacked the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. Now it's the 5 Shadows talks again, and you suddenly make trouble in the village. Is this a plan to imitate your ancestors, plan to rebel, or you are also incapable of beating the 5 elements? There is a kind of voice that is abused and has little hobby. Echoes of this ruin. Face changed drastically in an instant, his nerves were tense, and he stared straight at Yinmu and the others. She knew very well that the clan in front of her could be called the savages just like the Bamboo clan. Now Long Yu openly exposes the scar, and still, sprinkle salt on it. Undoubtedly, the tiger broke ground on its head, seeking its own death. However, with the passage of time, none of the Kagaya clansmen in the field were violent, their expressions turned pale, and they subconsciously looked at Yinmu beside him. The strange scene added an inexplicable depression to the atmosphere in the arena. And when he saw Yinmu, he put on a smile and said, "You are such an interesting outsider. Our family is a law-abiding existence. Now we won't hold you accountable, but next time we meet, I can't guarantee Jinmu won't kill you. His mind is a little simpler, and you take advantage of it by surprise, but his strength is in Yunrin village, but second only to Lord Rakage. I advise you to run away overnight, otherwise the next time you meet, it won't be that simple." Leaving these words, Yinmu signaled to the left and right. Yunren, after going to the ruins to pick up Jinmu, he didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. The rest of Yunren witnessed this scene and quickly followed. However, Yinmu paused for a moment when he passed by the side of the two Yumu people, took one more look, and then quickly left again. Of attitude simply gives people the feeling that there is no silver 300 tails here, and I can't wait to fly away with wings. Uncle, I haven't started watching it yet, so why is it over? The two Yumu Duzui grabbed Long Yu's arm and said with a shake, "But your punch just now really relieved your anger. That fierce young lady might fall in love with you, uncle. Don't shake it, my whole body will be shaken away by you." Long Yu broke free from the hands of the two Yumu people, flicked her forehead directly, and said, "Then are you not attracted to me?" "Bah, uncle, you are so stinky, I don't have it." The two Yugi's cheeks turned a little red all of a sudden, and after glaring at them, they quickly walked towards Samui. "Sister Big Fierce, I'll introduce you to my uncle. It looks a little greasy, but it's really reliable and has a sense of security." Samui was slightly startled, looked at the two Yumu people who looked like little devils, cheeks flushed slightly, reached out and rubbed her head. "Sister, I just want to protect them now." Speaking of this, Samyi suddenly woke up, and without having time to think about it, he hurriedly rushed into the broken refugee camp. However, as soon as he set foot in the refugee camp, he saw the center surrounded by bones, where Junmalu stood quietly, and behind him were 7 or 8 girls and teenagers covered in scars. Above the age, it is about 4 or 5 years old, and the slightly older one is also 6 or 7 years old, and there is a teenager in his early 10 years. Seeing the appearance of Samui, the 10-year-old boy at the head, with a happy expression on his face, immediately lost his strength, and the moment he lost the consciousness that he was struggling to support, he slammed heavily on the ground. Hot blood spattered, and the robes on Junmalu's body were also wet. "Brother Darui, are you all right? Sister Samui, hurry up and save Brother Darui. He was stabbed in the chest just now when he fought against that group of villains to save us." 2 5 or 6-year-old children, although they were also injured, the blood was still flowing out. However, for children who have experienced the baptism of the battlefield and survived in blood and fire, their character is obviously more tenacious. Grabbed Samui's arm and hurriedly dragged it towards Darui. "Azai, Omoi, don't worry, I'm going to ask the elders now to send the medical ninja over." Mouth was trying to persuade them to appease their emotions, but after seeing the shocking injury on Darui's body, he became not calm. In her eyes, the injuries on Darui's body were not only fatal to the chest. Many large arteries in the body were also deliberately severed. Facing the Jinmu and Yinmu brothers, he was able to survive, obviously because the two of them had the mentality of playing with each other and planned to let Darui bleed too much to death. If she didn't come back in time, I'm afraid Darui and the others would have died. However, facing this kind of injury, Samui was also panicking. Their identities are not welcome in the village at all. Moreover, the Third Ninja War has just come to an end, and many medical forces have been sent to the front line. At the same time, because of the ban on the second and second tales, the elder advisor will never give out the few remaining medical powers to outsiders. Feel the slight pulse on Darui's body and the faint breath he exhales. Samui's slender hands were trembling slightly. Chapter 159. The Rippling Feeling. In the face of people who can obviously be saved, they are helpless. That kind of sadness and helplessness, how helpless, I am afraid only Samui knows. Sister, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep for a while. Darui slightly opened his heavy eyelids and said as if in a dream. Samui's expression was stagnant, his eyes were red, his left hand covered his mouth, and he shook his head again and again. Heard about this scene a few years ago when the two Zuli died. And this feeling, but I haven't thought about it until now. Sorry I seem to hear the beauty's help, you seem to be in need. Long Yu gently grabbed Samui's trembling right hand and said, I mean medical ninja, don't think too far. The fatal injury is in the chest, the heart muscle is torn, the heart has abnormal rhythm, there are 18 wounds on the body surface, 13 of which are on the aorta. It is a miracle to not die. Long Yu squeezed Samui's hand a little, then let go. At the same time, a quick check of the injury was made. You're a medical ninja, can Darui be saved? Samui was startled. For this young man who calls himself Nagato in front of him, from being unfamiliar at the beginning, to being mysterious, until now, the feeling he has given her is unbelievable. Not only is he proficient in Lei Dan, but he also understands the most difficult medical ninjutsu to learn, which is too shocking. Medical ninjutsu, I only have time to study one or two, and to pass the time, it's just my hobby. Although there are not many people who have treated it, no one has ever died in my hands. Long Yu touched the tip of his nose and said, however, if you continue to hold my hand, I can't guarantee that he will lose too much blood and die. Yes, I'm sorry, you can let go and save people. As long as you can save Darui, I will promise you everything. Sam was in a hurry, although it was a bit like going to the doctor in a panic. But at the moment, the only one who can rely on is Long Yu. However, as soon as they let go of their hands, Samui and the others saw Long Yu move. With his right hand on his waist, the three scrolls fell into his hand and spread out flat on the ground. With the sound of a bang, the mysterious magic seal spread rapidly, occupying the entire ground in an instant. At the same time, Lien Darui's body was quickly covered. This is a medical seal. Samui was stunned. As an elite Jonin, of course she had seen the most peak medical ninjutsu in the village. If the introductory medical ninjutsu is the technique of palm immortals, then the most difficult one is the medical ninjutsu that increases the healing effect with the help of the mark of the spell. And these medical ninjas, without exception, require several or even dozens of experienced medical ninjas to perform. The shattered refugee camp, mysterious magic seals spread all around Darui. Without any pause, Long Yu cut off a small strand of hair on Darui's head with his backhand. When the hair fell on Darui's wound, Long Yu moved. Hands flew quickly, like a butterfly, a series of spells fell, and the tyrannical chakra exploded like a frenzy. The art of healing and rejuvenation. The mysterious curse marks around him seemed to come alive, and while entangling the scattered hair, they madly drilled into Darui's wound. A pale green medical ninjutsu light instantly enveloped Darui's body. That had been pierced directly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the granulation tissue was wriggling and healed quickly. The wounds that were all over his body, except for the stab wound on his chest, recovered instantly. Seeing this miraculous scene, the people present were stunned. Who is the elite of Yunnin village, knows more about what this scene means. If a team is equipped with a powerful medical ninja, in the process of performing the task, it will definitely take a few more lives. After more than 10 minutes, the light on Darui disappeared. The chest that was originally pierced, except for the leftovers, has long disappeared. This is the blood increase I prepared, you can feed him a one and that's it. Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and threw a medicine bottle to Samui. The profound arcane seals scattered on the ground also dissipated. Thank you so much. Glanced gratefully, and then quickly walked towards Darui. As the scarlet pills were put into Darui's mouth, the pale complexion that had originally appeared, gradually turned blood. Uncle, I'm hungry. Compared with Sam Izai, who was shocked by Uchiha Ryu's medical ninjutsu, the two Yuki people were more concerned about their belly. Seeing that Darui was slowing down in danger, the hand that grabbed Long Yu immediately shook. The two big-tailed beasts that transformed into ornaments also kept yawns and stared at Long Yu eagerly. Jun Malu didn't say anything, but the longing in his eyes had already betrayed the thoughts in his heart. Nagato, thank you for your help. After Samui repeatedly confirmed that Darui was okay, there was a hint of apology on his face. You are hungry all the way. However, this is only a refugee camp, except addition to some milk that was squeezed this morning. If you need rations, I am afraid you have to go through the process and report to Teacher Tutai first. Uncle, I feel that life in the future may not be easy. The two Yumu people pouted and said helplessly, why didn't I go catch some game now, so that you can show off your hands? Thinking of Long Yu's cooking skills, the two Yumu people were already at odds with the two-tailed beasts. From the very beginning, they acted as a pillar of strength for the village, and now the concept of the two Yugi people has become more simple. Motto has already become stronger for the tiger's mouth. You girl is just greedy. Long Yu raised his hand and flicked the foreheads of the two Yumu people. Looking at the shabby and flimsy kids, his brows couldn't help frowning, and various dishes that could be used flashed in his mind. Yunnin village is located in the northeast corner of the ninja world. The climate is cold, and the wind is blowing from time to time. Looking at those little kids who are a little thinly dressed, with their snot hanging, Long Yu's mind finally freezes in a special style. On the desserts. Always eating the staple food, although it has a great impact on the taste buds, but in the case of such a large climate change, other things are needed to adjust. Moreover, this dessert can be used with buffalo milk. During the battle just now, Long Yu also found that there are many useful main materials on the roadside Noda. Nagato, you help me take care of them, I'll go buy something for you to eat. The shriveled purse by his waist. As a Jonin, you can get rewards through tasks, but if you have to take care of 7 or 8 children at the same time, that's a lot of expenses. Is still a period of war and chaos, and there are even fewer tasks that can be undertaken, and it is already very good that you have not been starved to death. Leave your few copper plates to them. Buffalo milk is enough. Long Yu grabbed Samui's hand and said with a smile. I really don't need it. Samui was stunned, his cheeks flushed slightly, and he said stubbornly, You don't need to worry, I still have some private money. Forget it, for that little money, you keep it for marriage, send me the buffalo milk, and pick a few little kids for me. I found something nice in the wild over there. Eyes helplessly, raised his hand and flicked Samui's forehead. The sudden action made Samyi startled, covering his forehead and staring blankly at the back of Long Yu, who turned away. Long time, she has been excluded because she is a disciple of the two-tailed people Zuli, and she is a refugee. Later, because of the improvement of his strength, he was respected by others, but he gradually developed a cold and arrogant that was like 1,000 miles of rejection. Regardless of. In the face of the village, no one dared to flick her forehead, including Reikage and Rabbi Yatai Renju. No one dared to hit her forehead like this. Now, Long Yu's sudden action caused her heart to have a feeling of inexplicable rippling. I wrote it down, this is the expression of spring heart rippling. The two Yumu men snickered uncontrollably. Samui woke up in a hurry, her cheeks flushed and said, You bastard girl, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't know what spring heart rippling is, don't talk nonsense. Don't you know? The two Yumu people smiled slyly, took out a mirror, and gestured, You can see for yourself. Looking at the two ghostly-like Yuki people, Samyi glared at them and fled. However, she was still a little unsure about Long Yu, who was full of confidence and planned to show off her cooking skills. If it really doesn't work, she would rather borrow more money than treat Long Yu's life-saving grace. At least let him not hate this place and stay here for a few more days. Ah, what am I thinking? Sam Yi couldn't help covering his hot cheeks, feeling the thieves' gazes of the two wooden figurines, and quickly turned around and walked towards the dilapidated warehouse behind. Accompanied by Long Yu and others moving, the Kagaya clan who left the refugee camp also returned to the desolate station located in Yunrin village, a little remote and close to the high mountain area. Since the rebellion of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn troops, the Kagaya clan, known as the strongest clan in Yunnan village in the past, has also been gradually excluded and ended up in the situation of the Uchiha clan. However, unlike the Uchiha clan, this clan has always been violent in character and has a special physique. Also likes to perform more difficult and dangerous tasks in the village, so his identity in Yunrin village is a bit sensitive, but his status is still not low. Yinmu, you are finally back. How is the plan going? Just as Yinmu led the large group of troops to set foot in front of the gate of the station, he saw an old man with a withered body and cheeks like bark. With the help of 3 guards, he walked out slowly. Elder, why did you come out yourself? Yinmu's expression was stagnant, and he said in a hurry, this time our test was hindered by a person from the outer village, and even Jinmu was knocked unconscious when he was caught off guard. In front of him was the most senior in their clan, and there were rumors that he was the younger brother of Jin Zhao and Yin Zhao. However, compared to the sturdy physiques of the two, the wooden corner in front of him, the elder, has a developed mind, and his body is not outstanding among the clan. Chapter 160, People from the Outer Village. He was excluded from the Battle of the Betrayal that day. At the same time, he learned that the brothers Jinzhao and Yinzhao led a large army and fell into the hands of Senju Tobarama. He immediately expressed the attitude of the family, and at the same time took away the precious tailed beasts in the family. Only after the sealing technique was turned in, did he get the opportunity to continue to stay in the village. It can be said that their Kagaya clan can continue to exist in the ninja world. Mu Zhao, this think tank is essential. People from the outer village. Mu Zhao, the elder raised his brows and said solemnly, tell me everything, and don't leave any link behind. Yinmu was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he saw this wooden horn. Elder, with such a solemn expression, he didn't hide it, so he quickly told everything about it. After a long time, Mu Zhao, the elder's brows, wrinkled even more tightly, glanced at Jinmu, who was gradually awakening, and was about to burst into a violent attack, and shouted in a deep voice, okay, don't be crazy here, what kind of person is it? Identity, I have already guessed. Elder, you know the origin of that person. Jinmu rubbed his stuffy chest, and his face was angry, but he didn't dare to make trouble in front of the old man in front of him. He is in charge of many secrets of the family. In the Third Ninja World War, after the disappearance of the 3 generations of Reikage, our family was rarely sent to the battlefield, and at the same time was strictly monitored, but the characteristics of the red auspicious cloud and the black cloak reminded me of the Rain Ninja village in recent years. The Rising Shao organization, I heard that it is also led by 3 little devils, saying that it advocates peace. This is a joke in front of a big country. Mu Zhao, the elder sneered at the end. Not long ago, I bought a group of people to monitor Turtle Island. I thought that the 4th generation guy would be able to hold his breath, but I never thought that he would let someone from Shao organize to escort people in private. Go back to the village and use this to hide people's eyes and ears. Wooden corner. Elder, you mean, we can go to the last ring? Jin Mu was stunned at first, and then became ecstatic. For their grumpy family, this moment they have been waiting for a long time. HMPH, the timing is very coincidental this time. We really have to investigate it. We would like to thank you, Konoha Betrayal Uchiha Ryu, who suddenly appeared in the ninja world recently, although you have just learned that trick. But this opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I miss it, I'm afraid I don't know when it will come. Wooden horn. There was also a hint of joy on the elder's dry bark-like cheek. The cane in his hand, he stomped the ground heavily and said, the ambitions of the eldest brother and the second brother that day were finally realized in my lifetime. Give me an order, and all the fighting forces in the clan are always ready and waiting for my order. I know Mu Jiao, elder. Jinmu and Yinmu responded in unison. The most powerful being among the younger generation of the clan, and the two with the appearance of the golden horn and the silver horn, they have been waiting for this moment for too long. If it wasn't for the smooth progress of the plan, they would be eager to fly and make a scene now. Okay, don't be too happy. Now that the refugee camp has been destroyed, let's see the response from Tutai first. During this time, you must not go to trouble with the people of the Shao organization, as long as our plan is successful, not to mention a broken organization, even a big country, is vulnerable in front of us. Wooden horn, the elder warned again in a deep voice. Mu Jiao, elder, don't worry, we have waited for so long, and of course we won't let the plan fall short. But if he dares to hinder our plan, I will tear him up directly and let him understand the horror of our family. Kaneki said grimly. I remembered, in front of everyone's eyes, I was punched by Long Yu. Not only my cheeks were hot, but my chest was also tingling. HMPH, that would be the best. If anyone dares to make a mistake at such a juncture and ruin my final plan, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mu Jiao. The elder looked around coldly, and after leaving these words, he turned around and left. Watching the old figure leave, Jinmu and Yinmu looked at each other and turned to execute the order. Before the final planning time comes, they still need to consolidate the killer to be foolproof. Along with the Wei Yi clan's eagerness to move, an inexplicable depressing atmosphere was also shrouded in Yun Ren's village. Many of the Anbu hiding around the village, and even the Anbu near the refugee camp, have also been recruited for the most part. For all this, Long Yu saw it in his eyes and didn't care at all. He doesn't like trouble, but that doesn't mean he's afraid of trouble. If trouble must come to the door, Long Yu will not fight it back. Nagato, I've already brought what you need, but I'm worried that you won't be used to the taste, so let me buy some specialty products. Samui came back with 2 big buckets of buffalo milk. Because Karui and others are still young and their bodies are in urgent need of nutritional development, Samui purchased 3 cows to raise them a few years ago. Although, the taste of this milk is a bit irritating, but for refugees such as Karui, it can fill up. The belly is already good. But compared to Karui and the others, Long Yu and his party were not only guests, but also their savior. The thought of entertaining benefactors with such inferior things made Samui feel a little sorry. You girl, just worrying about it, help me get the wild ginger over there. Long Yu directly reached out and flicked Samui's forehead. This kind of action caught her off guard and at the same time, she could only helplessly glare at Long Yu, and quickly went to perform the task. This short half hour, Samui didn't know how many times Long Yu had flicked his forehead. However, compared to the shyness at the beginning, there is an inexplicable warmth in my heart now. It felt as if a layer of diaphragm between the two was gently broken by this finger. Looking at the dragon feather in front of him, who was not at all pretentious, and did not look at Karui and others with tinted glasses. The powerful strength, the character of protecting shortness, and the superb medical ninjutsu made Samui's mind flash a sales word from the mouth of the 2 Yuki. Big sister fierce, are you obsessed with the greasy uncle? He feels very secure, and he is very good at cooking. The 2 Yumu people didn't know when they came together. He kept winking and said, why didn't you marry the greasy uncle, elder sister, and let him stay in the village? I don't want to leave with the uncle. Said this, a trace of loss flashed on the faces of the 2 Yumu people. Compared with Samui, she is very clear about Long Yu's identity, but after this period of time, the 2 Yumu people are more aware of Long Yu's character. Compared with the ruthless and vicious people rumored in the ninja world, it is completely the opposite. You asked me to keep him. Samui blushed, reached out and rubbed the heads of the 2 Yumu people. You ghost, don't talk nonsense. I will find a way to let the 4th Raikage try to keep him. After all, his own strength and medical ninjutsu are very strong, if he is willing to join our ninja village, maybe the fourth Hokage will agree. No, Uncle won't agree. The two Yumu people shook their heads stubbornly with red eyes and said, Uncle will leave the village soon, and I believe that Uncle is a good man. Abandoning these inexplicable words, the two Yumujin walked towards Long Yu with milk, leaving Samui with a stunned face. Is she saying that the fourth Hokage-sama won't agree, or that I'm not attractive enough to keep him? Samyi glanced at Long Yu's busy figure, then blushed and suddenly recovered, saying, Bah, what am I thinking about? Samui, your life belongs to Yunnin village, you can't think about anything, quickly restore your usual calm, as a ninja, only by removing the emotional color can you be stronger. While speaking to himself, Samui patted his cheek lightly with both hands. However, before she could regain her senses, she saw Long Yu move. The sealed scroll that was opened casually, scattered inside, and all the kitchen utensils, made her unable to resist. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Long Yu used his powerful fighting methods and medical ninjutsu to go for this complete kitchen utensils. Samui really misunderstands that Long Yu is a chef. The art of fire escapes the palm of your hand. Long Yu put the huge iron pot on the fire, and under the seal with one hand, the flames converted into chakra burst out in an instant. The prepared milk was poured directly into the pot, and then covered with an iron cover by Long Yu. At the same time, in another iron pot, Long Yu picked an appropriate amount of wild ginger with his backhand and put it into a large pot. The thunder light in the right hand wrapped around the chakra knife, turning it into a vertical and horizontal thunderbolt, cutting the plump and juicy wild ginger directly into small pieces. When Zira's thunder light dissipated, Long Yu put chakra on the ground with his backhand, and his right hand chakra gathered crazily, instantly turning into a small spiral pill. If Minato Fung Minato in the original novel knew that this spiral pill had actually become a blender and a juicer in Long Yu's hands, I'm afraid he wouldn't know what his expression would be. It seems that the form of chakra has changed. With only compression and the manipulation of chakra, the difficulty of ninjutsu has reached at least, and if he can display other ninjutsu at will, if he is in the village, he can definitely become an elite jonin. Samyi couldn't help but startled, wondering why Long Yu was performing such a complex ninjutsu, but the sight of her eyes almost split her eyes. As the high-speed rotating spiral pills were condensed, Long Yu pressed down directly into the wild ginger in the basin. Rolling and frantic stirring, the ginger juice was backlogged like a frenzy, giving the air a fresh and spicy taste from ginger. Uncle, the milk is starting to boil. The two Yumu people also looked around curiously. For her, since the first time she saw Long Yu's cooking skills, the cooking process was like a magic trick. Hokage Starting from the Instant Full Level, Chapter 161-180. Chapter 161, Milk. Give me some sugar. Long Yu looked back at the milk with white smoke, and asked the two Yumu people to pour all the sugar that had already been prepared into the milk. Yunrin village is located in the cold and high mountains. In addition to Samui's sensitive period, Karui and others have also been invaded by wind and cold. Although it can be adjusted with medicine, the best bitter medicine is also poisonous. Moreover, now that they can still source materials on the spot, Long Yu thought of this flavor, the Zhangzhuang milk with the characteristics of Guangfu. Practice is simple, and it also has the functions of dispelling cold and promoting blood, nourishing beauty, relieving cough and sleeping. For women in special times, it has an unexpected effect. Uncle, I have already stirred it. The two Yumu people wrinkled their noses and said, however, Uncle, although you have processed it, there is still a little bit of stinky smell in it. Besides, there's nothing special about drinking milk, right? Regarding the question of the two Yuki people, Samui, who was curious, also brought Karui and the others over. However, the two-tailed beasts that became ornaments hanging around Long Yu's neck, if it wasn't for their status, I would like to slap the mouths of the two Yumu people now. In their eyes, the delicacies made by Long Yu can never be measured by common sense, let alone question their rice masters. Hee, this milk seems to be very common, but this is the key. Bring me those wild red beans that were boiled just now. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, wait a while, you don't rush to eat, I'll write you a service letter. Is it? The two Yumu people wrinkled their noses and said, Uncle, if it's really as magical as you said, I won't call you Greasy Uncle in the future, and I'll find a salesman for you, so that you can end your singleness early. Looking at the two Yumu people who looked like ghosts, Long Yu reluctantly took the red beans in the pot and scattered them evenly into the ginger juice. Without any pause, he grabbed the edge of the hot pot with one hand and poured the hot milk directly into the ginger juice and red beans under the shocked gaze of everyone. Make this Cantonese specialty dessert well. The most important thing is to grasp the temperature of the milk, the concentration of the ginger juice, and the baking time. Is a little error in these three links, then the taste of Zhangzhuang milk is not honest enough. Ginger juice is too strong and the milk taste is not enough, so it cannot be served on the table. Along with the hot milk, it fell into the large basin, and was mixed with ginger juice and red beans. A peculiar smell of ginger milk and milk rushed towards the face, just as the two Yumu people and others took a deep breath greedily. Long Yu closed the lid neatly. Seeing this scene, the two Yumu people and others were suddenly unhappy. Uncle, are you mad at me? Didn't I just question you? Uncle, why did you cover it up? Are you angry? The two Yumu people looked at the cauldron eagerly, and the scent that filled her nostrils made her turn on the swing mode again. The two-tailed beasts hanging on Long Yu's body even stared wide-eyed and yawned, and even Long Yu's clothes were directly wet. Samui and the others on the side did not ask any further questions, but their faces were full of urgency. Don't shake it, I'm not the same as your stingy bag. Long Yu raised his hand and flicked the foreheads of the two Yuki people, looked at the steaming cauldron, and said, it will take about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, boss, hurry up and find a place to let us out. The voices of the two-tailed beasts sounded in Long Yu's mind, and the words were full of urgency. In their eyes, the diameter of this cauldron is 70 or 80 centimeters, but compared with their huge body, it is still far from the difference. If it is restored to its original shape, it will be stuck in the gap between the teeth. As soon as I saw 7 or 8 here, a little brat, and 2 Lolita heads coveted by the wooden man, the two big-tailed beasts became not calm. This is Yun Ren village. There are 2 big-tailed beasts. If you cancel the transformation technique, you will reduce your size, but I am afraid you will be recognized. Long Yu raised his brows and said, why didn't you just bear with me? I'll make it for you next time. Can't. The two-tailed beasts shouted in unison. The next moment, the suggestion given, Shun Long Yu was stunned. Boss, we can become Erha. The monkey's transformation technique is definitely the best existence in the ninja world. Sanwei was the first to speak. Four Tails on the side also nodded in agreement. You hurry up and let us out. That girl can't believe it. If it's too late, I'm afraid I can only lick the pot. These words fell, and the eyes of the two-tailed beasts became hot. Staring straight at the steaming heat of the cauldron, they completely turned the ferocious tailed beast into Erha's life. Boss, don't hesitate. Sanwei hurriedly urged. There are still 6 minutes, if you delay any longer, you will miss the time. Boss, if you don't let us out, you're going to run wild. At the corner of his mouth and echoed it. Looking at the two big-tailed beasts, Long Yu helplessly rolled his eyes and said, Jun Ma Lu, go and summon the ninja dogs. They have worked hard on the way. Ninja dog was startled for a moment. In her eyes, Uchiha Ryu has such a powerful strength, so he should sign a powerful contract beast. Although ninja dogs are loyal to human beings, their biggest role on the battlefield is to assist, track, and actually fight, but it will be very small. However, after thinking about it, Samui quickly relaxed. Most of the powerful contract beasts are inherited from the family. A small part of it is the directional contract scroll provided in the village for selection. In the end, it relies on personal encounters to gain the favor of the contracted beast. Among them, the inheritance of Miaomu Mountain in the original work is obtained by accident, and no matter what happens later. Namikaze Minato, or Naruto, even Sarutobi Konohamaru, can summon toads because it is passed down from generation to generation. If it is a slug, contracted beasts such as ape demons, etc. It is a family inheritance type. In Samui's eyes, Long Yu is just the small leader of the wandering ninja of Xiao's organization, and it is not bad to be able to reach this step by his own strength alone. If you still want to have the kind of Sanshoyu Hanzo, contract beast, then Yurin village has already changed. Ninja dog. Lu was stunned, looking at the two-tailed beasts that Long Yu handed over and transformed into ornaments. The cheek muscles were twitching. However, that fiery gaze made Jun Malu hurriedly summon the ninja dog. In case of delay, let the two-tailed beasts remember, it is not a joke. Uncle, can't you just let me have it alone? The two wooden figures pouted and complained. She had seen with her own eyes the pattern of the two-tailed beasts hanging open. Now this cauldron is not big anymore. If the two big-tailed beasts are allowed to open in 3 or 5, it will be a nightmare. However, before Long Yu could speak, a figure descended from the sky and landed not far from Samui. Teacher Tutai. Samui was stunned for a moment, her red lips parted slightly, and she stopped talking. Tutai waved his hand, frowned and looked around, and when he saw the broken refugee camp, his brows furrowed even tighter, and said, I got a report just now that Jinmu and Yinmu came here to make trouble. It seems that you didn't. Big trouble. Speaking of which, Tutai looked at the cauldron that Long Yu was holding, and there was a large basin several circles larger than the wash basin. Under the steaming water, it seemed like a good day. Teacher Tutai, there was indeed a little conflict just now. Sam explained eagerly. However, he was quickly interrupted by Tutai again. It's good to have nothing to do. Try to avoid conflict with their clan during this time. If there is anything, please wait for the 4th generation Raikage to come back and deal with it. Also, the two Yumu people are different from their identities. If you are hungry, you can apply for some food. Although the war control is stricter, I will open my eyes and close my eyes during this time. In Tutai's eyes, most of the refugee camps are wild vegetables, milk, and miscellaneous grains. If Long Yu was an outsider, he would be too lazy to care. But the two Yumu people are the containers with the highest compatibility between the two-tailed people this time. In case she really becomes a person Zuli and feels wronged by the village, it will not be easy to increase her sense of belonging to the village in the future. This may not be worth the loss. Therefore, at this juncture, it is also the best investment to give strength to people in the future and sell some favors. Humph, ignorant. The two Yumu people glared disdainfully, and said, how can a common man like you figure out your uncle's cooking skills? Wait a while, don't be greedy. Ghost spirit, don't be rude. Long Yu patted the heads of the two Yumu people and said, it's also a guest when you walk through the door. Although it's just a small dessert, it's not a big deal, but Senior Tutai, if you don't mind, you can try it. It's almost time now, you can open the lid. As Long Yu spoke, he lifted the lid of the pot with his backhand. The steaming water rose to the sky, and the ginger juice and milk fragrance scattered with the wind rolled back the whole world, filling the nasal cavity even more. The special and unfamiliar fragrance made everyone in the field couldn't help but take a deep breath. Which had a face of resistance, involuntarily took a swipe. Looking at the cauldron, the white flowers were mixed with red beans and ginger residue, and the ginger bumped into milk. A kind of feeling, inexplicable joy. At the same time, there is a feeling of increased appetite. What is Dongdong Longyu, who ignores other people's eyes, directly takes out a small bowl, smashes red beans and ginger into milk, and fills a bowl, handed it to Tutai and said, try it, it's not poisonous. Uncle, give it to me quickly, or I won't have a chance when those two guys come back. The two Yumu people came back to their senses, and immediately became anxious. In the face of this unusually strange food, the opportunity to sneak up and start stealing food is very rare. Of the two big-tailed beasts, the two Yumu people didn't care about waiting for Long Yu's approval. They hurriedly grabbed the spoons and rushed over. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, took an extra bowl, and handed it to the hesitant Samui, saying, "It's not good for you to suffer from the cold in this special period. This thing can ward off cold and warm your stomach. You can taste it." Chapter 162. I want to become stronger. You, how do you know? Samui's cheeks were slightly red, and she was instantly stunned. For girls, this is a secret. If it wasn't for the attention of others, Zhang Zhangnai would have been attracted. She could not wait to find a hole to get into. Subconsciously took the handed Zhangchang milk, watching the trembling vibrate, exuding an alluring ginger juice and milky smell, making Samui gulped his saliva uncontrollably. "Boss, you don't even wait, us." Two shrill roars could be heard in the distance. Soon Samui saw two ninja dogs with extreme speeds like afterimages, instantly spanning a distance of tens of meters and appearing before Zhang bumped into the milk. Looking at the two Yumu people, covering their cheeks with intoxicated expressions, Samui couldn't help but smash the red bean ginger on the spoon into the milk and put it in his mouth. At the moment of entry, the spicy ginger juice is accompanied by the taste of milk. The tender and smooth taste, as well as the glutinous and powdery feeling of red beans, made Samui's eyes widen. The moment he swallowed and fell into his stomach, Samui's delicate body couldn't help twitching. In that instant, she felt a warmth that swept her whole body in her stomach. Originally in Yunnin village, that kind of was annoying. The wind chill was gone. This kind of comfortable feeling in the whole body seems to be touched by a high-level clamping at that moment. Let Samui finish a mouthful, and can't help sending another mouthful. Once this rhythm is opened, the whole person is like a demon, when the red bean ginger in the bowl is swept away by the milk. The next moment, Samui looked around the big pot that had already been scrambling into a ball. His eyes lit up, exuding wildness, and jumped up directly. Seeing this unusually lively scene, Tutai, who was still hesitant at first, couldn't hold back even more. In his eyes, as an elite ninja with a pivotal position in Yunnin village, he would never eat this kind of thing with lowly refugees. However, curiosity can kill the cat. If it's a person's behavior, maybe Tutai will ignore it, but it seems that even Samui has left his usual modesty behind. Tutai couldn't hold back his breath. Looking at the spoon, it was swaying, exuding an unusually attractive fragrance. Tutai couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and hesitantly sent it to his mouth. Mouth and close your mouth. The smooth ginger smashes into the milk, with a spicy taste and a faint milky taste. It is mixed with the fragrant glutinous rice of red beans, and with a grunt, it slides directly into the mouth. That swept through his stomach gave him a warm feeling from the inside out to the cold hands and feet he had just recovered from soaking in the water. The strange feeling caused Tutai's eyes to stare, and at the same time, he hurriedly slammed the red bean ginger into the milk and sent it to his mouth. 1 mouthful, 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls, 4 mouthfuls. A bowl the size of a fist made Tutai gobble up, and in just a short moment, it was completely wiped out. Thinking of the big pot full of red beans and ginger slamming into milk, Tutai also had the cheeks and said anxiously, "Can you give me another bowl?" "Can't." Long Yu's voice sounded. Who had just summoned up his courage and had the cheek to ask for it, lost his face. However, when I saw it clearly, the figure that almost dug through, while holding the belly lying on the ground, was stunned. Hiccup. I ate 18 bowls, and this time won. The two Yumu people picked their teeth and whitened two erhas who were lying on their bodies, and said proudly. Cut. I ate 20 bowls. I have 22 bowls. Three Tails and Four Tails hurriedly fought back, and there must be a bottom line, and being a tailed beast is no exception. At least, stick to the threshold of this foodie, even bragging is not blushing, not breathing. I also ate 7 bowls. Sam blushed slightly, feeling the swollen leather, and couldn't help loosening the waistband of his trousers, but his unfinished expression hung on his heart. As for Karui and other little farts, Although the fighting strength was not as good as them, but he also ate 3 or 4 bowls, the whole body felt warm, and even the little cheeks were a little more rosy. Looking at the soil platform in this scene, the muscles of the cheeks twitched uncontrollably. The taste of the fragrant teeth and cheeks, which he has not tasted carefully, but now tells him that it will end before it begins. This feeling is too uncomfortable to ride a horse. When he thought of the bitter fruit he got by pretending to be forced at first, he wanted to slap himself. Nagato, don't you still have a bowl in your hand? Can you give it to me? Tutai's eyes lit up involuntarily, and he said cheekily. At this moment, he couldn't care too much, and in order to find out the taste of this thing, he had already poured out his face. I'm sorry, this is for the wounded. Long Yu glanced at the shattered refugee camp with a smile, and said, however, I will continue to work on it tomorrow, and you can come here according to the time. Smelly old man, you have tasted the power of my uncle. This taste is unforgettable in a lifetime. Please be early tomorrow. The 2 Yumu people glanced frivolously. This brought Tutai to an end. Long Yu didn't think too much of it either, grabbed the red bean and ginger into the milk, and walked straight to Darui. Are you awake? Long Yu glanced at him, and Darui, who was still pretending to be asleep, said, I hate myself for being too weak, or I am too hungry to open my eyes. If you want to become stronger, I may be able to help you. You can help me. Darui suddenly opened his eyes. To be said that under the technique of rejuvenation and blood-enhancing pills, Darui's own physique was also abnormal, and he recovered 7 to 88 in just half a day. Whose face was still a little pale, Long Yu handed over the red bean ginger and milk in his hand, and said, eat it, if you feel that your strength has recovered, I should be able to make you qualified to become a shadow. Darui is confused about his qualifications to become a shadow. In his eyes, this is an unattainable goal. Even the eldest sister, Samui, who has been guarding them, didn't have the confidence to say such a thing. In front of him gave him this kind of promise, and the gap was a bit big. Are you kidding? Darui couldn't hold his breath. The oppression he has encountered in the past few years is vivid in his mind. Especially when the second and second tails Zuli and the third Raikage passed away, and the fourth Raikage was not in the village, some hawkish clans attacked them even more. If it wasn't for Sam Yi's support, I'm afraid they would have starved to death. It is because of this kindness that Darui did everything he could to deal with the golden wood and the silver wood just now. I thought I would end up with a certain death, but I never thought that I would be saved by the person in front of me. I'm joking, just try it and you'll know. Long Yu said with a dry smile, but if you don't try, you may be a weak person who needs protection for the rest of your life. Weak. Darui was stunned for a moment, and then a flash of determination flashed on his face, saying, I want to become stronger, strong enough to protect anyone. Determination is good, courage is good, but my belly is not up to my expectations. Hurry up and finish it, recover, and I'll tell you how to become stronger. Long Yu glanced at it with a smile. Darui still had a thunderous belly, and handed the red bean ginger to the milk. Looking at this strange food, Darui was stunned at first, and the moment he entered, his pupils couldn't help but dilate. The next moment, the gobbling mode was directly turned on. When I ate it upside down, I found out that I didn't have to refill it, and I got an early reply tomorrow. However, it was precisely because he had tried this different kind of food that Darui had an inexplicable expectation in his heart for the strength of Long Yu's mouth. Senior Tutai, something is bad. A Yunrin Anbu quickly swept up in the distance, landing on the side of the soil platform after several ups and downs. Looking at the sudden appearance of Anbu, Tutai's face changed drastically. He grabbed his shoulder and said, what happened? Yunren's Anbu looked around nervously, lowered his voice and whispered in Tutai's ear. Few seconds, Tutai's complexion changed one after another, and the process was comparable to that of Sichuan opera. Blue-faced Tutai at the end, Samui also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly asked, Teacher Tutai, if there is an emergency, I can go to support. The Nagato of Akatsuki's organization is also proficient in the art of sealing. Samui, don't talk nonsense. Tutai looked back at Long Yu and said, it's just a small change on the battlefield, it's not necessary at all, the technique of sealing. However, for safety's sake, bring 2 Yumu people with me to meet the elders. This is an order from above, and no one can refuse. Having said that, Tutai looked at the 2 Yuki people with a reluctant expression. However, the 2 Yumu people also knew the importance of obeying orders, and they were reluctant in their hearts, but after taking a look at Long Yu, they obediently agreed. Tutai breathed a sigh of relief and said, Xiao's Nagato, you will rest here first, and after they meet the elders, they will come back to meet you, and then I will arrange a new residence for you. However, during this time, I hope you don't leave here casually. Tutai's seemingly kind reminder. Long Yu gave a dry smile and said, Senior Tutai, don't worry, we've been hurrying all this time, we're all tired, if there is anything you need to do first, and I believe in Yunren village, there is nothing that you can't solve. Tutai frowned and glanced at Long Yu, with a feeling in his heart. I can't tell you a strange feeling, but now the situation is critical, and without thinking about it, he nodded and quickly got out and left. Nagato, please take care of them. After Samui showed grateful eyes, he followed quickly with the 2 Yuki figurines. For a time, in the huge refugee area, only the 2 big-tailed beasts who had entered a dozing state, and a group of worried little brats were left. Okay, you've recovered well, and we're going to. Long Yu patted the dust on his body. Chapter 163, Black Tower. Darui was stunned at first, and said anxiously, Teacher, didn't you promise not to walk around casually? Besides, Miss Samui is not here, so I have to stay here to protect them. For a refugee like Darui, he would have bowed his head in Yunnan village. So in the face of such an order, it will never resist. Do you want to be strong, or do you want to see Samui die soon? Long Yu slapped Darui directly on the back of the head with his backhand, and said, also, compared with my little brat, who is stronger, don't you have any shit in your heart? I just kept saying that I want to become a Hokage and become stronger, but now I'm afraid. Looking at the cursing Long Yu, Darui suddenly stopped. Junmalu, who broke in, displayed a powerful strength far beyond his understanding. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that a child younger than him would possess such terrifying strength. And the person in front of him, who can control this kind of terrifying person, is the strength even more unfathomable. However, in Darui's mind, the most concern is Samui's safety. Teacher, you said that big sister Samui will face a life and death crisis, but this is Yunren village. Darui couldn't help but ask. However, Long Yu was soon summoned again. He rolled his eyes and said angrily, I repeat again, didn't you see that Tutai even took away the 2 by the wooden man? Zuli, this means that the 2 tails are at any time. Will run wild. Once the tailed beast runs wild, without breakage, who can carry it? Can your eldest sister's body be able to do it? Don't ask me if I can suppress the tailed beast, I will definitely be able to. The tailed beast riot. Darui's expression changed slightly. He stayed in the Yunren village for several years, and saw the tailed beast riot with his own eyes, and clearly understood the power of it. However, he did not expect that Long Yu would directly return his doubts to his stomach. Originally I wanted to keep asking, but remembering Long Yu's warning, I gritted my teeth and said, Teacher, I want to become stronger, I want to become stronger faster, and I want to be strong enough to protect them all. It's a good momentum, but I hope you will be able to say such things to the tailed beast and me in the future. Long Yu patted Darui's shoulder with a dry smile, and said, Take me to the Black Thunder Inheritance Hall. Darui's expression changed dramatically in an instant. He is no stranger to this name. No, it should be said that as long as you are in Yunnin village, as long as you are ninjas who practice Thunderdun ninjutsu, they all know exactly what this place is. Cloud Ninja Village is best at swordsmanship and thunderbolt, which are the characteristics of most ninjas. But to really investigate it, in Yun Nin Village, Lei-dun ninjutsu has to compete for superiority. The only one who can be king is the Black Spot Thunder, which is only owned by the 3 generations of Reikage. The only way to wait for this special thunderbolt power is through the Black Thunder Inheritance Hall. Of Heilei inheritance enjoys a special status in Yunren Village. Always been regarded as one of the important symbols of Reikage's successor due to its powerful destructive power that is said to surpass the ordinary Reikage. However, since the fall of the 2nd generation Reikage, this Black Thunder has been lacking a successor. The strict selection of qualifications undoubtedly discouraged many younger generations. However, there is still no shortage of people who go to try and get lucky every day. The huge black iron tower was 30 meters high, and it was covered with mysterious spells. From time to time, thunder and lightning fell from the sky, smashing at the tip of the tower, making a deafening roar. 2 Anbuyun shinobi, stationed at the gate entrance. When I looked around, I seemed to be interested. However, in their eyes, let's not talk about the place where the Black Tower is inherited, in the village of Ninja. Just because of the harshness of the Black Thunder inheritance, no one would bother to come here to try their luck. As for Yunren Village, the place of inheritance, it was originally released to all Yunren, so no one would be able to commit it and go to the Black Tower. Mu Zhao, Elder, why are you here? Who were originally lazy, were stunned for a while, and when they saw the old man appearing in front of the gate, they showed suspicious expressions. In their eyes, Mu Zhao, as the elder of the Kagaya clan, he has seldom been in the sight of outsiders since he is getting old. The Anbu ninja who was specially instructed to monitor it would recognize the origin of this old man at a glance. Haha, this Black Thunder Inheritance Tower has always been released to the outside world. You won't stop and welcome this old man's arrival, right? Mu Zhao, he laughed dryly, and said, It's the 4th Reikage who gave orders to be hostile to our clan. The 2 Yunren Anbu suddenly changed. Regarding the existence of the Kagaya clan, the fierce behavior, and the rebellion of the Golden and Silver Horns in the past, there is indeed an objection in Yunren. However, as a big family in Yun Nin Village, unless you have the determination to completely tear your face, you will damage the strength of the entire ninja village. Otherwise, it is difficult to imitate the original Konoha. In Shinobi Village, one Uchiha Itachi exterminates the clan alone, reducing the damage of the entire Shinobi village to the Uchiha clan. Since the riot of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn troops, the Kagaya clan seems to be restrained and low-key. But on the side, it is to precipitate a more powerful strength. Been weakened on the battlefield, the old man in front of him is still one of the best in the Yun Nin village. What's the matter, why didn't you give way? Wooden Horn, the old face like the bark of a tree turned cold and shouted sharply. Yunren Anbu, who was still standing still, hurriedly reacted and said in a hurry, Mu Zhao, Elder, you are serious, we are just worried that the elder is not healthy. If something happens, I am afraid that the 4th generation of Reikage-sama will be affected. Painful. However, Mu Zhao, the elder's idea has been decided, and we can't stop it. While speaking, the 2 Anbu ninjas quickly stepped aside. Just that, as soon as they got out of the way, the wooden horn moved instantly. Withered bark-like hands suddenly protruded from the sleeves, and the dazzling blade cut straight to the necks of the 2 Anbu ninjas. 2 Anbu ninjas did not expect the wooden horns. They would shoot violently, and they could react. Blood splashed on their necks, stared round their eyes, and fell to the ground in disbelief. HMPH, the so-called Anbu is no different. Mu Zhao, he snorted disdainfully, and there were 7 or 8 cracking sounds behind him, and finally landed behind him. Elder, Heilei has the power to seal and suppress the tailed beast, but no one in all dynasties can inherit it. Are we really sure? A burly man asked in a deep voice. As a member of Yun Nin Village, of course, they have also tried to accept the test of the inheritance of Black Thunder. It can be said that as long as they are members of their clan, they are required to attend. After all, once the Black Thunder inheritance is successfully obtained, this will be the closest and the most convenient and quick way to get the Raikage's location. Just that after trying it out for themselves and entering the Thunder Pond, they only understood what the pain of 1,000 trials and tribulations is. HMPH, don't worry, this old man has spent most of his life researching the Thunder Mark, and with your special physique, there is a 40% chance that you will be able to plant the Black Thunder seed in your body. Mu Zhao said in a cold voice, could it be that, as the elites cultivated in our clan, are you afraid of devoting yourself to the great events of the clan, or are you suspicious of this old man's methods? Mu Zhao, elder, you must not misunderstand, we just want to understand clearly. After all, Jinmu and Yinmu have already started to prepare plans. Any mistakes in any link may become a nightmare for our family. The burly middle-aged man hurriedly explained. Hey Wu, don't worry, this tempering is only carried out on the edge. As long as you don't go deep, the thunder marks can protect you from retreating. Mu Zhao, the attitude of speaking has also slowed down, and he also knows that there are no people in the world who are not afraid of death, especially in the face of the outcome of almost dying. After receiving this answer, the originally dignified clansman breathed a sigh of relief. As a member of Yunren village, they also know the danger of Thunder Pond. As long as they don't suddenly enter the center, they will be seriously injured at the edge, and they will not die. If the thunder mark in Mu Zhao's mouth would really work, maybe it wouldn't be a problem to retreat. Seeing that these people were relieved, Mu Zhao said again, since everyone thinks the matter is feasible, let's go ahead and talk about it. Mu Zhao, elder, let me open this door. He Wu Shen agreed, and in front of everyone's eyes, he stepped out of the crowd and walked to the heavy black iron gate. The moment he pressed his hands on the iron door, the crackling black thunder splashed out and quickly spread to He Wu's body. Humph! He Wu snorted coldly, the muscles on the surface of his body squirmed, facing the black thunder like a silk arc. He didn't care at all, and he pushed the heavy door open suddenly. The roar of thunder rolled in, and black thunder lights splattered wildly. More, the people, like a snake coming out of a hole, slashed towards them in a lightning-quick manner. That dense posture, like a violent storm, gave people a kind of inexplicable feeling of suffocation. The violent scene made their expressions change drastically, and He Wu couldn't help but scream. Bastard, what the hell is going on here? How could the Black Thunder in the Black Tower go berserk? It is not the first time they have come into contact with the Black Tower. The Black Tower has always been the place of inheritance of the Black Thunder. But most of the Black Thunder is gathered in the Thunder Pool, and the Black Thunder on the edge will be very weak. Not to mention this kind of leakage, the thunder attack that went straight to the entrance. Don't worry about it so much, I will give you a thunder spell mark. Mu Zhao, his expression also changed drastically. He Wu roared first, and his body that was like an iron tower quickly swelled up, his muscles like a rock. In the face of the black thunder that came from the front, without any fancy, he punched out. Bang! Chapter 164. Go grab it in person. Black thunder light splashed, forming a rolling thunder echo. However, Rao was so, the huge impact force still made He Wu back 2 or 3 steps. He regained his senses, his entire arm and body felt a little numb. Looking at He Lei who was attacking from the front, I was fortunate that the 7 clansmen standing behind them also shot, forming a huge wall of flesh in front. Bang bang bang. Along with a series of thunder, the 7 clansmen were also shaken back. Compared with He Wu, they looked even more unbearable. They retreated 5 or 6 steps. A scarlet bloodstain made a muffled groan. Witnessing this scene, the wooden horn, who had been guarded behind him, his face sank involuntarily. Taking advantage of this chance to breathe, he hurriedly looked into the black tower. When he saw the trial ground with a width of several hundred meters, the thunder pond in the center, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his eye sockets were almost split. Who was standing at the very front? Exclaimed with a terrified expression on his face. Yes, someone came out of the thunder pool center. Exclamation was like a chain reaction, and the 7 people who had been shaken back were completely unable to hold back and looked at Lei Kai. The scene that entered the target simply shook the soul, making people feel like they were sucking in the air. Just now, the Black Tower seal door was pushed open, and the thunder light splashed out, causing them to suffer a lot, and some guys who were slightly inferior in strength suffered some internal injuries directly. This is enough to make people peep. The terror tempered by this thunder pool makes people feel like they are discouraged. However, now someone told them that there was someone in the thunder pond that made them tremble, and someone walked out slowly like a bath. The huge gap, if you don't see it with your own eyes, no one wants to believe it. Mu Zhao, Elder, what is going on? When did someone in the Black Tower succeed in tempering? Is this the secret weapon hidden by the 4th generation of Reikage? Heiwu couldn't help but take a half step back, and now he can't wait to widen his eyes and see clearly the face in the flash of lightning. Not long ago, the newly appointed 4th generation Reikage dared to swagger to take the 8-tailed man Zuri away from the village. Completely forget about the potential threat of their family. This made Heiwu even more certain that the figure in front of him, like a god and a demon, bathed in black thunder, was definitely the 4th generation of Reikage, secretly staying behind to deal with them. Mu Zhao, the complexion has also changed. The Black Thunder riot just now has already caused them a lot of pain. That suddenly appeared in the Black Tower and treated Lei Kai as a child's play was completely beyond his expectations. If he hadn't killed the 2 Anbu ninjas himself, the current wooden corner, he really had the urge to get away with it. However, now that the person has been killed, the arrow has to be shot on the string, and the only way is to kill the mysterious person in front of him with lightning speed. Otherwise, once the matter is exposed, the ambitions of their clan will be completely destroyed. This time, I am afraid it will be even more exterminated. Heiwu, even if he is the strongest, he is only a person. Now that we have killed him, there is no way out. We will use the trump card to kill him directly in the Black Tower. Wooden horn. The old face like dry bark shook and shouted anxiously. Obviously, he is holding the mentality of doing one thing and 2 things. As Mu Zhao said, there is no way out now. Moreover, in their family, there is still the most powerful killer. This place is remote, and at the same time, most of the people rushed to the second end of the sealed land. It is not impossible to kill the people in front of them with the minimum limit. Thinking of this, the leader Heiwu's face flashed a hint of determination. The next moment his hands clasped together, his expression twisted, and an angry roar arose. Do it, use the power of the tail beast. Roar. The voice fell, and 8 fierce roars like tailed beasts detonated Tianyu. Eyes were round, the fangs were prominent, and scarlet carrots quickly emerged from their bodies, exuding an inexplicable depressing smell. The originally rough skin is in an alternating state of burn and recovery. This is obviously the consequence of forced use and inability to control freely. However, compared with the normal tailed beast clothing, they did not have a tail that represented the strength of the tailed beast. Tailed animal clothes. You are not imitating the golden horns and silver horns and run to eat the tailed animal meat. Inside the thunder pond, Long Yu, who was bathed in the black thunder, looked at this group of uninvited guests with interest. At the beginning, under the leadership of Darui, Long Yu displayed a kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, easily hypnotized the 2 Anbu Yunin, and then led Darui into the Black Tower. Unfortunately, in the 4 forbidden techniques left by the 3rd generation of Reikage, Black Spot Renee obviously has the lack of the seal of the seal. Convert the thunder chakra in the body into black thunder. The premise is that the black thunder in the thunder pool needs to be sealed in the body. Long Yu has tried many methods, and only by using the Lei Dun chakra mode and entering the center of the thunder pond for tempering, can he gradually improve his body through the black thunder and undergo a subtle transformation. However, this process will take at least a week, and for Long Yu, it is already too much to wait. More impossible for Darui, who has not mastered the chakra mode of Lien Lei Dun, and whose body cannot adapt to the activation of Lei Dun. Just when Long Yu was distressed, He didn't expect that someone would send goose feathers thousands of miles away, and the gift was light and affectionate. Long Yu vaguely remembered that when Darui displayed the black spot difference in the original book, he was given Lei's tattoo by Reikage. This is probably the key. Boy, who are you to know the secrets of our family? Mu Zhao, his face changed drastically. In the original book, the golden horn and the silver horn were swallowed alive when they hunted the Nine Tails. Later, by chance, because of the inheritance of the blood of the six immortals. Of the tailed beast is stripped out from the body of the six-path immortal, so because of this kind of chance and coincidence. Of the golden horn and the silver horn has the adaptability of the tailed beast chakra. This led to the golden horn and the silver horn having the means to transform into a tail beast after the catastrophe. Mutinous ambition to attack the second-generation Reikage under the Five Shadows talks. It can be said that, in addition to the props left by the Six Paths Immortals, the chance to accidentally swallow the power of the tailed beast and stimulate the physique is the key to them being able to reach this point. Hee, how do I know? It's not important, but I'm very interested in the thunder spell in your mouth, can you give it to me? Long Yu smiled warmly. If you give it to me, what you do, I can't see it. This time, it seemed to be full of temptation, but it fell into Mu Zhao's eyes, but a smile flashed in his pupils, his withered bark-like cheeks trembled slightly, and said, Boy, it seems that Zhang is still old spicy. If you don't dare to be interested in my thunder curse seal, I'm still worried that I won't be able to kill you silently, but since you show this meaning, it proves that your strength is not enough to fear and control the black thunder. The old man will teach you the last lesson, don't expose your weaknesses because of your greed. A hint of joy in the slightly elusive old voice. Heiwu said grimly, Mu Zhao, elder, don't talk nonsense with him, you immediately. Expand the barrier to stop the movement here, and then we join forces to kill him directly, since we didn't even control the Black Thunder, we were scared for nothing, and we must pay the price of death. Yes. Standing behind Heiwu also agreed with fierce faces. The rolling voices gathered together, exuding a different kind of depressing taste. However, in the face of all this, the next moment they caught sight of the scene, their hearts jumped. He laughed. Bathed in black thunder, the man they regarded as fish on the chopping board was laughing. Those white snow-like teeth looked extremely unsightly under the flickering black thunder. What makes their nerves tense the most is why the people in front of them are laughing in such a situation of certain death. It seems that kindness can also be misunderstood. Long Yu smiled and shook his head and said, Originally, I didn't want to cause trouble, I just wanted to act in secret. I didn't expect that I was also possessed by Conan. Wherever I went, trouble would chase it. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll grab it myself. The inexplicable voice sounded under the sound of rolling thunder, but it was very disturbing. The moment Long Yu raised his head suddenly, the scarlet blood color, like a frenzy, quickly spread in his pupils. The 9 hooked jades turned, directly shaking the soul. Yes, it is the 9 goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. Mu Zhao, I exclaimed in surprise. As a family, acting as a think tank-like elder, he controls the intelligence network that spreads throughout the ninja world. Although it can't be compared with the 5 great ninja villages, it seems that the limelight is booming and the fierceness is prominent recently, and the information about Konoha's rebellion against ninja Asura Uchiha Ryu is clear. Long, elder, this is the rumored 9 goose jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. How did Konoha rebellion sneak into Yunrin village? Heiwu's expression changed drastically. Facing the rumored murderer, he didn't have time to think about it, and roared anxiously. Escape quickly. The billowing sound receded like a tidal wave, and the round eyes were always locked in the thin figure bathed in the black thunder. However, as soon as his footsteps started, the next moment crackling, the raging black thunder light suddenly appeared in front of him. The ghostly thunderbolt instant body technique made people's pupils shrink suddenly. With black thunder turned into a spear, and it quickly magnified directly in his eyes in a manner that was too fast to cover his ears. Too fast. The thought of terror flashed in my mind, and Hei-Wulai had no chance to raise his hand to block. The huge human head shrouded under the tail beast coat was thrown into the air under the hot blood. The violent scene shook the nerves of the remaining 7 people. At the same time, their eye sockets were almost split, and they hurriedly pulled away with the intention of running away. In their eyes, Hei-Wu is dead, but they add wooden horns. There are still 8 people in total. As everyone chooses a common direction to escape, even if the murderer in front of him is the fastest, at least one person will be able to escape. Chapter 165, That Trick. That's a 1 in 8 chance of survival. However, just as this idea came to their minds, Long Yu's hands were slightly bluffed, and the black spot thunder accumulated in his body exploded like a frenzy. Thunder pool hell. Boom. The violent black thunder, as if coming from 9 days, the black thunder light rages, instantly occupying a space of dozens of meters. 8 who wanted to withdraw and retreat, let out a scream at the same time, and the extremely agile body, even under the activation of the tail beast clothing, was obviously occupied by a sudden sense of paralysis. They could react, the dragon feather in the Lei Dun chakra mode with black thunder, like a wolf entering a flock, raised his sword and dropped it. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and 8 heads seemed to be thrown up at the same time. Yuan stared at him and slammed it down heavily. A slight burst of anger caused Long Yu to raise his brows. Mu Zhao, who was also instantly beheaded by Long Yu, Elder, where the corpse was originally located, was like a surrogate technique. On the ground there was only one arm covered with mysterious spell marks, like a dead tree, and at the truncated position, the blood was still there, flowing out. An old scroll, lying quietly beside it. This old man deserves to be able to survive the betrayal. Jin Chan is decisive to escape, and even throws down the scroll. This is probably a kind of substitute forbidden technique. Long Yu looked with interest at the figure that was escaping quickly hundreds of meters away. Just as he was about to set off to pursue, a fierce roar came from the north. Roar. The rolling sound was mixed with a gust of wind, and even if he didn't know how far apart he was, Long Yu felt a fierce and tyrannical smell. As long as you're not a fool, you all know that this is a tailed beast riot. Forget it, let Darui take control of the Black Thunder first, so as not to call me a liar. Long Yu dispersed the thunder chakra pattern on his body and picked up the old scroll on the ground. As the scroll spread out, there was a black thunder word in the center of the mysterious magic spell. At the same time, the ethereal voice of the system echoed in Long Yu's mind. Ding dang, if it is detected that the host learns the thunder spell seal, is it immediately instantly full? Hearing this familiar voice, a playful smile appeared on Long Yu's lips. If you let Mu Zhao know, he spent most of his life trying to study the successful thunder curse seal, but it was easily missed by Long Yu. He will definitely regret it. Keep this scroll, attract Long Yu's attention, and give up his pursuit. In Mu Zhao, the old man's original intention, it was the mentality that he would never be able to penetrate the thunder spell seal in a short period of time even if he held Long Yu's strength, that he would make such a decision. Immediately. Instantly full. Long Yu didn't hesitate, he was able to bathe in the thunder pond, and it was only because the system instantly reached the full level of Lei Dun chakra mode, and he had a deeper understanding of Lei Dun chakra mode than previous Raikage. As for the current Darui, if it wasn't for his toughness and the physique that was originally compatible with Hei Lei in the original book, I am afraid that in the marginal area, he would not only be in a coma 7 or 8 times, but also be rescued by Long Yu. 7 or 8 times, the end. Roar. The deafening roar exploded like thunder. The open valley basin with tens of thousands of meters, rolling sand and dust waves rolled up, and more broken boulders were rolled away with the wind. Hundreds of embarrassed figures escaped from the wind and sand, and only after pulling a distance of several thousand meters, did they barely stand still. Teacher Tutai, what are we going to do now? Why did the seal of the 2 cats come loose? Samui's face turned pale. Not long ago, they learned from Yun Ninja of Anbu that the chakra of the second and second tails was leaked in the seal, and they rushed there. At the same time, in order to avoid any unforeseen events, even the two Yumu people who are the human pillars are also brought. However, when they just approached the seal land and tried to reinforce the seal again, the seal collapsed again. When I left, the seal was obviously reinforced, enough to last until the return of the fourth Hokage to carry out the human pillar force seal. The look of the earthen platform was livid. After the fourth Hokage and Yatai Toshitsuki left, Tutai became a member of the highest combat power. Is also the teacher of Hokage and Yatai Tatsuri, and he absolutely cannot escape the cauldron in front of him, and he must take charge of the overall situation. Looking at the center of the dusty basin, Tutai's expression suddenly changed, and he started drinking in a hurry. Hurry up and retreat. Earth escapes the wall. The moment the earth platform withdraws and retreats violently, both hands fly quickly, forming a series of spell marks. At the same time as the ground roared, an earth wall more than 10 meters high quickly bulged in front of him. The violent scene made Yunren, who was present, startled for a while, but he still hadn't figured out everything in front of him. Then I saw a blue-black claw covered with mysterious incantations, protruding directly from the endless sand and dust. Even more so, with a lightning-fast attitude, it was reshot on the earth wall. Boom! The dull collision sound rolled and dispersed like thunder, and the earth wall instantly collapsed like a broken bamboo. The huge impact force made Anbu Yunjin, who had no time to withdraw and retreat, be instantly overturned and smashed on the rock. What's more, he just fell into a coma. As the elite Jonin in Yun Nin, and at the moment Tutai reminded him, he didn't know what happened, but the two Yumu people with a curious look had already withdrawn and retreated. When he landed on a rock hundreds of meters away, he could clearly see the huge body in the dust and his face turned pale. A huge body of dozens of meters, the cat demon with special blue-black flames circulating all over its body, full of fierce eyes, looked around the field, and finally locked on the body of the two Yumu people. Roar! The two-tailed cat roared up to the sky again. The huge body, with agile posture, instantly shot out towards the two wooden figures. The speed is so fast, the distance of more than 1,000 meters is just the blink of an eye. The chakra claws covered with blue flames, with a fierce and unparalleled attitude, tore the air and shot down. The violent scene made the face of the Anbu ninja in the arena change dramatically, and Sam Yi's hand clenched the chakra dagger and trembled slightly. The tailed beast in front of him not only exudes a fierce aura that makes people feel suffocated. The attack that he unleashed just by his gestures gave people a taste of death. However, when he thought that before he left, Long Yu entrusted the two wooden figures to her, no matter what. Her identity is not human pillar force. And those little brats in the refugee camps waiting for her to return safely, Samui knew that he would never retreat. Lightning escaped pseudo-darkness. Samui quickly flipped his hands, and the instant the series of spells fell, the chakra in his body instantly exploded. Under the crackling thunderlight, with a fast thunder-like attitude, the cat's claws that were attacking hit the sky. The huge thunderlight instantly hit the cat's paw that was photographed in the sky. However, the fierce offensive, at the moment when it collided with the cat's paw, only made the offensive a little stagnant. The next moment, the cat's claws covered with blue-black mysterious spell marks, Yu Wei slapped down with unabated force. Samui was stunned. No, it should be said that in the eyes of other people, it is also full of disbelief. This is an elite Jonin, and the thunderbolt attack displayed by it, an ordinary confrontation, is enough to instantly kill 2 or 3 Jonin of the same level. However, now it seems so pale and powerless. How can the tailed beast running berserk in front of him fight against the lay-done 4 pillars binding technique? The roar of Tutai spread instantly. With Samui and the 2 Yugi as the center, there are 4 Anbu ninjas headed by Tutai. The almost synchronous nodding gestures, as well as the speed, make people dazzling at the same time. His hands clasped together suddenly, taking the last spell. Roar of the ground, a huge stone pillar broke out of the ground 1 step ahead and directly hit Tu Maoyu's front chest. The huge impact force caused the cat's attack to be broken directly. At the same time, the remaining 3 stone pillars surrounded the 2 cats in a 4-sided manner, forming a simple prison. Roar! Seeing that the attack was blocked and the sneak attack was successful, the 2-tailed cat became obviously more irritable. With a big mouth, Chakra's tumbling claws shot directly at the pillar while roaring up to the sky. If this blow really hits, I am afraid it will be the same as when the earth wall was broken at the beginning. This little trick alone, if you can subdue the tailed beast, it is definitely not a tailed beast. Change the spell. Tutai roared again and again. The surgical seal in the hand was changed again, and the 4 stone pillars instantly burst into crackling thunder. The violent power of thunder turned into a layer of electrical grid, directly covering the 2-tailed cats. The cat's claws, which were originally shot out, were also blocked in an instant. The 2 cats who were in it, under the impact of this tyrannical thunderlight, let out a shrill cry. Seeing that the blow was successful, Samui not only did not smile at all, but couldn't help but look at Tutai, gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Tutai, you asked me to bring 2 Yumu people, and I had long expected the tailed beast to run wild. Are you planning to seal her by letting the 2 tails attack her as bait?" For these remarks, the expressions of the 2 Yuki people couldn't help but stagnate. At that moment just now, if it wasn't for Sam Yi's reaction in time, he used the thunder unlocking ninjutsu to force the attack of the second tails in front of him, buying a little time. I'm afraid that the seal barrier has not been set up yet, and they will be smashed to pieces by the second tails. The face of this blatant questioning, the surrounding Yun Ren looked as usual, obviously already aware of it. Only Tutai's expression darkened and said, "Samui, you must know that everything I am doing now is for the sake of the village. I don't want to, the people who took it in will become wandering ninjas again, and the 4th generation of Reikage is not there. The only thing we can do is to suppress the tail beast as soon as possible." Having said that, Tutai looked at the 2 tails that were madly hitting the barrier. A flash of determination flashed on his face, and he shouted sharply, "Give it all to me, and use that move to completely suppress the tailed beast." That trick. Chapter 166. Secret Collusion. Samui's expression changed slightly. As a disciple of the previous Renzuli, Samui knew very well that it was the 3rd generation Reikage, a trump card left behind in order to prevent the tailed beast from running wild when the strongest fighting force in the village was absent. However, this move is promising and can suppress the tailed beast. However, in the face of the rampage of the tailed beast, the number of people who need to perform surgery is definitely not a small number. Samui, don't hesitate, as long as you suppress the tailed beast runaway this time, you are also the hero who rescued the village, and it will be easier for people to accept those refugees. The look of Tutai gradually became difficult to look at. Taking a look, the tailed beast madly rammed into the ceiling barrier. For the 444 casters, the transmission of this power alone was enough to make their blood and energy roll, and the chakra was quickly consumed. Once you can't seal the tailed beast, if you wait for them for a long time, the chakra will be exhausted, and then you will definitely die. A hero. Samui was slightly startled, thinking of the broken refugee camp, if the tailed beast could be suppressed before night fell. With the credit this time, Karui and the others were able to live in a new house without starvation and cold. The future, he will be able to be accepted by Yun Nin village and become one of them. For all this, Sam Yi's face flashed a hint of determination, and he drank sternly, "Do it." Voice fell, the sealing team led by Samui shot out one after another in an instant, landing on 16 positions one after another. Without any hesitation, at the moment when Sam Yi flipped his hands and formed the first spell, the 16 people directly cast it simultaneously. Lay done 16 pillars of binding technique. Boom! The earth is roaring, the entire canyon is shaking like an earthquake, and 16 stone pillars are rushing out in all directions. The next moment, a huge cage was formed. When the last magic seal in Samui's hand fell, lightning surged out, and a 16-pillar seal was formed outside the 4-pillar bondage. "Go on." Sam Yi's hand shouted again anxiously. The 64 Yun Ren were already preparing, and as soon as they got the order, they fell in all directions like sharp arrows. The hands were imprinted, the ground rumbled, the rocks burst down, and the entire canyon basin was instantly surrounded by stone pillars. Accompanied by the echoes of thunder, the thunder light splashed and bound with the stone pillars in front, forming an even more huge 64-pillar binding technique. The canyon basin, which originally covered an area of tens of thousands of meters, was instantly submerged by endless thunder, and even the figures of and Tu were obscured. If it weren't for the penetrating power of the fierce roar of the two-tailed cat, I am afraid that there is no way to tell with the naked eye, but the dignified tailed beast is trapped inside. Good. Tutai said good. Originally this enchantment was developed, but it has never been used in actual combat. After all, in the past, the tailed beast ran wild, and there were 3 generations of Rakage who were hard-working, and even the 8-tailed bull ghost was cut off by the 3 generations of Rakage. This clumsy enchantment is even more useless. However, the success of the display at the moment, in addition to making people feel happy, the chakra that is rapidly consumed in the body cannot be underestimated. Hurry up and start the suppression, we can only support this formation for 10 minutes. Tutai looked at Samui and shouted in a hurry. Teacher Tutai, I understand. Samui nodded heavily, she wanted to play the role of the hero this time. Just to better protect Karui and the others standing behind her. Thinking of this, Samyi let out a deep breath, a hint of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the surgical seal of the slender hand flew up again. Do it, suppress the tail beast. The awe-inspiring and tender voice suddenly came out, but Samui found that everyone's expressions changed slightly, and even Tutai's expressions also changed. Jinmu, Yinmu, what are you doing? Samui, watch your back. Tutai roared in a hurry, and the words were immediate. It made Samui's nerves tense suddenly. At the moment of hurriedly looking behind, the chakra sword, which was staring at the cold light, quickly enlarged in the pupil. Big hero, you can die. Jinmu smiled playfully. In fact, they managed to open the seal of the two-tailed cat. It is precisely in order to make Tutai wait for Yun Rui, in order to suppress the two-tailed cat, he displayed this complicated formation. When they are distracted and unable to withdraw to fight, they will attack again. Then they have already reached half of their goal. As long as the last elders who are obstructing people are also eliminated, and the second and second tails are sealed with the help of Black Thunder, it will wait until the 4th Rakage returns. The huge Yunren village has changed its name and surname, and it has become the possession of their family. Black Thunder Black Spot Difference. The Black Thunder light descended from the sky, making it extremely dazzling, and even more so, it slashed down towards the golden wood with lightning speed. The violent blow was completely beyond his expectations. In their plan, this Black Thunder should have belonged to their family. Even if someone could really use it, it would be the wooden horn who developed the lightning spell seal. Elder is right. However, now all this has subverted their cognition. The assassination attack just now, the situation has not been exhausted, and now facing this violent Black Thunder, it is impossible to retreat in a hurry. Jinmu, hurry back. Yinmu grabbed Jinmu's shoulder one step ahead, and at the same time with a sudden force, he quickly pulled away and retreated violently. When they retreated more than 10 steps, the Black Thunder that fell from the sky slashed heavily on the place where Jinmu was standing. With a violent and fierce attitude, the rock under his feet shattered. The remaining black arc of thunder made people's expressions change dramatically, and their pupils could not help shrinking when they could see clearly the young man who fell behind Samui. Miss Samui, are you all right? Darui said worriedly. However, if people take another look, there is an extra Black Thunder word on his arm, and the Black Thunder arcs flowing around his body are even more eye-catching. Darui, how can you display the Black Thunder? You should not have the experience of trials. Samui's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but ask. Although Darui can have a Black Thunder, this is the greatest honor for her, and even for any ninja in Yunnin village. Just that Darui's identity is different from other Yunren, and the origin of the refugees alone makes him ineligible to enter the Black Thunder Trial Tower. At present, Darui has obtained the inheritance of Heilei, which means that he has violated the prohibition of Yunnin village. People from outside the village, trespassing on the Black Thunder Trial Tower, is a mortal sin. This kind of result is not. Samui wants to see it. However, before Darui could speak, an old body descended from the sky, and that panic gesture tightened everyone's nerves. Niu Jiao, elder, what happened to make you panic? Looking down from the sky, the cheeks like dry tree bark and the wooden horns covered with hot sweat, Elder, Jin Niu took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath and asked. This scene, even Tutai, Samui and other Yunren couldn't help but become curious. For this old monster who had lived for 70 or 80 years, and was coordinating the Kagaya clan behind the scenes, even if he showed up in the village, he would still be very shrewd. In the face of the third and fourth generations of Reikage, there will be no such chaotic expression. However, the scene in front of them completely subverted their cognition. Escape, hurry up, this is a trap. No wonder that guy from the fourth generation of Reikage dared to leave the village with even the eight-tailed Manzuli. It turns out that you guys have rebelled against Konoha, and the blood-colored Asura secretly colluded. Wooden horn, a hand that grabbed the golden and silver horns, almost scolding. In his decades of planning, before a long time ago, he was still scheming and calculating the calmness of the world. However, after seeing Uchiha Ryu with his own eyes, he walked out of the Thunder Pond as if nothing had happened. It even killed his 8 carefully cultivated elites in an instant. This strong attitude, combined with the rumors from the outside world, directly broke the luck in Niu Jiao's heart. Niu Jiao, what nonsense are you talking about, Lord Reikage of the fourth generation? Why would you cooperate with the Konoha rebellion who killed the third generation of Reikage, your family betrayed, and are you planning to spray people with blood? Tutai's face changed drastically in an instant, the only foreigner in the village flashed in his mind, and he couldn't help but refute. At this moment, the person he is more willing to face is the betrayal of the Kagaya clan, and there are also two-tailed cats. And he want to believe that, in Yunren village, Uchiha Longyu quietly sneaked in. It's you. Samui spoke suddenly. Everyone present didn't have time to think, and subconsciously followed Samui's gaze, looking at the thin figure wearing a red auspicious cloud cloak on the tree trunk. The well-defined cheeks that had long since been covered by the transmutation technique, the pupils suddenly shrank at the same time. Tutai took the lead and shouted in a hurry, "Don't look at him, be careful of the illusion." As soon as these words came out, Yunren's heart seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Among them, a ninja was the first to lose his temper and said in horror, "No, I just glanced at his kaleidoscope writing wheel eye." Quote. Me too. If it's true, like the rumors, that just one glance can make people fall into illusions, then I can't escape. A series of exclamations gathered together like a vast ocean, hundreds of Yunren, this subconscious action. And the first time I saw Konoha betrayal blood-colored Asura, who was wanted by the whole ninja world, I couldn't help but take a look. However, this glance made them completely confused as if they were being urged by the god of death. Hee, don't be nervous. I originally planned to visit Yunren village for sightseeing. I didn't expect to encounter such an interesting rebellion. Long Yu smiled and patted Junmalu on the shoulder. You stay here and wait for me, I'll go down and have a look. As soon as the words fell, the crackling thunder light burst out in an instant, and in the Lei Dun chakra mode, the teleportation technique displayed was as fast as running thunder. In the blink of an eye, he came to Samui. The violent scene was as if it penetrated the soul. Even the pupils of the Earth platform in the distance shrank suddenly, and exclaimed, "Black Thunder, this is the Black Thunder chakra mode that only the second generation Reikage has." Chapter 167, Easy Solution. Don't be surprised, I'm here just to say goodbye. Long Yu glanced at Tutai, and when his cheeks twitched, he stopped talking, but still closed his mouth, unable to speak. Regardless of whether they were trapped by the ceiling barrier or not, Tutai did not have the confidence to attack Long Yu, whose purpose was unclear. Not long ago, at the southern stronghold of Konoha Ninja Village, hundreds of elites from Yun Ninja Village were instantly killed by a single move, but it caused a sensation in the whole village. There are a lot of Yun Ren elites gathered in this canyon at the moment, but he can worry about whether he can support a move in Long Yu's hands. You are hurt. Long Yu looked at Samui in the seal, and the bloodstains on his face that were scratched by the gravel were extremely unsightly. Looking at the figure who had been pushed hard by the two Yumu people and broke into her heart at the same time, but completely changed her appearance, while Samui's expression was stagnant, the warm big hand was slowly approaching her. Don't be nervous, I'm just giving you some treatment. Long Yu saw Samyi's nervousness, and couldn't help but comfort him. This is the Thunder Curse seal that I snatched from the old man. Now it is given to you, and it is considered to be the interest of taking away the Black Thunder. Also, he is considered a gift. Although he has only just learned the chakra mode, with the help of Black Thunder and training, his future strength should be able to reach the shadow level. Teacher, what you said is really ugly. I want to leave with you. Darui was in a hurry. However, compared to him, the two Yumu people standing beside him came to Long Yu's side one step ahead, grabbed his arm, and said with a face full of reluctance, Uncle Greasy, you have to leave. Why don't you take me with you too? The small voice just tensed the nerves of everyone in the field. Who inherited Hyale? He wanted to propose to leave with Long Yu. Even the utensils of human pillars, which were cultivated by Yunren village, were also poached, and they took the initiative to follow the rumored outsiders and the famous Konoha betrayal to leave. This result completely subverted their cognition. Okay, it's good for you girl to stay in Yunren village. They won't treat you badly, and they won't dare to treat you badly. Otherwise, I'll let Xiaosun and Xiaozi come here once. Long Yu smiled and rubbed the back of the heads of the two Yumu people. The two black dogs hidden in the cloak came out directly and landed on the shoulders of the two Yumu people, looking around fiercely and saying, Little girl, although you have eaten a little too much, facing the Uncle Ben I don't have the slightest respect, but since you've been with the boss for a while, if you have anything to come to me in the future, I'll find a place for you. It's a big deal, I even brought the stinky monkey. Its melting is very good. It's not difficult to sneak in here. Also, your dead cat is obviously a woman and has such a grumpy temper. If you bark around here, the boss doesn't beat women, but be careful that the stinky monkey won't let you go. Hey, dead tortoise, if you pretend to be a force yourself, can't you do it yourself? Why do you have to drag me into the water? Looking at the two ninja dogs, they were pretending to be unscrupulous here, but everyone present couldn't laugh. Except for the gurgling sound of swallowing saliva, only the two Yuki people could keep giggling. In their minds, only one thought remained. To be able to train a tailed beast as a dog is simply a god. Roar. The roar of fierce tears resounded like thunder, as if in response to Sanwei's provocative words. Faced with this scene, Santai, who had turned into a ninja dog, sank and roared up to the sky. Roar. With a sound, the dormant chakra in the three tails exploded instantly, rising into the sky like a volcano. A powerful air wave swept away in a rolling posture, and even more sand and dust rolled. The violent scene, like an invisible big hand, instantly clenched everyone's heart. With only one cat, two cats, and two cats, they were already overwhelmed. Now there is one head, three tails, and four tails. Once the fight really starts, I am afraid that the entire ninja village will be destroyed in one fell swoop. Smelly mother-in-law, don't act wild in front of the boss, or I will tear apart your bones. The third tail sounded like thunder, and with a bang, he shook his body to reveal his body. The giant tortoise of dozens of meters, with its hideous appearance and three tails representing strength, stirred the circulation of the air in this piece of heaven and earth. Two-tailed cat, who was still rioting at first, was obviously startled by the behavior of the three-tailed, and the tyrannical gesture suddenly stopped. Little San is enough. Long Yu interrupted. don't forget, our purpose this time. Boss, I know. Sanwei opened his mouth and agreed, and the huge body, with a bang, returned to the size of Erha, with a pleasing expression on his face. There was no trace of the murderous, fierce flames that he had just now. Okay, the scar on your face has completely healed. S face that was restored to its original state, and looked back at Jinmu and Yinmu. This. Eyes, immediately. Everyone's faces changed drastically, and Samui couldn't hold back his breath. He grabbed Long Yu's wrist and said, Chengyu Zibo Long Yu, what do you want to do? What to do? Long Yu smiled and flicked his hand on Sam Yi's forehead lightly, and said, wherever I take something from someone else's house, I will make compensation. Didn't they trouble you? I'll help you solve it. The small voice seemed to carry an unquestionable taste. Jinmu's face changed, and he roared in a hurry. You bastard, I didn't bother you with that punch half a day ago, but you are so arrogant, you plan to interfere in our Yunrin village affairs, I have to kill you. Kimu, shut up. Yinmu interrupted Jinmu's words, but still did not look directly at Long Yu, put on a smile and said, Uchiha Long Yu, it's the first time we met, but I know that your subordinates have gathered a lot of rebels, the 5 big ones. The country also held a meeting of the 5 shadows, intending to join forces to deal with you, and the attitude of the 4 generations of Reikage is even more endless. It's better, let's work together to take the lead, take this Yunren village down, and let the 5 major countries know that we are not to be provoked. We can use this as a stepping stone, and at the same time, with the help of our family's accumulated strength for many years, we can guard in the Cloud Ninja village, and take this opportunity to grow rapidly. In the future, we can command the ninja world and become the overlord of this world. The slightly long-sounding voice, the more it goes to the end, the excitement between the lines is full of excitement, and the smell of demagogic exudes even more. With the absence of the 4th Reikage and the 8 tails, and the top power of Yunnan village is half gone, it is not a daydream to join forces with the Kagaya clan to seize the power of Yunnan village. Once it is really successful, it is not difficult to achieve this goal with the rebellious power of Uchiha Ryayu and the chess pieces of the Kagaya clan lurking in Yunnan village. It can be said that if anyone acts as the current Uchiha Ryayu, he will definitely yearn for this grand plan to dominate the ninja world. However, for Tutai and the others, this can definitely be called a nightmare. For a time, the eyes of everyone in the field turned and locked on Uchiha Longyu's body, and there was a hint of urgency in the depths of the pupils. And asked anxiously, Uchiha Ryayu, I hope you can see my sake. Raise your hand once, and let Yunrin village go up and down. For these words, Samui didn't know what he was doing to make Long Yu raise his hand. Friends or something else. In front of her made Sam too careless. As long as there was a chance, she must try. Even offering yourself. No, I think his offer is tempting. Long Yu smiled warmly. These words fell into Samui's ears, making her nerves tense, and while her expression was stagnant, she showed a self-deprecating smile. For this result, she also thought about it, just as she thought at the beginning. Between her and Long Yu, it was just a chance encounter, and what qualifications are there to talk about? Let Long Yu look at her and raise your hand. However, this thought had just sprouted in her mind, and the words that fell in her ears made her stunned again. Are you qualified to discuss cooperation with me? Looking at Yinmu and said lightly, I seem to remember that not long ago you gave me harsh words, saying that the next time we meet, Jinmu will tear me to pieces, and now the face is gone. See, I'm getting a little impatient waiting. The sudden change made the smile that just appeared on Yinmu's face become stiff, watching Long Yu barely squirming the corner of his mouth, said, Uchiha Long Yu, everything that happened before is a misunderstanding. As long as we cooperate, we will definitely dominate the ninja world. Is it? Long Yu replied indifferently, and as soon as he took a step, the sound of crackling thunder suddenly echoed. The next moment, the whole person seemed to have crossed time and space, and appeared directly in front of the golden wood 20 or 30 meters away, and the voice suddenly echoed. I said, do you have the qualifications? What did you hear? The small voice, with an unquestionable taste, the pitch-black lightning-like ink burst into a stern gesture. Without any hesitation, at the moment when the ghostly figure appeared, the 5 fingers of the right hand clenched suddenly, and he punched Jinmu's abdomen with a heavy punch. Bang! The dull collision sound resounded like thunder. The huge impact poured down. Jinmu just reacted, and with the sound of bones shattering, the whole person flew out like a cannonball. With a tenacious posture, he smashed heavily on the rock wall 50 or 60 meters away. The seemingly indestructible rock wall cracked open like a cobweb, and collapsed immediately the next moment. The dust storm that rolled up, at the same time as it rolled back, a shocking blood arrow splattered directly from Jinmu's mouth. The power of a punch is so terrifying, seeing the pupils of everyone present shrinking, an inexplicable warmth sprouts in Samui's heart. However, as soon as the warmth came out, the joking voice of the pretty life fell into my ears. Chapter 168, Small-Tailed Beast Jade. Eldest sister fierce, you can also see that the greasy uncle is full of security, or we will form a team to fly away. Teaming up and flying high, Samui couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the 2 Yuki people who were eager to try, there was a little bit of excitement in his heart. However, as soon as this feeling of affection emerged, it was suppressed by Samui. Not to mention whether Long Yu can fight against the 5 great powers, just the existence of the refugee camp behind her, and the young Karui and others, will not allow her to be willful. Golden Wood. Yinmu suddenly woke up, looking at Long Yu who was close at hand. He didn't have time to think about it. His hands clasped together suddenly, and at the same time he pulled away and retreated. A shrill cat meow came out of his mouth. If you really want to ask Long Yu to find an adjective, it will feel a bit like a cat calling Chun. A chakra breath that is very similar to the 2-tailed cat quickly sweeps away. Uchiha Ryayu, you forced me. The silver wood roared fiercely, and the blood-colored chakra quickly overflowed, accompanied by a fierce smell. Ginmu, you stop him, I will rescue Jinmu, and it is not difficult for you to join forces to kill Uchiha Longyu. Wooden horn. It also quickly retreated. That seemingly old body, on the run away, the speed is simply not too much, and after a few ups and downs, it landed on Jinmu's side. Looking at the golden wood lying in the rubble, with its chest completely collapsed, its bones completely shattered, and even the internal organs spit out, the miserable appearance is even worse than half a day ago. In the face of such a fatal injury, I am afraid Tsunade will also shake his head when he arrives. However, Mu Jiao, I didn't care. When the old face-like tree bark flashed a trace of fleshy pain, he took out a wooden box with his backhand, and then directly opened the spell used as a sealing path on it. A scarlet piece of meat that exudes a different chakra scent, making Long Yu also interested. This is fox meat. Sanwei raised his brows, looking a little surprised. The bodies of their tailed beasts are transformed by the chakra of the 6th path immortal, so any inch of meat has a powerful chakra reaction. Most importantly, once you enter the tailed beast form, no matter what, no matter how badly injured, he can recover. Of course, this kind of abnormal ability also has a great load on the body. However, now facing the rumored Konoha betrayal blood-colored Asura in the ninja world, Mu Jiao, obviously there is no more choice. Took out the sealed 9-tailed meat, he directly stuffed it into Kanaki's mouth. The moment when the meat piece entered, perhaps it was because of the chakra, the tailed beast that originally existed in the body of Jinmu. Jinmu, who was dying, released a tyrannical tailed beast chakra from his tightly closed mouth. The next moment, while the eyes were wide open, the collapsed chest actually healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chakra, the tailed beast full of fierce taste, exploded like a dam burst. Sharp fangs, knife-like fingertips, rapidly peeling skin, oozing blood, and the tailed animal clothing covering the body's surface converged. A disgusting smell of blood filled the air. Roar. The same roar came from the mouths of Jinmu and Yinmu at the same time. The huge chakra brought by the tailed beast, and the fierce consciousness originally contained, made them even more violent. Without any fancy, the moment his eyes fell on Long Yu, his 4 feet suddenly kicked on the ground. Bang! The ground collapsed, and everyone just felt 2 blood-colored rays of light, like a tiger descending the mountain, with a posture like horns, and attacked the dragon feather together. The speed is so fast, the distance of tens of meters is just a few feet away. The blood-colored claws, without any fancy, took a picture of Long Yu head-on. "Be careful!" Samui exclaimed in surprise, but the next moment, he saw the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel, turning in vain. Smell of disaster, instantly turned into 2 huge ribs and stopped in front of Long Yu. Bang! The claws lined up hard on the phantom ribs. The huge impact force even set off a hurricane and rolled back around. The ground under his feet seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of impact, and there was a cracking sound like cracking. However, in the face of this fierce and unparalleled Long Yu who was inside his ribs, he smiled genially in front of everyone's eyes as if it had nothing to do with him. "Is this your confidence?" No wonder the old man ran away. The small voice, at this moment, is like an invisible big hand tightening everyone's nerves. He hurriedly followed the wooden corner, even half of his figure disappeared. Recalling the scene when he just arrived and rescued Jinmu. "That means, I'm afraid it's just to buy time for myself to escape." Jinmu and Yinmu, the only remaining will in the mind was a pause, but it was quickly covered by the fierce consciousness of the tailed beast chakra. Seeing that the blow was blocked, another sharp claw slapped Long Yu again. Sure enough, the consciousness was swallowed up. Compared with the golden horn and the silver horn, it makes people feel disappointed. Shook his head helplessly, and the speed of the 9-go jade in his pupils instantly increased sharply. At the same time that the furious pupil power surged out, the tens of meters of huge Susanoo suddenly condensed. The seemingly sharp claws slammed on the armor covered on the surface. The clack-like sound of metal collision, except for a slight vibration of the scarlet pupil power, there was no crack at all. Such a terrifying defense, one could not help but take a deep breath. "It's my time." 3 simple words came out, and the huge Susanoo moved instantly. Big hands like plantains, without any fancy, with a tenacious posture, attacked the golden wood and the silver wood head-on. Wherever you pass along the way, the wind blows back, setting off endless sandstorms and gravel, giving people a feeling of flying sand and rocks. Roar! Jinmu and Yinmu roared in unison, flooding with tyrannical consciousness. With chakra behind him attacked Susanoo's big hand without any hesitation. Boom! The thunder-like collision sound rolled and spread out, and the 4 tails that seemed to occupy the numerical superiority, but under Susanoo's big hand, shattered like a piece of paper. Of more than 10 meters in size, even more powerful, swept towards the golden wood and silver wood head-on. Bang! The 2 figures were directly swept away, like cannonballs, smashing heavily on the mountain thousands of meters away. The huge impact force abruptly broke the sharp cones of the 2 rock mountains. Under the splash of gravel, the broken arms, thighs and other body parts. It recovered quickly in a manner that was visible to the naked eye. That feeling was like Xiaoqiang who couldn't be beaten to death, which made Samui and the others stunned. Is this the power of the tail beast? Samui couldn't help but looked at Uchiha Ryu. But in the face of such a terrifying recovery ability, and the chakra power that burst out in an instant, Samui was more shaken in his heart. How strong is he? Samui secretly clenched his slender hands. Looking at the entire Yunnan village, facing the Jinmu and Yinmu who used the power of the tailed beast, Samui believed that in addition to the 4 generations of Raikage, and the 8-tailed person Zuli, that can confront them head-on, there is almost no existence. At least, Samui believes he has no chance of winning. If it wasn't for Uchiha Ryu's sudden intrusion this time, I'm afraid this time the Kagaya clan's rebellion will definitely succeed. Roar! The golden wood and the silver wood suddenly rushed out of the ruins, and while roaring up to the sky, the violent chakra surged wildly. Uchiha Ryu, try our most powerful killer. This blow can kill hundreds of people in an instant. Silverwood roared. At the same time as the bloody mouth was bluffing, the tailed beast chakra, which was rolling on the surface, gathered crazily in the mouths of the two of them. This is a small tailed beast jade. Tutai's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he was the first to exclaim, "Escape, let's escape." As the teacher of Yatai Hiroshima, of course he knew exactly what means he had as Hiroshima. However, he never imagined that Jinmu and Yinmu, just by devouring the tailed beast meat, would not only be able to transform into a tailed beast, but would also be able to display such attacks. However, in the face of Tutai's surprise, Yun Ren, who was present, was indifferent. An elderly elite Junin, staring straight at Long Yu, suddenly muttered to himself, "Do we really need to escape?" The inexplicable words made Tutai's expression stagnate. Compared with his fuss, the hundreds of Yun Ren on the field were completely different. Which claims to be comparable to the destructive power of ninjutsu, they are completely indifferent. Looking at Long Yu's eyes, there was a hint of urgency. Right, in the face of this existence that even a tailed beast can train into a dog, what kind of roar is a small tailed beast jade? The violent roar ripped apart the sky again, and the tailed beast jade formed by the gathering of scarlet chakras, instantly break through the air and blow out. The speed was so fast that the air along the way stirred up a ripple, and the ground seemed to be overwhelmed, forcibly pulling out a hideous crack. Of a kilometer is just a few breaths. That seemed to be able to destroy the world finally came to Long Yu. No, it should be said that he came to Susanoo. In the face of this ultimate move, which is claimed to be able to kill hundreds of people in one blow, Long Yu moved in front of everyone's eyes. Glancing a little, Susanoo reached out his hand in a very calm manner, and went straight to catch the tailed beast jade. The next moment, the 5 fingers clenched suddenly, and a low explosion sounded with a pop. The violent explosion gust of wind gushes out like between fingers, rolling up large tracts of sand and gravel. At the same time, it also shocked the minds of the people who were like sculptures. Looking at the fierce and unparalleled attack, in front of Long Yu, he was easily crushed in an understatement. This huge gap is too much to be caught off guard. No, it should be said that the strength gap between the two is simply like a gulf that makes it impossible to measure. The golden wood and silver wood, which were transformed into tailed beasts, were also stunned. The tyranny in his mind originally seemed to be poured cold water on his head at this moment, and it was directly cooled from the head to the soles of the feet. Chapter 169, 2 Choices. At this moment, he finally knew, Mu Zhao, why did the elder live to the end every time? Situation can make people live 100 years old. Uchiha Ryu, can we talk about it? Perhaps, we are not qualified to cooperate with you, but we can be your subordinates, like those 2 dogs. Silverwood hurriedly spoke up. However, upon seeing Long Yu's warm smile, his spine was inexplicably chilled. It's okay to be a subordinate, but only if you take this move. Long Yu opened his mouth with a smile. The pupil power surging out of the body surface, under the watchful eyes of all, Susanoo changed again. A body about 100 meters high, with an Asura-like posture, it completely explained the origin of the nickname of Long Yu. The originally tightly closed 6 pairs of eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time as the 6 big hands swung, various chakra attributes rushed out. My move can be used in the finale. Water escape spiral pill shuriken. Wrong escape spiral pill shuriken. Wind escape spiral pill shuriken. Thunder escape spiral pill shuriken. Earth escape spiral pill shuriken. Fire escape spiral pill shuriken. 6 attributes. The chakra of the chakra surged wildly, giving people an illusion like a constellation of stars. The breath emanating, like an invisible big hand clenching a person's heart. When the sound of Gulu swallowing saliva was heard in the arena, Jinmu and Yinmu didn't think much, and quickly retreated. Several times during the ups and downs, they jumped several hundred meters away, and when they looked back and peeked, the Shira-like Susanoo moved instantly. 6 big hands swung, all kinds of spiral pills shuriken, and instantly burst out of the void. With a rolling posture, he headed towards the golden wood and silver wood and attacked from the sky. The two were separated by thousands of meters, but in the face of Susanoo's full-strength blow, this distance was only reached in the blink of an eye. Looking at the shuriken of the 6 spiral pills rapidly expanding in their pupils, Kaneki and Ginki just had time to let out an unwilling cry. Don't! Boom! A thunderous explosion sounded, and the violent air wave directly overturned the entire canyon. Everywhere along the way, the rocks crumbled, the ground was torn apart, and the sand flew under the rocks, and everything was like paper. There is no way to make the explosion air wave stop for half a minute. That seemed to destroy the sky and the earth platform in the hurricane's waves, while the pupils shrank, roared anxiously. Remove the seal quickly and defend with all your strength. Violent cry, but this time, there was no hesitation, and the lay-done seal enchantment, which was fully exerted, was directly abandoned. Hands flew quickly, forming a series of magic seals at the same time, and the earth walls quickly condensed and turned into thick city walls. Boom! The tyrannical air wave instantly hit the earth wall. The seemingly indestructible city wall shattered with a bang, and at the same time the rocks flew. The nerves of Tutai and the others were tense to the extreme. Compared with the rock ninjas who were born in the land of the earth, they knew the art of earth escape, but the defensive power of the earth wall they constructed was far less than that of the rock ninja who was proficient in earth escape. Usually, it can be used to defend against some petty attacks. But now the defenses in the original book, from the beginning to the end, if one ball can't solve it, then 2 balls come, all kinds of spiral pills that can play the finale in one move. The explosive force formed by the gathering of the 6 spiral pills is not a cover. Samui, hurry up and think of a way. Tutai couldn't hold back. Thinking of it, the friendship between Samui and Long Yu a moment ago might be able to save them at this critical moment of life and death. However, after these words fell, everything in the field changed again. Earth escape wall. The calm voice suddenly sounded. Samui only had time to see Long Yu's hands flying, and when he reacted, the ground was rumbling continuously. Huge earth walls of dozens of meters surged up in all directions, instantly forming a huge circular city wall. The 10,000-meter canyon is shrouded in it. The violent scene shook everyone. This person is more than a person, and a horse is a person. It is also the use of earth escape, and the other party starts a big castle. That is to stop the violent explosions. For a time, in the earth wall, Yun Ren, whose nerves were tense, actually felt a little more fortunate in his heart. Hearing the roaring explosions coming from outside, as well as the huge figure of Shira, full of scarlet blood and full of calamity, the huge scene fell into an inexplicable silence. Faced with this enemy, they couldn't even think of taking action for a while. The blast wave raged for a full minute, before everything recovered. The earth walls built in all directions, after the spells and chakras dissipated, collapsed into the void, turned into Lois and sank to the ground. Like Susanoo body also dissipated. Only Long Yu was left, standing quietly in the huge ruins of thousands of meters, on the only remaining rock, which was directly raised to the ground, appears to be devastated. The shattered rocks and the ravine-like earth made the sound of swallowing saliva unbearable. Originally, the fierce flame was arrogant, and kept saying that he wanted to rebel against Konoha, and the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryayu was on an equal footing to cooperate with Kaneki and Ginki. I'm afraid it's already been bombed and gone. This kind of godlike existence is not something they can resist at all. Next, the two sides stand on opposite sides again. Then this battle will definitely be dead. Master Tutai. Urgent cries from all directions, and hundreds of Yun Ren quickly rushed over, and many of them were still injured and looked extremely embarrassed. When they got a little closer, their pupils shrank abruptly when they saw the thin figure wearing a red auspicious cloud robe. This is Konoha Scarlet Asura, how could he be here? He can't be an accomplice who colluded with the Kagaya clan. Now that the 4 generations of Raikage-sama and yacht-tailed Kurabi-sama are not here, can we stop Uchiha Ryayu? Scene suddenly became panic. The face of the rebellion of Kaneki and Ginki, they still have the courage to fight, but in the face of the recently famous Konoha rebel ninja Uchiha Ryu in the ninja world. In their hearts, there was an inexplicable trembling. After all, it has only been a few months since Uchiha Longyu's strong rise to the present. And every battle shocked the ninja world. Regardless of, it's a battle of disparity in numbers, or a confrontation with peak combat power. Only the blood-colored Asura and Uchiha Ryu can survive. Stop, calm me down. Tutai's expression changed, and he shouted in a hurry. The battle just now is still vivid in my mind. Even the golden wood and silver wood that displayed the tailed beast mode couldn't bear Longyu's move. Then it means that the people who are there, make a move together. The chances of winning are also close to zero. Now Tutai just looked at Samui with urgent eyes. No, it should be said that there are such thoughts at the moment, and there are other Yunren who witnessed this battle with their own eyes. Uchiha Dragon Feather. Feeling the gazes from all around, Samui had an indescribable feeling in his heart. She and Longyu had only known each other for half a day. However, it seemed to her that it was very long. From the vigilance at the beginning, to the gratitude later, to the shock now. The Uchiha Ryu in front of her gave her an inexplicable sense of security. However, as soon as these words fell, Longyu's body was covered with black thunder, and like a ghost, he displayed the technique of lightning flash and appeared in front of Samui. The violent scene shook the nerves of those who came later. In the eyes of many people, only 17 or 18-year-old Samui, no matter what. Whether it is strength or appearance, they are all goddess-like existences. Facing the sudden burst of Longyu, how could they calm down? If it wasn't for Konoha's bloody Asura's vicious name, they would have already swept up early and would be heroes once again. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were staring at Longyu at the moment, and the right hand that was slowly raised clicked on her forehead again. At the same time as the warm smile bloomed, the voice of the words fell. Don't worry, for your sake, I'll clean up the mess and I'll leave, you should step back first. As Longyu said, his eyes crossed Samui and landed on the barrier that lost the support of chakra and trapped the two-tailed cat. The unpredictable scene made Yunren, who was originally worried, look stagnant for a while. Shy Samui, who covered his forehead after being molested by Kai Guago in public, is undoubtedly too far from the goddess they usually know. Who would believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes? Roar. The roar of fierce tears resounded suddenly. The violent chakra rolled back in a tyrannical manner at the same time. Which had been hard built by a group of Yunren, was shattered in an instant. Under the rolling sand and dust, a huge body full of dark blue and black mysterious spell marks appeared in front of him. This is a tailed beast riot. Is God going to destroy our Yunren village? A Uchiha Ryu has already made people feel hopeless, and now there is another beast with a runaway tail. Does this still make people live? Scene was chaotic all of a sudden, and many Yunren, who had been on the battlefield, were shaken, and their faces were also full of despair. What's more, his face was full of bitterness. In Yunnan village, the fourth Raikage and the eight-tailed people Zuri are not there, so we must resist the crisis in front of us. That's simply not possible. Calm down, everyone calm down, don't shoot casually. Tutai suddenly opened up. After taking a look at Uchiha Ryu, he slowly drew back and said, let Samui handle it here. In Tutai's eyes, instead of provoking Longyu's anger, he pushed Yunren village to its demise. It's better to obediently withdraw from the battle between the dragon feather and the tail beast. After all, no matter what, it's the two-tailed cat and the Uchiha Ryu, that's not something they can provoke. The inexplicable scene made the rushing Yunren reinforcements startled, and while hurriedly looking at Longyu, the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves even more. I'll give you two choices. The first is to follow me obediently, and the second is to follow me after you get beaten up by me. Chapter 170, Intelligence. These two options are too aggressive. Yunren, who was present, was stunned. In the face of the tailed beast, that ninja village is not waiting for it. Who is like this scene in front of me, so understated, not caring at all. Lord Tutai, what should we do now? The two elderly Yunren fell directly beside Tutai and couldn't help asking. If Konoha Asura and Ur-2 end up fighting here, our Yunren village will probably suffer. Do we need to issue an evacuation order in advance? Right now, this place is Yunnin village. If Uchiha Ryu is allowed to run wild here, it will always be inappropriate. Moreover, once the battle begins, the scale of this battle is not a small fight, it is more likely to overturn an entire shinobi village. You don't need it. You can see his fighting style clearly. Maybe you will meet him on the battlefield in the future. This battle will end in an instant. Tutai said with a solemn expression. Not long ago, this expression and tone appeared on other people. But now it's totally different. At least, after witnessing the scene of Jinmu and Yinmu being crushed, the cognition of Tutai was subverted. The inexplicable words fell, instantly tense everyone's nerves, and they felt uneasy in their hearts, but in the depths of their eyes, there was also an inexplicable urgency. One is the legendary Konoha blood-colored Asura, and the other is the resentful demon cat that ranks second among the nine-tailed beasts. If it is possible, this battle does have great reference significance. For a time, on the huge ruins, the atmosphere that sprang up in the field became more and more depressing. After the two-tailed cat broke through the barrier again, the blue chakra was flipping, and the blood moon-like eyes turned in vain, locking on Long Yu's body. Bloody mouth bluffed and the voice was slurred out, it shook everyone's nerves. I would like to leave with you. The simple 7 characters echoed on the ruins for a long time and did not disperse. Tutai, who was originally prepared to give up his life in order to block the aftermath of the battle at any time, was stunned. The moment before, he was saying that this battle would end quickly. But he never imagined that the dignified tailed beast would surrender to a young man in front of everyone's eyes. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, I'm afraid not many people in the field would like to believe that all this is true. Are you really going to surrender? Sanwei took the lead in crawling out of Long Yu's cloak, and said anxiously, Stinky cat, why don't you surrender? Let the boss beat you first, otherwise it will not conform to the rules. Look at the bones of the boss, maybe you really have a chance to slap him flat with one paw. I don't want it, boss, let's go. The two-tailed cats glared at them again, under the impression that they did not match Yunren village. With a bang, the body exuded a large white mist, and it turned into the size of a sky-blue house cat under the body. In the ruins, during several ups and downs, he landed on Long Yu's shoulders. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he rubbed his head against Long Yu's neck affectionately. That appearance is simply a familiarity, completely forgetting the brutal appearance of the past. Okay, don't argue, it's getting late, and it's time for us to leave here. Long Yu glanced at the three-tailed beasts, and then looked at the two Yumu people with a reluctant expression. There is no such thing as a feast in the world. Next, listen carefully to what Big Sister Fierce has to say and work hard to improve your strength. It's not easy to be a person, but now you don't have to. Long Yu rubbed the heads of the two Yumu people. That was hesitant to speak. After shaking his head, he looked at Jun Malu and said, let's go. These words, Long Yu turned around and left first. Kim Maro, who had been standing by and watched the battle, did not hesitate at all, and quickly chased after him. A few ups and downs, he disappeared in front of his eyes, compared with the two Yumu people who were full of reluctance. Moment of silence, Samui muttered to himself. Who is Shieda will meet next time, I'm afraid it will be on the battlefield. A minute and a second passed by two figures that seemed to be slightly old, and under the escort of a ninja named Anbu, they quickly landed on the ruins. Looking at this vast land, the bark-like cheeks had a hint of iron blue. Especially when I saw that the altar, which was originally banned for 2 cats, was abruptly destroyed. This made the two elders feel bad, their old faces sank, and they shouted sharply, Tutai, where are the two-tailed cats? According to Anbu's report just now, Konoha betrayed forbearance and blood-colored Asura, but appeared in this place. Did you stop him? No matter what. Whether it was Uchiha Ryu's invasion of Yunnan village, or the seal riot of two-tailed cats, if anything goes wrong, you can't escape the relationship. Stop him. Yunren, who was present, was stunned for a moment, and then Tutai said with a livid expression, Elder, are you planning to let us stop Konoha betraying Renren Uchiha Ryu? That's even the rebellious Jinmu and Yinmu, and they are easy to kill, and even the two-tailed cats also take the initiative to throw. The presence of descending. Speaking of this, Tutai's face became more determined, and he shouted sharply, May I ask the elders, how do you stop us? Are you using life and corpses to build a wall to stop Uchiha Ryu's steps? If this is the case, I can tell you clearly that this will destroy the entire Yunnan village. It can be said that now that the second and second tails have been taken away, the departure of Uchiha Ryu is for our Yunnan village. The best result. A tailed beast, perhaps for a village, is a powerful weapon for the icing on the cake. However, if even the village no longer exists, what is the use of the tailed beast? Although Tutai's remarks are a bit sentimental, but it gives people a kind of taste that cannot be refuted. At least that sentence, what to use to stop it, and how to stop it, did express the aspirations of many people. Looking at the indifferent Yunren, the two elders' faces turned ashen, and when their withered bark-like cheeks twitched, they hurriedly shouted, Okay, very good. I didn't expect Tutai to turn against you. Not only the guards were weak, but also dare to openly refute the elders' decision. Then I want to ask, how do you explain to the fourth Raikage when such a big event happened? This time, Jinmu and Yinmu led the riot, the tailed beast was lost, and Uchiha Longyu made a scene in Yunnan village. Any of these can be called a capital crime for the heavily entrusted soil platform. Right now, just as the two elders said, the god of plague is sent away, but once the charges are investigated, who will go to the top? HMPH. Don't worry, I will personally go to the Five Shadows conference held in the Iron Country and report to the fourth Raikage. Tutai said coldly. Of course, the next defense of the village will be handed over to the two elders. You hope that Uchiha Longyu will not hear your words and return, and then let the three-headed beast go for a walk. Something for the two of you. The elder who hid and only came out when there was nothing to do, not to mention Tutai was unhappy, even Yunren who was present was no exception. Abandoning these words, Tutai turned around and went straight out of the village with a few confidants. The huge ruins, the leftovers, hundreds of pairs, and even thousands of pairs of eyes, all locked onto the two elders. Facing the last cruel words, Raoshi and the others had no way to refute them. They could only watch for a while, then snorted angrily, turned around and left. Outside, Uchiha Ryu took Junmalu all the way to the green light in Yunnan village, and left the village directly. After all, the place where the two-tailed cat was originally sealed is conveniently located in the desolate area on the edge. In the riot just now, those stationed Yunren had already been alerted to go to support. Even Yunren, who stayed behind, obviously knew what happened just now. In the face of the fierce Uchiha Ryu, who dares to stop him, and how to stop him, the only thing he can do is to watch Uchiha Ryu leave with respect. Boss, is this stinky cat going to be sealed? I and the monkey can help. The three tails couldn't hold back. The way, we have to fight again and again. If it weren't for the existence of Uchiha Ryu, I'm afraid the earth would have collapsed directly. Stinky turtle, why do you insist on biting me? Boss, you have to call the shots for me. The two-tailed cats are obviously familiar. The one on the left is the boss, and the one on the right is the boss. It is precisely because of this attitude that Sanwei, who originally followed Long Yu's side, was completely invisible. In the end, angrily added another adjective to the two-tailed cat. Xiaolong and cheap. Okay, don't mess around anymore. The little three is to make things difficult for you because of one bite. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. Eat, what to eat? but our tailed beasts don't need to eat." The two-tailed cat was startled again. The temper of the nine-tailed beasts is wrong, and they also have their own arrogance, except for the one-tailed Shuhei and the nine-tailed Kurama who have always been wrong. Other tailed beasts will not be separated from life and death as soon as they meet. Of the three tails at the moment are completely beyond its expectations. HMPH, superficial guy, don't cry and fight with us in the future. Sanwei glanced at him unhappily. Didn't continue arguing, he turned and got into Long Yu's cloak. For a time, the scene fell into a brief silence. As for the dispute from the tailed beast, Junmu even ignored it, raised his brows a little, and soon saw a ninja eagle entangled in black blood vessels descending from the sky. "Don't be nervous, it's your own." Long Yu instantly saw that this was Zhao Du's method. Since the last meeting, Zhao Du and others have all acted independently. About letting them form a team, each of them is outstanding in strength and character. Of course, if they were willing to join forces, Long Yu would also be happy to see it. Speaking, Long Yu raised his hand, and the ninja eagle controlled by the blood vessels descended from the sky and landed on Long Yu's arm. With a mouth open, a small paper scroll is spit out. Its intelligence. Four tails are interested. Chapter 171, 5 Shadows Meeting. For everything Long Yu did, it did not take it to heart. But looking at the big-tailed beasts that were gradually gathered, although sometimes they were bickering. However, the feeling given to them is a bit like the smell of the six-path immortals when they were alive. "Boss, did you meet that unlucky person again? This time you must beat him up before surrendering." Santai, who had already burrowed into the cloak, couldn't hold back his curiosity and burrowed out again. When he thought that he was the first to be recaptured by Long Yu that day, that ignorant thought was completely a meal, fat beating. Rather than being a joke in the future, it is more willing to harm other people. Probably not. Long Yu raised his brows, untied the special intelligence seal on the scroll, and soon an illusory figure appeared out of thin air. As expected of an old monster who has lived for 70 or 80 years, this means of communication can also be used. Long Yu couldn't help but be amazed. However, in the original book, the members of Akatsuki's organization were originally proficient in this communication method. Regardless of matter how far apart they are, they can cast their thoughts and gather in the place of the outsider golems. Then gather the strength of everyone, cast the 9 dragons ban, and seal the tailed beast. "Boss, I am Zhao Du." The illusory figure suddenly spoke. Two-tailed cat on Long Yu's shoulder. His pupils shrank slightly, and he couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect that the speed of the boss is faster than ours. I just found out about the Nanwei Shigame. The whereabouts of you, but I also discovered another thing that is more important to you, boss." "It's more important to me." Long Yu raised his brows, and Sanwei, who was beside him, took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath and said, "Don't betray you. Where is the bug? I'll beat it first." Looking at Sanwei, who was afraid that the world would not be chaotic, Zhao Duo just took one more look, did not answer, and said directly, "It's Uchiha Itachi's whereabouts. When I was tracking Nanao, I accidentally found that Uchiha Itachi fell into the hands of Anbu in Taki Ninja Village. Looking at their thoughts, it seems that they are planning to get his shaker. I learned from Loquat Shizang earlier that he seems to have a good relationship with the boss. Speaking of which, Zhao, I didn't say anything further, and wise people know what it is until it stops. Before I figure it out, once I get to the bottom of it, I'm afraid it will be counterproductive." That boy Itachi ran out. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. It was indeed unexpected for Itachi to fall into the hands of Anbu of Taki Shinobi Village. However, according to the original work, it can be inferred that Uchiha Itachi, after opening the 3-goose jade writing wheel eye, cannot even do the most terrifying and powerful Konoha female Anbu ninja known as Anbu Gen, medium. Taki Ninja Village is the ninja village second only to the 5 major countries, and it also bought the tail beast in the hands of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. But that was in the corners, when there was no mutiny, no high-level slaughter. In the original Taki ninja village, even a so-called Jonin, drinking a sip of heroic water, can almost destroy a third-rate village. Now that Uchiha Itachi is in their hands, it really makes people feel intriguing. Boss, what are your plans now? Corner, I'll speak again. Long Yu frowned. He originally planned to return to Urin village to see the situation of Nagato and others. After all, I promised Xiaonan to keep a low profile, and now wearing this red auspicious cloud cloak, if such a big event happens, at least I have to go back for a walk. However, Uchiha Itachi suddenly left Konoha Shinobi Village and fell into the hands of Taki Shinobi Village. Long Yu still intends to take a trip first. You leave me a coordinate, and I'll go meet you first. Long Yu said. Zhao, I didn't feel any surprise. I nodded, and the illusory figure suddenly collapsed. Boss, following this ninja eagle, you will be able to join me. We are not too far apart. As the figure dissipated, the blood vessels on Ninja's body wriggled and fluttered. At the same time, the Iron Country also became extremely lively for the upcoming Five Shadows Conference. Come on, get ready soon, the shadows of the 5 major countries are arriving soon. The Kingdom of Iron, with the convening of the Five Shadows Conference, this one has always maintained neutrality in the ninja world, and it has become completely lively. One by one, wearing heavy armor with Taishi around their waists, gathered in front of the city gate and quickly lined up. A middle-aged man in his mid-50s who was in his prime, with tangled hair like grass, walked over. Compared with other samurai, this middle-aged man did not wear a helmet, but he exuded an air of superiority. If Long Yu is here, absolutely. The former middle-aged man was the head-to-head 3 boats of the samurai who were called the demigod Mountain Pepperfish and Hanzo Immortal. Sir Maikwan, I'm ready. The 5 major countries suddenly held a meeting in our country of Iron, which has not happened for many years. A burly warrior, nearly 2 meters tall, stood out from the crowd. In the country of Iron, samurai are mainly proficient in swordsmanship. And then paired with chakra, it can burst into a powerful strength comparable to that of a ninja. Among them, Okusuke, who is shrouded in heavy armor, is good at fast eye slash. Another samurai of the same stature who is responsible for coordinating the queue is Lijiao. In the country of Iron, they all belong to the class of samurai, who can rival the elite Jonin. Moreover, the duel between the samurai and the ninja, once the ninja is in the hands of the samurai, will be inferior. I heard that there is a powerful Sharingan rebel ninja in Konoha Ninja Village, who has the same kaleidoscope Sharingan as their ancestors. Mifune did not hide his clumsiness and said directly. After all, their country of Iron, this time is just a venue for negotiation. Is Konoha's Uchiha clan that bloody Asura? Lijiao, suddenly he opened his mouth and said. Changsuke, who was beside him, patted him on the shoulder and said, I didn't expect you to be well informed. According to my intelligence network, this blood-colored Asura was dormant in Konoha Ninja Village, and it took 16 years to choose to become a blockbuster. Not only did it repel the sneak attacks of Wu Nin Village and Yun Nin Village, but in Konoha, the alliance between Danzo and Orochimaru was exposed. The whereabouts of the 3 generations of Raikage are currently unknown, and the 4th generation of Zuli was also killed by him. I am afraid this person is the legendary power of the Uchiha clan that day. Having said that, Okusuke looked at Mifune. Of the warriors present changed slightly, and they looked at each other in dismay. They are neutral, but it does not mean that they can really stay out of the riots in the human ninja world. On that day, Mifune and the demigod Shanzhou Hanzo played against each other. It is precisely because Sanshoyu Hanzo's ambition is too great that even their Iron Country intends to annex them. That person's name is Uchiha Longyu. I heard that he is indeed a remarkable existence, and his subordinates have gathered a large number of rebels. Mifune said. However, as soon as the voice fell, a violent wind and waves rolled back in all directions. The nerves of the warriors present were suddenly tense, and they all looked towards the gate. Mifune, you are still the same, and in the face of a newcomer, making such a random evaluation will encourage others, arrogance and underestimate our 5 major countries. A loud voice suddenly sounded. In the sky, a thunder fell from the sky, and there was a sound of rolling thunder. The thunder light dissipated, a figure with arcs flowing all over his body appeared in front of everyone. It's the 4th Hokage. Okusuke's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. A Yun ninja is also well known in the ninja world. Especially Hokage and his son, 3 generations and 4 generations, are violent like thunder. Hehe, 4th Hokage, your speed is still so fast, but Mifune seniors also expressed their opinions. Uchiha Ryu's strength is indeed good, so we will gather here. The violent water flow spun out of thin air in the void, and quickly gathered 4 figures. Among them, the one who was carrying an iron rod, was a short-statured Tachibana Yagura. Following closely, there are Terumi Mei, Zaibujian, and Ching. This is the new 4th generation of water shadows. I heard that the previous one also fell into the hands of Uchiha Longyu. A samurai suddenly lowered his voice and said, "You bastards, are you able to talk nonsense?" A cold voice suddenly sounded. The footsteps of Not Slashing suddenly took a step, and the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost, and came to the side of this samurai warrior with a flash. The special ninja sword that was imitated in his hand made an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, and attacked the samurai in the air. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. No one would have thought that in the country of iron, if they did and cut it again, they would make a move without saying a word. Seeing that the huge beheading sword was about to fall, the sharp sound of the sword resounded suddenly. Slash. Okusuke grabbed his right hand on his waist, and the sword was instantly unsheathed under the chakra wrapping of the wind. Under the watchful eyes of the public, with a gesture of lightning speed, he took the lead and stopped in front of the beheading sword that slashed from the sky. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound rolled and dispersed, and the gust of wind that was set off quickly rolled back around. Bang! The rude samurai, looking at the beheading sword that stopped a few inches in front of him, shrank his pupils and fell to the ground in fright. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became extremely depressed. Mifune-sama, there is a huge golden floating sand in the sky over there. A samurai came quickly from a distance. Looking at the tense atmosphere in the field, I couldn't help but stop. Haha, I didn't expect that. I was just a step late, and you all almost started fighting. It seems that this time the meeting was more lively than before. The golden sands are rapidly approaching in the distance. It landed on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. Led by Luo Sha, as well as Chiyo and Maki, as representatives of the Sand Ninja Village, they landed in front of everyone with an extremely dazzling gesture. It can be said that if there is not a foreshadowing of Not Slashing violent attacks again, I am afraid that the people in the field will say another sentence. Of the 3 generations of Kazekage of the previous generation is also inseparable from Uchiha Ryu. HMPH, Luo Sha, after the last battle, your way of appearing is still exaggerated as always. Be careful of being robbed in the middle. It's not good to lose your life. 4th Hokage snorted coldly and said unhappily. Their country of thunder and country of wind also have borders, so things have happened all the time. It can be said that the shadow-level powerhouses present can become representatives of each village, more or less because of Uchiha Longyu. Chapter 172, Opposition to Peace. If the shadows of the villages hadn't been killed, they wouldn't have sat in this position so early. Hehe, you are all new faces. It seems that only I have a longer life. Those old opponents are all dead. A slightly old voice came out. 3 figures floating in mid-air slowly fell. However, the most striking thing was the little old man at the head. It can be said that no matter experiencing many turmoil in the ninja world, this old man can't be beaten to death by relying on this shadow's position. Onogi old man, are you saying that there is no successor in Yan'an village, and you have to let the old man carry it in front of you? The fourth Hokage suddenly spoke up. Soon, the atmosphere that seemed a little depressing in the field was pushed to the top in an instant. Little boy, you are too arrogant. Today your father died, so let me teach you instead of him. 2 days ago, Onogi roared angrily, and the white light in his hands instantly condensed at the same time. A terrifying and destructive aura quickly spread out. Looking for death. The fourth Hokage roared angrily, but he was also not a shy master. Thunder light crackled and rang in the ears, the whole person turned into a thunder, and appeared in front of the 2 days of Oyagi as fast as a thunderbolt. The violent blow caused Onogi's complexion to change slightly. His dust escape is very strong, and can instantly pierce through anything and turn it into flying dust. However, the process of performing this technique also takes a while, facing the fourth Hokage who is good at speed. At such a distance of more than 10 meters, it is obviously at a disadvantage. Although it can be done in time in this situation. Just that once the attack collides, at such a close distance, the waves of explosions that roll up will implicate the people in the field. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air instantly sounded, and a golden figure suddenly appeared. The next moment, like a tiger's mouth, the 2 hands clasped the wrists of the fourth Hokage and Onogi 1 step ahead. The chakra that the 2 of them had gathered together suddenly dispersed with this squeeze. After all, from the beginning, they were just paper tigers, and they had no real intention of doing it. Regardless of, no matter how exaggerated the way they appear, they are all to promote the strength of their country and to stand up in public. It's just that they never imagined that no matter how they behave, there is no such thing as a timely and rainy figure in front of them, and they will come more dashing and outstanding. Onogi-senpai, we meet again. Minato Namikaze said with a smile. The 5 shadows are gathering now to negotiate important matters. Everyone is willing to go there in person, and they have the same goal. Why don't we put aside our prejudices and talk about it first? Speaking, Minato Namikaze also let go of his hands and looked at Yakura Godachibana in the field. Yutaki Yakura quickly agreed. That's right, the 2 of you don't give face to Yakura, you should give face to the 4th Hokage too. Now the Konoha ninja village is extremely prosperous, and the 2 shadows coexist. That's a big happy event. The people present couldn't help but startled, but no one was willing to refute. Who has always been arrogant and rude, snorted coldly and dissipated the arc of lightning from his body. As Yutaki Yakura said, the coexistence of 2 shadows is not to belittle other shinobi villages and support Konoha. Contrary, this is a matter of Iron Clan. HMPH, I thought it was the monkey running here, but I didn't expect him to retire so quickly. Anamu snorted coldly, and his body suspended in midair also landed firmly on the ground. Goji Tachibana Yakura also glanced at it again and said, if you don't come back soon, don't embarrass our One village again. No one will believe this statement. If it wasn't for the approval of Yutaki Yakura, they wouldn't believe it, and they wouldn't dare to act like this in the country of iron. However, his approach, regardless of, it is very clear whether it is the 4 great kingdoms or Mifune and others of the Iron Country. Everything is to prove the strength of the samurai, the poor ninja. It is precisely because of this reason that I am qualified to host this 5 shadows, And he let out a cold snort, turned around and left without stopping. However, when he saw the cold light blade, the slightly chipped curling blade made the face of Zai Buku turn ashen. For him, the pursuit of forbearance and breaking the sword is precisely because it can withstand and rough treatment. No matter how you cut it, or how you use it. This broken knife will absorb enough blood to regenerate and repair itself. It can be said that this kind of ninja tool is enough for Zaibushin to kill the enemy without any worries. The newly minted beheading sword is similar in shape but completely different in nature. This undoubtedly limits the true strength of Zaibushin. Okay, it's just a misunderstanding. It's my 3 ships. Honor to be able to visit the Iron Country. Mifune came out at the right time, his eyes turned in vain, and he landed behind Namikaze Minato. Haha, I didn't expect that there will be two old faces this time. The handwriting of your Konoha shinobi village is as great as ever. Inexplicably speaking, immediately, everyone in the field couldn't help but be stunned. Hurriedly followed his gaze, and at the moment of entering his eyes, the pupils of many people shrank slightly, even Onogi and the fourth Raikage were no exception. Are these two of the Konoha Sannin? A samurai couldn't help asking. Okusuke nodded and said, this is a strong man with enough qualifications to become a shadow, but I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would skip them and pass the position to Konoha Golden Flashing Wave Wind Minato. Hey, Changsuke, you're still the same, talking nonsense here. Zillai also raised his hand and looked at Mifune. You can't let Tsunade and I hide and get along for a while, or you have to break our beautiful time. Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about here? Shut up for me. Tsunade snorted coldly. His mouth was unhappy, but it was rare that he didn't take a violent beating. After looking around in the field, he looked at the fourth Raikage and said, I didn't expect you to become Raikage. However, except for Toying, everyone can become a shadow, and I am afraid that both indirectly and directly are related to Uchiha Tien. Tsunade, you still despised it as always. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly. However, this time, he was not as furious as when he was against Onogi. Yo-yo, isn't this the person who is in love with the eldest brother, Chinsho Tsunade? Is he going to make 101 confession failures? Kurabi's voice came from within the forest, and that rap gesture instantly made Raikage's cheeks twitch. A backhand toss, kunai filled with lightning, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight towards Kurabi. Bang! Kunai was directly dodged by Kurabi, and was inserted into the trunk of the tree at once, and the huge impact force directly broke the tree in the middle. Shut up you bastard. The fourth Raikage had already anticipated this result, and after a cold snort, he looked at Tsunade and said, even Konoha Sannin has come too. It seems that you Konoha Shinobi Village, you have a question about Uchiha Ryu this time. Things are taken very seriously. We would like to know what your Konoha Ninja Village is going to do with this being called a traitor by the 4 generations of Mizukage who can endanger the safety of the ninja world. Yo-yo, isn't this the person who is in love with the eldest brother, Chinsho Tsunade? Is he going to make 101 confession failures? Kurabi's voice came from within the forest, and that rap gesture instantly made Raikage's cheeks twitch. A backhand toss, kunai filled with lightning, made a stern sound of breaking through the air, and shot straight towards Kurabi. Bang! Kunai was directly dodged by Kurabi, and was inserted into the trunk of the tree at once, and the huge impact force directly broke the tree in the middle. Shut up you bastard. The fourth Raikage had already anticipated this result, and after a cold snort, he looked at Tsunade and said, even Konoha Sannin has come too. It seems that you Konoha Shinobi Village, you have a question about Uchiha Ryu this time. Things are taken very seriously. We would like to know what your Konoha Ninja Village is going to do with this being called a traitor by the 4 generations of Mizukage who can endanger the safety of the ninja world. As soon as these words came out, the situation and atmosphere in the field changed slightly. As regardless of any ninja village, once there is a rebellion, especially the existence of endangering the interests of other ninja villages. Not only do the major countries need to join forces to denounce it, but the country also needs to make greater efforts. For example, it is necessary to set up a special pursuit team to carry out pursuit and attack on the betrayal. At the same time, it is necessary to send strong people to lead the team. In the original work, after the failed assassination of the 4th generation of Water Shadows, Zaibujian obviously had this kind of treatment. Chased and harassed by the chasing team sent by Anbu. Compared with other shinobi villages, Konoha Shinobi Village can be said to be full of strong people, and Uchiha Ryu's defection just caused Konoha Shinobi Village to lose a dispensable Shimura Danzo. It's a far cry from their loss of Shadow and Tailed Orc Pillars. I can't decide this matter. I leave it to Lord Hokage, I'm just here to play. Tsunade did not answer, and directly acted as a hand-swinging shopkeeper. Everyone's eyes turned in vain, and fell on Minato Namikaze. Facing the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Minato Namikaze took a deep breath and finally spoke up. He is very clear that since this is a plan researched by the senior management of Konoha, no matter what is it necessary to say. What's more, if you don't hide your clumsiness and speak out as soon as possible, I'm afraid it can reduce the losses and conflicts in the major ninja villages. I want you to make peace with Uchiha Ryu. The small voice seemed to be filled with a magic sound, and it echoed in the field for a long time and could not be dissipated. No. Crap. You are dreaming. 3 violent shouts came out almost at the same time. As the convener of this Five Shadows meeting, Godachibana Yakura couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he looked at the 4 generations of Raikage, Luo Sha, and Onogi for 2 days who were directly opposed. First to pile up a smile and said, "Fourth Hokage, did you say something wrong? This 5 Shadow meeting was held to help you Konoha Ninja Village to eradicate Uchiha Ryu who endangered the ninja world. He has gathered a group of vicious people. Could it be that your Konoha Ninja Village is still trying to protect him? I still think that the losses of our other ninja villages are simply insignificant." Chapter 173, Kagaya Clan Rebellion. The slightly long-sounding voice obviously pushed up the resentment in the field. Namikaze Minato Rao had expected it for a long time, but looking at the other 4 shadows, the reaction was so intense, it seemed a bit surprising. However, in the current situation, the arrow had to be shot on the string, and Minato Namikaze's expression sank, and he said again, "Everyone, I persuade you and Uchiha Ryu to make peace, not for the benefit of Konoha Shinobi Village. The purpose is not to shirk responsibility. I just want to tell everyone here, don't underestimate the strength and means of Uchiha Longyu, otherwise you will suffer. Look at him." 4th Raikage suddenly roared. "4th Hokage, you have not finished your hair, so you came here to make a smack. No matter how good his strength is, can he really be compared to his ancestor Madara Uchiha? Don't forget, no matter how powerful he is only one person. We are the 5 great ninja villages. You ask us to put down our posture and make peace with him alone. This is simply a fool's dream." Yes, the 4th Raikage is right. 2 days later, Oyoki also agreed in a cold voice. That kid's goal is the tailed beast. The 3rd and 4th tails have already fallen into his hands. The Uchiha family can control the tailed beast. His current approach has fully revealed his ambition. Are you planning now? Let us negotiate with him, and then hand over the tailed beast when he opens his mouth. Speaking of this for 2 days, Onagi's face was extremely gloomy, and he shouted sharply, "This is simply no way. If he really has the sincerity to make peace, then he will hand over all the rebellion and tolerance under his command, and then dig his eyes out, otherwise there will be only one battle." The awe-inspiring voice made Minato Namikaze's face turn ashen. With such a stubborn attitude, there is no way to talk about it at all. For a time, the huge situation fell into an inexplicable silence. Cough, everyone, you have come from afar to resolve the matter of Uchiha Ryu. Mifune, as the host, saw that the situation was not right, and quickly interrupted. "This is not a place to talk. Why don't you move to the conference room, and then have a good discussion, maybe you will get a result that will satisfy everyone." HMPH, Mifune, stop being a peacemaker here. 3rd generation of Raikage snorted coldly. If the 4th generation of Hokage had this idea from the beginning, intending to let us 4 shadows rest in peace, this is simply impossible. Since this matter is impossible, what else is worth talking about? No matter how powerful he is, Uchiha Ryu, could he really be able to break through our ninja village? If this is the case, I, the 4th generation of Raikage, are willing to cut off this man's head and send him away. Yes. Goji Tachibana Yakura also nodded and agreed. Our 5 major ninja villages have been standing in the ninja world for a long time, no matter what. It has gone through many battles or turmoil, but has become stronger and stronger. It is all because of unity. In the eyes of the 4 generations of Hokage, Uchiha Ryu's strength, no matter how powerful, is it still as powerful as his ancestor Uchiha Madara. As the 4th Hokage said, Uchiha Longyu's purpose, since it is to collect tailed beasts, intends to use the kaleidoscope to control the tailed beasts to invade the 5 major countries, and even the entire ninja world. Then, if he really dares to challenge a ninja village head-on for a tailed beast, I, the 4th generation of Mizukage Goji Tachibana Yagura, would also be willing to cut off his head, give it to him, and write one more word of service. I would too. 2 days later, Onogi also spoke up. Who was watching the play by the side, felt the gaze of the other 3 shadows, and this behavior was obviously forcing him to choose to stand in line. After taking another look at the helpless Namikaze Minato, he said with a smile, if he can really break a ninja village for a tailed beast, I would also be willing to cut off his head and give it to him. Looking at the one-sided situation, Minato Namikaze's face turned ashen. He hesitated for a moment and then said, but, in our ninja world, there is no ninja as powerful as the original Naruto, nor has it been able to detect the depth of Uchiha Ryu. I just want to persuade you, don't really come, let Uchiha Ryu break the ninja village and regret it. The huge situation suddenly became, the needle dropped. In the face of the common position of the 4 shadows, Minato Namikaze dared to say this. Falling in the ears of others, there is no doubt that there is a taste of contempt. The expressions of Jiraiya and Tsunade also changed slightly, and they felt it. After looking at each other, they secretly cheered up. Although Namikaze Minato's remarks are too reckless, his current identity is very visible, and it represents the attitude of Konoha Shinobi Village. Regardless of who is the other party, they also need to protect the Wind and Water Gate comprehensively. Okay, what a Konoha ninja village, what a 4th Hokage. The 4 generations of Hokage said okay twice, and the thunderlight on his body suddenly skyrocketed. When the crackling sounded endlessly, under the stride, it was like a thunderous strike from the air. The violent scene suddenly changed the expressions of everyone in the arena. They reacted. The 4th Hokage had already appeared in front of Namikaze Minato. The right hand wrapped around the violent thunder light. Shen's sonic boom hit the sky. Thunder plow hot knife. One shot is the ultimate move, with the Thunderbolt chakra mode. Under the blessing of tyrannical speed, a sudden thunder burst out in an instant. This can instantly bring people's heads up. However, this attack was only close enough, and Minato Namikaze's right hand flicked, and Fei Lei Shen Kuo flew out. The next moment, the whole person disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. When it reappeared, Namikaze Minato was already behind the 4th Hokage, and at the same time he grabbed the flying thunder god Kuei. It was placed directly on the neck of the 4th Hokage. Big brother! Kurabi roared angrily, and under the eruption of the tailed beast chakra, the body's surface immediately. A tailed animal coat emerges. However, due to this delay, he was no longer allowed to take action, and Zillai also clasped his hands together suddenly, and the lion's wild hair technique was like a long whip. He stopped right in the path of Kurabi's attack. Tsunade also flickered and fell behind Minato Namikaze, and looked around vigilantly. HMPH, as expected of the golden light of Konoha, the speed is really not slow, but if you want to convince us to reconcile with Uchiha Ryu just by this means, it is impossible. The 4th Hokage snorted angrily, and the thunder all over his body exploded like a frenzy. Don't take that stinky, gather this group of waste, and plan to be on an equal footing with our Yunrin village. He will never know that Yunrin village is an iron wall, and it is unbreakable. Rolling words fell, and the violent thunder light detonated again. The crackling arc made Minato Namikaze, who was standing behind him, instantly force back. Looking at this scene, when Minato Namikaze's expression changed slightly, he grabbed Tsunade's shoulders and quickly performed the flying thunder god technique and disappeared out of thin air. Bang! The fist wrapped around the thunder light, without any fancy, hit the ground directly. At the same time as the ground shattered, the gravel splashed, and one after another hideous cracks spread rapidly. Who seemed to be surrounding them all pulled away and retreated. The scene calmed down, the rolling sand and dust dissipated, leaving only the broken ground and the 4 generations of wreckage standing on the ruins. As for Namikaze Minato, Tsunade and Jiraiya, they had already landed more than 10 meters away, and their expressions became a little more solemn. The current situation speaks for itself. The proposal made by Minato Namikaze was rejected by the 4 major ninja villages at the same time. Then, Konoha Ninja Village will probably be isolated by the 4 great ninja villages, and even the sniper battle in the Iron Country. HMPH, the speed of escape is really fast, and the people who came out of Konoha are really unusual. The 4th wreckage snorted coldly. After this blow, a breath of anger was evident, and the thunderlight that circulated on his body dissipated a little or two. After that, he said in a deep voice, "You Konoha are imaginative, and you plan to let us reconcile. However, don't say we don't give you Hokage face. Let that kid choose. If he can really break through a ninja village, we may consider 1 or 2. It's just, don't blame us for not telling him in advance. To attack the ninja village, that's the stupidest thing, and it's even more self-defeating. I really hope he chooses Yunnin village, so I will wait for him to be delivered to the door, and then personally he killed and hung the head on the sealed gate." Unbridled laughter echoed in the heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Mifune secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of how nasty what wreckage said. In Mifune's eyes, it was enough as long as this group of big men didn't fight. What's more, in the eyes of Mifune, if you really want to choose between Namikaze Minato and the 4th wreckage, he is more inclined towards the 4th wreckage. A renegade ninja leading a group of rebellious ninjas and being able to capture a ninja village is simply bullshit. Watergate, let's forget it. Zillai also dissipated the ninjutsu, and couldn't help saying, maybe, there are really many. Lord Wreckage. A hurried voice came, instantly straining everyone's nerves. I hurriedly followed the voice, and the first thing that caught my eye was a figure descending from the sky. Tutai, something happened, aren't you stationed in the village? The 4th wreckage looked stagnant and shouted in a deep voice. In Yunrin village, Tutai, as the teacher of the 4th generation wreckage practicing lay plow hot knife, has always been favored by him. It is for this reason that when the 4th wreckage went to the Iron Country, he did not bring the soil platform with him, but brought Kurabi out instead. The purpose is to be able to better defend Yunnan village. Yes, it was the Kagaya clan's rebellion that made the second tail go berserk. Tutai said in a hurry. But as soon as the words came out of his mouth, the 4th wreckage grabbed his shoulders. That group of bastards actually rebelled again. I knew that day, I would kill them all as soon as I came to power. The rolling words were filled with awe-inspiring murderous intent. Facing this violent scene, the expressions of the people present changed drastically. Chapter 174, Meaningless. They are no strangers to the so-called Kagaya clan. After all, the riots that broke out between the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn that day were not small. It's just that they never imagined that when the Five Shadows Conference was held, the 2 major forces of Yunrin village left the village. They even chose to riot again at this juncture, and they also borrowed the second and second tails to carry out. Brother, let's do it right away. Hurry back. Kurabi said hurriedly. In their opinion, the current Yunrin village, facing the 22-tailed riots, as well as the Kagaya clan rebellion, no one can suppress it. Tutai also desperately escaped from the village to report the news. The face of such a crisis, even if Yunnin village can really survive, it is still in dire straits. Seeing that Kurabi and the 4th wreckage were about to leave, Tutai looked around and said hesitantly, Lord Wreckage, don't be impatient, I have something I don't know if I should say it or not, or we should find someone else. Local report privately. Bastard, at this time, what else should I say? Is it possible that I, Wreckage, have nothing to be ashamed of in front of them? The 4th wreckage roared. In his eyes, Yunren village is now in dire straits, and Tutai is still planning to sell off, which is something he cannot tolerate. That, Raikage-sama, is what you asked me to say. Tutai looked around hesitantly and said, when Jinmu and Yinmu rebelled, and when the two Tails rioted, Uchiha Ryu just infiltrated Yunnan village. Then, he seemed to have a little friendship with the two Yumu and Samui, and solved Jinmu and Yinmu smoothly, and then Urtue also surrendered in public and left with him. The timid voice swept the audience like a hurricane at this moment. Regardless of, was the fourth Raikage, or Luo Sha and the others who had made a statement not long ago, their cheeks were twitching involuntarily. A moment ago, they were still boasting about Heiko. They never thought that this slap in the face would come too fast. Even Yunnan village, which is known as the most powerful military force, was able to infiltrate, and he also helped Yunnan village to solve the rebellion, and together with the second two Tails surrendered and left. A huge gap compared to the copper wall and the iron wall that the fourth Raikage just mentioned. Looking at the twitching cheeks of the fourth generation Raikage, Tutai couldn't help but ask, Lord Raking, can I continue to explain a thing or two? Explain. The fourth generation of Raking was furious, and under the eyes of the public, the thunder light all over his body skyrocketed, and he directly reached out and grabbed the earth platform. However, as soon as he moved, Minato Namikaze appeared in front of the fourth Raikage like a ghost and grabbed his wrist. The thunder light was crackling and crackling, but in the face of this terrifying scene, Minato Namikaze seemed to be unaware, and said in a deep voice, Fourth Raikage, I didn't expect that your oath just now would be tested so quickly. This time, Uchiha Ryu just suppressed the rebellion in Yunnan village and took away the second Tails, but next time I don't know how things will evolve. Before things get out of hand, I hope that the fourth Raikage, you will consider my suggestion just now. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the field became a little stagnant. It was Luo Sha, or the 2-day-old Onogi, and even the expression of Yakura Tachibana has changed slightly. A moment ago, they were still able to support the 5 great kingdoms and the huge ninja village as their support, and they were able to despise Minato Namifung's words. Pity that what Uchiha Longyu is doing now has subverted their cognition. If it is really deduced according to Namikaze Minato, it is completely unimaginable to what extent the ninja world will evolve. Damn! The fourth generation of Raikage roared, and under the skyrocketing thunderous light, Minato Namikaze's hand was smashed into the air. At the same time, his right arm swung suddenly, sweeping towards him with a stern sound of breaking the air. The violent attack shook everyone's nerves. In the face of Minato's proposal, Lei Xiong, it means that the negotiations have failed. Bang! The violent sonic boom burst out, and the blow of the hand was directly missed. Reappeared beside Raya again, looking at the angry face of the fourth Raikage, he opened his mouth to speak. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade had already stopped him. Minato, it's good to talk about it here. Since Raing has already made a choice, this meeting of the 5 shadows is meaningless. Let's go. Abandoning those words, Tsunade turned around and left first. Jiraiya also patted Namifung Minato on the shoulder and said, Let's go back and reunite with the teacher. Your duty has been fulfilled. To what extent the ninja world will develop in the future, our Konoha ninja village has done our best to avoid it. Although Jiraiya and Tsunade are not Hokage, the weight of these words is still very strong. Seeing the two of them leave, after a moment of silence, Minato Namikaze clasped his fists and said, Since everyone has made a decision, then Minato will leave first. If there is anything that needs mutual assistance, our Konoha shinobi village can also provide what we can. Help. However, I'm still an old saying, don't underestimate Uchiha Longyu, as he. Friend, even I have no way to see the depth of his strength. He is a good person and a bad person. Voice fell, Minato Namika squeezed his surgical seal, and under the technique of Flying Thunder God, he disappeared out of thin air like a ghost. Who had disappeared completely, the tense atmosphere in the field eased a little, but there was obviously another inexplicable taste. The so-called 5 Shadows conference almost broke out before it even started. In the end, the purpose of joining forces was not achieved, which made many people subconsciously set their sights on Yakura Gotochiya. After all, the person who presided over the Five Shadows meeting this time was him. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the arena, Tachibana Yagura's cheeks twitched slightly. He thought that the convening of this meeting would promote the alliance of Five Shadows, but that was his moment of brilliance. However, the results obtained now have subverted his cognition. He really underestimated Uchiha Ryu's means, and at the same time he did not expect that at such a juncture, such a mess would occur in Yunrin village. Thinking that the transaction plan between Heiju and Heiju had evolved to this point, Gotochibana Yakura looked at Mifune with an ashen face, and forced a smile on his face. Mifune, you are the leader of the Iron Country. I also clearly know the danger level of Uchiha Ryu, and I have witnessed the attitude of Konoha Shinobi Village. As a neutral country, I want to know what decision you will make in the end. Facing the stares of the other three shadows, Gotochibana Yakura clearly planned to pour his attention and dirty water on Mifune. Moreover, these remarks put a tall hat on the three boats. Even the decision of the four major countries needs to seek the opinion of your Iron Country. If you say this, it is simply arrogant, and your face is also covered with gold. Hee, the fourth generation of water shadows, you really look down on me, a small Iron Country. This time I just follow the usual practice, as a neutral country, to provide a venue for your five major countries to negotiate. As for how you will deal with wood, ye rebels against Uchiha Longyu, I am not qualified to comment. Don't be ashamed to say a word, no matter what. The five major countries, or how the dispute between you and Uchiha Ryu has evolved, as long as it does not endanger the stability and peace of our country of iron, we have no intention of meddling with your affairs. Goji Tachibana Yakura's expression turned ashen. He never thought that what he said just now would be completely useless to Mifune. Okay, since the Five Shadows conference can't be held, the fourth generation Reikage also has a big matter to go back to deal with, and Tuakage and Kazekage are not here either. Then, Mizukage-sama, I'll be able to leave. Mifune glanced at Yakura Gooseberry. The country of iron has its own weight in being able to stand in a big country for so long. If there is not enough control, the strength of the overall situation, how can we always maintain a neutral identity in the game of great powers? Okay, very good, Mifune, next time we meet, I hope you don't come to beg me. Goji Tachibana Yakura's face sank, and with a flick of his sleeves, he looked at the fourth Reikage and the others, and said, everyone, why don't we find a place to continue our discussions? Right now, Uchiha Longyu has invaded Yunnan village, and he has retreated completely. His harm is great, and everyone has seen it. What we need to do now is to work together to fight the enemy. HMPH, the kindness of the four generations of water shadows, our Yunnan village has taken the lead. In this situation, I'm still worried. You invite me to Wurin village, and we will be wiped out. The fourth Reikage snorted coldly and turned to leave. In his eyes, Yakura's citrus orange is simply a pot that doesn't even mention opening. Seeing the fourth Reikage leave, Kurabi and Tudai didn't stop for a while, and quickly followed. Haha, Lei Ying's words are a bit rushed, and you don't mind the fourth generation of water shadows. 2 days ago, Onogi laughed dryly and said, however, the situation is not clear at the moment, and Uchiha Ryu doesn't know whether he will attack other shinobi villages, and if there is time to make an alliance, we should go back to the village to see, don't be caught again. Taking advantage of the situation and taking the old nest, it is as humiliating as Yunrin village. Shuiying, see you next time. Goodbye. Luo Sha, who had been silent for a while, casually agreed, then turned around and left. Let's go too. Mifune didn't stop for a while, and after the order fell, he led a group of ninjas and turned and left. The heavy steel gates slammed shut. In the huge ruins, only Yakura Gotochibana with Terumi-mei and the others remained standing there with a livid face. Shuiying-sama, what should we do now? Terumi-mei couldn't hold her breath anymore. At first, she was still worried that the 5 great ninja villages would form an alliance and then attack Uchiha Ryu. I never imagined that everything would change so quickly. Even Raikage, who didn't care at first, was almost taken over by Yunnin village, which was ruled by his subordinates. Other words, in their eyes, it was compared to being suppressed by Long Yu and leaving with the tailed beast. Was even more willing to hear that it would be better for Yunnin village and Uchiha Ryu to fight for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally defeat the strong enemy. At least, it sounds, no matter how tragic the record is, it is a battle for honor. Chapter 175, Heiju. Instead of passively accepting Uchiha Ryu's alms after Raikage boasted about Heiko. Suppress the rebellion easily and make the runaway tailed beast surrender. This ride is ironic. HMPH, what else can we do? Of course, you should return to the village now. Yakura snorted coldly and said angrily, I will definitely return this grievance to Uchiha Ryu. Hearing these resentful words, Terumi Mei's expression froze, and she said, Lord Mizukage, don't you plan to return with us? What's the matter? Do I have to get your approval to do things? Now you are the water shadow, or I am. Goji Tachibana Yakura's face sank, and he said gloomily, you still think I am not qualified to be a water shadow, and you want to give orders on my behalf. Words fell, the atmosphere in the field changed drastically. After Terumi Mei's face changed, when her red lips were lightly opened and she was about to stop, Ao, who was on the side, spoke first. Lord Mizukage, don't misunderstand, Terumi Mei is also for water. For the safety of Lord Ying, I took the liberty to ask. After all, Lord Mizuying is related to the coexistence of honor and disgrace in our Onen village. Hey, there are some things that should be said, I will tell you, and some things that shouldn't be said. I hope you still don't bother, or do you think that I will be killed by Uchiha Ryu sniper? If nothing happens, you will return by yourself, I still have things to do. Goji Tachibana Yakura looked around coldly, then dropped those words, turned around and left. For a time, in the huge ruins, only the 3 people of Terumi Mei with different expressions were left. The strength is not strong, and the temper is not small. Suddenly he opened his mouth. Taking a look, the big beheading hand with a gap in his hand, after a cold snort, backhanded it back. I'm going 1 step ahead. If you don't cut it, it will still be the same. Ching sighed helplessly. Terumi Mei, don't take what you just said to heart, let's hurry up and don't cut it, I'm afraid he will cause something. With Terumi Mei nodding in agreement, the 2 walked away quickly. After half a minute, a ghostly figure emerged from the soil, and a playful expression appeared under the scarlet tongue. Hee, I didn't expect the 5 Shadows conference to become like this, but thanks to Uchiha Ryu, I found the opportunity to infiltrate the country of iron and got a lot of specimens. I will definitely seek revenge for the revenge of the day. Of Yi Cheng's speech, it became abnormally cold. Soon, another black shadow appeared in the soil, with a black and white face and the means to perfectly integrate with the earth, making his identity ready to be revealed. Orochimaru, it seems that you have found a desirable specimen again. Heiju said with a smile. The Kingdom of Iron has always been neutral, although the samurai do not know ninjutsu, but the strong ones among them can still be comparable to Shangnin. As long as they are successfully reincarnated from the dirt, the strength of your undead army will be greatly improved. It will take it to the next level. Orochimaru was obviously not surprised by the sudden appearance of Heiju. After the Konoha shinobi village was defeated, he separated from Danzo and met Heiju, a mysterious existence. At first, he had no interest in this guy who was more afraid of death than himself. However, after fighting a little bit, when the opponent showed the wood ninja that only the first generation had, Orochimaru felt that his scientific achievements were being provoked. Even if he tried his best to create Tianzang by chance, which one of the wooden escapes survived, the wooden escape ninjutsu he performed was extremely difficult and infinitely weakened. Almost perfectly displayed by the self-proclaimed initiator of the dark turmoil in front of him. Of course, this so-called perfection is only compared to the experimental results in the eyes of Orochimaru, and it is still far from the first generation of Hokage and Shinshujuma. However, when he thought of Heiju's promise to give himself as an experiment, he also provided the so-called Baiju clone as a test. This is immediate. Let Orochimaru agree to Heiju's alliance request. After all, in the eyes of Orochimaru, this so-called alliance is nothing but a relationship between use and being used under the condition of satisfying ambition. Orochimaru, can't you always put on an expression of covetousness? I promise you that things will be done. This is my avatar of Baiju, with wood escape cells. As long as you integrate it into your experiments, it will also be of great help to the reincarnation of filth in the future. Heiju smiled again. Voice fell, his body wriggled rapidly, and soon a corpse of Baiju was separated and fell to the ground. Of Taki Ninja Village, Long Yu's figure flickered, appearing like a ghost outside a forest. Junmalu, who followed behind, was wearing a red cloak with auspicious clouds, and there were a lot of cuts. However, a pair of eyes were like hawks, and they didn't say anything. His sharp eyes turned abruptly and locked onto the forest in the distance. Whoosh! The sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed. One after another, the black shuriken, like a violent storm, shot straight at him. As soon as they approached, a deep and violent shout came from the forest in the distance. Blast me! Boom! The approaching kunai, wrapped in a spell, burst into flames. The next moment, a low explosion sounded one after another. Bang bang bang, hot. Heat wave rolled back like a frenzy. The surrounding trees were directly swallowed up by the waves of fire, and Uchiha Longyu and others were not spared either. The art of fire escape how fireball. 3 figures flashed out of the forest. However, the movements of the hands still did not stop at all. Under the rapid flying, the fiery chakra quickly gathered in the mouth, and detonated again the next moment. 3 fireballs blurted out, they took on a stern stance and rolled away again towards the place where Long Yu and the two were. Rumbling, the sound of the explosion was almost endless, and the flames roared into the world, burning the woods hundreds of meters in radius. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and the firelight illuminated the foreheads of the 3 Taki shinobi. Lord Shuinen, I didn't expect that catching a Uchiha kid would attract so many chasing soldiers. It seems that the kid's identity is really not simple. A young ninja in his early 20s had a trace of fear on his face. When I remembered not long ago, facing the chasing team, my scalp felt a little numb. HMPH, to be able to open the 3-goose jade writing wheel at the age of 7, that talent is definitely a general existence in the Uchiha family. Known as Suinen, looks thin and thin, but his eyes exude the taste of killing and decisiveness. Looking at Taki Shinobi, he can definitely be called a battle-hardened existence. Lord Shuinen, among the chasing team, there is a boy from Uchiha. If we do this, will we provoke the guy in the rumor? Another man hesitated and said. The rumored guy Shuinen and another boy's expressions changed slightly. They know who the people who are vaguely mentioned by their companions are. That was Konoha's rebellion, shocking the existence of the whole ninja world. Thinking of the various victories rumored in the ninja world is enough to make one's scalp tingle. HMPH, that guy can't protect himself now. The 5 Shadows Conference was held to deal with him. Shui Nan snorted coldly, and said, when he really pulls out to deal with it, we've already captured the writing wheel eye. Once he really dares to attack us, our Taki Ninja Village will tie our Taki Ninja Village to the chariot of the 5 great kingdoms and wait for him, and it will become the anger of the entire ninja world. The slightly eloquent words, but the analysis was eloquent, so that the 2 Taki ninjas standing behind Shuinen were also relieved. However, just as the smile on his face appeared, the next moment he looked at the eyes in the sea of fire, but suddenly shrank. Big, my lord, there's a huge cocoon of bones in there. Shuinen's expression was stagnant, and he suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed the sound. However, the childish words coming from behind, full of indifference, shook their nerves. You mean, our adults, are you afraid of the so-called Five Shadows Conference? That's too naive. Junmalu suddenly emerged from the ground. The bones in his hand turned over, he spit out a spear, and stabbed towards the south of the water with lightning speed. The violent blow made the two young Taki shinobi present feel a sense of being caught off guard. However, in their eyes, there was a little more happiness. At least, at the moment when Shuinen was killed, they could get enough reaction time for them. However, just as this thought came into my mind, a powerful big hand, like iron tongs, was instantly clasped on the shoulders of the two of them. Pulled it off suddenly, and directly used the two as meat shields. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and the eyes of the two young Taki shinobi widened. That pierced through their abdomens instantly, like a spear, the blood that spilled out quickly disappeared like vitality. I am afraid that even when they died, they never imagined that the seniors they admired would abandon them like chess pieces at this time of life and death. Blast me! Roar suddenly came out, and there was a hint of urgency between the words. Voice fell, and Junmalu frowned, and saw two corpses, with a lot of detonating charms obviously sticking to them. To withdraw and retreat, and the hot air wave of the explosion rolled back like a frenzy. Boom! The flames soared into the sky, and the tyrannical air waves even threw Shuinen, who shot violently, into the sky. However, it looked like he was in a state of embarrassment, but Shuinen's body was not in serious trouble. The moment he hurriedly landed, he turned around and ran away quickly without looking back. When he thought of the words that fell in his ear just now, the adult who pointed directly at the words was like an invisible big hand clenching his heart tightly. No way, that guy will never appear here, I must have heard it wrong. Shuinen couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, just after rushing out 7 or 8 steps, the words that came to the mouth changed quickly. No, it must be my eyesight, I must be wrong, there is absolutely no possibility that he will appear here. Shuinen stopped abruptly. Looking at the bone cocoon that was originally in the flame, it opened like a petal, and on that indifferent cheek, the scarlet-like blood-like 9-hooked jade kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, let the thin figure in front of him exude a different kind of mystery. Feel. If, really let Shuinen find an adjective. Chapter 176. Rebellion and Resentment of Yujoudu. Unfathomable. My lord, how did he deal with it? Kanmaro's indifferent voice sounded again. Shuinen, who was in shock, had a drastic change in his expression. He didn't have time to think about it, he hurriedly pulled away and looked back, and the sight of the scene shook his nerves. I saw the red auspicious cloud cloak, which had been torn apart, revealing Junmalu's tender figure and cheeks. However, the white bone armor covered on the body surface, as well as the ferocious bone spurs on the back, gave people a horrified taste. Monsters, you really are monsters. Shuinen panicked. A Junmalu who was only 6 or 7 years old, he had already tried his best to be unable to obliterate him. Unfathomable blood-colored Asura rumored in the ninja world. The thought of provoke such a powerful monster for the mere pair of 3-hooked jade writing wheel eyes. Shuinen couldn't wait to swallow the haiku that he just boasted about. Hee, don't do it first, I admire him very much, it's better to be a dead friend than a dead friend. Long Yu laughed dryly, he was still thinking about how to find out the trace of Uchiha Itachi, but he did not expect to encounter an ambush as soon as he set foot on the boundary of Taki Ninja Village. And, depending on the situation, there are other Konoha squads who are chasing back Uchiha Itachi. Sir, you appreciate me very much. Shuinen's face showed ecstasy. Now a little boy, Junmalu, has already made him feel difficult. It can be said that there is no chance of winning in the fight. If you can get the favor of Uchiha Ryayu, it is not good to be a rebel. But it can also save a small life. Of course I appreciate it. Long Yu's smile became brighter and brighter, and he changed the conversation and said, however, you have no value in existence. The inexplicable words made Shuinen startled for a while, looking at Uchiha Ryayu's warm smile. It was the first time I felt being teased. With his backhand in the ninja tool, he directly took out a stack of detonating talismans, intending to self-destruct, dragging the moment when Uchiha Longyu committed suicide. That were as black as ink burst out of the soil, and together with the spell, they pierced his hand abruptly. Blood splattered, blood vessels as pitch black as ink, in the blink of an eye, bound Shuinen into a zongzi. When he reacted, only his eyes could clearly see the appearance of the person coming, and he suddenly exclaimed. You are rebellious and resentful of Yu Zhao, both. Shut up. Zhao. They all glanced indifferently, then walked towards Long Yu and said, Boss, it seems that you have picked up a good kid again, and his strength looks quite good. You also think it's good. That proves that my eyesight is not too old. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, Is there any whereabouts? Yes, but I'm still a step too late. Although I killed all the leading troops, I still let the Hokage bring Uchiha Itachi back to the village. Zhao, after talking about it, I looked at Long Yu. Shuinen, who was tied into a zongzi, also showed disbelief. Who were the first to ambush were more numerous and more elite than their squads. However, now he was beaten by Kakato alone, which reminds Shuinen of the horror legends spread in Taki Ninja Village decades ago. As Taki Ninja Village, second only to the 5 major countries, it should have been able to play a pivotal role in the ninja world like Yu Ninja Village. Pity that because of the grudge against Yu Zhao, capital, the high level of Taki Ninja Village was washed with blood, causing a power gap to appear during this period of time. Why Taki Ninja Village is now hiding behind the waterfall, locking the village to recuperate. Uchiha Ryayu, who was known as Konoha's Rebellion and blood-colored Asura, actually recruited these murderers under his command. In the face of the provocation of Huka, what will be done? This undoubtedly strained his nerves. Looks like you're still useful. Looking at Shuinen Road. Go back and tell the Huka to let Uchiha Itachi out unscathed. Otherwise, I don't mind going in and walking in person. You only have 3 hours. 3. Go in for a walk. Color of the water suddenly changed, and he said anxiously, People, there is still a long way to go from here to Taki Ninja Village. 3 hours is probably too much. Barely. Long Yu looked at the capital and said, reluctantly. Enough. Zhao. Duo said lightly, if he is reluctant, then he is not qualified to continue to survive. I will go back and see for myself, and I haven't walked in my beloved village for a long time, and I don't know if the soil is still red. The small voice, like an invisible big hand at this moment, instantly grabbed Shuinen's heart. Feeling Zhao Du's eyes instantly, Shuinen couldn't care too much. Regardless of, was 3 hours or 2 hours, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would rather die from exhaustion than die on the grounds of resentment. High level of Taki Ninja Village, covered in blood, was like a mummified corpse, covered with trees. Of the red soil and the earth are simply vivid in my mind. Okay, I don't need 3 hours, I will be able to take back the words of the adults. Shuinen hurriedly nodded and agreed. Zhao. They all looked at Long Yu, and with the latter nodding in agreement, he snorted coldly, and directly lifted the grudge that had wrapped around Shuinen. However, a dark blood vessel remained, rooted in Shuinen's arm, extending through the blood vessel, and there was still a trace of the heart before it stopped. Go ahead, once 3 hours have passed, you'll be directly pierced through the heart, which is the reel of communication. Corner, they all said coldly and quietly. Time to start now. Shuinen took the scroll with a bewildered face, and he didn't have time to think about it in the next moment, he turned around and ran away. The speed is so fast that even the strength of feeding milk is used up, and the back disappears in a blink of an eye. Zhao Du, you don't need this. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Originally, in those 3 hours, he just casually scare 1 or 2. Now it seems that I have to get serious. Boss, you are still the same. Zhao Du's expression was still indifferent. He took out a scroll and said, it's been 2 days since the 5 Shadows conference. This is what happened that day. Oh. Long Yu was a little surprised, and said with a smile, "Zhao, Du, you really have a hand in spying on intelligence, and even the Kingdom of Iron has an eyeliner, but I'm not interested in this Five Shadow Conference, so I don't watch it." In Long Yu's eyes, the Five Shadows Conference had nothing more than two results. The first was the success of the alliance, and the second was the failure of the alliance. However, no matter any result, the tailed beast, he is bound to win. With the passage of time, the system has not triggered any opportunities, and sideline and mainline tasks. But in Long Yu's mind, there seemed to be an inexplicable voice, guiding him to gather the tailed beasts. As for what will happen in the end, Long Yu doesn't care. He just cares about this process of chasing. "Boss, you are still the same." "Zhao." Both of them put away the scroll with their backhands and said, "However, there are some things you should know. Because of the strong opposition from Konoha Ninja Village and Minato Namaifeng, you suddenly captured Yun Nin Village, the boss, and the differences of opinion among the Five Shadows were too great. In the end, the alliance of the Five Shadows failed. If you say that you are going to fight to the death with the boss, and Rabbi Yutai is in the ninja village, what should we do? Do we need to gather all together to fight against them?" Quote. In Zhao Du's eyes, since Long Yu has already breached Yun Ren village once, the second time, there is no need for a reason. As long as Long Yu said a dry word, they would never say a silent word. Especially Zhao. It's all like this, an old lunatic who has lived for a long time, even in his bones he is crazy. Hee, Zhao Du, you're still not suitable for a generation of heroes. If a dog wants to bite you, you don't have to go back and bite back. Let him get tired first, and finally find out how stupid what you've done is. The expressions will be wonderful. Long Yu smiled and patted the corner, Du said on the shoulder. First settle the matter in Taki Ninja Village. I want to know who is the other Konoha team chasing Itachi. Have you got any information? Seeing that, Long Yu did not have the heart to deal with Yun Ren Village, and Zhao did not continue to persevere. With a little organization, everything about the pursuit team was revealed. Long Yu seemed a little surprised when he heard the names of the three people in the team. Taki Ninja Village, in front of a huge waterfall. The three figures sneaked into the waterfall and groped away. Looking at the two Anbu ninjas stationed in front of the waterfall, the white-haired boy who took the lead made a careful gesture of stopping, and his eyes flashed a bit of coldness. "Kakashi, why don't you do it?" Obito's voice suddenly sounded, and there was a hint of urgency on his face. If Rin Nohara hadn't pressed his shoulders with her hands, I'm afraid she would have rushed out now. This should be the entrance of Taki Ninja Village. Uchiha Itachi fell into their hands, but this kind of thing has risen to the level of politics in the two villages. If we come out suddenly, I'm afraid it will cause trouble for the teacher. Kakashi said in a low voice. What do you mean by Kakashi? Is it that Itachi is left in their hands no matter what? Obito was the first to lose his temper. Don't forget, what Big Brother you said that day, some people's lives are in your hands, and their mouths are on other people's bodies, as long as you think it's correct, that's enough. The urgent voice made Kakashi silent. After a long time, he opened his mouth and said, however, he defected with a bad reputation on his back. Under such a result, what do you think of him? That day, Kakashi watched his father commit suicide with his own eyes. As the hero of the old Konoha shinobi village, he ended his life with infamy. All of this is very similar to Long Yu's current situation. Can I say he's too handsome? Nohara Rin clenched her hands tightly, and said with a blushing cheek. That day, in the huge arena, they were also present. However, due to the insignificance of status, everything happened too much to be caught off guard. So there is not much chance of showing up. Lin, you are wrong. Obito hurriedly retorted. That's super handsome on horseback, killing someone if he doesn't agree with one word, and even more so to the point and shoot Danzang. Fat beating, that's just a breath of ill will. Chapter 177, In order to write round eyes. The most important thing, Big brother, you didn't kill innocent people indiscriminately, that's enough. The horse is so handsome. Kakashi was startled. It was the first time he heard that, as a traitor, he would be described as handsome in the eyes of outsiders. If this choice, when the sun sets on his father, will it get the same title? Who? The shouting sounded suddenly. The eyeliners of the two stationed Anbu moved instantly, and the kunai threw out from the back, with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, shot towards the place where the three of them were hiding. The violent scene made Kakashi's nerves tense. Like this Anbu ninja stationed at the gate of Ninja Village, one of them is proficient in combat, and the other is definitely good at detection. Just now, because of that comment, the hidden aura of the three of them suddenly leaked out. This will lead to discovery. However, it was too late to regret it now. Seeing the two kunai attacking, Kakashi just wanted to attack. I saw Obito take the lead. Chuanguyu's riding wheel eyes suddenly turned, and her hands flew up quickly. There is a detonating talisman. If even my companions can die without saving me, then I would rather be a betrayal. At least it will be more handsome, just like Konoha and Big Brother Yu. Earth escape, Earth formation wall. Handsome Kakashi was stunned for a moment, the ground rumbled, and immediately a huge earth wall was raised up, directly blocking the front of the two kunai. Bang! The explosion sounded suddenly, and the hot air wave was completely blocked by the earth formation wall. At the same time, Nohara Lin, who was blocked in the back, also showed a sweet smile and said, I also think that this is more handsome. 3 o'clock east, bearing. Is it? Kakashi muttered to himself, and while his eyes were bright, he said, I also like to be handsome sometimes, who made me a genius. The voice of narcissism came out leisurely, and under the seal of the thunderbolt technique that flew rapidly, crackling thunder light splashed out. The ground under his feet was torn to shreds. Kakashi rushed out like a single drill. Boom! The earth wall was pierced in an instant, and at 3 o'clock in the east direction, the pupils of the two Anbu who were waiting for an opportunity to burst into flames suddenly shrank. They never imagined that these three insignificant young ninjas would have Sharingan and powerful perceptual ninjutsu. There is also such a fierce and swift Lei-dun, which can directly penetrate the earth wall, completely disrupting their sneak attack. Of more than 10 meters is just a blink of an eye. When they reacted, the hand wrapped around the thunder light, like a long rainbow, directly penetrated their hearts. PFF'd. Blood splashed, and the two Anbu ninjas looked at the forehead guard on Kakashi's forehead and vomited blood. You dare to kill us within the borders of Taki Ninja Village, no matter what. Is Taki Ninja Village or Konoha Ninja Village, I will never let you go. Shut up, murderers, people will always kill them. If we were not good at means, we would have already died in your hands. Obito landed on Kakashi's side, and with his backhand, Anbu, who was talking, slapped hard on the head. Who was on the verge of death, shrank his pupils and completely burped. Don't look at me, it's Big Brother Yu who said that handsomely. Obito shrugged and looked at the waterfall entrance of Taki Ninja Village. Now people have been killed and things have been done. Kakashi, you and we are in the same boat, let's go save people. Doesn't that look too handsome? Kakashi took off the forehead guards of the two Taki ninjas with a backhand, and then replaced Konoha ninjas. At the same time, in the seal scroll, he took out the prepared black bucket and put it on his body. Looking at Ka, who completely concealed his own characteristics, came prepared, Obito couldn't help but raised his thumb and said, it's too handsome to ride a horse. Nohara Lin also smiled and nodded and said, Kakashi, I didn't expect that you have learned to be flexible since you met Big Brother Yu, but it does look a little handsome, but compared to Big Brother Yu, it is still worse. Too far. While talking, Nohara Rin and Obito also dressed up one after another. This effect can also be achieved by using the transformation technique. However, in case of encountering a powerful sensory ninja, this transformation technique is useless. So just in case, the identity of Konoha Ninja Village was completely hidden. You said, if you let Big Brother you know that we are doing this kind of thing, will we think it's too crazy, sneaking into a ninja village to save people? It's exciting to think about it. Obito said excitedly. However, Kakashi was quickly summoned. He rolled his eyes, and said, if he is really there, it will be our turn to pretend to be handsome. What's more, if he is really close and wants to rescue Uchiha Itachi, I'm afraid he can save people by showing his face. Speaking of this, Kakashi's face rarely showed a little fan's expression. Taki Ninja Village, a man with light blue hair brought 3 famous confidants are in the village. Little devil, hurry up and play tricks on us, otherwise we don't mind, and we, gouge out your eyes now. A confidant pushed Uchiha Itachi, who was tied into a zongzi. In the face of this verbal threat, Uchiha Itachi did not resist at all, but silently followed the pace. However, if you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that the corner of his eyes will quickly pass around everything along the way in your mind. Huka, why did you bring Konoha Ninja back? What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man came quickly. He has a Chinese character face, sword eyebrows and star eyes, and is similar to the acting patriarch Shimu who appeared in the original book, 78% to 78%. Seeing the middle-aged man in front of him appear, and the 3 confidants who followed behind the hookah, their expressions changed slightly. Shisha's face sank, and before he could speak, the middle-aged man in front of him was the first to exclaim. Shisha, are you crazy? This kid has the Uchiha clan's emblem on it. You don't plan to write a round eye, right? The middle-aged man's face was ashen, and he shouted anxiously. Hurry up and let me go. Don't forget that we and Konoha Ninja Village are diplomatic ties. If Hokage knows that we capture Konoha Ninja in private, we will suffer the wrath of the great power. Once that time comes, our Taki Ninja Village's efforts to cultivate and rejuvenate all these years will be wasted. The hysterical scolding reverberated in the heaven and earth for a long time and could not be dissipated. Who stood behind the hookah, changed their expressions slightly, revealing a hint of hesitation. There is nothing wrong with what the Sheu patriarch said. After all, after the Taki Ninja Village, after all the bloodbath, the strength has regressed to the level of the 4 or 5, the Line Ninja Village. Right now, if Konoha's wrath is aroused again, the other party will randomly send a Sanin, or Konoha's Golden Flash. I'm afraid it's enough to make them eat and walk around. Shisha's face was gloomy, with eagle-like eyes, staring straight at Shiyu, and said in a deep voice, Patriarch, you are still the same. Our Taki Ninja Village is dormant. It has been too long before people from the outside world will be completely dormant. Don't pay attention. Don't forget, we also had a seat when the first Hokage assigned the tailed beasts, but now that the 5 Shadows Conference is held, it is rumored that even Urin Village was invited, and the Iron Country was chosen as the meeting place. Our Taki Ninja Village, on the contrary, huddled in this corner, reduced to the point where no one cares. Your complacent thinking has pushed Taki Ninja Village into the abyss. Clap. A crisp slap suddenly resounded, and the hookah's cheeks suddenly became hot. Looking at Shiyu, who was in a state of despair, he still said reluctantly, very good, the 5 major ninja villages are all betraying blood for Konoha. Asura's matter, hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. Under this kind of distressed situation, Konoha Shinobi Village will not have the chance to free up our hands to provoke our Taki Shinobi Village. As long as we obtain Sharingan, we will have the opportunity to awaken the power of Naneo again. With the help of the Water of Heroes, it is not difficult for the elites of the He clan to be on an equal footing with the 5 great nations. By then, the overall situation has been decided, and the Konoha Shinobi Village has reacted, so what can we do to us? Not to mention, in order to deal with the worst situation, I secretly formed an alliance with a powerful shadow-level powerhouse. Looking at the crazy hookah on his face, Uchiha Itachi finally understood why he was being targeted by the hookah. Since Madara Uchiha used a kaleidoscope to write a wheel eye, he controlled the 9 tails and the first Hokage Senju, and had a desperate fight. This incident shocked the entire ninja world. It is for this reason that many shinobi villages covet the writing wheel eyes of the Uchiha family. However, there are very few in the history of the Uchiha family that the kaleidoscope is opened. Who has always been eyeing tigers, stopped hunting for the eyes of ordinary Uchiha clan members after repeated failures. Instead, like Danzo, aiming at the elite and the genius. Uchiha Itachi opened the three-goose jade writing wheel at the age of 7. This achievement, in addition to causing a sensation in the Konoha ninja village, also shook the ninja world. However, according to common sense, once this kind of genius ninja grows up, it is enough to become the mainstay of the family. In addition to being raised early, they are more likely to wait until they are 12 or 13 years old before they are allowed to be sent to the village to perform more dangerous missions. It is for this reason that Shisha was overjoyed when it met Uchiha Itachi. He thought it was an opportunity God gave him. Ask, if he gets the three-hooked jade writing wheel eye, he will awaken the means to control the tailed beast. Then, with the help of Taki Ninja Village, the legendary hero's water, his strength absolutely skyrocketed, reaching one of the best in the ninja world. Hard to say, but it can also be side by side with the 5 shadows and lead the Taki Ninja Village to the era of the 6 shadows. It is precisely because of this ambition that the Hookah will ignore Uchiha Itachi at the moment of encountering it. After leaving behind all his subordinates, Itachi Uchiha will also be brought back. Slap. Chapter 178, Seizing Power. The crisp slap sounded again, and the beautiful longing that sprouted in the Hookah's heart was instantly dispelled. Shiyu pointed at the Hookah angrily. You not only shot against Konoha's ninjas, but also colluded with others. Do you still take me as a patriarch in your eyes? And the water of heroes, that is a big deal to deal with the life and death of the village. You will be invited out only when you are robbed. You have no qualifications to know whereabouts. What if you provoke Konoha's Scarlet Asura over here? If you still regard me as the patriarch, then immediately let me go, then go to Konoha with me to apologize. The hysterical growls were almost incessant. However, as soon as Shiyu finished speaking, he kept saying, Itachi Uchiha, who was watching the play, suddenly changed his face. Be careful. Shout out, immediately. Shiyu's expression was stagnant, and the next moment she felt the breath of death emerging from the soles of her feet. She didn't have time to think about it, she quickly wanted to withdraw and retreat. PFF'd. Blood splattered, and the bright kunai flashed instantly with the ruthless color on the Hookah's face. Directly into Shiyu's abdomen. Feeling this heart-piercing pain, Shiyuan stared at her eyes and took a few steps back, revealing an expression of disbelief on her face. Lord Patriarch, if you have anything to say, you should keep your stomach warm. I will lead Taki Ninja Village next. The Hookah pulled Kuwu back, stuck out his scarlet tongue, licked the blood remaining on it, and said, the so-called Konoha blood-colored Asura, now facing the 5 shadows, is too exhausted to deal with it, and he can't even take care of it. In case he does come, with the help of my powerful allies, as well as the tail beast and the technique of heroes, could he still be able to break through my ninja village? Hookah, are you crazy? A group of Taki shinobi, who were stationed not far away, saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically, and they rushed over. The violent scene shook the 3 confidants who followed the Hookah. There are thousands of reluctance in their hearts for this kind of violent rebellion that has forced Lengshan. But when they were in the same boat, they couldn't help thinking too much, and they quickly pulled out the kunai, planning to fight offense and defense. However, in the face of this scene, the Hookah did not take it to heart at all. The moment the smile appeared on his face, he covered Shiyu, who was severely injured in the abdomen. His face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, be careful, the Hookah has returned with foreigners. The 5 ninjas who came from the foreign race, their expressions froze, and they were planning to disperse their guards and rescue Shiyu at the same time. The next moment, the awe-inspiring sound of breaking the air suddenly echoed. The dazzling ray of light shone through the training, like a peacock opening its screen. The speed is so fast and the momentum is huge, it is simply impossible to hide. When the 5 tacky shinobi reacted, the rays of light pierced through their chests. Blood splattered. Yuan stared at him, his face full of disbelief. The vitality of the 5 tacky shinobi quickly disappeared, and with the sound of heavy objects falling, they completely turned into cold corpses. Hookah, you're crazy. Shiyu's expression froze, and roared in anger. Watching the Xiaoguang inserted into the chest of the 5 tacky ninjas collapsed and scattered between the heavens and the earth. Dozens of figures fell from all directions, headed by a man in a black cloak. The mark on his forehead made Shiyu's expression drastically changed. Hookah, you're crazy to collude with them. Shiyu roared again and again. However, before the words were finished, he was punched in the abdomen by a hookah. The injury was directly multiplied. Shiyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and passed out in a coma from the pain. Hookah, I didn't expect you to be soft-hearted. Wouldn't it be nice to kill him? The black-robed man who took the lead said with a sneer. Hookah motioned the left and right confidants to step forward and said, the existence of the Water of Heroes, only the patriarchs of all dynasties know about it, and he can't die now. However, now that you are here, and with your strength, even if Konoha Scarlet Asura comes, you will definitely not be able to eat and go. Speaking of which, the hookah seemed to have seen the nod and laughed outrageously. In his eyes, relying on the people who come, plus himself to get the Shanyan. With the Water of Heroes, the strength can definitely surpass Taki Ninja's corner, known as the strongest ninja, do. Once that happens, it's the highlight moment for the hookah. Okay, don't forget, I helped you, but don't forget to help me take control of the village completely. Black-robed man snorted coldly. It was so hard to kill that old guy, and he actually gave his position to another person. I can't swallow this breath. Hee, don't worry, as long as you and I completely seize power, and then form an offensive and defensive alliance, looking at the entire ninja world, who would dare to provoke us? Looking at the 2 men who were talking unscrupulously, Uchiha Itachi still didn't resist at all, but quietly looked at the black-robed man and his subordinates. Unlike Shiyu, Uchiha Itachi took a lot of time to discover the identities of these people. Never occurred to me, just because I wanted to see where Nanao was, that there would be a rebellion in Taki Ninja Village. Okay, I didn't expect you to be quite safe. The smile on the hookah's face gradually subsided, and he glanced at Uchiha Itachi a little greedily and said, you put him in, and I will bring back the Water of Heroes, and then deal with him. Boy, I advise you to be obedient. Maybe I can save your life, but if you dare to make a fool of yourself, don't blame me for being cruel. Abandoning these words, he saw that Uchiha Itachi was still speechless. Shisha didn't say much, turned around and left. Followed by, this time as an invited foreign aide. As for the 3 confidants Taki Shinobu, they were obviously left here to guard Uchiha Itachi. Watching Shisha and the others leave completely, Taki Shinobu, the confidant who took the lead, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Shisha-sama to see this opportunity to rebel, and even outsiders colluded, and we were still kept in the dark. Dongxing, don't complain, we only have 2 choices now. The first is to continue to follow Shisha-sama, and the second is to stand in the camp of Sheu Patriarch and fight against Shisha-sama. Another slightly older man sighed faintly. However, before the words were finished, Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke up. You have a third option. Let me go and help me find Nanao's whereabouts. Let you go and help you find Nanao's whereabouts. Who was standing behind Uchiha Itachi, was stunned at first, and said disdainfully, Little devil, are you joking? Do you really think we will be fooled by such a superficial bewitchment? Also, you look for the whereabouts of the tailed beast. It's not the plan. Use the shaker to control the tailed beast, and then deal with the Hookah-sama. Speaking of which, Dongxing rolled his eyes in disdain and said, You little bastard is talking about a dream. The 2 Taki shinobi who were present also smiled, in their eyes. It was a foolish move for a kid who was only 7 years old to leave the village alone. Too ridiculous to plan to covet the tailed beast of a village now. No, you misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi didn't take these hot and cold ridicules to heart, and said with the same expression, "Have you never heard of a person who is collecting tailed beasts? 9 big tailed beasts are distributed in the 5 great ninja villages in your Taki ninja village. Decades ago, your Taki ninja village was indeed very powerful, so you got the allocation quota of the tailed beast, but after the tossing of the betrayal ninja, the strength of your village has been greatly reduced. If that person really aims to collect tailed beasts, between the 5 great ninja villages and the Taki ninja village whose overall strength has been weakened, you say that person will choose to attack there first." The slightly long-sounding voice reverberated in this world. Faces of the people present changed drastically. Dongxing took the lead and couldn't help but asked, "Little devil, is that the person you're talking about is him?" Urgent questioning strained the nerves of the other two. The moment they saw Uchiha Itachi nodded in agreement, the hearts of the 3 Taki shinobi seemed to be tightly clenched by an invisible big hand. Although, the Hokage just kept saying, "With the support of those people, with the water of heroes, you cannot be afraid of anyone." But when I thought of the famous Konoha betrayal and forbearance, the blood-colored Asura Uchiha Ryu, my heart became, I have no confidence. At the entrance of the waterfall, 3 figures appeared like ghosts. "Lin, have you sensed chakra's fluctuations?" Kakashi glanced around a little and asked cautiously. A few seconds, Nohara Rin opened her eyes, looked at a huge tree trunk not far away, and said, "There are no other Taki ninja Anbu around this entrance, but in the big tree in front, there are many investigators." The carrot fluctuated, as if something had happened. Ahead. Uchiha Obito followed Nohara Rin's gaze. "Kakashi, what do we do now?" Kakashi didn't answer this question immediately, frowned, and after thinking hard for a while, he said, "Taki Ninja Village is second only to the 5 great ninja villages. It's really hard to find someone in Taki Ninja Village, but since Taki Ninja Village has caught Uchiha Itachi, they will definitely not let him be alone. In order to avoid the anger of Konoha Shinobi Village, they will be stronger first. I think in the current chaotic situation, they believe that Konoha Shinobi Village will never turn against a shinobi village for a dead person." Hearing these words, Nohara Rin and Obito's expressions froze. "Kakashi, what do you mean, Uchiha Itachi will be in a place with more people?" Nohara Rin asked eagerly. This time, she dared to make up her mind to take part in an action that could be designated as treason at any time. All because of the relationship between Uchiha Itachi and Ryu. Right now, if Uchiha Itachi was killed in the hands of Taki Shinobu, Nohara Rin definitely didn't want to see it. Right now, this is the greatest possibility until Uchiha Itachi's exact location is known. Kakashi nodded in agreement. "It's time for you to make a statement. There are a lot of people on the other side, and we are still here. In Taki Ninja Village, this mission is completely a near-death job. You can quit now, it's okay." Having said that, Kakashi looked at Nohara Rin and Uchiha Obito quietly, and did not continue talking. Chapter 179, Killing the Bureau. Some words are enough to stop, but too many words will appear inappropriate. And, it's a life or death decision. Haha, Kakashi, you really underestimate us. Didn't you already have the heart of mortal death and plan to test us? Obito laughed out loud. Who was on the side, slapped the back of the head heavily and made a silent motion. "Don't talk nonsense, calm down. If those people know of our existence, the next infiltration will be more difficult." Nohara Rin lowered her voice and said reproachfully. With a bitter face, Obito hugged the back of his head and said weakly, "Lin, you should find an opportunity to learn from Master Tsunade. The strength of this fist is almost enough to kill someone with one punch." "Do you mean to say I'm violent?" Nohara Rin said, clenching her fists with both hands. Obito hurriedly shook his head and used his strong desire to survive. "I mean, you are as beautiful as Tsunade-sama." "Really?" "Of course it is." Looking at the two who instantly relieved the repressed atmosphere, Kakashi took a deep breath and said, "Okay, calm down, the next task is about the next life, so we need a tactical strategy, Lin and you. As Kakashi's arrangements and orders fell one by one, the hippie smiles on Nohara, Rin and Obito's faces gradually faded away, adding a hint of solemnity. The two nodded in agreement. Kakashi's eyes turned in vain, landed on the huge tree trunk, and raised his right hand upwards. The three figures disappeared out of thin air. Entrance to the waterfall. It is not very far from the big tree. When the three of them approached, they heard the voices of people. Through a tree hole that acts as an entrance and exit, you can clearly see what's inside. Shisha, are you crazy? Let go of the clan, or you won't want to open the sealed door. After she used medical treatment, the wounds on her body were bandaged. Except for her pale face and a little lack of energy, she was obviously not in serious trouble. However, in front of him were more than a dozen ninjas of different genders kneeling side by side on the ground. It's just that I didn't see Uchiha Itachi. This scene caused Obito and Rin to look at Kakashi at the same time. After all, their goal is to rescue Uchiha Itachi. Not only has Itachi failed to be found now, but also encountering this kind of mutiny-like situation is obviously unexpected. Hehe, Patriarch Sheu, I'm not. I'm discussing with you. I heard that your woman is pregnant. Do you think I'm going to kill two people with this knife? The hookah laughed mischievously. Voice fell, and the water in the right hand was entangled, turning into a water jet in the blink of an eye, without any fancy. He slashed directly at the woman kneeling in front of him. The violent blow shook everyone's nerves. Lin, who was on the side, didn't intend to take care of this kind of thing, but if she watched one corpse and two lives, this kind of atrocity would happen. This is definitely not what she wants to see. However, when Rin Nohara was nervous and couldn't help making her move, she was stopped by Kakashi's detective on the side. Stop, I'm willing to tell you the method of unsealing the gate, but you have to promise to let the people hear, including that Uchiha's kid. Shiyu shouted in a hurry. Three of Kakashi stared at each other in unison. Originally they planned to retreat, but now it seems that they have found a breakthrough. After Kakashi made a gesture to the two of them to act at any time, he looked at the field again. Hehe, the Patriarch, if you promised early, they won't have to suffer like this. In the hookah's hand stopped an inch from the ninja's neck. However, that Uchiha kid, it's the key to my plan, but I can't just let it go. It's the old saying, hand over the things, or they will all die this time. Having said that, Shisha looked at Shiyu. Seeing this scene, Shiyu smiled bitterly, as if her whole body was exhausted. Although the other clansmen were shaking their heads, Shiyu staggered to his feet and walked towards the tree wall in front of everyone's eyes. This time, Shiyu did not hesitate at all, squeezed the surgical seal in his hand, and his hands quickly flew like wheels. With a series of spells falling, the originally ordinary tree wall suddenly lit up with blue light. The next moment, in front of everyone's eyes, a huge enchantment formation appeared. With the booming sound, the tree wall slowly opened like a gate, revealing a gate with a diameter of 3 or 4 meters. In the secret room of the tree hole, there is a tree core column with a blue gourd on it. The opening is open, and it receives a drop of crystal liquid from time to time. This is the water of heroes. Looking at this strange scene, Lu was ecstatic, and walked in quickly without much thought. Go! Kakashi snorted coldly. In the backhand, 3 smoke bombs were thrown directly into the tree hole. The violent scene made the hookah and others who were originally attracted by the water of heroes startled for a while. He reacted, the 3 smoke bombs that fell to the ground exploded. A fog exploded like a frenzy. While rolling away, it directly occupied the entire tree hole. Enemy attack, be careful. Shisha's face changed drastically, and with a roar, he quickly turned around and rushed towards the water of heroes. This is the secret method of pressing the bottom of the box in Taki Ninja Village, a drink that can be dozens of times stronger. Once he can really get this water of heroes, he can also be invincible in the entire ninja world. Follow me quickly. Kakashi didn't care, His goal was to save Itachi Uchiha. And Yu is the key to it. However, as soon as Kakashi approached, there were awe-inspiring sounds of breaking through the air, and the whistling sounded. Under this thick smoke, there seemed to be a pair of invisible eyes that locked his position. Be careful, their leader is not a simple existence. Shiyu hurriedly reminded. He didn't know the origin of the sudden rescue, but at least it was a change. They were instantly defeated because of a moment of negligence. This was definitely not what he wanted to see. Whoosh! Breaking the air sounded again, and a figure landed in front of Kakashi first. His scarlet eyes rolled down, and his hands quickly flew up, forming a series of spell marks. Earth Escape Earth Formation Wall. Bang bang bang. A series of shurikens shot directly into the wall of the Earth Formation. The cooperation that was played not long ago, at this moment, is being performed again. Bridge section is not afraid of the old, the most important enemy has to bear it. Thunder escaped thousands of birds. Kakashi flipped his hands and clasped his hands together suddenly, and under the splash of thunder, the whole person passed through the Earth Formation wall. Bang! The earth wall cracked and the debris flew down, shaking everyone's nerves. East 3, 5, 55, 7, 7. Nohara Rin's voice sounded at the right time. Lightning wrapped around his hand. Kakashi raised his head abruptly and locked onto the target. The agile figure, activated by the blessing of lightning, shot out like a sharp arrow. A short 7 or 8 meters, sprinting, but in the blink of an eye, when he regained his senses, a hookah confidant directly penetrated his heart. 1. Kakashi was as usual, shaking his figure again, under the close lock of Nohara Rin, using perception ninjutsu, although without the assistance of the shaker. But Kakashi, who has always been proficient in physical art, can still make up for it with his rich experience and combat skills. PFF'd. Thunder light blooms, and every time Kakashi's mind, Nohara Rin's voice resounds, just like a coordinate radar, showing the enemy's position. The second one. Hot blood fell on Kakashi's cheeks, without any fancy, the moment his heels spun again. A breath of death quickly enveloped the body. The sudden scene made Kakashi's nerves tense suddenly. Although at the beginning, he was mentally prepared and knew that there was no way to obliterate all the enemies. However, at the moment, only 2 people were killed, and the enemy countered. This speed is too fast. In the opponent's camp, there are strong people. Peacock strangulation. Rays of light shot from all directions, showing a closed posture, like a spider hunting. In front of Kakashi was not immune. It was obvious that he planned to obliterate Kakashi with one blow, and even his companions could give up. This is a killing game. From the very beginning, the convenience discovered the existence of Kakashi, just to obliterate him in the case of 100% certainty. Why I decided to sacrifice 2 companions to lure Kakashi into the enemy line, and use this opportunity to open the big net to the extreme. At this moment, directly close the network. Facing this fatal blow, Kakashi had no way to retreat. However, the anxiety that flashed on his face not only did not increase, but instead returned to calm. The thunder light wrapped in his hand suddenly dissipated, and at the same time, the scroll he took out with his backhand burst open. Bang! The white mist shrouded Kakashi's body directly. Seeing this scene, Kai Xing's face flashed a ferocious smile, and said, "Boy, you can't escape, I have already discovered your existence. Under my peacock technique, you will surely die." The awe-inspiring laughter echoed in the tree hole, the violent attack exploded in response, the rays of light splashed down, and the number of dozens of spears suddenly increased to hundreds. The stance of closing and strangling is even more so. Card. Nohara Rin's expression changed slightly, but she was quickly stopped by Uchiha's field detectives. "Don't forget, he is also a student of Big Brother Yu. Who said I was going to run away?" Kakashi's voice came out suddenly, and the crackling thunder burst out. The next moment, the figure entwined with thunder light shot out like a horse. Konoha Ryu 3 Sun Moon Thunder Dance. The thunder light is like a runner, with the attitude of tearing space, it strikes across the sky. Everywhere along the way, the rosy spear transformed by the peacock's magic method was torn to pieces like a piece of paper. In an instant, a huge opening was torn out of the encirclement and rushed out. However, as soon as he got out of trouble, this attacking stance was like a broken bamboo, without the slightest pause. Chapter 180, Aren't You Calling Me? Then 10 meters, but in the blink of an eye, preemptively appeared in front of Kai Xing. The twin knives entwined by thunder light made Kai Xing's pupils shrink suddenly. Before he had time to think about it, he reached down with both hands, and directly pulled the two subordinates to his front. Master Red Star. The expressions of the two star ninjas changed drastically. However, in the face of Kakashi's lightning-fast swordsmanship, the voice just blurted out, and it was too late to defend and dodge. The sharp blade wrapped by the thunder light has already slashed head-on. PFF'd. Hot blood spurted out, and two huge heads were thrown away at the same time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kai Xing suddenly folded his hands together. The peacock's magic trick is tiger and leopard strike. Roar. A deafening roar suddenly came out, and the tiger and leopard transformed by the rays of the sun, as soon as they condensed, broke through the two corpses and slaughtered Kakashi head-on. The violent scene made Kakashi's expression change slightly, and the double knives quickly stood in front of him. Bang! The thunderball and the tiger and leopard collided instantly, and the violent explosive force detonated like a frenzy, and quickly rolled back around. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi turned over and landed on Obito and Rin's side. The fog in the tree hole was also blown away, revealing a messy battlefield. There is also a slightly embarrassed Red Star. 3 teens. Shiyu saw the situation clearly, and his expression changed slightly at the moment of the situation. He clearly knew how strong the Red Star from Xingnin village, who was known as the agent of Xingying, was. Chixing, are you alright? The sound of hookah rang out. Shiyu woke up suddenly, and the moment she saw the gourd in the hookah's hand, her face changed drastically. Hurry up, he got the water of heroes, you are no match. Kakashi's trio's expressions changed slightly. They lived in the atmosphere of the Third Ninja War, and they were not comparable to rookies. I have also heard a little about the water of heroes in Taki Ninja Village. That is a legendary thing, and it is also the foundation of Taki Ninja Village. Chakra, which can increase dozens of times in an instant, is not a 1+1 opponent. Don't worry, this kind of kid has outstanding strength, but I haven't taken it to heart yet, but I'm a little surprised. The chakra knife in his hand is probably the thunder knife among the 7 great ninja knives in the village of Wu Ninja. Kai Xing's expression was vulgar, and his mouth was saying that there was nothing to do. But looking at the 4 corpses that fell on the field, the last 2 died indirectly in his hands. There's a bit of a hangover on that face. Thunder knife. Shisha raised his brows and said, it is rumored that there are 7 people in the mist, and they will challenge Konoha's blood-colored Asura, not to die, but to surrender. This Thunder Ya, who has a thunder knife, seems to have been killed during the Battle of the Stronghold. Killed by Uchiha Ryayu, the thunder sword should fall into his hands. Could it be that he is Uchiha Ryayu? Who was a bit similar in age and shrouded in black robes? Shisha's brows furrowed even tighter. Regardless of, is it the trophy thunder sword, or the thunder ninjutsu that he is good at, and the combat power beyond his age? Kakashi in front of him reached them one by one. Only difference is that you can't see the scarlet blood-like eyes. Hookah, you say he is Konoha blood-colored Asura. Kai Xing was stunned at first, and then laughed playfully. Those 5 great nations have raised him too high. Thunder Dun ninjutsu is very good, and his swordsmanship is also very good, but this alone has caused the 5 great nations to be in chaos. It seems that they are all old. It's time for our Hoshinen village and Taki Ninja village to rise. The unbridled voices rolled away. 3 of Kakashi rolled their eyes. However, this cannot be blamed for Chixing's ignorance. His shadow level is just what the past dynasties called himself. Bears, in the ninja world, is only a small country, not to mention the Shingnan village in the small country. As for the seclusion of Taki Ninja Village, it also blocked the news of hookah, and there was a feeling of arrogance. However, this beautiful misunderstanding, Kakashi won't say anything to pierce it. When he looked at the red star and the hookah, he gestured to Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. Go! Kakashi shouted in a hurry, and the thunder knives he held in both hands suddenly shot out from the air under the thunder arc. Turned into a thunderous slash, and with a pressing posture, rolled across the sky and, thunder slash. The violent scene made the hookah and the color sink, and the hands flew down, and the magic seal quickly formed. Can unleash the power of lightning in a slashing stance. They even think that Kakashi, who has such a superb lay-done swordsmanship, is the legendary Uchiha Ryu. Water Escape Water Dragon Bomb. Peacock Magic Dragon Shape. Two violent drinks suddenly came out, and the Water Dragon Bullet and the Peacock Magic Method collided with the Thunder Chop instantly. Boom! A violent explosion roared, and the huge impact force made this tree hole reinforced with secret techniques unbearable. One after another figure was thrown out by the air waves rolled up inside. Lin, let's go quickly, trust Kakashi. Obito grabbed it, and Nohara Rin, who had a worried face on his shoulders, quickly pulled away and fled towards him. However, their footsteps are just standing firm. Two explosions resounded from the tree hole again. A slightly embarrassed figure flew out and smashed heavily on the lake. After using the water surface to walk in time, after rolling for more than 10 meters, I barely managed to stand on my feet. Ka, are you alright? Nohara Rin's expression changed, and she shouted in a hurry. Be careful behind you, Kakashi roared in a hurry, instantly making Obito and Rin Nohara tense. Asura Konoha, you are paying attention to us now. It's too late. If you want to blame it, you are too arrogant. The joking voices rolled and spread out, and a figure shrouded in light blue chakra waves suddenly shot out from the broken tree hole. Turned into an afterimage and appeared in front of Nohara Rin. Too soon. Uchiha Obito's face changed dramatically. The writing wheel eye that is exerted as much as possible is the action of reading the hookah. However, being able to see is one thing, but whether the body can keep up with this speed is another. Looking at the water jet that quickly emerged from the hand of the hookah, crazily entangled, and condensed. A mortal scene flashed through Obito's mind. PFF'd. Blood spurted out, and the water jet pierced directly through Nohara Rin's chest. The violent scene shook his nerves. The originally rotating double-hook jade writing wheel eyes transformed in an instant and quickly turned into the posture of a pentagram. A huge pupil power, like a frenzy, rolled backwards in Obito's body, and exploded instantly with a roar. Ah, I'm going to kill you. However, as soon as the voice fell, a familiar voice resounded in Obito's ears like thunder. Okay, don't yell here, illusion solution. Obito just felt a roar in his mind, and when he reacted, the picture in front of him was distorted, and finally shattered like a mirror, revealing Nohara Rin's figure at the same time. There is also an unexpected figure. Sir, didn't you say, give me 3 hours to persuade me to surrender? Schwinen stormed in from a distance. His panting posture, his clothes were already soaked through. If it wasn't for the remaining will, barely holding a breath, I'm afraid I'd already be tired and lying on the ground. The sudden scene made Shisha, Chixing, and even the whole audience stunned. Obito still hadn't reacted to the illusion just now. He also didn't know when he was implanted by Uchiha Ryu with the seeds of illusion. Why did he cast illusions on himself? A series of questions made Uchiha Obito's head swell. But the only thing he knew, and felt fortunate, was that at the crunch time, Uchiha Longyu shot and stopped the hookah's attack. Rescue Nohara Rin. Schwinen, why did you come back now? Who is he? Shisha looked stagnant, and asked anxiously. Split second, he took the hero's water and gained dozens of times the chakra power. The attack performed, regardless of speed or power, the link seal is no longer needed. This result made him very satisfied. However, this fatal blow was stopped by the mysterious man shrouded in the red auspicious cloud cloak in front of him. However, before Shuinan could speak, Long Yu took the lead and said with a warm smile, "Didn't you call me just now?" Shisha was stunned. The scene just now evolved too quickly. After Shiyu opened the tree-hole's secret room to the present. This seemingly cumbersome scene, before and after, is only a short tens of seconds. He said too much. "Brother, you, kneel down quickly and let that Uchiha kid go." Shuinan suddenly opened his mouth and spoke inexplicably, making Shisha startled for a moment. However, the sound of the falling words shook his nerves. He is Konoha Rebellion, Bloody Asura, Uchiha Longyu. To Uchiha Dragon Feather. Shisha's expression changed suddenly, but this time, even if he thought about it with his toes, he could clearly know. It was a beautiful misunderstanding just now. No, I looked at this young man who held his wrist in an understatement. This misunderstanding can only be described as fatal. It's just that the arrow had to be thrown on the string, and the hookah looked at the young man with a genial smile in front of him, and let out a stern roar. "I don't care if you are bloody, white, or golden, my hookah is the strongest in Taki Ninja Village. After taking the heroic water, even if you are a shadow level strong in the 5 countries, it is not my opponent." The rolling voice fell. The hookah's right hand was buckled by Long Yu, but the left hand was shrouded in the chakra coat, and with a 10,000-like posture, he slashed towards Long Yu's neck. The attack was as fast as a thunderbolt, tearing the air along the way, sending out a series of low-pitched air sonic booms. At this close distance, it fell on Long Yu's neck in the blink of an eye. Facing such a fierce blow, Long Yu seemed stunned, maintaining a warm smile. With the astonishment of Nohara Rin and the others, and the ecstasy of the hookah, they were like two people. Hokage Starting from the instant full level, Chapter 181 to 200. Chapter 181, I Can't Die. A dull thunderous crash sounded suddenly. By the entanglement of the water instantly cut through Long Yu's cloak and landed on the blood-like Susanoo's coat. The seemingly fierce water jet shattered in an instant, scattered in the void, and disappeared as a mist of water. Looking at the surface of Long Yu's body, the huge Susanoo formed by squirming fast. When the scarlet eyes were locked on the hookah, there was a grunt and the feeling of swallowing saliva. At this moment, they finally understood why Konoha betrayed forbearance and Uchiha Longyu. Why were they called Scarlet Ashura? In front of him alone is enough to explain all this. "Okay, I've given you a chance to perform. You should be able to tell me why you called me just now." Long Yu said with a warm smile. Like a boy next door, fell into the eyes of the hookah, and it was like a feeling of death. Looking at Susanoo, who was more than 10 meters tall and shrouded in front of Long Yu's body, his face became anxious, and he took out the gourd containing the hero's water with his left hand, and quickly poured it into his mouth in front of everyone's eyes. "Stop him. The more you take this heroic water, the stronger the power you can increase," Shiyu reminded in a hurry. However, in the face of all this, Long Yu still did not act at all, just watched this scene with great interest. Along with the water in the gourd, more than half of it disappeared. Shisha's eyes were round at first, and then the blue veins on his face became prominent at the next moment. The violent chakra exploded instantly like a frenzy. The chakra coat that was originally light blue turned into a dark blue in an instant. The chakra that couldn't be contained in the body even came out through the body and rose straight into the sky. "Power, this is power, have you seen it? This is the strongest power in the ninja world. I am the strongest in Taki Ninja Village, and the strongest existence in the ninja world." Shisha felt the huge power in his body, and laughed like crazy. Under the expansion of confidence, his eyes suddenly turned and fell on Long Yu, saying, "You can't be afraid, why don't you make a move?" Scared? Long Yu smiled and shook his head. "In my knowledge, the strongest in Taki Ninja Village is my subordinate, Do. As for why you don't do it, That's because to make a person despair, you must first make him crazy. Speaking of which, the corners hidden in the darkness all walked out slowly and said, "Boss, is he crazy?" The sudden appearance tightened everyone's nerves, especially the ninjas of Taki Ninja Village. Even more clearly, what the person in front of him means. To be able to make the ground resent Yuzhou, to be called the boss, the amount of information contained in it is too large. It can be said that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would want to believe that the grievances that made their Taki Nin village almost wipe out the village, all. It will be easily tamed and become someone else's subordinate. A little bit more. Long Yu looked at it thoughtfully, and said with a light smile. Taki couldn't help but be stunned by Shi Yu and the others, and even Xingying Kai Sheng, the representative of Xing Nin in the distance, was stunned for a moment. For the tyrannical chakra that comes out of the hookah, it is definitely 40 or 50 times stronger than when he is normal. In the face of such a hookah, even Kai Sheng has no confidence in his heart. However, now Uchiha Ryu even told him that it was a little bit worse. "Red Star, come and help me." The hookah roared. "Oh, are you still coming?" And looked towards Chixingdao. "Don't waste your time, let's go together." Kai Xing's expression froze. If just a moment ago, he didn't know who Uchiha Ryu was. Now, after seeing his terrifying strength with his own eyes, there is no doubt that he has no confidence in his heart. Seeing this scene, the hookah, who had just been able to escape from the predicament, changed his face and shouted anxiously, "Kai Sheng, we are sitting on the same boat now, don't forget that you are the agent Xingying, and you are the strongest in Xingnan village, and your strength is sufficient. Comparing with the 5 shadows, if we join forces with the heroic water, it will not be a problem to defeat him." Kai Sheng was startled, the hookah's words were not unreasonable. What's more, he also wanted to see how powerful the peacock's magic would be with the hero's water. "Okay, I'm going to use your Konoha to rebel against forbearance, with blood as a stepping stone, on the road to the strongest in the ninja world." Kai Sheng shouted sharply. "Xingying will win, Lord Chixing is invincible. Master Chixing, who is the peacock to compete with?" Xing Ren, who was present, was the first to lose his temper. Regardless of how strong is Uchiha Ryu, they are now grasshoppers on the same hemp rope. Pull one and move the whole body. The only thing that can be done right now is to kill Uchiha Longyu, so that there is a chance of survival. Okay, Kai Sheng, you will understand that this choice is the most important step for us to dominate the ninja world. Shisha's face was happy, he raised his head and filled half of the hero's water again, and threw it to Chixing. Kai Sheng raised his head and drank, the two looked at each other and let out an awe-inspiring long whistle. Roar! The hookah and the red star roared in the sky. The chakra dormant in the body exploded like a frenzy and flew straight into the sky. The violent gesture formed a series of air ripples that stirred open, and even the lake's surface was set off by large waves. Shiyu and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Even Kakashi and others are no exception. Facing the hookah and the red star just a moment ago, they may still have the strength to fight. However, the chakra fluctuations that are now exuding have skyrocketed at least 50 or 60, 506,506 times. This kind of increased strength, looking at the entire ninja world, is not just one person who can fight against it. Haha, Uchiha Longyu, have you seen this? This is our strength to dominate the ninja world. Next, you will tremble under absolute strength. Shisha laughed recklessly. The moment the corner of the eye and Kai Sheng looked at each other, they shouted angrily. Go! The roar fell, Kai Xing's hands suddenly flew up, and a series of spells fell. With the help of the water of heroes, the star chakra in the body swelled dozens of times in an instant. Under the transmission of this huge combat power, the peacock magic technique that erupted has achieved a qualitative change in seconds. The roar of the peacock magical dragon. When the last magic seal fell, his hands suddenly clasped together. The star chakra that came out through the body, when it went straight to the sky, shook his body and turned into a 100-meter-long glowing dragon. Accompanied by a deafening roar, he shook his head and swept his tail towards Uchiha Longyu. Huka, I suppressed him. You cast the most powerful ninjutsu to suppress him. Made a move, Kai Shing was the first to lose his breath and roared in a hurry. In this situation, the only thing that can be done to win completely is to work hard and then decline. Therefore, this move must be decisive for the victory. However, when the voice fell, the audience was stunned, and the words that fell into his ears shook his nerves even more. That, you seem to have been sold, and you are still helping him count the money. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said with a smile, however, this attack is indeed worth my reluctance to shoot. The playful words fell, and Kai Shing hurriedly looked behind him. The target was the Huka, who turned around and ran away frantically. It can be said that in the short fight just now, the strength of the heroic water has been soared by dozens of times, but even Susanoo, who is protecting the body of Uchiha Longyu, has no way to break it. Therefore, at this moment, Shisha had a plan in his heart to drag Chixing into the water and buy enough time for himself to escape. As an ally, Shisha clearly knew the power of Peacock's magic, and felt the breath that burst out just now. He firmly believed that Kai Shing could buy him enough time. Thinking of this, Shisha was the first to lose his breath and hurriedly took a look behind him. However, this glance made his pupils shrink suddenly, and when he saw Susanoo, who was instantly transformed into a hill, hundreds of meters high, his heart was suddenly tightened by an invisible big hand. The next moment, a huge hand like a mountain suddenly grabbed it in the void, and the 8-foot Changu jade fell into his hand. Looking at the incoming glowing dragon, Susanoo didn't have any fancy, and the 8-foot Changu jade in his hand suddenly threw out. PFF'd. The low sound of air tearing suddenly came out, and at the moment when the air ripples turbulently, the Xiaoguang giant dragon who was the first to touch it was torn apart like paper. As the caster, Kai Shingsho suffered the brunt of the backlash, and before he had time to think about it, he suddenly clasped his hands together and roared again. Peacock's magical bulwark. The endless star chakra is extracted from the red star. In the blink of an eye, in front of the red star, an indestructible wall was formed. However, before there was a hint of joy on Kai Xing's face, the next moment the Xiaoguang walls were like paper paste, and there was another pop. Kai Xing reacted. The huge 8-foot Changu jade, like a grinding disc, had been infinitely enlarged in his pupils. Bang! The entire body, under Bachi Changu's attack, was instantly crushed into flesh. What acting as a star forbearance, what chakra that has exploded dozens of times. This so-called title, under absolute strength, everything seems pale and powerless. A time. The huge venue fell into an inexplicable silence. Originally, those Xing ninjas who were still helping Kai Shing waving the flag and shouting were almost scared to death. The huge 8-foot Changu jade still remained in its prestige, directly piercing through the void, and swept away violently towards the hookah. The violent scene made the hookah almost split his eyes. Who was taking the hero's water, could give him a little time to delay. But everything seemed pale. No, I can't die. Shisha panicked, feeling the violent chakra obtained in the body with the help of the heroic water. It was originally intended to be a trump card, but unfortunately it has no confidence at all right now. Of hookah is to escape. Hookah adults. Dongxing's voice suddenly sounded. Seeing Uchiha Itachi being escorted over, Shisha immediately. His face brightened. He clearly knew. The cause of all this is all because of greed, catching Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 182, Capture. To be rescued now is to take this little brat as a hostage. Thinking of this, the hookah was the first to lose his breath, and the instant body technique was performed to the extreme, and quickly swept towards Uchiha Itachi. The violent scene made Nohara Rin's complexion change drastically, and it was too late to start shouting in a hurry. Brother Feather. Don't worry, Itachi is not. A simple thing. If he wasn't caught intentionally, I'm afraid that 2 more hookahs won't catch him. Long Yu gave a dry laugh, looked at Uchiha Itachi, who had a look of joy on his face, and said, "It's better to be young, it's easy to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger." The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled at first. Even the hookah that just got close to Uchiha Itachi is no exception. However, before they could react, Itachi had already started drinking violently. "If you don't do it now, when will you wait?" As a confidant of hookah, Dongxing III was startled at first. However, he quickly reacted, and under the flipping of his hands, a series of spell marks were formed. Water escape water whip bound. The water whip was condensed in the hands of the three people in an instant, and the next moment, like a poisonous snake, it quickly wrapped around the attacking hookah. The violent scene was completely beyond the hookah's expectations, but in this close proximity, everything seemed pale and powerless, and was instantly tied into a zongzi. "What are you doing?" Shisha reacted suddenly, roaring and struggling. He never thought that at this juncture, his subordinates would betray him. "Lord Shisha, you taught me to choose wood for good birds. Now the overall situation has been decided, but I can't blame us for not persuading you that day." Dongxing looked as usual, without the slightest guilt. "You," Shisha gasped all of a sudden. However, a ghostly figure appeared in front of him in an instant. Figure is very thin, but the scarlet eyes like ink, and the short chakra knife that glows with cold light, cut directly at the throat of the hookah at a tricky angle. PFF'd. Scarlet blood splashed out, and the hookah's eyes were full of disbelief. Uchiha Itachi turned around and kicked the sky, and the hookah shot into the sky like a cannonball. When the vitality was dissipated, the huge shuriken that came into view occupied the memory picture of Shisha dying. Poof! A tyrannical power, with a rolling posture, that shot up into the sky was instantly crushed into blood foam and scattered between the sky and the earth. Looking at the 8-foot Changuyu shuriken, which was still unabated, it quickly passed over the huge waterfall and mountain on which Taki Ninja Village was relying. It was followed by a deafening explosion. The kilometer-long mountain peak was directly cut off by the waste, accompanied by a deafening roar. 8-foot Changuyu instantly collided with the barren mountains in the distance. If the nine heavens divine thunder had fallen, shattering a large area of the mountain, and the sand and dust billowed into the sky. Originally, Taki Ninja Village was able to close the country, but it was entirely because of the existence of this natural danger that it was isolated from all contact with the outside world. Pity that the mountain peak has been cut down, and the earth in the distance has been penetrated by a big hole. This violent scene just stirred everyone's nerves, and while the field fell into a dead silence, there was only a grunt-like sound of swallowing saliva. That looked at Long Yu at the same time were filled with a hint of panic. The power of a single blow is so terrifying. Who can resist a few tricks in a real fight? When I thought of the hookah and the red star, the inexplicable confidence just now was simply disgusting that the grass on my grave was too long. Village Sheu, what are we going to do? Dongxing couldn't help but move his footsteps, which meant that he was obviously choosing a camp. What else can I do? Of course, I kneel down and surrender. Has the village of Motaki Ninja been blood-bathed once? Shiyu couldn't care about the feeling of weakness in his body, and said with an exasperated stare. Voice fell, Shiyu took the lead with a thud to the ground. Dongxing, who was standing beside him, and all the ninjas from Taki Ninja Village followed him and knelt down. Who had just recovered from the shock were no exception. My lord, we, Taki Ninja Village, are willing to surrender and beg for the grace of not killing. Kneeling and begging for the grace of not killing. Soon as it came out, hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, and finally the sound rolled and dispersed. At this moment, the short 666 words rolled like a magic sound and couldn't disperse. Moreover, people from all over the world came to join the ranks. Although many people do not know why, but in the face of the huge mountain that was cut off without warning, and the blood-colored Susano like a god, the psychology of conforming to the crowd was obviously aroused. Even their own village chiefs are worshipping, not to mention, they are ordinary people. For a time, this scene of thousands of people worshipping together made Kakashi and others stunned. Eyes. Do, who was originally indifferent and who had slaughtered and bloodshed Taki Ninja Village in the past, also said coldly, "Boss, now I see that you are more like an evil god than the guy in the takeoff section. If that guy is there, I'm afraid I'll be very envious. You have so many people bowing down." Zhao, I didn't expect that you would make a joke too, but it's not funny at all. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly. He is not the virgin, but he does not like to kill innocent people. Although, for Nanao, sooner or later he will come to Taki Ninja Village. To Itachi Uchiha made him come back early. However, beheading Shisha and Chixing also acted as a shock, and now it may be possible to take Nanao over without any effort. Okay, get up. Long Yu retracted his wandering thoughts, looked at Shiyu and said, "This time, the rebellion of Shisha and Kai Shing was considered a mistake by me, and I solved it for you, Taki Ninja Village. However, Village Chief Sheu, you should also see the red auspicious cloud cloak on my body. We know how to organize things, but we will charge a fee." Having said that, Long Yu looked at Shiyu. In Yunrin Village, Long Yu had already poured a wave of dirty water on Xiao organization. Now, but also don't mind, pour it again. Handling fee. First, but his face quickly became a little anxious, and said, "Uchiha Ryayu, our Taki Ninja Village is also a small country and a small village. I'm afraid we can't pay the fee you said. HMPH, if you can't afford it, then pay it back with the head on your neck. As the village head of Taki Ninja Village, you are still worth 30 million taels." Zhao, they were the first to speak out unexpectedly. In addition to being unsmiling, for Zhao, the most sensitive thing is that I have done things and you have no money. This is more painful than death. No, my lord, you can say a number, and we will try to raise it. Shiyu couldn't help shivering. Compared with Uchiha Ryayu, for their Taki Ninja Village, the corners are more fierce. After all, this is the master of Taki Ninja Village who almost bloodshed himself. In case it goes berserk now, Taki Ninja Village can't stand the second toss. Hehe, Village Chief Sheu, you are really serious. Since you have the heart, let's have a good deal. Long Yu laughed dryly. However, when everyone heard the 4 words of this happy transaction, the muscles in their cheeks twitched. This good man played the card too fast. Use his horns, all of them get off the horse, and then become a good man by himself. It's just one-handed shit, one-handed candy, stuffed so convincingly. Sir, please tell me. Shiyu didn't dare to play any more careful thoughts now. After wiping the sweat from his forehead, he stood respectfully to the side, showing an attitude of listening intently. As for those Taki shinobi and the villagers who were kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, they didn't dare to take a breath. Just staring at Long Yu eagerly. Okay, don't be too nervous, I'm not a bad person. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Long Yu reluctantly wiped the tip of his nose and said, "This time, I came to Taki Ninja Village, except to save people. Your Taki Ninja Village is a small village and a small country, but there is one thing, very valuable. Take out the tailed beasts. It is good for your village to recuperate, but the uninterrupted tailed beast riots make you tired of suppressing, and the elite power in the village is constantly being consumed. Tailed beast, it's a good weapon if you use it well, but it's a sharp double-edged sword if you don't use it well. If you're a little careless, it might make your Taki Ninja Village go backwards again. Give it to me, and you'll know clearly. It was the right choice." Taki Shinobu, who handed over the tailed beast, changed his expression. Their Taki Ninja Village, when it was in its prime, was only slightly inferior to the 5 great ninja villages. Of tailed beasts is enough to prove his strength and status in the ninja world. However, after the bloodbath of Kaku, the strength of Taki Ninja Village has not been as good as before. That can really compete with the 5 major ninja villages is the Water of Heroes, and only the tailed beast weapon Renjuli is left. However, now that the water of the hero has been drank by the hookah and the red star, only the tailed beast is left, which can act as the human pillar force, as the last trump card of Taki Ninja Village. I'd like to hand it over. Shiyu suddenly spoke up. The words fell, immediately. Taki Shinobu in the field caused a commotion. Village Shiba, the tailed beast is our last village foundation. If we hand it over, the strength of our Taki Ninja Village will be greatly reduced. Village Shiyu, please think twice, if it's just money, we can all get together. Scene suddenly changed. Gossip. In the face of the birth of no shadow-level existence, the cultivation of the tailed orc's pillar power has obviously become a shortcut on the road of chasing the strong. Okay. Yu raised his hand to stop, looked at Long Yu and said, Uchiha Long Yu, I want to confirm one thing. Although our Taki Ninja Village is closed to the country, but it is rumored that you intend to collect the 9 big-tailed beasts, and you have also captured Yunnan Village, so I want to ask, if our Taki Ninja Village surrenders Nanao, the other tailed beasts in the Ninja Village will it be collected by you as well? Faced with this question, Taki Shinobu, who was unwilling to speak just now, changed his expression and shut up. They clearly knew that these words were what Shiyu told them. Even Yunnan Village, which is known as the 5 largest ninja villages with the strongest military strength, was also captured by Uchiha Ryu. Chapter 183, Take Away the Tailed Beast. Not to mention, their Taki Ninja Village. It seems that the information from the village chief of Shiyu is not. The hookah can be compared. Long Yu laughed dryly and said, however, what is my purpose, I don't even know myself. It may be random, or it may be destined, but when I am in the mood, I will collect the 9 big-tailed beasts. After all, I am too kind, but I can't stand their suffering. The people present were so kind that they couldn't help but look sideways. When they recalled the scene where Shisha and Kai Shing were killed just now, they still had lingering fears in their hearts. If killing people without blinking an eye is considered good, then there will be no evil people in this world. Woo! Shiyu took a deep breath, his eyes flickered, and he looked at Uchiha Itachi and said, I think, as the Lord said, you deliberately let the hookah be caught, and even Dongxing obeys your orders. I want to seal Nanao. The vessel should have fallen into your hands. When Dongxing 3 heard the words, a trace of embarrassment appeared on their faces. As Shiba said, after the hookah asked them to escort Uchiha Itachi away, they really couldn't stand the coercion and temptation. At the same time, after suffering in the hands of Uchiha Itachi personally, he finally chose to believe Uchiha Itachi's bewitching words. After hearing the sound of the explosion in the tree hole, I was even more convinced of all this. After hurriedly taking Uchiha Itachi to grab the vessel sealed by the Nanao, I came here, and I could see Kai Shing being crushed. Hookah escape scene. Brother, I brought what you asked for. Rare smile appeared on Uchiha Itachi's face. Under the watchful eyes of the public, several ups and downs fell on Long Yu's side, and he took out an ancient gourd with his backhand. The shape of this gourd is simple, with dense mysterious patterns carved around it, which is somewhat similar to the gourd that holds the water of heroes. But more than that is fancy. The moment the gourd started, Long Yu frowned, and a low roar came out from it. Bang! The violent chakra exploded like a frenzy. The mysterious incantation seal on the surface of the gourd, at the moment when all kinds of rays of light bloom, under the eyes of the public, there is a crisp cracking sound. Cracks like cobwebs spread quickly on the surface of the gourd. The mysterious magic seal that was lit up quickly dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The violent scene shook Shiyu's nerves, and before he had time to think about it, he shouted in a hurry, Sir, this is the harbinger of Chongming breaking the seal. The power of this shock is stronger than before, you hurry up and hand it over. Give us, strengthen the seal again. HMPH, the melee in Taki Ninja Village, you still plan to seal me. The rolling sound waves came out from the gourd, with a roaring and harsh sound. Don't think, I was sealed in the gourd, I don't know that you just experienced a battle outside. I think you, Taki Ninja Village, even if you can suppress the rebellion successfully, you will still be severely damaged. I have rioted during this period of time, and everything is to wait for this opportunity. No one can stop me today. Boom! The dull collision sound suddenly came out from the gourd, and the sound was even louder than before. Most importantly, most of the mysterious spell seals that had been shattered in the first place were shattered again under this wave of shock. Cracks like cobwebs quickly spread over the entire surface of the gourd. Haha, you have no way to suppress me this time. It only takes a few minutes before I will be leveled, you tacky ninja village. Nanao Shigeki roared recklessly. However, just as the voice fell, and at the moment when he was about to strike again, the gourd stopper, which was the key to the seal, was directly ripped open with a pop. Okay, don't yell at me, what if I let you out? Nanao Shigame, who was in a daze inside the gourd. Then it immediately woke up. After losing the key to seal the bottle stopper, Shigeki Nanao was startled at first, and rushed out without thinking much. In its eyes, as a tailed beast, although it is not the strongest among the 9-tailed beasts. But for a debilitating being, that's just coming. However, when Shigeki Nanao jumped out of the gourd, he just recovered. In those huge compound eyes, the huge figure of Susanoo was reflected, but it made its pupils shrink suddenly. As 9 big-tailed beasts, one of them, only 2 people can play with them, in applause. Who would go into a daze when he touched his head with a wooden man's palm, and Chinsho Zujian? The second is the Uchiha legend, Uchiha Madara, who pretends to be cool and stares at the writing wheel. And when Uchiha Madara abused them that day, he obviously used a trick similar to the one in front of him. This gigantic Susanoo, despite its size, still overwhelmed it. And the 3-headed 6-armed posture is very similar to Uchiha Madara's that day. Thinking of this, Nanao Shigeki couldn't help but look at Long Yu and said anxiously, "Are you Madara Uchiha?" Madara Uchiha's small voice reverberated in this world. Many people will not be unfamiliar with the 2 legends of the ninja world, the god of ninjas, and the legend of the Uchiha family. Now it has been mentioned again by Shigeki Nanao, and many. Everyone couldn't help but look at Uchiha Ryu one more time. After all, this is the legend of the Uchiha clan, and it is inevitable to tug at the heartstrings of the descendant of Uchiha Ryu. You mean Madara? I just beheaded him not long ago. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "I don't look like that short-lived species." What? Nanao Shigeki's pupils shrank suddenly. No, it should be said that everyone in the field was stunned. The legend of the Uchiha clan is the benchmark of the ninja world, and it is the honor of the Uchiha clan. Falling into Long Yu's mouth, opening and closing the mouth is a slash, this gap is a bit too big. However, when you think about it, no matter. The truth of what Long Yu said, and the means displayed in front of him, and Uchiha Madara don't give in too much. Okay, what a sharp-eyed boy, I don't care if you have. Kill Uchiha Madara, today I will. Now that the seal is broken, you all have to die. Chongming roared, a piercing cry, pulsing away like a sound wave. The huge impact and the wave of air that were set off directly overturned Taki Shinobi, who was slightly inferior in strength when looking around. Is this the power of the tail beast? Kakashi looked up at the behemoth in front of him. If it wasn't for Susanoo, who was cast by Uchiha Ryu, he would have resisted most of his power. I am afraid that waiting for them is also a miserable end. Is this the power of the tail beast? Nohara Rin couldn't help but say. Her body, there is half the blood of the immortal human body, so she has a certain degree of resonance with the tailed beast. That's why he was targeted by Mist Ninja Village and easily sealed the 3 tails into his body. This kind of success rate can only be achieved by those who have the blood of the immortal human body. No, it's just its fur ability. The tailed beast can be used as an important weapon for a village. It's not that simple, but in this place, once a battle is launched, the village will probably be destroyed. Long Yu smiled playfully and looked at Shigeki Nanao. This time, the 3-tailed beasts rarely said anything, and their intention was obviously to hold, let Long Yu torture him first and then be a good guy. That among the 9 big-tailed beasts, Nantai Shigame's relationship and communication were too bad, and he was pitted like this. However, compared to Nanao, who was kept in the dark, Shibuya, who was Taki Ninja Village, was all crying. Of the tailed beasts have been in the seal place of the Great Lake outside the village. This at least minimizes damage to the village. Now, because of Uchiha Itachi, Nanao Shigeki has appeared in the village. Once they fight, the aftermath of the battle alone may be able to destroy 1/10 of the village. There is still a great god Uchiha Ryu at the moment. A fight, this ninja village will probably be wiped off the map. Thinking of this, Shiyu reluctantly stopped his body, knelt on the ground with a thud, and said, "Sir, or aren't you going to take Nanao away?" "Thank you very much, sir." "Sir, we beg you." "My lord, I have old people and young people. I hope you can be careful." The scene suddenly returned to the situation where thousands of people worshipped together. If you let outsiders know, Taki Ninja Village, which is second only to the 5 great ninja villages, actually knelt down and let people take the tailed beast away. This will definitely shock a lot of people's jaws. Brother. Uchiha Itachi's face also turned slightly blue. As a virgin, he never thought that for one performance, it would bring such disaster to Taki Ninja Village. Facing Nanao, who was clearly planning to run wild, Uchiha Itachi knew that only Long Yu could do it when he looked around the audience. "Haha, don't worry, eat people with short mouths and take people softly. Since these 7 tails are all my things, I won't let them be naughty." Long Yu smiled and patted Uchiha Itachi on the shoulder, looked at Obito, who was still confused, and said, "Didn't you say that I gave you something just now? It's just a matter of getting some interest now. I just opened a plug-in for you in advance, and sealed the divine power and power of your kaleidoscope writing wheel in my kaleidoscope." Kaleidoscope. Uchiha Obito was stunned at first, and quickly took off his forehead guard to act as a mirror. "Obito, your eyes have changed, it's a star writing wheel eye." Nohara Rin couldn't help but said. Kakashi was also taken aback, and there was also a hint of envy on his face. Although Obito's eyes were different from Long Yu's, he knew very well what Long Yu meant by the so-called open hanging. If it is said that the Uchiha clan is the leader among the ninjas of the same level as long as the writing wheel is opened, then open the legendary kaleidoscope writing wheel, then life is like opening and hanging. Who is hailed as a genius by the outside world, does not have enough confidence to overwhelm Uchiha Obito. "Do I have my own pupil technique too?" Uchiha Obito couldn't help but touched his eyes and said anxiously, "Can I be as powerful as Big Brother Yu?" Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was obviously overexcited, Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Okay, don't dawdle me, I will hypnotize you first and let you do as I instruct." Chapter 184, Tailed Beast Jade. It is a guess of Long Yu to seize the pupil ability of others. In the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan, he obtained Uchiha Madara's augmented eye through the Stone of Inheritance. For others, it's hard enough to fit and navigate, let alone master, and seize. But Long Yu has an instant full-level system. As long as there is a chance, he will have the opportunity to completely master the divine power. Moreover, with the help of divine power, it is possible for Long Yu to learn his own time-space ninjutsu. At that time, the technique of Flying Thunder God was just tasteless to Long Yu. What shall I do? Uchiha Obito regained his senses a little. However, as soon as he met his gaze, Obito Divine Soul suddenly shook violently and fell directly into a state of absent hypnosis. That feeling is like this: when you look at the person and confirm that they are right, you are directly confused. Magic. Long Yu gave a cold drink, and the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel began to spin wildly. Uchiha Obito's star-shaped writing wheel eye, like a wind demon shuriken, also turned quickly. A huge pupil power surged out of the pupils, and went straight to the sky. Like a raging dragon, the next moment under the watchful eyes of the public, he went straight to Uchiha Long Yu and swept away violently. Bang! The powerful pupil power directly drilled into Long Yu's Jugo Jade writing wheel, forming a huge sealing technique. Added a kaleidoscope style similar to the Wind Demon Shuriken on the surface of the original 9-Go Jade writing wheel eye. As long as Ryu's thoughts move, the seal of the pupil technique will be released, and then he will display the unique time and space ninjutsu power of Uchiha Obito. Old Soil, are you alright? Seeing that the kaleidoscope writing wheel in Uchiha Obito's pupils disappeared, Nohara Rin couldn't help asking. What happened to me? What happened to me? Where did my kaleidoscope writing wheel go? Uchiha Obito suddenly came back to his senses, looking at the reflection in the forehead guard, obviously a little urgent. After all, the most fearful thing I have ever owned is loss, especially that is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, which is called super wall hanging. Will I be able to kick Kakashi and my teacher Konoha's golden glitter wave Minato in the future? It's all based on his dreams. Don't worry, it's just that the pupil power consumption is too much and it has disappeared temporarily. Long Yu patted Obito's shoulder helplessly. After all, this means of capture is a bit unreasonable. In other words, it is a robbery and domination. If Long Yu's cheeks weren't a little thicker than ordinary people, he wouldn't be able to do it as a virgin bitch. Is it? Obito obviously hadn't responded with joy. For him, too much consumption is better than hallucinations. Yes. Long Yu reluctantly replied again. Next, as a reward for capturing divine power, let me show you how I fight. Bastard human beings, there is so much nonsense, do you really not take me seriously? Die for me. Nanao roared up to the sky. The scene just now seemed very complicated, but it was only about half a minute between before and after. However, for Nanao, who just got out of the ban, this is a shame. The 6 wings on the back suddenly shook, setting off a huge hurricane, and under the bluff of the blood basin, one after another, the acid liquid of white smoke shot out like a machine gun. The speed was so fast that he approached Susanoo in the blink of an eye, landed on the armor, and when it made a sizzling sound, a large cloud of white smoke appeared. Along with that madly falling offensive, Long Yu took a step forward under the watchful eyes of the public. The huge Susanoo, which was several hundred meters tall, also quickly shrank under the attack, leaving only a dozen meters left to protect Uchiha Itachi and others. This strange scene shocked everyone, but Shigeki Nanao showed a hint of joy. They couldn't understand why Uchiha gave up Susanoo, who has the advantage of size and absolute defense. With his bare hands, he confronted Shigeki Nanao. Could it be that the so-called captured one really has the ability to suppress the tailed beast? However, compared with other people's doubts, Uchiha Obito couldn't help clenching his fists, showing a hint of urgency. Haha, Uchiha brat, you have been hiding in the turtle shell. I may have to work harder, but now you are so kind, and you even think about saving people in the face of me, then you will die. Shigeki Nanao laughed outrageously. At the same time as the huge feathered wings were bluffing, a series of acid fluids resembling machine guns were spit out from the big mouth of the blood basin. Just a few hundred meters, under the ultimate move of the tail beast, it was obviously pale and powerless, and appeared in front of Long Yu in the blink of an eye. The violent scene tightened everyone's nerves, and even the melon-tailed beast, who had already been transferred and hid by the side, also showed a look of fascination. Compared with the confusion of others, they firmly believe that Uchiha Ryu can definitely beat Nanao. Only thing they have to do is to guess how long the 7 tails can last in the hands of Long Yu. However, looking at the acid that came violently, the 3-tailed beasts couldn't help holding their breaths, staring straight at Uchiha Ryu, wanting to see the thunderous suppression methods. Just as this idea came to mind, they were stunned the next moment. No, it should be said that everyone in the field was stunned, including Shigeki Nanao, who was flying in the air. Watching the acid like a machine gun shoot down on Uchiha Long Yu's body, the ripples like ripples on the surface of a lake pierced through his body directly. All ended up in the lake. This inexplicable scene made people's pupils shrink suddenly, revealing an expression of disbelief. Is this an illusion or an illusion? Shiyu was the first to lose his temper. However, before anyone could react, Nanao Shigame was temporarily absent-minded in the sky, and a sharp roar was emitted from the sky. The next moment, the 6 wings on the back suddenly shook, like a cannonball, swooping down from the sky. The huge sharp horn ripped apart the air along the way, causing a series of ripples, like a sharp sword falling from the sky, piercing Uchiha Ryu straight away. Magic. Facing this fierce and unparalleled attack, Uchiha Ryu smiled genially. Jugo Jade Writing Wheel eyes turned in vain, turning into a kaleidoscope of style magic. Facing the huge swooping attack, Long Yu seemed to be unaware and let it go straight through his body. With a deafening roar, Shigeki Nanao was inserted into the lake like a sharp arrow. A huge wave was set off and rolled back around. Earth escape wall. Just under the escort of Susanoo, Kakashi, who arrived at the shore away from the battlefield, took the lead. Without the mana consumption of the writing wheel eye, Kakashi, who was half open in the original book, displayed a huge earth formation wall. One shot. The earth wall of tens of meters quickly stretched open, completely blocking the way for the lake to hit the village. The highlight moment of this large-scale operation has only appeared when Bo Ren Chuan was dealing with the psychic beast. I'm sorry, but I completely forgot about you when I was thinking about practicing the handle. Long Yu glanced back, and the people in Taki Ninja Village, who were full of resentment, touched the tip of their nose helplessly. Facing this feeling of entering the body, Long Yu felt a little awkward, but I have to say that Uchiha Obito, as one of the big ones in the original work, has a very powerful kaleidoscope pupil technique. Among them, his right eye can make himself blurred, transfer everything, and enter his own unique pupil space, but this trick requires contact between himself and the target, and a connection can be established. Then, by choosing the spatial coordinates, it materializes itself. As for the left eye given to Kakashi in the original book, it has the ability to tear through space. As long as the eye can see, it can absorb enemy attacks from the air and tear apart all selected objects. It can also endow the 8-foot Chongu Jade, which has the effect of divine space tearing. Sharp means of attacking and defending, escaping invincible, and fighting unexpectedly. Ding dang, congratulations to the host who has learned the divine power of the pupil technique. Will it be immediate? Instantly full. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for learning time and space ninjutsu, whether it is immediately. The perception of time and space is instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system resounded in Uchiha Ryu's mind. This long-awaited moment also proved that the idea of capturing divine might was feasible. Then, the next step is to take this as an opportunity to derive his own pupil technique. Give me an instant full level. Long Yu's thoughts moved, and the ethereal voice of the system sounded again in his mind. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dang, congratulations to the host's pupil magic power instantly reaching full level. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, the time and space perception is instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system dissipated, a warm current filled Ryu Uchiha's mind, and there were more ways to use Shinwei. When he opened his eyes, a huge sound of breaking water suddenly echoed. Bang! Nanao Shigeki broke through the water directly, and missed again with one blow, and the force was too strong, and the seemingly indestructible sharp corners were obviously still hung with silt and water plants. This full-strength blow is obviously not easy to hit the wall. Looking at Long Yu, who was still unscathed and suspended in midair, Seven-Tails raised his head to the sky and screamed, with an indescribable anger. Roar! The sound waves are rolling, the blood basin is bluffing, and the power of the violent-tailed beast, like a frenzy, frantically pours into the mouth. Just a few short breaths, the violent chakra of the man's words turned into a pitch-black energy ball under the frantic compression. This is the tailed beast Jade. Shiyu's face instantly turned ashen. However, in the next moment, Nanao Shigeki's behavior made him even want to die. Damn Uchiha brat, Madara Uchiha is very cunning, but he can't compare to you. Nanao Shigeki roared again and again. The successive defeats clearly made it extremely impatient. Otherwise, it will not be so fast, and the tailed beast jade at the bottom of the pressure box will be displayed. Chapter 185, Tail Beast Escape. The huge compound eyes turned in vain, locked in the direction of Shiyu and the others, and then roared again. You like to hide so much, I want to see if you will break your promise in the face of this blow. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the tailed beast jade was swallowed out instantly, the tyrannical force was vented, and the air along the way seemed to be directly penetrated. Along with the turbulent ripples in the air, it spread across a kilometer in the blink of an eye, and went straight to the wall of the earth formation that Kakashi displayed. Everyone, hurry up and cast the earth formation wall. Shiyu didn't have time to think about it. For him, this incident is a fight between gods and mortals. The face of the attack of the tailed beast, Long Yu, can be neutralized, but it does not mean that they can turn a blind eye. The roaring hurricane hit the face, and the hundreds of tacky ninjas led by Shiyu, their hands and legs that flew quickly, were shaking. In the face of such violent and huge chakra fluctuations, for them who are not good at earth escape, the so-called defense is nothing but a drop in the bucket. Come on. Kakashido glanced at Long Yu. However, Kakashi couldn't help but let out a hurried "you" to his indifferent attitude. When the hands suddenly clasped together, the space node where the tailed beast jade, which was quickly rolled from the void, was twisted like a vortex. The next moment, before everyone could react, the roaring tailed beast jade disappeared out of thin air. The sudden scene caused many people to rub their eyes. If it weren't for the air, there would still be chakra fluctuations. I'm afraid no one wants to believe that in the face of such a powerful tail beast jade attack, it will disappear out of thin air. PFF'd. A trace of spatial fluctuation appeared in the sky that Long Yu could reach. The next moment, the transferred tailed beast jade appeared out of thin air again. With the sound of a thunderous explosion, a huge wave of air impacted, setting off a big wave and rolling around. Even Shiyu and the others, who were on the ground thousands of meters apart, could clearly feel the impact of this air wave. If the blow just now had really landed in Taki Ninja Village, they would be completely vulnerable just by virtue of their fur-like earth formation walls. This method is somewhat similar to the time-space enchantment of Teacher Minato, which can transfer things to the selected space coordinates, but the space node he chose to transfer is probably within his sight. I think this tailed beast jade can be returned to Nanwei Shigame unexpectedly. Kakashi spoke first. He is indeed a genius. It can be said that his genius is not only reflected in the strength, but also in the brain talent of the Nara clan. Can see the clues just by looking at it once, and if you place it in any ninja village, you can become a generation of military advisors. Kakashi, you mean, if this is my pupil technique, can I do it too? Uchiha Obito grabbed Kakashi's shoulder, couldn't help laughing and said, Kakashi, do you see, I'm not the tail of the crane now, I will torture you well in the future, let you know the 5th Hokage, it will be me, not you. I also have a Hokage dream. This is in the original book, except for Naruto Uzumaki, who is unfortunate. Regardless of, it is as strong as Madara Uchiha, who was abused to the point of almost dying. Or Rope Tree and broken, and died on the battlefield. Even Uchiha Obito is no exception. As for Sasuke Uchiha, I heard that I once had such a dream. It can be said that, compared with other ninja villages, even if in the original book, he and the 4th generation of Raikage put down their rhetoric and will see you next time as Namikaze Minato, who is also a short-lived species. In Hokage's position, even my ass didn't even get hot. As for following in his footsteps, there is another Danzo who has been staring at him for decades and has even worse luck, and he stopped working after a few days. It's a cursed bit, so to speak, who is unfortunate. Only unintentional people can do it. Obito, I advise you not to be too happy. Kakashi rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, not everyone is Uchiha Ryu, his talent is unfathomable, even I can't figure out the depth, the same pupil technique can be used in his hands hundreds of times. 100% can be used, but it is up to you. Whether you can use 80% or 50%, this is also unknown. Furthermore, this pupil technique can deflect such powerful attacks as the tailed beast jade, but it also consumes a lot of chakra and pupil power. With your small body, it is another matter whether you can do it or not. Give it to me now. When you say you want to be Hokage, be careful with your tongue-in-cheek words. Uchiha Obito suddenly became angry. It felt as if someone was pouring cold water on his head. However, there was no way to refute it. After all, as Kakashi said, not everyone is Uchiha Raiha. Long Yu also did not refute Kakashi's words, he just used the pupil power of Shinwei's left and right eyes to superimpose. The long-distance space absorption and transfer displayed, this method is placed in the original work. Even Uchiha Obito, who has only one eye, can't do it. But at the same time, the consumption of chakra, pupil strength, and physical strength is also doubled, and there is also a time cooling of 5 seconds 5. However, after this attempt, Long Yu also came up with a clue for his unique pupil technique. No way! Shigeki screamed, and the huge compound eyes suddenly turned and locked on Uchiha Ryu. If the physical attack is just a test, then the tail beast pill is its killer at the bottom of the box. However, even this move was easily resolved, and the strength of the young man in front of him was still underestimated by it. The huge compound eyes flickered, and in the next moment, under the bluffing of Nanwei Shigeming's blood basin, endless scales and powder rushed out like a raging tide. Accompanied by the vibration of the huge feather wings, the rolled-up hurricane, the pale yellow scale powder, quickly rolled back around, occupying the entire world in a blink of an eye, completely hiding Nanao Shigeki's figure. Everyone, be careful, this is the secret technique of the 7 tails, the hidden technique of scales and powders. As the village chief of Taki Ninja Village, Shizuo of course knew very well what means Nanao Shigeki had. He quickly covered his mouth and nose, and shouted in a hurry, once this scale powder enters the body, it will produce a sign of paralysis and poisoning. The violent scene instantly tensed everyone's nerves. However, facing the tactics chosen by Shigeki Nanao, even Kakashi was shocked. After the short fight just now, he also saw that the divine power displayed by Uchiha Ryu was able to blur himself, and at the same time he could attack from a long distance. This method looks very defiant, but behind every ninjutsu, there is a weakness. For example, Kamui, the biggest weakness is facing saturation attacks. In the original work, Xiaonan fought against the prodigal family in the century, and the technique of 6 billion detonating talismans was also to achieve this effect. By Shigeki Nanao also has the same effect. Now, Kakashi and the others want to see how Dragon Feather is hiding under the tail beast. Lin, have you felt the chakra fluctuations of Nanao? Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back his breath. After all, this is the pupil technique he possesses. Although Uchiha Ryu is fighting, his blood will inevitably boil while watching. At the moment, Nanwei is using poison scale powder to restrain the divine power, which also makes him feel unhappy. There is no way, there is chakra left in this scale powder, and even my perceptual ninjutsu cannot find Nanao's figure. Nohara Rin shook her head solemnly. However, the moment he turned his eyes and landed on Long Yu, his expression suddenly changed. Long Yu's appearance has changed, it seems to be the immortal mode owned by Minato-sensei. Immortal mode Uchiha Obito and Kakashi couldn't help but stunned. As students of Namikaze Minato, of course they clearly know what means their teachers have. Among them, the immortal mode is also known as a more difficult existence than the level forbidden technique. When Lianbofeng Minato was first learned, it also took a lot of time to collect the power of nature. However, now Uchiha Ryu just clapped his hands and stepped into the immortal mode. The gap between the front and the back is a bit too big. Want to escape? Long Yu smiled playfully. In the fairy mode, these scale powders affect the perception of the ninja, but they cannot completely cover the fairy mode and sense the subtle changes of natural forces. His eyes turned in vain, and locked on the mountain rock wall thousands of meters away. Perhaps, Nanao Shigeki was worried that flying randomly would cause the scale powder to blow away, so he was found. So I chose the most conservative escape method. However, at the moment when Long Yu's eyes fell, Shigeki Nanao was obviously feeling it, and he let out an unbelievable long howl. At the same time, the wings on his back suddenly shook and galloped away quickly. At this moment, it was obvious that it intended to give up its concealment. Oh my god, what did I see? The tailed beast took the initiative to escape. What the hell, you go up there and try. If you run into an opponent that you can't even attack, why don't you just wait to die if you don't escape? However, that Konoha blood-colored Asura, why didn't he chase? His eyes seemed to have changed. Scene suddenly became cluttered. The scale powder that originally filled the entire world was all swept away at the moment Nanao Chungming fluttered his wings. For a time, everyone's eyes were locked on Long Yu's body. I saw that under the watchful eyes of everyone, Long Yu not only did not pursue, but slowly closed his eyes, and many thoughts flashed in his mind. Perception of Amaterasu, Yudu, Shinwei and other pupil techniques, with the help of the system, that kind of depth cannot be described in words at all. Accompanied by all kinds of information and complex calculations, as well as the supplement of experience, the huge information flow gathered together rushed straight into Uchiha Ryu's mind like a raging tide. Boom! Deep in my mind, there was a roar, and Long Yu suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 186, Subversion of Cognition. The right hand suddenly grabbed it from the air, and the scarlet, blood-like nine-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel swirled frantically. Everyone in this space only felt a slight pause in the speed of the air circulation. The next moment, before they could react, Nanao Shigeki, who was fleeing quickly in the distance, froze for a moment. Clenched tightly by an invisible big hand, those wildly vibrating wings gave people a feeling of being in a quagmire and struggling to move. The most unbelievable, the world where Shigeki Nanao is located, no matter what, was a tree or a rocky mountain. Even the earth and lake water beneath him seemed to be crazily backed up by an invisible force and collapsed. The violent scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at Shigeki Nanao, who seemed to be frozen in the void, struggling frantically and screaming mournfully. Kakashi's pupils shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed, This is gravity space. Ding dang, is it immediately detected that the host has acquired the gravitational pupil. Instantly full. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Uchiha Long Yu's mind. Long Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At first, he just guessed, deduced and tried, but he didn't expect that he would succeed once. Although the gravity pupil in front of him can only change 5 times the gravity, and there are still many flaws, but in front of the system, all peculiar actions are possible. Immediately. Instantly full. Ding dong, please wait a moment, host. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, gravity pupil has been fully leveled in an instant. With the ethereal system sound resounding again, a warm current emerged in Long Yu's mind, and his understanding of gravity pupil was undoubtedly raised to the extreme. 10 times the gravity, the longest duration is 30 seconds, and the cooldown is 5 seconds. Long Yu raised his brows. He already had a deep understanding of these restrictions within the rules set by the world. There is no absolute invincibility in any world, and there are different worlds among creatures, including gods and humans. However, this is not important to Long Yu. The most important thing is that he successfully created his own kaleidoscope brush wheel pupil technique. Human child, hurry up and let go. I will see how long you can last under the attack of my tailed beast Jade. Nanao Shigeki roared. As one of the 9-tailed beasts, its strength is not outstanding. But being so humiliated by people, it is obviously unbearable for the self-esteem of its tailed beast. In particular, at the beginning, it put down its harsh words and wanted to make Taki Shinobi Village pay enough. The air is shaking suddenly. Nanao's movement speed is limited by the gravitational space, but the mere 5 times, only at the beginning, can make it the most limited. Now once you get over, you have to open your bloody mouth and condense the tailed beast chakra all over your body to form the tailed beast jade. This is not a difficult task. Looking at it, the dark chakra gathered in his mouth crazily. The chilling smell of chakra made Shiyu cry. His only thought now is to pray to Long Yu to end this battle quickly. A mortal's fight, let alone these mortals suffer, I am afraid that even their lives will not be good. However, as soon as this thought appeared, Long Yu's eyes suddenly widened again. Jugo Jade's writing wheel eyes turned frantically, and an even larger gravity, like a frenzy, bombarded Nanao Shigeki's body. That was barely opened, the tailed beast jade that gathered together, was instantly bitten by the closed mouth. At the same time as the thunderous explosion sounded, the huge body of the 7 tails, like a meteor from the sky, smashed heavily on the rocky earth below, which had been shattered by gravity. Boom! The ground shattered, and the air waves rolled down. With a radius of 1,000 meters seems to be overwhelmed, and it is coming. Originally, Chi, whose body length was nearly 100 meters, was buried alive in it. The air waves rolled back, the sand and dust dissipated, the sky and the earth returned to clarity. That came into view once again made Taki Shinobu, and even Kakashi and the others present, feel like they were going crazy. God, am I dazzled? Tell me quickly, this scene is not real. 1, 2, 3, there are 3 more head-tailed beasts. Is this the day that God wants to destroy our Taki ninja village? Counting the 7-tailed Chongming, the 4-tailed beasts are gathered together, can Konoha blood-colored Asura resist? Such a huge scene, hundreds of thousands of Taki ninjas thought that after the battle just now, their nerves had become extremely strong. However, it never occurred to me that this was just the beginning. That suddenly appeared, under the shock of my heart. I can't wait to slap myself dozens of times, hoping that I can wake up in this dream. No, you can see it clearly, these are the tailed beasts in the hands of Konoha Scarlet Asura in the major ninja villages in the intelligence. Shiyu was the first to speak. As the head of a village, no matter how useless he is, but his intelligence ability is still not small. In the face of major events in the ninja world, he is also well aware of it. That's the 2-tailed cat of Yunnan village, the 3-tailed Isoda of Wonan village, and the 4-tailed Sun Wukong of Yan'an village. In the presence of Shiyu's eyes, the 3 hill-like silhouettes quickly swept across. Past. However, the more I looked at this, the more shocked the face became, and finally showed a look of disbelief, saying, what is going on here? These tailed beasts not only have no seal fluctuations, but also control the pupil technique. There is no shadow. Yes, that's his charm. Kakashi spoke suddenly. Being able to convince the tailed beast actively, I am afraid that in the entire ninja world, only he can do it. Cough, Kid Kakashi, I didn't expect us to meet again. Last time you owed Lao Su a grilled fish. Don't run away later, go catch the fish for me and come back. Sanwei's huge eyes rolled and landed on Kakashi's body, saying, if you dare to run away, I will send you flying with one tail. The sudden remarks made Kakashi's expression turn blue, and Nohara Rin, who was beside him, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Let the dignified and depressing atmosphere in the field ease a little or two. This kind of laughing action made Taki Shinobu, who was present, have a kind of inexplicable illusion. It turns out that the tailed beast is not very scary. You bastard, even if my body dissipates today, I will tear you into pieces. Nanao roared and rushed out of the ruins. When the wings vibrated, the hurricane brought up, the sand and dust rolled up, and the moment it rose into the sky, I suddenly realized that the scene was a little wrong. Too many familiar faces in that scene. Haha, Xiaoqi, don't be old-fashioned, it's all stinky turtles and dead monkeys ideas. You have to hide and let the boss teach you a good meal. Then you are willing to come out and be an old man. 22 Tails were the first to speak and poured dirty water directly. 22 Tails, you guy, who is secretly having fun just now, and now he betrays us, we won't spare you. Sanwei suddenly blew his beard and stared. However, as soon as these words fell, the four tails standing beside him quickly shifted his pace a little and stood beside the second two tails. I can testify that all these nasty ideas were made by the stinky turtle. I heard that it was severely abused by the boss at the beginning, and it was unhappy that we would not come out. Dead monkey, you. The three tails suddenly became angry, and this step on the horse is like a dumb person eating Wonglian. Although it is clear that the eyes of the masses are sharp. However, when Sanwei cast his hopeful eyes on the melon eaters in the field, he had already turned his head and dispersed. After seeing the monstrous ferocity of the tailed beast with his own eyes, who would dislike the longevity of the people present to meddle with the tailed beast? This ride is just looking for trouble. Okay, my pupil power is also consumed a lot, you guys get together first, I seem to have a guest here. Long Yu watched the appearance of the three-tailed beasts hiding in the dark to watch the play, and knew that this actual combat training would not last. Looking back, Nanwei Shijeming, Long Yu turned around and left. You bastard, just a bastard. Suddenly woke up with a stunned look on his face, and while screaming sharply, he intended to flutter his wings and swept away in the direction of Long Yu. However, as soon as it moved one or two times, the three-tailed beast's chakra soaring to the sky exploded like a frenzy, gathered together, formed a terrifying aura, and went straight to the sky. That were originally accumulated in the sky also penetrated in response to this blow. Distance, it seems that a huge space funnel appears in the whole sky. The violent scene made Naneo Shigeki stunned. They are both tailed beasts, and they thought that in the face of human enslavement, they should stand on the same front and fight violently. But now, the murderous intent of the three-tailed beasts is obviously locked on it. At this moment, Naneo Shigeki believed that as long as it moved a little or two, it would definitely die. Nanwei, if you dare to take another step, I will kill you. One step before killing me, Naneo Shigeki was stunned, it never thought that the three-tailed beast would say such a thing to himself. Although, there will be disputes between their 9 big-tailed beasts. But in the face of human beings, it has always been consistent with the outside world. However, the scene in front of him completely subverted its cognition. Nanwei, I advise you to stop, the boss has shown mercy just now, otherwise you wouldn't be alive in front of our eyes now. Sanwei put away her usual hippie smile and said in a heavy tone. Of course, if you, who are also tailed beasts, are unilaterally killed by the boss, I think you still hope that you will die in our hands. The face of this remark, the 2 tails and 4 tails did not agree, but the eyes locked on Naneo have already explained it all. For a time, the atmosphere of the scene fell into silence, and after more than 10 seconds, the fierce aura from Naneo was instantly restrained, and said, I want to know why you follow him, because you feel his strength. Are you scared, intimidated? Don't forget, we didn't give in to the kid from the Senju family and the abominable Madara Uchiha that day. Until now, I'm still resisting the fate of being enslaved. Could it be that you all really forgot? The slightly elusive voice reverberated between heaven and earth, and there was no way to dissipate it for a long time. The three-tailed beasts looked at each other at the same time and said, No, you are wrong, we just saw the figure of the old man on him. Chapter 187, Born Son. And, he is the only one who sincerely considers us to be friends. Shigeki Naneo was stunned by the figure of the old man. For outsiders, they may not know who the old man is. But the immortals of the 6 paths are like reborn parents to their tailed beasts. Most importantly, the 6 path immortals once told them that day. One day, they who live in this world as tailed beasts will also meet their own friends. Is this the friend you identify with? After a long time, Naneo couldn't help but speak. This time, the 3-tailed beasts did not speak, but nodded in unison. As the chakra soaring to the sky dissipated, that eerie feeling disappeared. Looking around the huge shinobi village, apart from Uchiha Ryayu, no matter what. It was Kakashi, Uchiha Itachi and the others, and Taki Shinobu village, who also fell to the ground helplessly. For them, when the four-tailed beasts face each other with swords drawn, a battle breaks out. Not to mention the destruction of the village, I am afraid that even Taki Ninja Village will be wiped off the map directly. Brother, do you really not need to worry about them? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help but glance at it. Thinking that not long ago, he had carelessly brought Nanao into the Taki Ninja Village, and almost made a big mistake, Uchiha Itachi was still brooding in his heart. Don't worry, they won't fight. Reached out his hand dotingly, rubbed it on Uchiha Itachi's head and said, You brat, why did you run out of the village alone? If we hadn't arrived in time, what if you were identified as a traitor? Rebel. Uchiha Itachi dodged Long Yu's hand, glared at him, and said, Whoever told you to leave, don't tell me in advance, if I am judged to be a traitor, I will follow my brother, wouldn't that be nice? Looking at Uchiha Itachi, who is a bit stubborn, if Ichibuki in the original book knew that Uchiha Itachi, in the hands of Long Yu, directly destroyed the character design, I am afraid that he would vomit to death. However, after Long Yu glanced at Uchiha Itachi, he raised his brows and said, You kid, don't talk nonsense, be careful your father beats you. Brother, my dad is reluctant to beat me, he still doesn't know where I am. Uchiha Itachi showed a little pride. However, this arrogance was quickly interrupted by a stern voice from behind. Itachi, you bastard, you left the village without authorization, and now you are still saying such absurd words, don't you know how to repent? Uchiha Fuyu with Shishui, like a ghost, appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. With a big hand on Itachi's shoulder, Kusama Tamadake looked at Obito. Did you also turn on the kaleidoscope? Uchiha Obito is also regarded as the tail of a crane in the Uchiha family. I was 14 or 15 years old, I had not opened the writing wheel, but when I opened my eyes, it was like opening and hanging. Regardless of it was in the original work or the current situation, Uchiha Fuyu took a look. Moreover, Uchiha Obito has just opened his eyes and is not very proficient in the control of pupil power. Although the kaleidoscope has been closed, the pupil power still remains. Patriarch, it's brother Yu who helped me open it up. Uchiha Obito gave Long Yu one more look, and then hesitantly opened his mouth. Don't be nervous, in addition to you, the Patriarch and Zishui also have a kaleidoscope, as for Itachi, they can also open it in the future. Long Yu smiled and patted Obito's shoulder. However, these words fell in the ears of Uchiha Fuyu, and his expression suddenly changed. Long Yu, you mean, the most important person around Itachi died? Uchiha Madara is the first existence of the Uchiha family to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel. I also know the drawbacks of the kaleidoscope writing wheel and also know the existence of the eternal kaleidoscope. But all along, Uchiha Madara did not choose to mass-produce kaleidoscope owners. 1. This method will make the Uchiha clan, blood and blood, eventually evolve into a blood-like existence, which will inevitably lead to the withering of the Uchiha clan and accelerate the decline. 22. Uchiha Madara's ambition dictates that he sees a member of the Uchiha clan who is stronger than himself. After all, the most powerful means of the Uchiha clan is not the fire escape, but the flower tube writing wheel eye. Once the eyes are opened, it is like opening and hanging. The difference cannot be measured by common sense. Third, Madara Uchiha believes in the supremacy of personal strength. Because of these three reasons, even the Uchiha clan chief, who was an exception, opened his eyes unexpectedly. I don't even know how to have an eternal shaker. Of the Uchiha clan in the past have not leaked this secret because of the consolidation of their own regime. Over time, it has evolved into a secret family that cannot be declared. Long Yu, do you know the consequences of doing this? Uchiha Fuyu was the first to lose his temper. Uchiha Shisui also showed a hint of urgency and looked at Long Yu. Unlike Uchiha Fuyu, Shisui is completely conservative. In the original work, in order to prevent the Uchiha family from running wild, he also offered a plan to the 3 generations of Hokage, intending to use other gods to change Uchiha Fugaku's choice and mentality. After opening eyes with Zishui's IQ, he clearly calculated the clue. When, the opening of the kaleidoscope is not something anyone can do. It also requires talent and pure blood. Hee, don't worry, in the Uchiha clan, there are only a few people who can make me look right. Long Yu smiled and rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head. Next time, if Itachi wants to turn on the kaleidoscope, you can find me. Hearing these words, Uchiha Fugaku secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After hesitating for a moment, he said, if there is a child in Makoto's belly, is there a chance? Long Yu raised his brows, and indeed he forgot that there was another Uchiha Sasuke. In the original work, Uchiha Sasuke's early stage can only be regarded as a soy sauce, with a little more drama. As for the word genius, it doesn't show much. Otherwise, it wouldn't be completely obscured by Uchiha Itachi's halo. In the later stage, it was also because of Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that he had the ability to have the air in seconds. Pity that Uchiha Itachi just kept Amaterasu in Sasuke's eyes. Known as one of the strongest illusions, was annihilated in the long river of history. And Uchiha Ryayu, with the help of the booster eye, further strengthened the reading of the moon. The illusions displayed are enough to take chaos seriously. In unexpected situations, it can deceive the awakening of the kaleidoscope shaker. For uncle's sake, reluctantly agree. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, Itachi, don't stare at me, I have promised you, Lao Su, I highly doubt that you will be a brother-in-law in the future, and even women don't like it. Brother, I don't have it. Uchiha Itachi hurriedly retorted. My brother, I haven't given a name yet. Father, why don't you ask my brother to pick one? Let Feather take. Uchiha Fuyu couldn't help but startled. Due to the time of the Third Ninja World War, there have been more disputes in Konoha Ninja Village recently. Dissatisfaction and ambition within the Uchiha clan gradually increased. As a result, he had no time at all to name his soon-to-be-born son. Looking at Uchiha Itachi's eager face, Fuyu hesitated for a moment and then said, You brat, you have been making a splash in the ninja world recently, and your aunt is also very worried about you. I'll let you choose this child's name. In the future, that kid may be happy and proud when he knows it. Is this okay? Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Looking at Itachi with hot eyes, Long Yu was too lazy to work his brain cells and said, Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi was stunned at first, and he couldn't help but mutter a few words to himself, and then his eyes lit up. Father, this name is very good. From now on, my younger brother will be called Sasuke. He will definitely become a ninja like me. Looking at the excited Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui was stunned at first, and said, This seems a little out of place, what if my aunt doesn't like it? For Uchiha Shisui, as a new star of the Uchiha clan, he has always attracted much attention. Regardless of is in the village or within the Uchiha clan, it is no exception. Most importantly, he has a younger brother who admires him deeply. Also, this younger brother is a genius. This kind of feeling that makes geniuses look up to, cannot be expressed in words at all. However, the birth of Uchiha Ryayu turned everything upside down. The halo of genius of the Uchiha family was taken away, and the much-anticipated treatment was no exception. But what makes Uchiha Shisui unacceptable the most is Uchiha Itachi's admiration for Uchiha Longyu. I thought that this time I took the risk and rescued Uchiha Itachi, which would be able to overwhelm Longyu. In Uchiha Itachi's heart, he re-established a figure that was admired. Pity that Uchiha Shisui's heart was pulled in pain in the face of the scene that suddenly appeared again and was in the limelight. Most importantly, the current Uchiha Ryayu seems to have another little fanboy. Although, being admired by the tail of a crane like Uchiha Obito is not a glorious thing. However, if it is a little fan who has turned on the kaleidoscope writing wheel, it is another matter. Therefore, in this matter of naming, Uchiha Shisui still holds the mentality of being able to suppress Uchiha Ryu. No, I didn't expect that Long Yu and Makoto thought the same, and they both thought that the name Sasuke was the best. Uchiha Fugaku laughed suddenly. In fact, from the beginning, he was a little reluctant in his heart. After all, this son is not born by the old king next door. If Long Yu hadn't rescued Itachi, and at the same time Long Yu was too much attention during this time, Fuyu would not have made such a decision. Now that he could be named the same as Makoto, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Uncle, Auntie, have you really figured it out? Uchiha Shisui asked urgently. Fuyu frowned and said, Zishui, your aunt has already mentioned this matter, and you have also thought about letting Long Yu choose the name, and the name Sasuke is also very good. Why are you so concerned about this matter? Is there something unspeakable? Chapter 188, Defeat them in cooking. No, I just don't want my aunt and uncle to think that this name is not good and disappoint Long Yu's wishes. Uchiha Shisui explained in a hurry. Hehe, Zishui, don't care too much. If uncle and aunt think this name is not good, just change it again. I don't mind at all. Long Yu laughed dryly, looking at Ji Shui with a hint of smile. For the original work, the intention is to change the Uchiha Shisui of the entire Uchiha family with the power of one person. The change in his heart, Long Yu actually guessed a little bit. Now just hope he doesn't do anything stupid. Otherwise, Long Yu doesn't mind, and teach him how to behave. Boss, are you finished talking? We're all hungry. Look at this period of time, you're busy on the road, and you're all starving and thin. Should you cook something for us? The Three Tails voice suddenly came. He jumped on Long Yu's shoulder, and from time to time he used his hideous head to rub against Long Yu's neck. Uchiha Shisui and others who were present, together with the people from Taki Ninja Village, couldn't help being stunned when they saw the four-tailed beasts that had changed into the size of Erha. After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, the tailed beast is a vicious existence. Every time it appears, it represents the coming of disaster. However, now Long Yu has trained the four-tailed beasts to be like Erha, and he is only about to roll around. Okay, you are covered in scales, and you really intend to rub me to death. Long Yu rolled his eyes and said angrily. Are the materials ready? Yes, ready. Three Tails heard it, they immediately. He came to the spirit, he hurriedly jumped down and looked at the huge snow-white body of more than 10 meters by the lake. My god, this is the king of fish in the lake, finally caught. HMPH, don't look at who shot, I'm afraid there's nothing in the water, it's the opponent of Isaomio. Although this fish king doesn't eat people, he always attacks people in the village. It's a good thing to be caught. However, do the tailed beasts need to eat? Why are they excited and yawning? Stinky Turtle, I promised to surrender, but I have no plans. Like you, I have no morals at all. Being an Erha here will be seen as a joke. Nanao Shigeki couldn't help but said angrily. The coercion and temptation of the three-tailed beasts, Nanao also agreed to give in temporarily. However, next, I saw Sanwei taking the lead, ran into the lake to catch fish, and finally transformed into the size of Erha. I almost rubbed the legs of my trousers when I ran. This kind of feeling is almost the same as the Erha who raises his feet to pee and squat down to poop. However, in the face of such a disgusting act, the three-tailed beasts were actually quite happy. This is something Nanao Shigeki cannot accept at all. Can you eat the morals you said? Sanwei looked around the big fish, turned around and threw a word to Nanao. Wait a while, don't be greedy, but we can eat a little more without you. The fish is a little small, and it's not enough for me to pick my teeth. I don't know, is there any more in this lake? Seeing Mitsuha who ran to the edge of the lake, staring at the water surface with blue light in both eyes, the people of Taki Ninja Village couldn't help but give a shudder. Now it has become a tailed beast the size of Erha, and it looks very cute. But if you stare at them, say a sentence that is also very delicious for human flesh. This made the entire Taki ninja village unable to eat and walk around. HMPH, I wouldn't do such a shameful thing as you, and we tailed beasts don't need to eat. If you give up your dignity for this trivial matter, I can't do this kind of thing. Nanao snorted coldly. The original Erha-like body, with a bang, a large cloud of smoke came out, and it returned to its original shape again. However, after what I just ate, being coerced and lured by the three big-tailed beasts, Nanao obviously had no intention of running away. Under the vibration of a pair of huge wings, it landed on the lawn not far away, and fell asleep on the ground. Looking at Shigeki Nanao, who is regarded as a ferocious creature, every time it appears, it is synonymous with disaster. Without the seal, this clever gesture completely subverted the cognition of Taki Shinobu and the others. As expected of Konoha's rebelliousness, blood-colored Asura, and even tailed beasts can be tame and obedient. This is something that even the first Hokage and Senju Hashirama could not do. Chiyu said with a face full of shock. Perhaps, handing over Nanao is the best thing to do. In the original, regardless of Madara Uchiha or Senju Hashirama, the means of controlling the tailed beasts are all suppressed by force. If the tailed beast is not resentful, otherwise it will not need to be sealed and suppressed. Compared with Long Yu, it is completely different. Of course, to achieve this premise, you also need to have a strong strength that can crush the tailed beast. Otherwise, in the eyes of the tailed beast, everything is nonsense. The village chief is right, I just don't know what method Uchiha Ryu relied on to make the tailed beast obey. Now it seems that Nanao has surrendered, but according to I'm dissatisfied. Dongxing couldn't help but say. Yu nodded and looked at Shigeki Nanao. He also knew very well how temperamental the ancestor of this tailed beast was. Oral dissatisfaction, but there is a risk of violence at any time. After all, unless a person never sleeps, he wakes up all the time. Otherwise, even with divine might, it would be difficult to resist the violent attacks that may occur all the time. Moreover, it is still a sneak attack by a tailed beast, which is not a fun thing. HMPH, I am still happy if you don't eat, but don't even know where the morals are going after a while. Sanwei gave Long Yu a disdainful glance, then ran to Long Yu and said, Boss, this fish looks delicious, and it doesn't have many bones. Are you going to get us something? Also, Kakashi, you and that kid Obatu, if you want to eat, hurry up and fight for Lao Su, or wait a while, and I will blast you with a tailed beast jade. Kakashi and Obito were originally considering how to join, but as soon as they said this, they immediately rolled up their sleeves to help. Seeing this scene, Uchiha Fuyu and Shishui were stunned. Like the people in Taki Ninja Village, an inexplicable idea came to mind. As a ninja with outstanding strength, but also at a young age, that time should be spent on cultivation and study. Could it be that the ingredients are genius, and even the cooking skills don't miss the opportunity to express? Patriarch Fuyu, Senior Zishui, remember to do it early, or you won't even have the chance to taste it. Nohara Lin tangled her hands behind her and said with a smile, I won't waste time, go and help first. Leaving those words behind, Nohara Rin also walked over quickly. For a time, facing the food that even the tailed beast and the genius Konoha yearn for, many people became curious about Long Yu's cooking skills. Village chief, we might as well slow down for a while, and don't repair the village for the time being. With them around, there shouldn't be a sneak attack. Dongxing took the lead and couldn't help but said. Also, everyone is hungry. If Uchiha Ryu can really make something delicious, we can follow suit. Faced with this proposal, all the melon-eating people present expressed their urgency. Chiyu looked at Long Yu, who frowned, and said, Okay, let the chefs in the village come out and let them know that the food in our Taki Ninja village is also very good. Although, in terms of combat power, we, Taki Ninja village, cannot compete with Uchiha Ryu, but in terms of cooking, we must also win and restore morale. Yeah, revive morale and beat them in cooking. Let's hurry up and catch fish. Besides the kingfish, there are other big fish in the lake. Go, hurry up. With Taki Shinobu raising his arms and shouting, the atmosphere in the field changed completely. The Taki Ninja Village, which had almost destroyed the village a moment ago, has now become like a cooking competition, and the atmosphere is abnormally high. The gap between the front and the back made Long Yu look dumbfounded. In the plot is too far-fetched. Cut, a group of frogs at the bottom of the well, fireflies also dare to compete with Haoyu, wait for the boss to shoot, let you understand what the gap is. Sanwei rolled his eyes with disdain, then stuck out his tongue and said in a sigh, "Boss, have you thought of what to cook?" Under this kind of ignorant challenge, you must cook a dish that shakes the heavens and the ghosts and gods, or it's not good to fall into the fame of your Konoha blood-colored Asura. Looking at Sanwei, who completely substituted the character into Erha, saliva almost poured out of the ground out of a small river. After Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly, he finally remembered that the side dishes he made in the seal scroll seemed to have enough time. In front of me into an authentic hard dish. Uchiha Ryayu, I have already heard that in the ninja world, your reputation is like thunder. Moment later, an old chef with a head full of silver hair and neatly tied belts, who was about 60 years old, came out with 8 apprentices. Looking at the chef's costume, Long Feng basically guessed what dishes they were going to make. Hello. Was preparing seasonings and kitchen utensils, looked at the imposing old man and replied politely. Long Yu didn't care about the culinary competition. He just wanted to cook a meal quietly and then eat a meal. Hello. My name is Shimujin. This time, thank you for helping us put down the rebellion in Taki Shinobi Village, and at the same time taking Nanao. Old man said this, he took another look at Nanao and said, after that, no one in the village will need to follow my son's path again. However, you won the battle, but besides talent, cooking skills also require absolute time to settle down. Next, let's show you the stunning sushi of our Taki Ninja Village, which will give you a full meal. Lao Shi, the fish is ready. Shiyu walked quickly, maintaining the respect of the younger generation for the old man in front of him. The voice fell, I saw dozens of Taki Shinobi, digging out from the lake, come, holding a fish the size of rice in their hands. Chapter 189, Making Fish. In that way, it is similar to the fish king caught by Sanwei, but the size is more than 10 times different. Okay, although there may be a gap between us in terms of materials, I will conquer you with my cooking skills. Old Shi said in a deep voice, my 8 apprentices have all acquired my true heritage, and today I will compete with you. Go and slaughter the fish, and the rice is the best, I want to make the most delicious sushi. The old voice, with a hint of hoarseness precipitated by the years, inevitably gives people a taste of agitation. As soon as the voice fell, immediately. Seeing 8 apprentices, they all took out their knives and started working. Looking at the scene of the large number of people, it was a bit overwhelming, causing the melon-eating crowd around Taki Ninja Village to wave their flags and shout. Long Yu, do you need help? It seems that wherever you go, whatever you do will cause trouble. Uchiha Fuyu smiled dryly, I have cooked at home. In Fuyu's eyes, he originally thought that Uchiha Ryu's appearance in Taki Ninja Village would bring disaster. Never imagined that things would evolve to this point. Gives a sense of bliss. HMPH, father, you really know how to joke. You don't even eat the puppies at the entrance of the village, so don't talk big and flick your tongue and lose your brother's face. Weasel rolled his eyes in disdain. You boy rebelled. Public, Uchiha Fuyu immediately became furious. Facing the uproar in the field, Long Yu did not take it to heart. Looking at the prepared kitchen utensils, as well as all kinds of seasonings and side dishes, Long Yu looked at the one that was still, the big fish, and let out a deep breath. The backhand-knotted seal, accompanied by a pop, white smoke came out, and the long needle in the ninja knife fell into his hand instantly. Sanwei, who watched this scene, immediately became energized. No, it should be said that the people present, including the old chef of Taki Ninja Village, also cast their gazes. As a fierce and well-known existence in the ninja world, the level of cooking skills he possesses is also worthy of further investigation. However, as soon as this idea came into his mind, Long Yu went straight into the thunder chakra mode with the electric light flowing all over his body. One step, the whole person disappeared in place like a ghost out of thin air. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the Fish King, who was more than 10 meters away. Without any fancy, the 5 fingers of the right hand were buckled on the huge fish scales, and the arm muscles bulged rapidly. In full view, the backhand threw the Fish King into the sky. The violent scene made the eyes of the people present almost split. Of this Fish King is not much different from that of the tailed beast. Who can do this? In particular, Nanao Shigeki was awakened from his sleep, and the moment he watched this scene, his heart seemed to be tightly clenched by a big hand. Felt as if I had put myself into that Fish King. Thunder escaped, thousand birds flow. Fish King was thrown into the air. Long Yu made a seal with one hand on his left hand, and the thunder light on his body shot up like a frenzy. The speed is so fast, the Fish King is shrouded in it in an instant, the Fish King who was struggling frantically. Under this exact current, he was instantly paralyzed and lost the ability to struggle. To let a fish remove the earthy smell of the fish, it is absolutely not allowed to use dead fish for bloodletting. Only by letting the fish bleed while alive can the maximum umami of the fish be maintained. Looking at the Fish King who was thrown in midair, ready to fall. Long Yu's eyes, the 9-hook jade kaleidoscope writing wheel, suddenly turned down. Legs were slightly bent and kicked, and there was only a trace of arc left on the spot. The next moment, the huge body of the Fish King seemed to stay in the air. An electric light like an afterimage passed by quickly. The gills of the fish were quickly cut, and the blood was poured into the lake water under the traction of a special force. At the same time, under the flash of lightning, the huge scales like the mouth of a bowl bounced up in an instant. In the sun, it swirls around. The most unexpected thing is that 2 huge pieces of fish were cut neatly at some point and flew into the lake. That seemingly tedious scene was just a dozen breaths before and after. When they reacted, the fish had been completely cut up. The huge skeleton, the 2 large pieces of fish meat, and the gill gangs are joined together, obviously still maintaining the vital signs of the Fish King. This is riding a horse, and I don't know if I was killed at a fast speed. The art of fire escape impatience. Long Yu's hands fluttered, a series of spells fell, and sparks bloomed in an instant. However, the power of this fire is not great, like a spark in the sky, swaying on the 2 pieces of fish. The next moment, the fish meat made a sizzling sound under the spark. The originally snow-white flesh of the fish was slowly rolled up under the slight burn, and the layer of fish skin became even more taut. Very precise knife technique, and precise fire escape ninjutsu. The heat is so well controlled that it even locks the umami of the fish with a thunderbolt, and then uses sparks to cover the whole piece of fish in an instant, and then the umami contained in it is thoroughly out. On Shimu's face, the bark-like wrinkles were pulled. Looking at the feast-like swordsmanship, combined with ninjutsu, it turned into a supernatural craftsmanship. Contrast to this, the 8 apprentices who had satisfied him and was proud of him just a moment ago. The seemingly skilled knife technique, the gesture of flipping and moving the fish on the chopping board. No comparison between the 2, there is simply no harm. Once compared, it's just as appalling as shit. His eyes have changed. I don't know who exclaimed. Soon I saw the moment when Uchiha Ryu put his hands together, and the immortal mode unfolded again. Under the powerful pupil power and sharp and subtle perception, 2 huge pieces of fish flesh appeared in Long Yu's sight as if they were seen through. The texture of the fish meat, and the fish bones hidden inside, like the meridians of green leaves, emerged one by one. To make fish meat more chewy and tasteful, fish bones are one of the biggest failures. With the silk thread in the long needle of the ninja knife being pulled apart by Long Yu, the light in his eyes suddenly condensed, as sharp as a falcon. The whole turned into lightning and disappeared out of thin air. Look around, no matter what. was Kakashi, or Uchiha Fuyu and others, it was only vaguely able to see that the silk thread in Long Yu's hand was quickly wrapped around the fish. The fish bones, where the long needle passed, were instantly and accurately removed. The fishbone in the sky fell. Long Yu's figure suddenly stopped. His right hand grabbed the silk thread, and suddenly pulled it off. Binding the fish, the crisscross chakra steel wires, like countless sharp knives, directly cut the fish into slices of the same size and thickness at a precise angle. Bring the big pot. Was in the air, suddenly spoke up. Who had already prepared the thugs directly took out a large basin with a diameter of 8 or 9 meters. This is a cauldron secretly made by Sanwei and Siwei after watching more and more people take food from the tiger's mouth. There are also some kitchen utensils that are specially made in large sizes, in order to eat more. The snow-white fish fell directly into the big basin, and the huge fish head was also cut into small pieces and fell into another big basin. Long Yu glanced at the red-hot cauldron, and he lifted it with his backhand. He poured the oil down, and many spices, such as peppercorns and ginger slices, quickly fell into the cauldron. With the sound of sizzling, the large specially made shovel in his hand also flew up quickly. For a time, the aroma of the material head, accompanied by the steaming smoke, spread out. Brings a tantalizing spiciness. At the same time, Long Yu grabbed the void with his backhand, and the seal scroll fell into his hand, and opened with smoke. Several huge jars fell to the ground. The lid of the altar was opened, an inexplicable sour taste dissipated with the wind, and the specially made sauerkraut gave people a feeling of mouth-watering. The pickled cabbage was taken out, quickly cut by Long Yu's backhand, and fell into the cauldron like a goddess scattered flowers. Quickly stir-fry. When a lot of water is removed, directly add water, and fish bones. Little 4, fire up. Long Yu's hand moved for a while, and said without looking back. Boss, here I come. Smelling this seductive fragrance, the 4 tails have long been unable to hold back. The voice fell. Pai Dian ran to the side of the cauldron, flipped his hands, and performed fire ninjutsu to heat up. As for the melting and escape, this iron pot is still a bit overwhelming. Although the 4 tails are impatient, they still endure it. Boss, I just went and stole all the eggs from the whole village. Is that enough? The corner that has been disappearing, all, suddenly appeared. The huge dustpan on his back was full of eggs. Looking at that posture, he completely changed from being the #1 bounty hunter who was ferocious and powerful and shocked the world of ninjas, to a little thief who stole eggs. However, in the face of such a shameless act of theft, the ant who was present did not dare to speak out. The only thing I can do is break my teeth and swallow it in my stomach. At the same time, I am eager to see what kind of plane this Uchiha Ryu, who is known as Konoha's blood-colored Asura, wants to do. Following the orders of the dragon feathers, the 3-tailed beasts, Kakashi and the others were busy. After all, such a huge fish king really needs a lot of strength and effort to cook. Although this tempting meal has not been served yet, I looked at the 3 big-tailed beasts who worked hard, and Uchiha Ryu who used them like servants. A series of sounds of Gulu swallowing saliva were already heard in the arena. It can be said that if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would want to believe that the tailed beast could be so unlimited in order to eat. Boss, the egg whites and fish are ready. 3 tails came running. The saliva from the corners of its mouth, the sight of looking into the pot from time to time, and the constant sound of the belly beating. Long Yu smiled and patted its head. It's almost done, just sprinkle the fish meat in the fish bone soup. Boss, okay. The 3 tails responded urgently. Chapter 190, Reincarnation of Dirty Earth. When the fish meat was evenly scattered, Long Yu poured a large amount of oil in another red-hot pot, and when the oil was hot, has already been prepared, pickled chili powder and other things, fall directly into the hot oil. After a little bit of cooking, it is poured onto the fish in the cauldron. The sound of sizzling oil resounded, and at the same time, there was an extremely attractive spicy taste, mixed with the sweet aroma of fish. with the breeze passing by, no matter who was present. Was a tailed beast or a human, they couldn't help but twitched their noses and widened their eyes. That were smeared with egg whites and rolled up quickly under the hot oil, I couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Boss, can you eat? The eyes of the three tails are blue, and if it is not for the existence of Uchiha Ryu, I am afraid that it would have already erupted. However, compared with the three tails, the second and fourth tails are not too conceited, and the attitude of staring at them gives people a feeling like the current enemy. It's completely different from the way he used to be a servant just a moment ago. In the face of the lively scene in front of him, Nanwei, who was pretending to be aloof in the distance, couldn't help but look at the boiled sauerkraut fish. It is the first time I have seen such a spicy dish with a sweet flavor of fish. Most importantly, the performance of the three-tailed beasts really made it, and even everyone in the field, feel a hint of urgency. Desperate to try it, this is the food that the tailed beast is crazy about. In another minute or two, you can pick up your chopsticks. Long Yu patted the dust on his body and looked at the cauldron that was nearly 10 meters tall. This meal is not easy to cook. When his eyes turned in vain and landed on the 8 apprentices of the Shamu people who had been stunned, they said with a smile, "Want to come and taste the delicious food of Dawaxia?" These words fell, it moved people's hearts like the lever with which Archimino moved the earth. After the 8 apprentices looked at each other, they couldn't help but look at the old man and said, "Master, shall we continue?" Continuing, the old man was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, looking at their expressions, "Do we still have a chance of winning?" 3 days later, with the Kingdom of Iron, the 5 Shadows talks failed. The tightly guarded Konoha ninja village, which had been sealed for 10 days, was pushed open again. The 3 figures, who appeared to be in a state of dust, quickly flashed through the door, and Minato, who was the 4th Hokage, took off the hat that represented Hokage's identity. 4 generations, hard work. An Anbu ninja quickly landed in front of the 3 of them and said, "Master Tsunade, Master Jiraiya has also worked hard. It's serious. During this period of time, it is the hardest for you to keep patrolling and guarding." Namikaze Minato yawned. He has the technique of Flying Thunder God, but he accidentally discovered the traces of Orochimaru and Danzo on the road, and the investigation was fruitless, and in the end a lot of time was wasted. Originally thought that after returning to the village, I could squeeze some time out to rest for a while. But now, seeing Huoji Huoliao appearing in front of her eyes, after being incorporated by the 3 generations of Hokage, as the direct subordinate Anbu, her expression changed slightly. Did something happen? Namikaze Minato changed the subject and said straight to the point. Anbu Ninja was stunned at first, and after a little hesitation, he said, "4th generation, let the 3rd generation tell you personally about this matter." Looking at this scene, Namikaze Minato did not force it. Although, this is in Konoha Shinobi Village, but I don't know if there are other eyeliners, discussing official affairs in such a large audience. This is not a good thing. Watergate, let's go, don't make the teacher wait too long. Jiraiya also nodded and urged. He has been chasing the pace of Orochimaru, intending to save him from the brink of runaway. Unfortunately, it has never been possible to do so. Moreover, the traces of the serpent discovered in the past few days have one thing in common. Cemetery was stolen. This made Jiraiya think of the reincarnation of the dead in the forbidden art of Orochi. This made Jiraiya smell an unusual taste, and eagerly wanted to tell the 3 generations of this. As the 3 of them reached a consensus, Anbu turned around and led the way. When the closed door of the Hokage building was opened, the first person to see was Hiruzen Sarutobi sitting on the seat of Hokage. However, in addition to Sarutobi hidden, there are also figures of Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui in the office. Seeing this scene, Minato Namikaze was stunned for a moment, and then he said anxiously, "What happened?" "Watergate, don't be rude." Jiraiya also took the lead and interrupted, "Teacher, this time we went to the Iron Country to participate in the 5 Shadows Conference and ended in failure. On the way, we got news that Uchiha Ryu invaded Yunnan village and took away the two-tailed cat. After the 4th Raikage learned of this result, despite our dissuasion, the final plan was completely disrupted. Following Jiraiya's narration, the 3 generations of Hokage who closed their eyes and snorted opened their eyes, and there was no surprise on the slightly old cheeks, and said with a smile, "These things. I already know the love, Jiraiya, you shouldn't talk to Minato like this in the future." He said that he is also Hokage now, but his identity is a bit higher than you. I know that. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, then glanced at Minato with a bitter face, and coughed dryly. Anyone can see that Namikaze Minato took over the position of the 4th Hokage, completely taking the position, so as to suppress the storm of Uchiha Ryu's betrayal of the village. However, Namikaze Minato is also Hokage after all. Now that he is back in the office, not only is his position occupied, but he also has no right to speak, which is a bit of a loss of face. Cough, 3 generations of adults, you are serious, Teacher Zilayi, you are right, I am too impatient. After Namikaze Minato coughed a few times, he returned to the previous topic and said, 3 generations, when we came back to the village, we found the traces of Danzo and Orochimaru, but when we arrived at Urin village, all the clues were broken. Already. And Orochimaru keeps appearing on the battlefield. I heard that some camps where he was stationed were attacked by him. Having said this, Minato Namikaze looked at Jiraiya more and said, according to the teacher's speculation, Orochimaru may be conducting experiments related to the 2nd generation Hokage-sama, the forbidden technique left behind, and the reincarnation of Dirty Earth. Naruto reincarnation 3rd Hokage's eyes widened involuntarily, and his slightly old-fashioned cheeks showed solemnity, and said, that guy has never been simple. Among your 3 ninjas, the talent is the strongest, but the disposition is the worst. That day they should have smashed him to death. Hearing this secret news, the expressions of Jiraiya and the others couldn't help but change. On the day of Orochimaru's betrayal, it was also because the 3 generations of Hokage discovered that Orochimaru secretly conducted human experiments, and then personally led the team to snipe. In the heyday of middle age, the 3 generations of Naruto were known as ninjutsu professors, as well as the support of the King Kong ape demon. Orochimaru, who did not have a forbidden technique, and who had not even learned how to reincarnate, was not an opponent at all, and was directly blocked in the laboratory by the 3 generations of Hokage. If it wasn't for the 3 generations of Hokage, the next 3 generations of Hokage would not have been successfully counter-killed. Teacher, you don't have to blame yourself. It's Orochimaru's obsession, and I will definitely wake him up. He also said in a low voice. His eyes turned in vain, and fell on Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui. Can the teacher tell us now, what happened in the village during this time? In the past, when Danzo controlled Anbugen, Uchiha Fuyuke rarely enters the Hokage office to participate in discussions. Now that Danzo is not there, the situation in the village has changed. But Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui appeared together in the Hokage office, which also made people feel bad. Looking at your expressions, you should be able to guess, it's not easy, right? 3 generations of Hokage didn't break it directly. After selling it for a while, he looked at Uchiha Fuyuke. Fuyu was already mentally prepared, but facing the gaze of the 3 generations of Hokage, he took a deep breath and said, 6 days ago, after Uchiha Itachi left the village without authorization, he was caught by Taki Ninja Village Huka. His purpose is to get Shironen, to control Shigeki Naneo to carry out a series of mutiny actions, among which he also colluded with the Country of Bears, the betrayal Chixing of Shinrin Village. However, when they rebelled, they fought with the team led by Kakashi who infiltrated the Taki Ninja Village. Facing the use of the heroes Huka, Kakashi and others were defeated. At the critical moment, Uchiha Ryu Feather and Horn, both appear in Taki Ninja Village. The slightly long-sounding voice echoed in the Hokage office. Under the successive changes of expressions of Minato Namikaze and others, Jiraiya took the lead and couldn't hold back his breath, the result is that Nanao fell into the hands of Uchiha Ryu, and Taki Ninja Village was destroyed. Faced with this questioning, Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui couldn't help but stunned, recalling Shigeki Nanao, who had completely threw away his morals that day, yawning on his face, begging for a taste. Who lined up to see Uchiha Ryu off, and the muscles in his cheeks were still twitching involuntarily. It can be said that this result is too bullshit. Brother Fuyu, what happened? How many people died in Taki Ninja Village? Namikaze Minato's expression changed suddenly, and he asked. Not long ago, but he proposed peace talks with Uchiha Ryu. Although the Five Shadows talks were a failure, if at this juncture, what would be a huge mishap in Taki Ninja Village? Would be huge damage to Namikaze Minato's reputation, as well as Uchiha Ryu's countermeasures. No. Uchiha Fuyu's expression froze. He touched the tip of his nose awkwardly, and said, Dragon, you helped Takanoin Village to quell the rebellion. In the end, not only Takanoin Village, but even the people from Hoshinen Village, who had been late, lined up to see him off. If you have to say it, I'm afraid Long Yu has become the savior of their two ninja villages. The savior Namikaze Minato and the others were stunned, unable to react at all. When they heard this, when their hearts pounded, they were already planning for the worst. Now Uchiha Fugaku not only told them that Long Yu did not destroy Taki Ninja Village, but also became the savior of the world. Is also a cue to say goodbye. Chapter 191. The Five Shadows Conference was held again. This ride was not in plain sight, but in Hokage's office. They really wanted to slap themselves a few times to see if they were dreaming. Okay, when I heard the news, my thoughts were not much different from yours. The three generations of Hokage broke the silence in the field and said, however, there is one thing I want to mention again. According to Kakashi Squad and the battle witnesses provided by Taki Ninja Village, Uchiha Ryu's strength has become stronger, and he has also mastered a new pupil technique. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fuyu's expression changed slightly. That day's battle shocked the entire Taki Ninja Village. However, the only thing that makes people feel fortunate that the divine power displayed by Long Yu comes from Uchiha Obito, and only Shiyu and other senior officials of Taki Ninja Village know. At the request of Uchiha Fuyuke, this information was not leaked. After all, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ryu have appeared in the Uchiha family, both of whom opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, as if they were hanging. If people from the outside world know, the Uchiha family is except Uchiha Longyu, Fuyu and Shisui. A new Uchiha Obito has been added. As a result, I am afraid that even the high-level officials of Konoha Ninja Village, as well as the daimyo, will be afraid. After all, there is already a precedent for the mutiny of the Uchiha clan. Each of them is in existence with such terrifying strength. Now the Uchiha family has suddenly appeared, so many geniuses and strong kaleidoscopes who write round eyes. It feels a bit like street cabbage. However, there is no shortage of people with the theory of danger in this world. Under the public criticism, the Uchiha family will probably become a huge public enemy of the ninja world. New pupils. Namikaze Minato's expression changed involuntarily, and he said anxiously, in the information provided by the intelligence and Fuyu, doesn't it say that once the Uchiha family opens the kaleidoscope, they can only have at most 3 pupil techniques? As far as I know, Long Yu has already used the Black Flame Amaterasu with the strongest attack, Tsukiyuki with the strongest illusion, and Susanoo with the strongest defense. Now, he has awakened another kind of pupil technique. The voice falls, no matter what. It was Namikaze Minato, and even Jiraiya and Tsunade looked a little more solemn. Anyone who can obtain any one of these 3 pupil techniques is enough to be called a killer. Now Long Yu not only has 3 kinds, but also continues to awaken. Is this person more alive than a human being? As soon as he thinks of this, Zilla is also waiting for others, and the urgency in his eyes is even greater. You are wrong, he has awakened 3 more, and it is still related to space-time ninjutsu. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. In his eyes, a kaleidoscope pupil technique is comparable to a forbidden technique. Now when Long Yu opened his eyes, he had 6 kinds. This can simply be called a person blessed with a forbidden technique. He even mastered space-time ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. Among the many ninjutsu, space-time ninjutsu is very rare. But every person who masters time and space ninjutsu can be called an unbeatable Shaoqiang. Beat it, you can always escape. This is also the main reason why Namikaze Minato has always been selfish and did not want to teach the technique of Flying Thunder God to Long Yu in private. Just ask a person who already has such terrifying power, if he even masters time and space ninjutsu. The huge ninja world, unless Long Yu is determined to fight to the death, who can keep him? Moreover, in the face of his unfathomable strength, who can force him to death? Minato, you should now understand that the matter of Uchiha Ryu has become extremely difficult. 3 generations of Hokage said in a deep voice. Not only can it make itself virtual and ineffective, but it can also transfer attacks from a long distance. At the same time, the 3rd Hokage has the gravity to control a space of heaven and earth, and said, taking out a volume. This is the report that Fuyu brought back. You can see it when you look at it, the horror of space-time ninjutsu. Fuyu Bofengshauman couldn't help but startled. Uchiha Ryu is a member of the Uchiha clan. For this kind of information in the pupil technique, Uchiha Fugaku should not leak it. Moreover, just find an excuse to prevaricate the past, and with the current situation, the 3 generations of Hokage will not go deep. After all, this person is Uchiha Long Yu. Minato, don't stare at me, this is allowed by Long Yu. He said that if there is no challenge at all, then life will be boring, but that is only approximate information, and the effect is also dispensable. Later, you will also find clues. Uchiha Fuyu smiled bitterly. A madman, he is indeed a madman, and we can't compare at all. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. Fuyu, you can get information when you fight, but that is the premise of being able to survive. It can be said that Long Yu allows you to hand over this information, which means that each of us has lived one more time. Faced with this remark, the people present couldn't help but feel dull, no matter what. It is Sannin, or the 3rd Hokage is no exception. After all, from the rise of Uchiha Ryu to the present, it has only been a few short months. The strength he showed was getting stronger every time. They refreshed their cognition again and again. If you are fighting alone, there is absolutely no one in the field who can confront them head-on. Okay, although Minato has the ambition of Long Yu, I also have to admit that the kid is indeed a pervert, and it is possible to reach the level of the ancestors of the Uchiha family, Madara Uchiha, and even the 1st Hokage. 3 generations of Hokage looked solemn and said after a pause, so next, in order to deal with the turmoil in the ninja world caused by Uchiha Long Yu's actions. This time, the old man will personally take the lead and hold the 5 Shadows Conference. 3 generations, why did you say you would hold the 5 Shadows Conference again? Namikaze Minato's expression changed drastically. A few days ago, the meeting of the 5 Shadows, which was held, broke up unhappily. To hold the 5 Shadows Conference again at this juncture, if it is not handled properly, it will undoubtedly be self-inflicted humiliation. Watergate, I know what you're worried about. 3 generations of Hokage said solemnly. Before, the new 4 generations of Water Shadows were held. Only relying on the Mist Ninja Village, which lacks high-level combat power. Of course, there is no way to deter the forces of all parties, and increase the call and cohesion. Having said that, the 3 generations of Hokage looked around the field and said, but our Konoha Ninja Village is different. The return of Tsunade and Jiraiya, the rise of Minato, the growth of Kakashi and other juniors, the Uchiha clan led by Fuyu, the Hinata clan led by Hazu, and so on, these alone are enough to make us Konoha Ninja Village, completely control the initiative. Uchiha Fuyu's expression couldn't help changing. He never imagined that the 3 generations of Hokage would tie their Uchiha clan to the bargaining chips of Konoha Shinobi Village. However, this seems to be decentralization, but after thinking about it, Uchiha Fuyu can't hold back his breath. The face of the 3 generations of Hokage, the 5 shadows meeting suddenly held. It felt as if the heart was clenched by an invisible big hand. It can be said that looking at the audience, everyone has this idea in their hearts. Hee, you don't have to keep your mouth shut, I know what you're thinking. 3 generations of Hokage smiled and said, this time I held the 5 shadows meeting, also to provide a place for Uchiha Ryu, and the 4 kingdoms, to provide a place for peace talks. Tanbofeng Minato raised his brows involuntarily and said with a wry smile, 3 generations, it's not that I don't believe in your appeal. However, the 3rd generation of Mizukage and the 4 tails of Yan'an village, Zuli, were killed, and the 2nd and 2nd tails of Yunnan village were captured. The 3rd generation of Fengying may still fall into the hands of Long Yu and the Scorpion of Red Sand. Under these major premise, it is impossible for the 4 major countries to put aside their prejudices and negotiate with Uchiha Ryu. Many people in the field nodded secretly to Namikaze Minato's words. Watergate, you were right. 3 generations of Hokage nodded and said, so, the premise of the peace talks is to let Uchiha Ryu take out the 4-tailed beasts that he got. As for the people killed by Uchiha Ryu, under the turmoil of war, there are so many people killed. Life and death are just a competition of strength. If Uchiha Ryu is willing to take out the tailed beast, I am willing to use Konoha Ninja Village, put pressure on the 4 major ninja villages, so as to bring the ninja world into chaos. Speaking of the end, the 3 generations of Hokage looked solemn and righteous, and there was an unquestionable taste between the words. However, in the face of this, with the responsibility of defending the safety of the ninja world, the expressions of everyone in the field were different. Uchiha Fuyu and Shisui couldn't help but glance at each other, showing strange expressions on their faces. Fuyu, Zishui, what do you mean by this expression? 3 generations of Hokage were stunned at first, then frowned, appearing slightly unhappy. Under such a major and exciting speech by the leader, the people present should give warm applause and go to support. Kind of deserted situation, there is no doubt that the 3 generations of Hokage have a feeling of being forced to step down. 3 generations of adults, you said, those tailed beasts shouted one by one, will Long Yu hand them over? Uchiha Fuyu said helplessly. On the side, did not say anything to agree, but that. With a positive expression on his face, he undoubtedly thought of going to the same place as Uchiha Fugaku. 3 generations of Hokage were stunned at first, but after opening their mouths, they were speechless. After a full 7 or 8 seconds, he sighed and said, no matter what, I have already sent someone to the 4 great ninja villages and proposed to reconvene the 5 Shadows Conference. At the same time, in Yunrin village, which had just encountered the rebellion, the huge Hokage office was trapped in an inexplicable depression. 4 generations of Reikage stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window, looking at the half-destroyed Rocky Mountain in the distance. His face became more and more blue. Damn! The 4th generation of Reikage suddenly roared, and the thunder light splashed down from his right hand, and slammed down heavily on the desk. Boom! It echoed with a dull crashing sound. The huge impact made the tabletop collapse with a bang, and under the splash of thunder light, more wood shards collapsed and flew out. The violent scene made the faces of the people waiting in the arena look a little bitter. Of course they knew that with the temper of the 4th Reikage, they would not let this kind of thing go. Chapter 192, Pennant. But now it seems that any explanation will be pale. You bastard, you know, in front of the other 4 shadows, I slapped my chest and swore to throw out harsh words. Now you tell me that Uchiha Ryu not only entered the village unwittingly. Furthermore, he also took away the 2-tailed cat. The most important thing is that he helped our Yunren village to quell the rebellion. The 4th Reikage roared angrily, and the posture was almost, he pressed his fingers against their foreheads and squeezed it hard. You know, what expressions did they have at that time? That group of Warriors almost couldn't hold back their laughter. You said, let me walk outside in the future. The rolling voice made Tutai's neck shrink involuntarily, and said weakly, Fourth generation, the situation was urgent that day, I forgot all of a sudden, keep a low profile. After all, in any ninja village, after experiencing this kind of rebellion, who would think so much about seeing the existence of the backbone, except to spit it out? Forgot a good sentence. 4 generations of Raikage said angrily, looked at Samyi and said, who can tell me why you didn't take action that day, stopped Uchiha Ryu, and let the 4 major ninja villages know that he was in our Yunnan village. Come and go freely, do I still have face? When Tutai heard the words, his expression changed slightly. The advisors and elders of the Japanese clan once also requested that they pursue and stop Uchiha Longyu. However, in the face of this request, Tutai refused. Thinking of this, Tutai couldn't help but glance at Kurabi, who looked like he was doing nothing. Kurabi pierced his ears and quickly recovered himself, saying, Brother, you can't blame the teacher, that Uchiha Ryu, even the second and second tails surrendered voluntarily, who is qualified to stop him? If they do get on, I think whoever gets on will die first. Big brother, when you come back, you'll be a bachelor commander. There's no point in running the train with your mouth full, and swearing at people is refreshing. The 4 generations of Raikage ended in a word, and the thunder light on his body suddenly skyrocketed, and the whole person appeared in front of Kurabi like a ghost. At the moment of roaring, he punched Kurabi's head. You bastard, if you don't speak, no one will kill you. Bang! The dull thunder-like collision sound resounded suddenly, and the huge impact force directly hit Kira on the ground. Along with the ground breaking apart, Kurabi's body, in full view of the public, made a popping sound of air piercing. Then it turned into a cloud of white smoke and dissipated in front of him. Shadow clone. 4th Raikage was stunned for a moment, and then roared with rage and rage. Kurabi, you are planning to sneak out of the village to play at this juncture, and everyone will bring him back to me. Bang! The door was pushed open, and everyone who was planning to take the opportunity to leave, looked at Kurabi who came back, and couldn't help but startled. For them, Kurabi has been playing too much. But as Yunnan village, the most perfect human pillar force has been kept in the waterfall temple not far from the center of the village for surveillance. Now that I can find an opportunity to slip out and play, I should pat my butt and slip out of sight. Yo check. Big brother, did you know what I got just now? Kurabi didn't care about the atmosphere in the field at all, and after the shadow clone was broken, he already knew what happened. I was taken aback just now and received a request from Konoha Shinobi Village. Rap! Kurabi took out a scroll with his backhand and swayed it in front of everyone. Seeing Kurabi, who was acting like an idiot again, the 4th generation Raikage's face became extremely gloomy, and he roared, Don't be ashamed here, tell me, those Konoha guys, what are you going to say? If you still hold it and let me have a peace talk with Longyu, then there will be no way. Looking at the Raikage of the 4th generation who almost ran wild, Kurabi coughed dry. Little and said, Brother, you're right, Konoha Shinobi still wants us to have peace talks with Uchiha Ryu, but the situation is a little different. It was the 3 generations of Hokage who personally proposed to hold a meeting of the 5 shadows. Sarutobi Hibiki kills that old guy. The 4th Raikage froze for a moment. As for this old fritter of the same generation as his father, who at the same time coordinates the strength of a village and fights against the 4 major forbearance villages at the same time, even he who has always been more grumpy has to pay attention. However, at the thought of the loss of the second and second tails, Uchiha Ryu helping Yunran village to quell the rebellion, the samurai looked like they were holding back their laughter. The 4th generation Raikage turned pale, gritted his teeth and said, HMPH, Sarutobi cut that old man, sure enough. It's a wishful thinking. We don't even sell Yutaki Yakura's face, why should we sell his old face? Hehe, the 4th Raikage, the 3rd generation already expected you to say this, so let me personally bring you the latest information. A cold, light laughter suddenly came from outside the corridor. The sudden scene made the 4 generations of Raikage's expressions suddenly change, and the thunder light on his body skyrocketed, like a thunderbolt, and instantly appeared behind the gate. Without any bells and whistles, the 4th generation of Raikage. The light was entangled, and a punch pierced the door of the office. Boom! Lightning splashed, violent arcs, crackling and spreading. At the same time, the door shattered. Looking at the scene of the shards of sawdust flying and shattering, a slightly short figure actually blocked the 4-generation Raikage's heavy punch with his leg skills. The violent scene made the expressions of the people in the field change slightly. Tutai raised his brows, and his pupils shrank even more. I didn't expect that the 3 generations of Hokage would even send a semi-retired existence like you. It seems that he is very confident in restarting the 5 Shadows Conference. The 4th Raikage looked at the short man in front of him, but his face was rarely put away with disdain. After all, looking at the Konoha ninja village, the only person who can downplay his ninja skills on the front is the Konoha dragon god Mr. Chen. Hehe, the 4th Raikage, we haven't seen each other for a long time since the last battle. Teacher Chen laughed dryly, looked at the 4th generation of Raking and snorted coldly, and at the same time as the thunder light scattered all over his body, he also retracted his right foot. Tube, let someone clean up the ground. Haha, you still like to be handsome. Teacher Chen looked at the helpless face, and clearly knew the temperament of the 4th generation of Raking. However, he waved his hand to stop. However, I still advise you to listen to the information that the 3 generations of Hokage asked me to bring, and then clean it. HMPH, Konoha Dragon God, if you have anything to say, just say it. If you have any shit, just let it go. Do and sell it in front of me. Is there something else going on now? It's more worth it than our Yunrin village's second tails have been taken away. Do you care? If you can't tell the truth, then don't blame me for kicking you out. 4th Raikage said unhappily. For Teacher Chen's physical skills, the 4th generation of Raikage valued it, but it did not mean that it would make him good-tempered. However, in the face of these remarks, Mr. Chen did not explain it himself, and threw a scroll back to the 4th Raikage, saying, look at it for yourself. I don't want you to disagree with each other and be cool and handsome. HMPH, let's see, if it's not important, if you dare to stay outside the office secretly, I will punch you to death. The 4th Raikage glanced coldly, and then looked at the scroll in his hand. The moment of entering the goal, the 4th generation of Raikage was first stunned, his expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What? Brother, what is written on it? Chirabi frowned and looked impatient. As soon as he leaned over, he saw the content on the scroll, and he also spit out something. Facing this strange scene, Tutai, Samui and the others also seemed unable to hold back their breath. When I saw clearly that Naneo was taken away from the 4 characters, I finally understood why the 4th Raikage and Kurabi were so shocked. Not long ago, Uchiha Ryayu snatched the second tails in Yunnan village. However, even Taki Ninja Village, which has always been close to the village and has no intention of participating in the war, has been reduced to almost a third-rate village, and Naneo has also been taken away. This was beyond their expectations. In 7 days, he caught 2 big-tailed beasts. That kid is amazing. The 4th Raikage suddenly clenched his right hand tightly, and the scroll in his hand was shattered in response to the splash of thunder. Tell me what's going on in Taki Ninja Village. If they are willing, I don't mind helping them to avenge them together and smashing Uchiha Ryayu into scum. These words fell. Tutai and the others also looked at Teacher Chen, and even Samui couldn't help clenching his fists. For any ninja village, the tailed beast is regarded as the foundation of the village, and now Long Yu has robbed Nantai Shigeki. This will undoubtedly make Taki Shinobi Village violently resist. You mean Taki Shinobu's reaction? Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment, and immediately opened the zipper in his arms and said, on the way here, I happened to meet people from Taki Ninja Village, and they brought a pennant to Long Yu. Flag. The people present were stunned, and when they saw the pennant slipping from Teacher Chen's hand, the words of gratitude written on it almost split their eyes. A master chef, warm-hearted and helpful, peace-loving, a little dog training expert, and a good helper for tailed beasts. Looking at this sentence, the fourth Hokage was not willing to believe it. But his eyes turned slightly, and it landed on the lower right corner of the pennant, when the 4 big characters donated by Taki Ninja Village, plus the official seal. The fourth Hokage almost opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of old blood. It's too ridiculous to ride a horse. What's the matter? You also think that this thank you pennant is not distracting? Teacher Chen laughed loudly and said, that kid is really amazing. Not only did he kidnap the tailed beasts of Taki Ninja Village, but he also asked them to thank them upside down. The little devil of the year. HMPH, Konoha Dragon God, what do you mean when you say this? Do you think Konoha's rebellion is right? The fourth Hokage shouted angrily. Looking at the pennant now, he has a feeling of inexplicable dazzling. If it wasn't because of Mr. Chen, but he was negotiating on behalf of Konoha Ninja Village, he would have liked to go up and shred the pennant. Chapter 193. In the name of Konoha Ninja Village. Looking at the fourth Hokage who was full of anger, Samui's expression was also a little stiff, and he felt that the pennant was a bit unpleasant. Moreover, I was even more worried that Teacher Chen was unprepared, and came up with a sentence for Yunren Village to follow suit. I'm afraid, either the fourth generation Hokage vomited blood and died, or the Konoha Dragon God was beaten by Haibian. Haha, fourth Hokage, you don't have to be too nervous, I didn't intend to stimulate you. Teacher Chen smiled and put away the pennant. Everything he did was to stimulate the fourth generation of Hokage in accordance with the requirements of the third generation of Hokage. Seeing that the pennant had a good effect, he was too lazy to continue to go further and further on the brink of death. After restraining his smile, he said, the fourth generation of Hokage, you should have seen that, in just 7 days, the 2 big-tailed beasts fell into his hands. Not only did Taki Ninja not pursue it, but also like your Yunnin village, it was easily solved by him. Rebellion. Of course, I don't have any other intentions. I just want to tell the 4 generations of Hokage that with a single Uchiha dragon feather, enter the ninja village to capture the tailed beast, as if entering a no-man's land, just like searching for something. In case, even the vicious rebel ninja gathered under his command, how can that ninja village be impregnable? Still, the 4th generation of Hokage intends to stay in Yunnan village for the rest of his life, so that Zuli, the 8-tailed man, will not leave his sight at all, tie Yunnan village up and down, tie it to the same chariot, and fight with Uchiha Longyu to the end. The slightly long-sounding voice revealed a sonorous and powerful taste between the lines. Who was originally angry, also had a hint of hesitation on his face, but his mouth still did not loosen at all. He snorted coldly, and said, Konoha Dragon God, do you think that our dignified Yunren village can't compare to a rebellious group? The rebel group. Teacher Chen shook his head dumbfoundedly and said, 4th Hokage, I'm sorry, I forgot to say one thing. The current Uchiha Ryu is not only the head of the rebel group, he also has 4 big-tailed beasts. If he takes the tailed beast out for a walk, let alone our Konoha Ninja Village, even your Yun Ninja Village is no exception. Take the tailed beast out for a walk and be there, no matter what. Was the 4th Hokage, or Samui and the others, even the 8-tailed bull ghost sealed in Kurabi's body changed dramatically. Teacher Chen's remarks seem to have a bit of Chengyu Zia Longyu's morale, but when he really investigates it, facing the rampage of a tailed beast, a ninja village has been exhausted to deal with it. I don't know how much it will cost. But Uchiha Ryu already has a series of powerful levels of rebellion as support, which makes people unable to underestimate. Now there are 4 more tailed beasts in their hands, which is indeed the key point they ignore. After all, the 2 and 2 tails surrendered without a fight that day. In addition to witnessing the powerful strength of Uchiha Ryu, there were also words from the 3 and 4 tails to persuade them. Being able to tame the 2 big-tailed beasts at the same time, the 3rd and the 4th are probably no exception. Once it's time for a head-to-head confrontation, with one Kurabi alone, it may be possible to fight 1 against 2. But if you count the other two-tailed beasts, there is the unfathomable Uchiha Ryu, and the rebel group under his command. The face of such a lineup, who would be able to fight against it? Thinking of this, the fourth Raikage rarely fell into silence, and his violent temper couldn't be exploded at this moment. Hee, it seems that you know the depth of the fourth Raikage. This is exactly what the third Hokage thought of. Teacher Chen laughed dryly and said, however, don't worry, the premise of this peace negotiation is that your Yunnan village will put down your prejudice and Uchiha Ryu will return the captured tailed beast as a premise. As for those who died on the battlefield people, I also hope you are held accountable. Are you afraid that I will pursue my father's death? The fourth generation Raikage's eyes turned cold, and he said, if you follow the premise you said, as the fourth generation Raikage, I know what is more important. At the same time, I also understand what it means to fulfill my son's responsibilities. Oh, what do you mean? Are you going to challenge Uchiha Ryu in your name? Teacher Chen was stunned at first, and said unexpectedly. Of course. The fourth generation snorted coldly. However, Tutai on the side rubbed the back of his head awkwardly and said, however, you are still a step late. Lord Raikage of the fourth generation has already sent a special team to investigate the relationship between Yujibo Longyu and Xiao organization. After all, this time, in the name of the Xiao organization, he escorted the 2 wooden figures back to Yunren village. Teacher Chen of the special team was stunned at first, and said, are you crazy? With Uchiha Longyu's ability, no matter what. How do you choose the team members, that is to die? Thinking of it, even Yunnan village and Taki Ninja village, Uchiha Ryu can come and go freely. The mere special team, not to mention, was able to investigate successfully. Konoha Dragon God, don't worry, the special team I sent this time is mainly responsible for investigating the relationship between the Xiao organization and the Uchiha Ryu rebellion group, as well as Yurin village Sanjiao Hanzo. Is there any involvement among them? It is not a head-to-head confrontation with Uchiha Ryu. The fourth Raikage snorted coldly. However, don't underestimate the team I sent. Those guys have pupil skills, which are comparable to those of the Uchiha family. Teacher Chen, who was shoulder to shoulder to Right Round Eyes, was startled for a moment, and then he remembered the rumors in the Country of Thunder. It is a clan with powerful illusions and evil eye skills, but because of political relations, it seems that they have been imprisoned and exiled, so they were not active in the later period of the Third Ninja World War. It turns out that the fourth generation of Raikage was able to activate that family again under the strong pressure of the great name of the Kingdom of Thunder. Raikage really has enough courage. Teacher Chen smiled and touched his chin. However, Raing, I still propose that for the Five Shadows Conference to be held smoothly again, I hope you can give the latest instructions to those guys. Their clan is proficient in illusion, and they claim to be able to compete with the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, but you should clearly know that Uchiha Ryu is not. Ordinary ninjas can compare. If something goes wrong, I am afraid it will affect the process of the entire meeting. The original intention of the 3 generations of Hokage will also be broken. Faced with this persuasion, the fourth Raikage's expression changed slightly, he snorted coldly, and did not refute again. Just as Mr. Chen of Konoha Dragon God thought, even he didn't know what level Uchiha Ryu's strength could reach. To mention a one-on-one confrontation, even if it is a group attack, the 4 generations of Raikage have no confidence to say that they can win. Not to mention the family. Konoha Dragon God, are you going to inform Uchiha Ryu next? If you don't mind, I hope that the 4th Raikage can hand over the notification task to Konoha Dragon God, which is also a prerequisite for reaching the contract. Trust. Tutai suddenly opened up. Faced with this proposal, not to mention the 4th Raikage, even Konoha Dragon God couldn't help being stunned. As Tutai said, their current cooperation is only based on verbal agreements. Whether the Five Shadows Conference can really be successfully held depends on how everyone gets along and how things work in the future. If the Konoha Dragon God left Yunnan village, the fourth generation of Reikage felt unhappy, turned around and regretted it. It would not be a problem. But the suggestion given by Tutai now obviously hit the hammer in advance and gave enough sincerity. Let the 4 generations of Reikage, and even the village of Yun Ninja, be tied to the boat of Konoha Ninja Village in advance. Provided a basis for persuading the other 3 major ninja villages in the future. Feeling the change in the atmosphere in the field, Tutai's expression changed slightly, and he sighed. 4th generation, don't get me wrong, I just don't want to have a bigger conflict, causing Yun Nin Village, and even the entire ninja world, to pay even more heavy losses. After all, his strength is unfathomable. I also agree with Teacher Tutai's proposal. Samui clenched his fists and spoke suddenly. Sudden scene, the 4th generation Reikage's expression changed slightly, and he raised his hand and said, Tutai, immediately. Give me a book to repair, trouble Konoha Dragon God, and give it to those guys along the way. Seeing that the stalemate had loosened, Mr. Chen was startled for a moment, and then said with a wry smile, 4th Reikage, I really want to go look for Uchiha Ryu, but this time the 3rd Hokage has already dispatched a ninja who is stronger than me. Go to perform this task. Before that, I just worry that that clan will do crazy things because of their obsession with the Uchiha clan. A stronger ninja than you. The 4th Reikage was startled at first. In his eyes, Konoha Yushin could already be called the elite of Shengnin with his extraordinary ninjutsu alone. Now the 3 generations of Hokage have even sent stronger ninjas to contact Uchiha Longyu. This not only shows that the 3 generations of Hokage attach great importance to the holding of this 5 Shadows meeting, but also is enough to see the depth of Konoha Ninja Village. Compared with the situation where the other 4 major ninja villages are almost unusable, Konoha Ninja Village is still full of talents. Regardless of is the older generation or the younger generation, it is indeed much better than the turbulent 4 ninja villages. Perhaps, it was for this reason that the 3 generations of Hokage dared to hold the 5 Shadows Conference again in the name of Konoha Ninja Village. At the same time, the 5 countries were shaken by what happened in Taki Ninja Village. Urin Village is still in the rainy season. The continuous rain, and the gray sky against the background, make the whole space at a few points of inexplicable depression. The huge tower, wearing a combat uniform and wearing a special breathing device, was doing the Sancho fish Hanzo in a fake, and suddenly opened his eyes. A slightly hoarse voice came out. Come here, don't be sneaky. This time, you asked me to suspend the suppression of the Shao organization. What is the reason? If you can't convince me, then don't be in the rain. In the village, continue to stay. A sudden remark. Immediately. The pouring rain made a figure appear without warning. Danzo walked slowly, leaning on a cane in his hand. His single eye that was not wrapped in bandages, showed a slight smile, and said, Hanzo, you are still the same, and you plan to cut the grass and root for any threat. Chapter 194. Come prepared. But, do you know why you failed in the Second Ninja World War? Words fell, and the muscles of Sanjiao Hanzo tensed slightly, and the moment he turned back to look at Danzo, the whole person disappeared into the distance like a ghost. Appearing again, the dazzling sickle, as cunning as a poisonous snake, slashed straight to Danzo's neck. This time, if it can hit, the Sancho fish left on the blade is extremely poisonous, and it can definitely kill Danzo easily. Hee, Hanzo, I already expected you to be like this, but do you really think that I was just wasting my time in Urin Village? Danzo smiled, his right hand wrapped in bandages, without any hesitation, went straight to the attacking scythe and grabbed it. When the crisp metal collision sound suddenly came out, and the sharp sickle instantly cut through the bandage on Danzo's arm, revealing the pale skin at the same time. The roots and stems of trees stretched out quickly like a horned dragon, entangling the sickle in an instant. The first Hokage, the wood-done ninjutsu of the 1,000 hands posts. Hanzo's face changed drastically. The next moment, before he could think about it, he saw Danzo's right hand, like an octopus again, spread out several tree stems and quickly wrapped around him. If this is the case, it really ends up being a solid I'm afraid not only will be bound, but also be imprisoned in place by the root in the stem, piercing through the body. However, Sanjiao Hanzo can be known as a demigod, if in the original book, it is not the open door. He will never receive a lunch box. After a brief absence of attention, one hand has already formed the immediate body seal, disappearing like a ghost out of thin air. Bang! Mu Dun's attack failed all of a sudden, and directly stuck on the roof, the heavy floor. A nasty crack was ripped apart abruptly. Reappearing 7 or 8 meters away, Hanzo, looking at the half-body in front of him, looks like Danzo who has turned into a tree monster. Especially on the arm, the dense circle of writing circles showed solemnity to Danzo for the first time, saying, I didn't expect that. Since I saw the wood dungeon ninja on the first Hokage, I can still see the cruelty on your body. Defective wood escape ninjutsu. Hee, Hanzo, you are really serious. Danzo laughed dryly, not taking the evaluation of the defective product to heart. After forming a spell seal with the backhand, the wildly proliferating wood dun, like a tide, quickly rewinded, and in just a few seconds, reintegrated into Danzo's arm. Along with the mysterious sealing technique, it spread rapidly on the arm. That once turned into a wooden dungeon was left with the densely infiltrating gesture of writing round eyes. However, Danzo was obviously not surprised by all this, and while taking out a new bandage to wrap his arm, he did not forget to say, Hanzo, you should know that in this world, only the first generation Senju Hashima-sama has it. Unique wooden ninjutsu. He can be known as the god of ninjas. Of course, I can't compare with him. It is very good to be able to get this part of the power. However, this time, I asked you out, you should have guessed early in the morning, whose idea was. Quote. Hanzo didn't refute Danzo's words, he snorted coldly, looked at the shadow at Danzo's feet, and said, Hey Ju, since you're here, hurry up and get out. It seems like a wrong decision to let you stay in Urin village. I really want to know how many troublesome people you have caused me during this period of time. That day, Hanzo decided to keep Heiju behind, mainly because he knew that in Akatsuki's organization, Nagato had the secret of the Samsara Eye. At the same time, it also has a powerful means of organ transplantation. When I saw Danzo's body, the skin tone and aura of that body and Heiju's other body were almost the same. Hanzo had already thought for a moment that Danzo was absolutely inseparable from Heiju. Moreover, the time difference between the appearance of the two is not large, which seems to be a bit inexplicable. Haha, as expected of the demigod Shanjiao Hanzo, who is closest to the god of ninjas in the ninja world, he saw through everything so quickly. A hoarse voice came from below. Soon I saw the black shadow, and after a while of squirming, a black and white figure with a yin and yang face appeared. Seeing that Heiju's appearance was in line with himself, Sanjiao Hanzo snorted coldly and said, If I wasn't just trying, I really meant to take Danzo's life. I'm afraid, those lurking in the shadows have already killed me behind my back. No, it should be said that if I was trapped by the wooden dug, you might kill me without hesitation. Speaking of which, the awe-inspiring murderous intent surged out of Sanjiao Hanzo's body. As Heiju said, being honored as a demigod by the ninja world is enough to show that his strength is not simple. At the same time, this is Urin village. In one's own territory, being engaged in by others, once this kind of thing spreads out, I am afraid it will become a laughingstock, and who can swallow this breath? Feel the tidal wave of murderous intent and the sound of fighting on the balcony. Anbu guarded all around. It was already startled. With the sound of 7 or 8 breaking air, Urin Anbu directly blocked the balcony. For a time, in such a huge situation, the atmosphere became extremely depressed. However, in the face of this waiting scene, Danzo did not worry at all, and said with a chuckle, Hanzo, you really are the same. As I said just now, the reason you failed in the Second Ninja World War was because you were too impulsive, and you didn't know what lurking was and what was waiting for an opportunity. If you wait for the Third Ninja War to detonate the power you have accumulated, can you take up a little more of the land of the 5 major countries in Yurin village? Sanjiao Hanzo's gloomy face, cheek muscles twitched slightly, said. Danzo, are you planning to let me, like you, hide in Konoha Shinobi village and secretly build some Anbu roots? Don't justify your incompetence. If you really have the ability, the Hokage sitting on it is not Tsurugi, nor the hairy boy of Namikaze Minato, but a black-bellied old man like you. You. Danzang suddenly became angry. Standing on the commanding heights of morality, Danzo could point the country. That the Sanshofish Hanzo would open up the scars, one by one. Seeing that the atmosphere that had been well controlled changed in an instant, Heiju couldn't help but say, okay, don't argue anymore. This public meeting is my idea, and it is also to help Yurin village and clear the Shao organization. However, before we wipe out them, we still have one important thing to deal with. As long as we can succeed, in addition to writing the Samsara Eyes, you may also get the strongest kaleidoscope in the ninja world. What? Sanjiao Hanzo's expression changed drastically. He is not incompetent. In the cracks between the 5 major countries, Yunin village can grow enough to dominate the Second Ninja World War, but Sanjiao Hanzo is one of the few people in the ninja world who can be second only to the god of ninjas. Regardless of it is strength, even intelligence and commanding ability are no exception. If it weren't for the growing age, the desire for power and regime, and the bewitchment of Danzo in the original work. Nor will it do anything to smother the Shao organization. However, Sanjiao Hanzo now clearly knows what Heiju's remarks mean, and after his expression changed drastically, he said in a deep voice, you guys are not going to show up this time, and you will use the people of Shao's organization to lead out Uchiha Ryu. Let's hunt again. Quote. Since you can propose this kind of resolution, you should know that the second and second tails of Yunrin village were taken away not long ago. That pair of kaleidoscopes is indeed very tempting, but it was obviously developed to the extreme by that guy. Instead of being an enemy of him, why don't I retreat and just deal with the Shao organization? Sanjiao Hanzo did not continue to speak, but just stared at Danzo and Heiju. However, before the two of them could speak, a crisp footstep sounded in the rain. Ninjas stationed around suddenly turned around and followed the voice. What caught his eye was a pair of blood-red eyes that were as bright as the moon. The Anbu ninja, who originally had a clear mind and clear eyes, stood in the same place as if he was stunned when his eyes met. People in the outside world say that Hanzo of Sanshoyu is the being that claims to be the closest to God. Seeing it with my own eyes, it seems a bit inconsistent. Faced with a mere kid from the Uchiha clan, he actually retreated and asked for a second time. If I tell you that I can completely restrain the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, are you interested in cooperating with us? The small voice reverberated under the rain. Sanjiao Hanzo looked at the visitor in front of him, and Anbu, who was trapped in the illusion space in an instant, with a hint of surprise and solemnity on his face. On a gray and rainy day, a dozen figures stood opposite each other on the huge rooftop. With the pair of blood moon-like eyes lit up, the atmosphere in the field has obviously changed. Humph. Sanjiao Hanzang snorted coldly, looked at Heiju and said, I didn't expect that you, this guy, not only colluded with Danzang in private. Even the Blood Pond clan, who claimed to be able to compete with the Uchiha clan and Sharingan, who were exiled by the name of the Kingdom of Thunder, also hooked up. It seems that this time you all came prepared. If I don't agree, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get out of this place. The slightly long voice echoed in this world. Was as if, in response to Sanjiao Hanzo's words, the blood-colored eyes around him quickly lit up. Obviously, the one in front of me is from the Blood Pond family, not alone. He also led the exiled clan and sneaked into Yurin village. And can make them silent, use blood dragon eyes to trap his men. This kind of handwriting is obviously from the hands of Heiju and Danzo. However, Sanjiao Hanzo is very clear, just wait another minute. Chapter 195, Orochimaru's Plan. His close-fitting Anbu guards did not regularly contact other patrolling ninjas, and those dozens or hundreds of confidants would rush in desperately. However, facing the Danzang, Heiju, and the Blood Dragon Eye clan gathered here. Originally, Sanshoyu Hanzo, who had no interest in hunting Uchiha Ryayu, had ripples in his heart. Hee, Hanzo, that's not like your character. Black Jew suddenly laughed. It seems that this lineup, even your impulsive temperament, has begun to shake. After all, the kaleidoscope writing wheel I possessed by Uchiha Ryayu has an unfathomable ability. Don't forget, in the history of the ninja world, it appeared. After Uchiha Madara, it is also because of the fact that he has a kaleidoscope to be able to stand against the god of ninjas. Having said this, Heiju looked around the arena and said, everyone can gather here, I think they are all heroes. Uchiha Ryayu, I can capture the three big-tailed beasts so smoothly during this period. I believe it is also because of the kaleidoscope shaker. Once he is hunted and occupied, the kaleidoscope shaker will be occupied, and then the powerful pupil technique will be stitched together. Control the tailed beasts and form the most powerful tailed beast army. You said, in the huge ninja world, there is no place for you to stand. The slightly long-sounding voice revealed an inexplicable temptation between the lines. The reincarnation eye is known as the legendary pupil technique, but that is just a legend. Exactly what power it possesses, and how to develop and mine it, is still unknown. Compared with the seemingly extreme kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that has been developed by Uchiha Ryu, one is confusing, and the other is already famous. Obviously the latter is more attractive. Yu Hanzo, whose expression changed slightly, his eyes flickered, and his mentality became more and more shaken. Black definitely deserved to be the root cause of the unrest in the ninja world for thousands of years. If it is said that among Naruto, the strongest ninja with a mouth, I am afraid that Hei will dare to recognize the second, and Naruto will not dare to recognize the first. What's the matter, Hanzo, you still can't make up your mind? Blackie smiled playfully. If you add one more person, you should be more interested. 0 inches. There are people. Sanjiao Hanzo was stunned at first, then turned his eyes, and soon saw another figure walking out. Looking at the pale cheek and the scarlet-licked tongue, the identity is about to come out. I didn't expect that Konoha Sanin, who I highly praised that day, would meet on this occasion. Sanjiao Hanzo's expression sank, and he said, it seems that after many years, your strength has been greatly improved in Konoha Ninja Village, and Heiju actually used you as a bargaining chip to convince me to join. Faced with the appearance of Orochimaru, the chiefs of the Danzang and Shichi clans were obviously not surprised at all. Hee, Lord Hanzo, you are still the same, you liked to whip our juniors back then, and you are still so cautious now. Orochimaru smiled playfully. Now he has a forbidden technique, and he has long lost his sense of awe in the face of the Sanjiao Hanzo who abused their Sanin that day. No, it should be said that with the immortal urine of Orochimaru, he has no awe in his dictionary. As long as any person or animal has cells left with Orochimaru, they can be resurrected through forbidden techniques. This is more difficult than Datangmu Kagaya. HMPH, you were a cold snake back then, how have you become? Guilty tongue slippery, yin and yang strange, it seems that your skills have really grown, and your scars are completely forgotten. Sanshoyu Hanzo snorted in disdain. There was a little more slack between the words, and his eyes turned in vain in the field, and said, however, even this junior dares to intervene. If I still refuse, your invitation will probably fall to my Sanjiao Hanzo. Fame. I want to know, if we get some Sara Eye and Kaleidoscope Shaker Eye, how do we distribute it? In the eyes of Sanjiao Hanzo, there is only one pair of eyes, and they have the power of the 5 parties here. Once it really succeeds, then dividing the spoils will also become a problem. Hee, Hanzo-sama, you are still cautious as always. Orochimaru smiled and said, this is a world where the strong eat the weak. Of course, whoever kills it in the end, whoever takes the eye, whoever gets the distribution right first. As for the 2 pairs of eyes, I believe half. You won't use it all. Looking at Orochimaru, the left sentence is an adult, the right sentence is an adult, and the words are frivolous. If it was normal, Sanjiao Hanzo would have already given him a meal, Habian. By Orochimaru is obviously the most in line with the distribution of interests between them, but after a cold snort, the topic has changed. With the passage of time, a temporary alliance was formed on behalf of the strength of the 5 parties. After a brief discussion on countermeasures, Danzo and the others did not stay any longer, and they all retreated and disappeared in the rain. For a time, only Sanjiao Hanzo was left with an uncertain look. Looking at the Anbu ninja under his command, he waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Give me to Yahiko, who is known to the organization, and tell him that he will go to the Wulong Mountains in 3 days. Perform level tasks." Following a series of orders, Uranian village, which had been silent for many years, turned like gears again. With this time, at the border of Uran village, 2 figures, one big and one small, quickly passed through the forest like ghosts. Under the black-red cloud cloak, the head slowly raised, revealing the well-defined cheeks, and under the frown, Uchiha Ryu, who left Taki Shinobi village and successfully captured Nanao Shigeki. "Boss, are we going to change our clothes?" Junmalu suddenly spoke, but the next moment his expression changed. The art of fire escape how fireball. The fiery fireball swept through the woods in the distance without warning, and the trees that passed along the way were instantly smashed by the middle. With a rolling posture, he attacked the 2 of Long Yu. Iron Wall. Junmalu moved first, seemingly small body, but very agile. In the blink of an eye, he came to Long Yu first, his hands suddenly clasped together. Under the peristalsis of the muscles on the surface of the body, a Dawson white bone was shot out, and it quickly intertwined in front of him, turning it into a wall of white bones. Boom! The flames hit the white bone wall in an instant, and under the huge impact, the detonated fireball rolled back like a frenzy, directly submerging the woodland with a radius of more than 10 meters. The violent scene made Junmalu's expression sank, the muscles in his right hand wriggled, and a bone was spit out. When he was about to jump into battle, he was stopped by Uchiha Ryu. "It's a rippling attack, and there's a fight over there." Long Yu looked towards the direction where the fireball was coming. With the insight of a kaleidoscope, he saw 2 familiar faces. "No, it should be said that there are 3 feet s. Boss, do we need to intervene or detour?" Junmaru's tense muscles relaxed. As a clan that is crazy about war, they can instantly enter a fighting state, and can also put it down instantly. This may seem very simple, but for any ninja, it is a talent that cannot be found. Just ask, a ninja of the same strength and realm, fighting each other to the death, is obviously stronger with fighting talent. And Junmalu happens to be a talent in this area. Not only good at fighting, but also calm and good at thinking. It is precisely for this reason that Junmalu was chosen as the best container by the Orochimaru in the original work, as well as the boss of the 4 people of Yunnan. He also has the ability to easily suppress the rampant Shigego. "No need, we used to join in the fun." Long Yu smiled and patted Junmalu's shoulder. "You are still young, you don't need to protect me like this, and your boss is not mediocre." However, looking at Junmalu, who was still stubborn and did not give in at all, Long Yu gave up the idea of persuading and said, "Forget it, it's up to you. However, don't just die in front of me, I still need you to do a test to become the strongest taijutsu in this ninja world." Is the strongest physique stronger than the boss? Junmalu was stunned. He has witnessed every sharp shot of Uchiha Ryu with his own eyes. Every gesture, even the tailed beasts were terrified, not to mention those so-called Jonin and Penumbra-level existences. Now that Long Yu gave these words, for the first time, Junmalu's face showed urgency other than indifference. "Of course it's impossible, but it seems that you really want to surpass me, and you, planning to avenge me for the annihilation of the clan." Long Yu laughed dryly, and soon saw Junmalu shaking his head like a rattle. However, Long Yu did not bother about this topic, patted Junmalu on the shoulder, and hurried to the battle circle. Junmalu, who followed closely behind, did not fall, but there was a trace of hope on his face that he did not usually have. If you want to make him the strongest in the ninja world, Junmalu will definitely disdain him. But in the mouth of Uchiha Longyu, the meaning is different. After all, everything from Uchiha Ryu's hands is so unexpected. Hadosuke, come back quickly, don't use ninjutsu casually. As soon as the two of Longyu approached the battle circle, they heard Xiaonan's urgent cries. The white paper in the sky was like a dancing butterfly. Under the transformation of Xiaonanzong's surgical seal, it turned into a locust, and rushed towards the members of the Xiao organization not far away, 7 or 8, wearing black auspicious cloud cloaks. Dang dang dang. The white paper formed a shield in an instant, and the shuriken attacking like a torrential rain was also instantly blocked. Of the Akatsuki organization headed by Hadosuke also stopped abruptly. Xiaonan, what are you doing? These are suspicious guys in Konoha Ninja Village, and there are a group of sub-ninjas, so long as you catch them first, and then ask questions. Juzuke's expression changed slightly. You still think that I can't compare to the Uchiha Ryu in your heart, and I can't even defeat these so-called ninja. The inexplicable words made Xiaonan and the other members of the Xiao organization suddenly look unnatural. They never thought that Hadosuke would speak astonishingly. Had just arrived, also touched the tip of his nose helplessly, although in the original book, Xiaonan, one of the leaders of the Xiao organization, had many suitors. This Hadosuke also confessed to Xiaonan in private, and was directly rejected. But now Longyu is also shot while lying down, and being handsome is also a sin. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things to read. Watch the latest chapter. Baidu search 99 playmates, find 99 novels and LT. Please keep this paragraph for collection, otherwise, block the collection of IP, and GT. Chapter 196, Full Shot. Hadosuke, what nonsense are you talking about? This is a battlefield, don't mix your emotions with mission actions. Xiaonan's face changed slightly, and he shouted in a hurry. Once the judgment is wrong, not only will you lose your life, but even your teammates will be no exception. These words were instantly echoed by the other members, but when they fell into Hadosuke's ears, their taste changed. Under the change of expression, he said yin and yang strangely, I knew that in your eyes only that. Konoha betrayal. I'll let you see with your own eyes, how I defeat these Konoha shamanen. Voice fell, Hadosuke backhandedly took out a kunai. Xiaonan was in a hurry. These Konoha ninjas entered the country without authorization, but did not conceal Konoha's identity. Moreover, he didn't make a move, just counterattacked because of Hadosuke's attack. As soon as there is not even a chance to talk, there is a conflict. If this causes conflict between the two countries, this does not meet the definition of Akatsuki's organization of peace. They will become the sinners of Urin village, and they will even lose their foothold. Understood Konoha, but he will die. Longyu and Junmalu first landed on Xiaonan's side. The sudden scene caused the pupils of everyone in the field to shrink slightly. Of Konoha's rebellion against the blood-colored Asura, and it was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. However, when I saw this new legend of the Uchiha family who was like the boy next door and also wore a black-red auspicious cloud cloak, I felt a little more fortunate in my heart. Glad I didn't act as fast as Hadosuke just now, and made a mouthful of Uchiha Ryu. After all, this slap in the face came too soon. Xiaonan was also shocked, but looked at Hadosuke, who had an ashen face and almost clenched his teeth. Now I'm afraid I can't wait to find a hole to dig in. S. remarks seemed merciless. Was also running the train with his mouth full a moment ago, but if he really wants to face Uchiha Ryu, it will be a challenge, and it will become fatal. Looking at Hadosuke with a livid face, Xiaonan opened his mouth before he could speak, but soon heard that the Konoha ninja not far away spoke first. Haha, as expected of Uchiha Ryu, we can't even discover this kind of sneaking, but if you judge us like this group of old bones, I'm afraid it's a little too high for us. There are only 3 people in the Konoha team, except for a middle-aged man in his 50s who was carrying a wok on his back. There is also a watermelon rind wearing a green tights, thick eyebrows and big eyes showing snow-white teeth, like this thumb. As for the other one, it should be the medical ninja accompanying the team, who also wears the forehead guard of Genin. I'm not exalting, but you are too low-key. Long Yu smiled warmly. If he remembers correctly, the one who carried the big iron pot was awarded the second-generation Hokage's personal water escape, and even the third-generation Hokage personally awarded the elite Shangnin, and the multi-shadow clone Shuriken, who was proficient in Konoha flow magic swordsmanship for 10,000 years. Shamanen Kosuke. The other is Mateday, who owns a blue beast and fights cruel knives with 7 people and 7 people in the original book. It can be said that these 2 people created a precedent for the legend of Konoha's strongest ninja. It seems that Your Excellency Long Yu has also heard of our name, which makes us flattered. Mateday raised his finger, showing his white teeth and said, if my son knows that his father has been remembered by Uchiha's new legend, and even praised him, he will definitely be moved to tears. Seeing that eager face, his eyes were burning with flames, and he clenched his fists and called Mateday, who was dry. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, your son, Matekai, will become the #1 martial artist in the ninja world. What? Mateday almost fainted with excitement, tears rolled in his eyes, and rushed up to grab Long Yu's hand. The distance of 20 to 30 meters is only between several ups and downs, and the speed is so fast that it makes people's pupils shrink a little. Being able to get Uchiha New Legend to give such an evaluation, Kai knows, and he will definitely work hard. Thank you for your appreciation. I will definitely tell Kai what you said. Maddie said excitedly. Completely forgot Uchiha Ryu's identity as a traitor. However, it was precisely because of the sprint speed of the youth power prelude just now that Hatosuke, who was full of resentment, couldn't help but look at Kosuke. I'm going to challenge you. Hatosuke spoke suddenly, causing everyone to be startled. Hurry, Dove can't help, since they recognize Long Yu, it's Uchiha Long Yu again. Juzuke suddenly turned his head and stared at Xiaonan with hatred. Is he the only one in your eyes? Dovasuke, what are you going to talk about when you go back? A middle-aged ninja standing behind Hatosuke frowned and couldn't help but persuade. And they don't want to die with Hatosuke at this juncture. In case Uchiha Ryu provokes them, there is a dead end waiting for them. Let go. Yusuke threw off the middle-aged ninja's hand, looked at Gyujiya with a grim face and said, I can't compare to the so-called Konoha blood-colored Asura, but I have been on the battlefield for many years. In Urin village, the strength is enough to be rated as a special Shangnin, and it will definitely be easy to deal with a mere Konoha Shianin. No matter today. If you agree or not, I will let you know that I also have a time to be on my own. The awe-inspiring roar fell, and without waiting for Xiaonan to react, Juzuke kicked his feet and rushed straight towards Gyujiya. The kunai clenched tightly in his hand, without any bells and whistles, threw his hand out, and at the same time with an awe-inspiring sound of breaking through the air, his hands quickly flew up. The violent scene shocked everyone in the field. Xiaonan was also eager to stop it, but was quickly stopped by Long Yu. Don't go, some people don't look back until they hit the south wall. And Konoha Shamanen really can't be underestimated, especially old man Kosuke. You brat, but you've lifted my old man too high. Gyujiya smiled helplessly, and the pot behind his waist collided with Kuwu in an instant. Under the splash of sparks, kunai was ejected directly. Seeing that this blow was dismissed lightly, Juzuke's face turned ashen, and at the same time, the magic seal formed with both hands flew, and when the last magic seal fell, it roared fiercely. The art of fire escape how fireball. A fiery flame spewed out of his mouth. At the same time, Hatosuke took out a kunai wrapped around a detonating talisman with his backhand, and threw it towards Kosuke. The violent scene made Xiaonan's complexion change dramatically, and he shouted in a hurry, Juzuke, are you crazy? This is just a discussion. Don't be surprised here, that is to underestimate old man Gyujiya. Long Yu smiled and patted Xiaonan on the shoulder, without any intention of blocking it. At this scene, those who saw it couldn't help but be startled, and at the same time, there was an inexplicable urgency in their eyes. Can make Konoha blood-colored Asura, Uchiha Ryayu, give such a high evaluation? This Konoha shamanin, who has lived half his life, really not easy. Still being raised. You kid, it seems that I don't have to do my best, but it hurts your appreciation for me. Kosuke shook his head helplessly. The next moment, the hands moved instantly. Looking at the lofty fireball so close at hand, he didn't mean to retreat at all. Move your hands, it will fly like a wheel, giving people a kind of dazzling feeling. When everyone reacted, 20 or 30 spells fell instantly. This seems to be the seal of water evasion. If you use water escape in this kind of place, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch the fireball that is enhanced by the detonating talisman. Xiaonan's expression turned pale, his clenched fists and knuckles were no exception. But seeing the warm smile on Long Yu's face, he forcibly resisted the thought of making a move. The water escapes the water wall. Kosuke clasped his hands together suddenly, and the water under his feet surged like a tidal wave out of nowhere. That kind of stance, like a vortex rewinding, the huge waves set off, instantly constructed into a huge wall of water escape. With the sound of a shocking explosion, the fireball and the detonating charm instantly hit the water wall. Boom! A dull thunder-like explosion sounded suddenly, and the rewinding fire waves were directly stopped by the water wall. Seeing that on this kind of land, the powerful water wall that subverted their cognition was displayed, and Juzuke was completely stunned. It's over. Long Yu suddenly said with a smile. Xiaonan and the others were stunned at first, even Juzuke was no exception. In their natural cognition, Kosuke, who was in the blast wave, could only passively defend. Until the explosion is over, there will be no chance for a counterattack. However, before they could ask, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the water wall. The next moment, the huge iron pan directly penetrated the water wall, and like a hurricane, it slammed towards Duzu. The violent scene made Hotosuke's complexion change dramatically, but he only had time to throw out some shuriken with his backhand. However, facing the iron pot made of stainless steel, the shuriken was like rain hitting a banana, and after making a series of clanging metal collisions, it bounced straight out. When Yusuke's eyes darkened, Gyugia had already appeared by his side, and the chakra knife in his hand was directly on his neck. I'm sorry, it seems that the bones of my old man's body have not been rusted. Gyugia laughed dryly and put away the chakra knife in his hand. This seemingly complicated battle only lasted for more than 10 seconds before and after, and it took everyone in the field to react. Even Junmaro showed a surprised expression. Uchiha Ryayu had high hopes for him, saying that he expected him to become the first person in the ninja world to become the strongest in taijutsu. But the next moment, he praised Mat K for being the first. At first, Junmalu was a little unhappy in his heart, but now he has seen with his own eyes that Kosuke, who is a shinoin, actually displays a trick that can even defeat the Junin. Especially on this kind of land, it is possible to perform such a powerful water escape ninjutsu, which undoubtedly confirms Long Yu's evaluation. The Konoha shamanin in front of him is definitely not simple. So it means that the Matekai that Long Yu was referring to is also not simple. For a time, Junmalu clenched his fists, and his originally indifferent heart had a little more urge to compete. In Junmalu's mentality, a smile appeared on Long Yu's lips, and said, "Old man Gyugia, you are too modest." Chapter 197. Dress up as a pig and eat a tiger. On land, to be able to display such a powerful water escape ninjutsu is worthy of humiliating the title of the second-generation disciple, and the third generation grants you the qualification of elite jonin. This is a bit too low-key. Long Yu said with a smile. This seemingly homely nonsense exploded in everyone's mind the moment the voice fell. Of the 10,000 years of underbring is also too prominent to ride a horse. Regardless of It was Xiaonan, or another member of Xiao's organization, who looked at Hotosuke's stiff cheek and couldn't help but feel a little more sympathy. The opponent was planning to abuse the vegetables, but he even picked an iron plate. Thinking of the moment before, Hotosuke refused to listen to the dissuasion, insisted on taking a challenge, and threatened to let go of the harsh words. At the moment, there will be a storm-like popping sound. However, it is precisely because of this reason that many people also gave Matt Dai one more look. The face of this strange watermelon skin with thick eyebrows, Long Yu also gave a lot of evaluation. You brat, you really plan to toss and break my old bones. These words can't be said casually, and humiliate the reputation of the second and third generations of adults, but my sin, if it is not my insistent performance, that time missions can't go wrong either. Ji sighed quietly, ready to think about the past again. Long Yu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, okay, let's endure it. It's not bad to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but the person who can invite you to form a team should only be that old man of 3 generations. Regardless of, is it Kosuke or Meitei, this kind of strange lineup will only be enabled by the 3 generations of Hokage. Also qualified to move. As for Namikaze Minato, Long Yu would not think that he has such a strange idea of forming a team. You are really smart, but I heard that you seem to be tolerant. When it comes to pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, you seem to be more suitable. Kosuke agreed with a smile. These words, immediately. Everyone in the room was shocked. Subconsciously, he looked at the Konoha forehead guard that Long Yu casually hung around his waist, and the ninja level logo on it was impressively under ninja. At this moment, they suddenly woke up. No wonder Uchiha Ryu said that Konoha was unbearable. His riding on a horse is the biggest stubborn pit. Okay, I don't want to be too high profile. If I can choose, it's better for me to be a salted fish all my life. Don't go too far, the old man of the 3rd generation is looking for you, there should be something important to call me. Is it about the 5 shadows talks? Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and directly changed the subject. Xiaonan, who was standing beside him, and the members of the Xiao organization, their expressions changed drastically in an instant. Not long ago, they learned that the 5 Shadow Conference held in the country of Iron failed. One of the biggest reasons is that Uchiha Ryu sneaked into Yunnin village and captured 2 two-tailed cats. At the same time, he also quelled the rebellion in Yunrin village. They were reluctant to believe such bizarre rumors. However, with the passage of time, things fermented, and the 5 shadows talks really came to an end. This made Yahiko and the others, who were high-level officials, unable to hold their breath, so they sent a team headed by Conan to track down the whereabouts of Uchiha Ryu. Unexpectedly, as soon as they approached the border, they encountered Kosuke and others who were also sneaky. Confession failed, and the jealous dove didn't help out, and indiscriminately made sneak attacks, which led to what happened just now. Jia's expression was slightly shocked, and after glancing at Xiaonan and the others, he said, I didn't expect it. You already expected it. It seems that you are not only unfathomable in strength, but also not inferior in resourcefulness. In the position of these 4 generations of Hokage, I am afraid that Minato-sama will also have a strong competitor. However, this is a secret about the 5 great ninja villages. They are still not suitable for listening. Is it convenient to talk to me in detail? As soon as these words came out, Xiaonan and others couldn't help being stunned, and looked at Uchiha Long Yu with a hint of urgency on their faces. In their eyes, the 5 Shadows Conference held by the 5 great ninja villages decided the fate of the great ninja world. Moreover, it is also related to the customization of Akatsuki's next survival policy. However, the idea was just born. That came in a hurry made Xiaonan and others stunned for a while. Master Xiaonan, Master Yahiko and Master Nagato, hurry back to the organization station. I heard that the leader of Yurin village, His Excellency Hanzo, the demigod mountain, intends to negotiate with us. A middle-aged ninja falls forward. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that the occasion was a bit appropriate, and the moment he saw Uchiha Ryu's appearance clearly, he couldn't help clenching kunai around his waist. "Stop it, don't be nervous, they have no ill will." Xiaonan woke up and shouted in a hurry. She didn't want to know the people of the organization, and once again be as embarrassing as Hatosuke. In case even the thick eyebrow watermelon rind was challenged, it would be a shame to throw it at my grandma's house. What's more, what Xiaonan cares most about now is the invitation of Hanzo. "Tiamu, make it clear, when did the Sanshoyu Hanzo invite you, and what are Yahiko and Nagato's decision now?" Xiaonan said in a hurry. "I remembered that not long ago, the whereabouts of the two-tailed people Zuri were leaked, and the location of Akatsuki's organization was stolen. Attack resulted in the damage of a large number of manpower, and the strength was weakened by half. This made Xiaonan 3 people have to make a decision, temporarily stay away from Yurin village and temporarily stationed in the remote and desolate boundary. Now the Sanjiao Hanzo has suddenly changed its original intention, which undoubtedly gives people a kind of intriguing feeling. Lord Xiaonan, Lord Yahiko and Lord Nagato have not made a decision yet, but I heard that Sanjiao Hanzo threatened to work together for peace for the prosperity of Yurin village, and plan to hand over the richer towns in the Wulong Mountain area to we know how to organize the defense, and also officially serve as our base. Give us Wulong Mountain." Xiaonan was startled. Before the start of the Second Ninja World War, Wulong Mountain was regarded as one of the most important towns in the country of Rain. Later, because it became the main battlefield, it would be abandoned. However, under this period of rest and recuperation, he gradually recovered. It is also one of the gathering places of Yurin village. Long time, the Shao organization has been unable to develop, all because of the constraints of land. As a result, food cannot be self-sufficient, there is no source of economic taxation, and all rely on performing tasks and earn meager remuneration. All of these are the hidden obstacles of Sanshoyu Hanzo. However, now the Sanjiao Hanzo is not only limited, but also does not pursue the Shao organization's involvement in the capture of the tailed beast in Yunrin village, and also assigns Wulong Mountain to them as a base. This was too unexpected. This is the secret commander of Sanjiao Hanzo's body, and the message that came requires us to set off on the same day. Xiaonan-sama, you said this. He glanced at Uchiha Longyu one more time. I'm curious and in awe of this Konoha blood-colored Asura, whose fierce name is resounding throughout the ninja world. After all, during this period of time, even the legendary tailed beast, which was known as the most important one in a village, fell into his hands one after another. Nagato, what decision did they have now? Xiaonan couldn't help but glance at Longyu. Originally, this was a high-level secret of Xiao's organization and should not be discussed on this occasion. But there was an inexplicable feeling in Xiaonan's heart. By discussing this matter in front of Longyu could the risk be minimized. This. Tiamu hesitated, but looking at Xiaonan's insistence, he gritted his teeth and said, Lord Nagato and Lord Yahiko seem to be very interested in this matter, so they received the messenger of Sanjiao Hanzo, and they are still negotiating. What are they crazy? Face changed drastically, and he said, not long ago, Sanjiao Hanzo betrayed us. If it wasn't for Uchiha Ryu's action, our Shao organization would have been completely destroyed. Now we agree to his solicitation, what if it's a trap? Seeing Xiaonan, who was very excited, Taimu was also speechless. Longyu smiled and patted Xiaonan on the shoulder, it's inflated. Time is running out, go back and have a look first. Expanded. Xiaonan was stunned for a moment, then quickly remembered what these words were referring to. After giving Longyu a white look, he hesitated and said, can you come with me, in case they get into trouble, let me help wipe the butt. Longyu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose. Xiaonan grabbed Longyu's arm and said anxiously, as long as you are willing to help me, you use the name of Xiao's organization to sneak into Yunren village to capture Tai, and I will not pursue it with you. These words fell. Tiamu waited. The members of the floor couldn't help but startled. Not long ago, they heard about this incident, but because of their low status, they were not sure about the ins and outs of this incident. Now I have heard with my own ears that the young man in front of me really dared to break into one of the 5 major ninja villages, Yunnin Village, which is known as the most powerful military force. Not only did he retreat, but he also took away the second and second tails. This is too shocking to the world. I am afraid that such means will be more shocking than the half-god legend of the mountain pepperfish Hanzo in Yurin village. Thinking of this, Tiamu couldn't help but look at Long Yu one more time. Okay, it seems that I don't owe anything in my life, but my lover has a lot of debts, a bad face, and a hero is saddened by the beauty. Long Yu flicked Xiaonan's forehead under the watchful eyes of the public. What nonsense are you talking about? What a lover's disaster. Xiaonan covered his forehead and stared at Long Yu. Of outsiders, this thin, angry and charming attitude completely changed its taste. To ride a horse is to flirt, and to show affection on the street. Looking at this scene, many people subconsciously looked at Hatosuke. Those livid cheeks and those bulging veins might burst blood vessels at any time. Okay, don't you have something to tell me? Let's go and see the emerging organization together. Long Yu looked back at Jia and the others. Long Yu probably knew a thing or two about their intentions. However, this does not mean that he will let Kosuke and others shut the door. After all, to make Junmaru the strongest taijutsu ninja in the ninja world, he needs the strongest taijutsu that Matt wears, the 8-door Dunjia formation. Chapter 198, Is Shao Organization Poor? Captain Kosuke. Maddie couldn't help but look at Kosuke. As for Long Yu, his cognition has always stayed in the rumors of the outside world. Killing without blinking, cruelty and ruthlessness, etc. are all negative effects. When they met for the first time, Matt Dai also thought about it, and the worst plan was to fight with Uchiha Ryu. Moreover, this is also the reason why the 3 generations of Hokage assigned him the task. The 8 gates Dunjia is opened, even if he is just a lower ninja, he can instantly reach the upper ninja and even the shadow level strength. As for whether it can reach the height of Kai in the original work, I am afraid there is a little gap. After all, in the original book, Kai reached the level of elite Jonin with physical skills alone. Matte is only forbearance, so the 2 also use the 8 skills, and there is probably a gap in the quality of the physical training. However, under this brief contact, Long Yu, who stood at the commanding heights of the ninja world, was not only able to call out his name, but also recognized Matekai's efforts and future achievements. Whether it was a perfunctory statement or not, Konoha Scarlet Asura could give this kind of evaluation. It's enough to prove that Kei's efforts are worth it. Okay, let's go for a trip too, but we need to change our clothes. As Konoha ninjas, we can't casually interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, otherwise it will be involved in political and diplomatic disputes between the 2 countries. Kosuke nodded in agreement. For this decision, Maddie looked overjoyed, and immediately showed his white teeth, and when he gave a thumbs up, he took out a cyan tights with his backhand. If you want to disguise, use my tight clothes. Hey, why don't you wait? My youthful vigor, have a good line beauty. And super breathable, and absorbent. Don't you? Seeing the people walking away, Maddie quickly followed. After the last siege, the number of Shao's organization has dropped sharply. As soon as I set foot on this temporary station built along the valley, I felt a sense of shabby and dilapidated. The dilapidated tent, and the listless wounded, with a thin and pale face, the Shao organization during this period of time was obviously not having a good time. Xiaonan brought everyone to the ground. With Yusuke and other members of the Yuan Shao organization, Long Yu and others wore masks of Anbu. However, there is no village logo on this mask, only a simple money logo printed on the forehead. I'm sorry, our organization has encountered difficulties recently, so. Xiaonan looked around, a trace of unnaturalness appeared on his face. It's okay, maybe I can help you. Long Yu smiled and patted Xiaonan on the shoulder. The words fell, immediately. She was startled for a while, and soon she heard Timu's voice fall in her ears. Master Xiaonan, it's Dosuo and the others. Timu's face was hesitant, and he couldn't help but say something. The expressions of Dosuo, Xiaonan and the others changed drastically, and following the voice, they saw the middle-aged man with the national character face walking quickly. Dosuo, where are you going? Xiaonan hurried forward. Dosuo is nearly 2 meters tall, with a national face and prominent muscles, like an iron tower. With more than 10 people behind him, they came in a mighty manner. Lord Xiaonan, we haven't eaten for nearly 2 days. Not long ago, Sao Ninth Village sent people to recruit. We want to temporarily go over and earn some commissions. Daso said humbly. When did you go back to Kusanagi village, Yahiko? Did they agree? Xiaonan's expression changed. They came together because of a common idea, but this was full of passion, and after experiencing the skinny reality, everything began to change. Don't go hungry together. This is absolutely impossible. At least, when disaster strikes, we will fly separately. This principle exists everywhere. We don't know what's coming. Maybe we'll come back after solving the problem at hand, or maybe we'll never come back. Duosuo glanced at Long Yu and the others indifferently and said, I don't mind if I say more. The idea of peace is indeed very important and attractive, but an organization that does not even solve the most basic food and clothing, but it is worth looking into the ability of the leader. Having said that, Duosuo looked at Xiaonan Dao. It's not that we are cruel, it's that you are incompetent. If you have self-knowledge, you should abdicate and let the virtuous. You. Anxious all of a sudden, but was quickly stopped by Xiaonan's hand, and the pretty face became pale, biting her red lips and trying to stop, but was patted by Long Yu on the shoulder. Good birds choose wood to live in. They want to fly. We should say goodbye. Don't you hurry up and make way. Long Yu smiled and took the lead to step aside. The sudden scene made Dosuo and others stunned in place. This time, they got together to go to the Grass Ninja Village. But the bigger purpose is to overthrow the position of the leader of the Shao organization, and then occupy it. After all, peace can't be eaten as a meal, and the wandering ninjas who joined Shao's organization are not completely of one mind, but more to make a living. Now there is no way to mess around, except to leave. It is the concept of letting me lead. However, what Long Yu is doing now does not follow the script at all. In Dosuo's eyes, now the messenger of Sanjiao Hanzo is coming to solicit, and he only needs to lead the crowd to make trouble in public. In this case, Xiaonan should try his best to keep him, or he has the qualification to become the 4th leader. However, now he was pushed down the road by Long Yu. Seeing that they retreated one by one, even Xiaonan took one more look at Long Yu, bit her red lips and stepped aside. This undoubtedly made Daso's cheeks a little unable to hang, and he couldn't help twitching. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Long Yu smiled genially. You. Duosuo became angry, and after staring at Long Yu for a moment, he said sharply, Boy, don't be too arrogant. You have no idea how poor this organization is. After entering, you are hungry, but don't leave crying. I'm just waiting to hear your jokes. Of course, if you have the mind, I can also show mercy and take you away with me. Grass Ninja Village was attacked not long ago. The strength of the village was greatly damaged, and many wandering ninjas were recruited to the outside world. If you follow me, I can it's better for you to be a jerk than here. In the face of these tempting words, Xiaonan's face turned ashen. After all, she is one of the 3 leaders of the Shao organization, although Long Yu is not a member of their Shao organization. But being poached in public like this is simply taking her as heir. Are you going to tell me that the Shao organization is poor? Long Yu smiled and looked at Duosuo. I'm sorry, I like to generate electricity for love. Also, our ninjas from the land of money have nothing but the most money. Spoke, Long Yu backhandedly took out a stack of coins in the cloak and raised it. 1,002s. Tiamu exclaimed in shock, looking at the denominations on the banknotes, his eyes almost split open. This is still a 5-nation ticket, and it can definitely be exchanged successfully. Dragon, I can't ask for this money. Xiaonan was startled, her eyes were slightly red, and she stubbornly pushed the money back to Long Yu. Haha, Xiaonan, you are a ninja who looks down on our country of money. Our young master doesn't have much, no matter how much money you have, if you don't help him spend a little, how can our country of money be assured of hiring your Shao organization as our country of money? The ninja village forces. Ji Jia laughed coldly. Looking at that posture, he completely put himself into the role. Yes, if you join our country of money, you will also get 3 sets of breathable, warm, and super linear tight combat suits for free. Matty quickly agreed. However, as soon as the watermelon rind clothes were taken out, it was blocked by Ji Jia. It's a shame to ride a horse in this aesthetic sense. Since it comes from the country of money, it should use local tyrant gold. Is there such a country in the country of money? A ninja following Daso said with a puzzled look. Duso and the others were no exception, and looked at Xiaonan suspiciously. Facing the gazes of everyone, Xiaonan opened his mouth, unable to speak, and could only cast Long Yu's eyes for help. Hee, of course you don't know the origin of our country of money, have you heard of the underground black market? Long Yu smiled and shoved the silver note into Xiaonan's hand and said, our country of money is a country formed by an alliance of big businessmen in the underground black market, and it is full of rich businessmen. Yes, the origin of our young master, and his famous haul, once released, I am afraid that even the names of the 5 major countries will stand aside. Your grass ninja village, in the eyes of our young master, is a big rubbish, and let our young master follow. Fuck you, idiots. Kosuke took over the conversation instantly. Looking at his bragging about not writing drafts, Long Yu couldn't help but rolled his eyes. This is indeed an old fried dough stick, even when it is blown, it is well rounded. Okay, let's not get in the way of this. Duosuo, I've brought everyone to a promotion and made a fortune, let's say goodbye soon. Looking at Dosuo who took the lead. For a time, everyone's eyes fell on him, causing Dosuo's cheeks to twitch. Of the Shao organization behind him also looked hesitant. After all, these ninjas from the land of money are too generous, and 10 million silver notes can be smashed to death if they are exchanged for coins. What's the matter? Why don't you leave? Why don't you go back quickly? Xiaonan looked at everyone with a hesitant expression, and immediately shouted in a deep voice. This is the first and last time for this kind of thing. Don't let this happen again, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Thank you Mr. Xiaonan. Of the Shao organization who followed Dosuo hurriedly left this sentence, turned around and left. Instead of going to the grass ninja village to eat grass roots, it is better to follow these seemingly tall and wealthy ninjas in front of you. 10 million taels was enough to make their organization eat for 10 or 8 years. Looking at the followers who disappeared for a while, Dosuo's cheeks were ashen to the extreme. After gnashing his teeth, he glanced at Long Yu and said, Lord Xiaonan, I'll go back first. Abandoning these words, Daso turned and left without stopping. Chapter 199, Looking for Abuse. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Long Yu, thank you very much, we haven't paid the money back last time, and this time you help us like this, I don't know how to repay you. Repay. Long Yu smiled and rubbed Xiaonan's head with a hand in front of everyone's eyes and said, Don't say it too seriously, there is still a money-making madman in my family, and this small amount of money is also a fraction of his. However, if you really want to repay me, I can accept the promise. I don't want it. Xiaonan's cheeks turned red all of a sudden. Don't talk nonsense here, let's hurry in and see how Yahiko and the others have discussed. Looking at Xiaonan who turned and left directly, Ji Yujia and Mat Dai couldn't help but give their thumbs up. Be able to use money to create a way to chase women like this is not. Ordinary people can do it. Boss, if you let Zhao, all seniors know that you use his money to pick up girls like this, let him know if you will directly bloodbath this place. Junmuro said hesitantly. Long Yu reluctantly touched the tip of his nose and said, "If you don't tell me, I won't tell him, he will never ask my boss for money." Jun Malu was stunned for a moment, and these words made him feel like he was on a pirate ship. The reception hall is set in the center of the camp. Compared with other buildings, it is only a little better, with less patched tents and wood construction. As soon as Ryayu and the others approached, they saw Yahiko and Nagato, sending 3 Anbu ninjas from Yuanan village slowly out. A few people were still talking and laughing along the way, and it seemed that the negotiation was going very smoothly. Xiaonan. Yahiko looked at Xiaonan who was approaching, his expression couldn't help changing, and he looked at Long Yu and the others one more time. For these uninvited guests, he did not ask any further questions, but he could not help but be more careful. Is this the only girl among the 3 leaders of your Xiao organization? Sure enough, it's a woman who doesn't allow men. It's amazing, ah. The commander of the Uranian Dark Unit suddenly spoke up. Who are those? The sudden encounter made Xiaonan stunned for a moment, and when he was about to speak, he was stopped by Long Yu again. This kind of feeling makes Xiaonan feel like he is completely passive by Long Yu's side. However, it is precisely because of this reason that Long Yu often helps her out, but instead, she has an inexplicable sense of security. Underground black market, come here to hand over tasks with Xiao organization. Long Yu said lightly. In the face of these reins, Shinobu didn't show any low stance at all. Underground black market. The expression of the urinary force commander couldn't help but change slightly, but he did not continue to ask. After all, the Xiao organization has always lived by taking tasks to earn rewards, and now it is in a difficult situation. It is not surprising that people from the underground black market come to hand over tasks. Brother Feng, why did you come in person? Didn't you say we would visit and take over the mission in person? Yahiko was quick-witted and quickly took over. Long Yu nodded and said, we have been working together for a long time. I heard that your organization has been severely damaged, so the people from the Alliance commissioned me to take a look. Now it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Brother Feng, you are serious. Allow me to send the guest away first and then talk to you. Yahiko hurriedly replied. This kind of adaptable speech, if you talk too much, it will become, there are too many flaws, so it is good to stop. Since Yahiko and you still have guests, let's go first. The commander of the dark unit of Yu-Ren gave Long Yu one more look and said, however, don't forget the conditions and requirements of Hanzo-sama, please go to Wulong Mountain as soon as possible. I hope you can make it right away. Thank you Hanzo-sama for your love. After Yahiko replied, he saw the commander of the Urinary Dark Army quickly leaving with his group. Seeing their backs disappear in front of him, the smile on Yahiko's face dissipated. Standing beside Nagato, a pair of reincarnation eyes exuded a penetrating light, and he said in a deep voice, you are Uchiha Ryayu. Xiaonan, are you crazy? You brought him to our Xiao organization camp. If anyone else finds out, what will the 5 major countries think of us? At that time, I am afraid that even Yurin village will not be able to tolerate our existence. These words fell, Xiaonan's face changed, she was mentally prepared, but obviously did not expect Nagato to be so excited. After all, in Xiaonan's eyes, Long Yu was the one who saved the entire Xiao organization. Nagato, don't be impulsive. He suddenly opened his mouth, looked at Long Yu and said, you should have seen along the way that after the last battle, our organization has suffered severe damage, and now we have experienced many internal problems, so we are not willing to talk to you again. Get involved. You get out of here now. Yahiko. Xiaonan was anxious all of a sudden, looking at Yahiko, who has always been reasonable, and also gave an order to evict the guest, which meant that the matter was irreversible. Young master, did you hear them? They let you go. Ji Jia took the lead and said with a yin and yang in his voice. Then why don't you hurry up, get back the 10 million taels of silver notes, which you didn't do just now. They should be given enough food to eat, just let them eat the mud leaves. Looking at Ji Jia, who was disrespectful as soon as he opened his mouth. Long Yu also rolled his eyes helplessly. But this remark is immediate. Yahiko and Nagato were stunned. After Xiaonan brought back the money last time and solved the urgent need, that sum of money allowed Xiao organization to expand and develop rapidly. From Sanshoyu Hanzo, in time, their organization will develop into the second largest force in Yurin village. Now Long Yu once again took out 10 million taels of silver bills. This is a big rich man. For their Xiao organization, it is just in time. Why don't you talk? Is it because this thigh is uncomfortable to hold, or return the money to us? Les Lord. Ji Jia suddenly opened his mouth again, but the words hit the nail on the head. It made Yahiko, Nagato and others bewildered. These words seem very ugly, but 10 million taels of silver bills, but even Sanjiao Hanzo can't come up with it. In comparison, the thighs do look pretty good. Dragon feather. Xiaonan was in a hurry and couldn't help but take a look. Long Yu patted her head and said, "Don't get me wrong, this time I came to help you for Xiaonan's sake. Furthermore, don't you think that if you open the eyes of reincarnation, you will float? Then you will die." The small voice made the atmosphere in the arena suddenly changed. And Yahiko, who were originally speechless in the face of Long Yu, the rich man's thigh, couldn't help but have a tinge of iron on their faces. This time they accepted the favor of Sanshoyu Hanzo, and the so-called confidence came from the samsara eyes opened by Nagato. The face of this pair, it is known as the same type of eyes of the legendary six-path immortals. They have absolute confidence and can overwhelm the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the Uchiha family. Moreover, Nagato's strength has grown by leaps and bounds under the recent sharp-edged pupil technique. Yahiko believes that as long as he buys more time, Nagato's strength will grow to be comparable to the shadow-level powerhouses of the 5 great ninja villages. No, it should be said that if time is long enough to surpass the legend of Yurin village, it is not a problem for the demigod mountain pepper fish and Hanzo. Once at that time, under the premise of having absolute strength, they don't have to be afraid of Sanjiao Hanzo. It is for this reason that they have the confidence to agree to the invitation of Sanjiao Hanzo. However, now Uchiha Longyu has completely denied their full confidence. This made Nagato the first to lose his temper, and said coldly, "Uchiha Ryayu, we know that your strength is not simple, but please don't underestimate us. I will join forces with Yahiko to deal with Sanshoyu Hanzo, we still have confidence. Yes, we are no longer able to compare 10 days ago. I hope you don't underestimate it, otherwise you will suffer." Yahiko also agreed. Looking at Long Yu's gaze, there was a hint of provocation. Long Yu smiled playfully and said, "It seems that you are really floating. Are you planning to seek abuse?" Looking for abuse. Nagato's face suddenly sank, and he said, "Uchiha Ryayu, don't be too arrogant. The current me is not. I could compete 10 days ago. If I really fight, it is another way of saying who will win and who will lose. Yes, the depth of Samsara's eyes is not as shallow as you think." Yahiko hurriedly agreed. After all, agree to the invitation of Sanshoyu Hanzo. But their idea, and now Long Yu's refusal, is contempt for their decision. If you want to fight, fight, don't talk to me, but I advise you, it's more interesting to fight together. Long Yu smiled and loosened his shoulders and walked out. Seeing this scene, Xiaonan suddenly became anxious. However, at the moment when he was about to speak, he was stopped by Uchiha Ryayu shaking his head, and said with a smile, "If you don't hit the south wall and don't look back, I will try to be gentle and wake them up." You. Nagato suddenly became angry. Long Yu didn't take it to heart at all, and as soon as he stepped down, he flickered towards the open space behind the canyon. When the thunderlight crackled all over his body, the lightning flashing technique he displayed gave people a feeling like a ghost. Yahiko, Nagato and the others reacted. Long Yu had appeared hundreds of meters away, standing quietly and waiting. This understated scene made Yahiko and Nagato look ashen. "Yahiko, let me teach him a lesson, otherwise he will only live in self-righteousness." Nagato's face sank, and he was about to rush out. However, as soon as he stepped forward, Nagato gave him a look and said, "Don't be impulsive, he is Konoha's blood-colored Asura, it's not a shame to go 2-on-1, what we need to do now is to defeat him and let him know, we can't compare 10 days ago." Nagato heard the words, his expression changed, and after looking at Long Yu, he couldn't help clenching his fists, and said coldly, "Okay. Go." Along with the roar, Yahiko and Nagato disappeared like ghosts out of thin air. Chapter 200. The means are too unfathomable. Appeared again, and had already reached more than 10 meters away with the help of the instant body technique. The two of them, one from the left and one from the right, showed a joint strike-like posture, detouring and charging towards Uchiha Ryu. Who witnessed this scene, had a hint of hesitation on his face, gritted his teeth and said, "I hope Nagato will not use the Samsara Eye casually, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" Junmalu suddenly spoke, and the tone was mixed with indifference that did not match his age. "Otherwise, will the boss fail?" "Don't be too naive, they are making progress, but the boss is unfathomable." The inexplicable words made Xiaonan, even Ji-Yu-Jia and the others startled. However, before they could delve into it, an awe-inspiring roar suddenly sounded. "The art of fire escape how fireball." Yahiko quickly flipped his hands, and even with extreme speed, his movements were still fast, precise and ruthless. More than a dozen spell seals completely fell in just a few short breaths. As the last spell fell, the fiery chakra accumulated frantically in his mouth. The next moment, it exploded instantly. Bang! As soon as the flames condensed, they turned into a huge fireball with a diameter of 13 or 4 meters in the wind, and with a stern rolling posture, they attacked Long Yu across the air. The fiery wave of fire rolled back down, causing everyone present to be shocked. Hadosuke, who had suffered a lot in the hands of Long Yu and lost his face, suddenly clenched his fists and said eagerly, "As expected of Lord Yahiko, the skill of the fireball is simply outstanding, this power is completely comparable to ninjutsu. Looking at the entire ninja world, there are very few who can master the fire escape ninjutsu to this level." The slightly obscure evaluation seemed to favor Yahiko, but it also attracted Kosuke and the others to silently agree. However, just as the idea emerged in their minds, the pupils contracted suddenly, and the eye sockets almost split. I saw Uchiha Ryu, looking at the rolling fireball, when approaching dozens of meters, one hand formed a magic seal. With breathing and breathing, the fiery fire wave detonated like a frenzy, and instantly converged. Make a huge fireball of dozens of meters. Without any bells and whistles, the oncoming fireballs collided together. Rolling. The violent blow, under the absolute size gap, is like rolling. A fireball that was originally boasted by Hadosuke is capable of reaching the power of ninjutsu. In the case of a huge difference in body size, it is directly rolled like paper paste. If according to Hadosuke's statement, this kind of fireball ghost, I am afraid it is enough to reach the level of forbidden art. Boom! The fireball shattered like fireworks, turning into sparks in the sky and rolling back between the heavens and the earth. The drastic changes in the faces of the people present, their expressions suddenly changed as they watched the fireball that was rolling towards Yahiko Yue. The water escapes the water wall. Nagato was also taken aback, but the magic seal that was placed in his hand for a while, finally took it completely. Accompanied by the sudden clasping of both hands, the water waves stirred under the feet and turned into a wall of water, stopped in front of Yahiko, and collided with the huge fireball first. Boom! The low thunderous explosion resounded again. The huge fireball collided head-on with the water wall, which was originally enough to restrain the fire. Facing the huge fireball like a rank, it was instantly evaporated and penetrated the water wall. Juzuke, who was originally rude and kept intending to make Long Yu humiliated, had a burning cheek. If there was a dog hole now, he would like to go straight into it. However, now facing the huge fireball that instantly penetrated the water wall, transpiring a large amount of water mist, but the size of the body was reduced by a circle, and then the arrogant fireball that was rolled over with unabated power, Joji's feet and belly were also trembling slightly. If it wasn't for his final face, he would have liked to run away with his wings. This kid is really capable of tossing, no. Of the Uchiha clan to be able to display the ordinary fireballs to this extent, and I should let this old man take care of the aftermath. Kosuke was also surprised. However, looking at that arrogant fireball with unabated power, I really want to stop it. Who is also good at water escape, can do it. However, just as Kosuke started walking, Junmuro, who was in front of him, moved first. Looking at the mad fireball, which was rolling over 100 meters away, and shrunk to a dozen meters, he pressed his hands on the ground suddenly. Bone vein early fern dance. Boom! There was a dull reverberation from the ground. Under the smoke and dust, the whole ground shook. Everyone was startled for a while, and then they saw the huge fireballs 100 meters away, tearing up the ground like a needle in hell. The huge fireball was torn apart instantly under this thrust. Accompanied by a huge rumbling explosion, it collapsed directly into the sky and the earth. Seeing this scene, Junmalu withdrew his hands as before. Were spit out from the palm of the hand and extended into the ground were directly cut off. Looking at the bones that were squirming quickly and being reinserted into the flesh, there was a sound of gurgling swallowing saliva. Long time, in their eyes, the 6 or 7-year-old Junmuro was just an orphan taken in by Uchiha Ryu. However, they never imagined that this little conspicuous child would not. Shanji is a member of the Bamboo clan who almost destroyed their organization by surprise attack. Of the corpse veins even displayed completely subverted their cognition. This shot made them feel that they were inferior to even children. Not only that kid is a monster, but everyone under his command is probably a monster. At such a young age, he can display the bone veins to such an extent that among the Bamboo clan, he is probably the most respected. Strong genius. There was a hint of solemnity on Gyujia's face. When he came, he heard that Uchiha Ryu was extremely powerful, and his subordinates were also terrifyingly powerful. However, they never imagined that even a little kid could reach this level. Once it really grows up, I am afraid that in any ninja village, it will definitely be able to stand on its own. Wind escaped gale palm. Nagato's violent shouts came out suddenly. With this delay, he was only a few dozen meters away from Long Yu. Hands clasped together suddenly, and the tyrannical hurricane, under the rapid rotation of his hands, patted Long Yu head-on. At the same time, Yahiko appeared behind Nagato like a ghost, and as he swallowed, the flames exploded like a balsam. The art of fire escape impatience. The fire rises with the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. Looking at the palm of the gale, the power and range instantly soared 7 or 8 times, like a falling flame covering the sky, completely blocking Uchiha Ryu's retreat. It's a good fit ninjutsu, but are you underestimating me? You don't need reincarnation until now. Long Yu smiled warmly. He really wanted to know how far Nagato's reincarnation I had developed in these 10 days. After all, there is no such thing as in the original book, where the sacrifice of life force is sacrificed, and the outsider golem is summoned to directly let the strength run wild. Looking at the incoming fire, the blood in Long Yu's eyes suddenly rolled out, occupying the entire pupil at the moment. Under the frantic rotation of the 9-hook jade, the powerful and unparalleled pupil power came out. The huge Susanoo, dozens of meters, was condensed in an instant. The next moment, the seemingly fierce and unparalleled flames rolled over, and with a wave of Susanoo's big hand, it rolled back and collapsed between the heavens and the earth. Was an understatement, and there was Susanoo, who was like a towering mountain, blood red and exuded the smell of disaster, which made the melon eaters who were on the scene suddenly turn pale. It can be said that Uchiha Ryu can obtain the title of Konoha blood-colored Asura, and everything comes from this Asura-like Susanoo. However, in the face of this so-called absolute defensive method, Nagato and Yahiko did not retreat but advanced, and with the help of this breath-like time, they had already approached Ryu dozens of meters away. Nagato! Yahiko roared in a hurry, and his eyes suddenly brightened to the extreme. Same goes for Nagato, who had been marching side by side with him. Seeing the appearance of Susanoo, he had been waiting for a long time. The strange reincarnation eye changed quickly, turning into a pale red color, and the moment the pupils contracted, Nagato suddenly caught it in the air with his right hand. Chen Luo Tianzheng. The huge suction power made Nagato look like a black hole at this moment. 5 fingers suddenly clenched. Long Yu, who was originally in Susanoo, was pulled by an invisible force. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of the public, in the so-called absolute defense, it was forcibly absorbed. Was just a few dozen meters, and it was close in the blink of an eye. Looking at Long Yu, who was rapidly expanding in his pupils, Yahiko, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly flipped his hands, took out 2 sealing spells, and slapped them on Long Yu. In their eyes, Uchiha Ryu's methods are too deep and unfathomable. To subdue such an enemy is through unpredictable and unfamiliar means of attack. Then, in an instant, using a sealing spell, Uchiha Ryu's movements were restricted. At that time, no matter how powerful Uchiha Ryu is, as long as they can buy some time and let Nagato prepare other means, they can only watch themselves lose. Looking at the dragon feathers who were like fish on a chopping board, let them slaughter, Nagato was the first to lose his breath, and laughed outrageously. Uchiha Longyu, have you seen it? This is the powerful power of my Samsara eye. I forgot to tell you that from the day I opened the Eye of Samsara, Yahiko and I regarded you as an imaginary enemy of the Eye of Samsara, and all our tactics were to defeat you. Now, in this situation, I'm afraid it's hard to fly, so obediently admit defeat. The imaginary enemy of Samsara Eye, Kosuke and the others, also changed their expressions. In the face of this legendary eye, they have already heard of it. However, I never thought that the duel between Samsara Eye and Kaleidoscope Sharingan would be so exciting and unexpected. What makes them most eager to know, in the face of such an attack, whether Uchiha Longyu, known as the new legend of Uchiha, can turn the tide. However, after Gyujia's expression changed, he looked at Hatosuke, who was about to stop talking and planned to run the train again, and said indifferently, Hatosuke, I advise you to stop talking nonsense, I have an intuition that he may still there is clumsy.